Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Molly yawned as she leaned against her brother. Big brother, I'm sleepy. Me too. Tomo said, leaning against Ash's other side. Ash felt bad for the two. They had been walking for a long time now, so it's no wonder these two were tired. I know you are, just hang in there for a little while longer. Brock, isn't there a town that's near here so they can get some rest? And more importantly us, too? Misty yawned. There's no need for me to look over the map because I see a bunch of lights. Brock pointed in front of them. Hey, I see them too. Richie squinted his eyes. Guess that means we're near a city. Good, because I'm tired. Zack groaned. Pikachu, Teddy, Ursa and Sparky yawned cutely, wanting to get some sleep themselves. It has been a very long day and they needed rest. Then let's get going then. Brock said. They walked towards the lights and saw it was indeed a city filled with people, but they didn't look very friendly. In fact, they looked downright hostile. Hey Brock, what's the name of this place again? Richie asked. Let me see. Brock opened up a book, flipping the pages until he found what he was looking for. Says here we're at Neon Town. Misty was looking around. Look at all of the people here, they look they're ready to fight each other. Then I suggest we find a hotel, get some sleep and get out of here by morning. Ash said seriously, looking around cautiously. Good idea. Brock said, agreeing with the idea. Just then a man was walking towards and smirked, seeing them as easy targets, so without hesitation he bumped into the little boy on purpose, nearly shoving him to the ground had the older boy with the black hair not caught him in time. Hey, watch where you're going, punk, the man yelled. You're the one who needs to watch where they're going. Misty yelled back. Shut up. Apologize for bumping into me, you little brat, he yelled at Tomo, who was moved away from the man instantly and given to Brock. Hey, did you hear me, you little dash? A kick to the gut shut him up, sending him into the wall of a building. The man rubbed his head before looking up with a glare. You little dash. The words he was about to say froze in his mouth as he stared at the most terrifying sight he'd ever laid his eyes on. Excuse me sir, but we are very tired and I would appreciate it if you didn't bother us, but if you insist on doing so anyway. Ash's smile became even creepier. You and me can have a little discussion about manners. The man got on his knees and bowed. I am very sorry. Please forgive me. Ash nodded. You're forgiven, now please leave before I change my mind. Yes sir. The man ran away so fast you could see a trail of clouds following after him. Brock smiled nervously. Impressive, you're learning self-control, sort of. Before Ash could respond to that, they heard sirens and saw it was Officer Jenny, who looked tired as well as irritated. Are you folks all right? I am, now that you're here. Brock swooned, grabbing her hands, making the tired woman blink. Misty yanked his ear, dragging him away. The last thing she needs right now is to be even more tired dealing with you. Yeah, anyway, what's with the people here? They all look so moody and angry. Richie looked around. Oh, it's because this city is loud and boisterous 24 hours a day, mostly famous for having no nights, so the people here don't sleep. Jenny explained. That doesn't sound very healthy if you ask me. The human body needs to sleep, otherwise people become irritable. Ash frowned. I hear ya kid, but the people here don't seem to understand the basic concept of sleep, seeing as how they stay up at night causing all sorts of ruckus. She rubbed her temples. It's even affecting me. I haven't had a good night's rest because I've had to break up fights every 5 minutes. I'm exhausted. You look worn out. Zack stated the obvious. Yeah, anyway, if you're looking for a hotel, just keep going straight and you'll eventually see one. She gave them directions. Thanks. Ash said. She nodded and rode away, leaving the gang to their thoughts on the whole situation with this city. A city that never sleeps and is always awake. What a dangerous place to live. Well guys, Ash grunted, picking up Molly as the girl had somehow fallen asleep while standing up. Let's go to the hotel, get some sleep, and get out of here as soon as possible. I've got no complaints here, Richie grunted himself, lifting up an already asleep Tomo. Following Officer Jenny's directions, it didn't take them very long to reach the hotel. Having gotten a room, they wasted no time getting ready for bed, and by the time their heads hit their pillows they were passed out sleep. Richie's eyebrow twitched. Am I really seeing this? The reason for his confusion is because as soon as they got a good night's rest, washed up and headed out of the hotel only to see the people of the city arguing with each other over the most stupidest things. Okay, we are definitely out of here, Richie said. Yeah, let's go, Ash said, walking away with the others following after him without hesitation, wanting to get out of this place as soon as possible. Man, am I glad we're leaving this city for good, Zach said. Me too, Misty said. Molly noticed something in the distance. Big brother, look. It's a Pokémon. Ash looked ahead, and indeed there was a Pokémon that was pink and shaped like a balloon. It's a Jigglypuff. I wonder what it's doing all the way out here, Brock wondered. Richie scanned it. Jigglypuff, a balloon Pokémon. It has large friendly eyes and it sings a pleasant song. Misty had stars in her eyes. It's so cute, she squealed. I'm gonna catch this cutie pie. Seriously? You do realize it's not a water Pokémon, right? Richie said. That doesn't matter, I'm still gonna catch it. Misty stated, a Pokeball in hand. Let's go, Star Dash. She was cut off by the sound of a Pokeball opening. When the bright light died down, they all saw Psyduck had popped out of his Pokeball. Huh? Psyduck tilted his head. Ash smiled. Hi Psyduck. Psyduck, hello. Psyduck greeted. Misty was less than amused. Will you stop coming out of your Pokeball unannounced? She yelled, returning it to its Pokeball. Zach whispered in Richie's ear, question, why in the world did she catch a Psyduck again? I'll tell you the whole story later, Richie said. Now let's try this again. Go Stereo. Out came the water type. Use double edge, she ordered. Stereo started spinning, slamming into Jigglypuff full force, making it land hard on the ground. It was silent until Jigglypuff started bawling its eyes out, taking everyone by surprise. Geez Misty, you didn't have to make the poor thing cry, Zach accused. It wasn't on purpose, she defended. Ash was already over by Jigglypuff, rubbing its head gently. It's okay, my friend didn't meant to hurt you. Pikachu, that's right. Pikachu agreed, placing a paw on Jigglypuff to try and calm it down. Jigglypuff stopped crying, sniffling a little. Jiggly, really? Really? Ash nodded. Jigglypuff, you can understand me? Jigglypuff asked. He nodded, yep. Brock then came over. It's odd. What do you mean? Ash said. Jigglypuff used Sing as a sort of defensive move against attackers, but this one didn't try to use it. Brock explained. Now that you mention it, this Jigglypuff didn't. Ash was surprised he missed that. I've never heard of a Pokémon being unable to use a move before. That's like a Charmander unable to use the move Flamethrower, Richie said. I feel bad for Jigglypuff, Molly said sadly. Ursa, me too, Teddy Ursa said. Tomo was trying to comfort Jigglypuff too, right along with his brother. Misty came over, bending down. I'm sorry for attacking you earlier, Jigglypuff, forgive me. Jigglypuff looked unsure, looking at Ash, who smiled in return and decided to forgive the girl for attacking it. Jigglypuff, you're forgiven. Ash looked at Misty. She says you're forgiven. So it's a girl, huh? Zach said. Ash picked up Jigglypuff, rubbing her head again. I'm really worried though. I wonder if something's wrong with her throat, preventing her from using Sing. Maybe I have something that can fix that, Brock said, rummaging through his backpack. What are you looking for? Misty asked. Something that can help Jigglypuff in case she really does have throat problems, Brock said, finding exactly what he was looking for. What he had in his hands was a bottle of red liquid that made Molly and Tomo cringe. It's medicine. Molly stuck her tongue out. Teddy Ursa, yuck. Teddy Ursa complained. Nasty. Tomo shook his head. Ash chuckled, don't worry, it's not for you to take. It's for Jigglypuff only. Brock got out a spoon, pouring the liquid on it before presenting to the pink Pokémon. Here you go, say, ah. Jigglypuff's face scrunched up, not wanting to taste it, so she looked away. I know it looks nasty, but it might be able to help you in case there's something wrong with your throat. Ash assured her. Jigglypuff didn't look so sure, but she reluctantly opened her mouth, allowing Brock to put the nasty red liquid in her mouth. Shivering at the taste of it, she wasted no time in swallowing it quickly, but the aftertaste wasn't exactly good either. Ash wasted no time giving her water to try and get the taste out of her mouth. How's that? Do you feel any better? Ash asked. Jigglypuff opened her mouth to try and use sing, Jiggly, Puff, Jiggly. But that didn't really help either. Nothing. Richie said. Pika, yeah. Sparky said. Maybe we can teach Jigglypuff to sing. Misty offered her own idea. How? Zack said dryly. Easy, I'll teach her to sing. Misty smiled. You? Richie finally said. Yeah. Misty said. You, teach Jigglypuff to sing. Zack said this time. Yeah. Misty said, starting to get annoyed. Misty, do you even know how to teach someone how to sing, let alone a Pokémon? Brock spoke this time. What is that supposed to mean? Are you saying I can't sing? Misty blew up at them. Your words, not ours. Brock, Richie, and Zack thought. Ash smiled nervously. I think it's worth a shot. Wait. That could work, too. What are you talking about? Richie wondered. Molly, call out Clefable. Ash told his sister. Okay. Molly said, getting out her Pokeball. Come out, Clefable. Out came the fairy-type Pokemon. Clefable, I'm here. Hey Ash, why'd you call out Clefable? Richie wondered. Because Clefable can teach Jigglypuff too, because it also knows sing. Ash explained. Hey, you're right. Clefable does know sing. Brock smiled at the idea. Misty and Clefable can both teach Jigglypuff how to use sing. Is that okay with you, Jigglypuff? Ash asked the pink Pokemon. Jigglypuff, yes. Jigglypuff nodded. Great. Don't worry, Jigglypuff, with my teaching you'll be able to sing in no time. Misty declared. God help you, she's serious. Brock, Richie, and Zack groaned inwardly. This should be interesting. Ash turned to Pikachu. Pikachu sighed, Pika Pika, if you say so. Who's that Pokemon? It's Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff. Do, re, mi, fa, so, la, ti, do, ti, la, so, fa, mi, re, do. Misty said, using the simple pitches for toning someone's voice. Richie, Zack, and Brock cringed, while Molly and Tomo didn't seem to like Misty's little tone exercise and covered their ears right along with Teddiursa and Sparky. The tones don't even match. Richie muttered. Brock shushed him. Shoo, be quiet, she'll hear you. I think Misty has a great singing voice. Ash said honestly. You can't be serious. Zack said dryly. Clefable decided to do the same thing as Misty. CLE, 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 CLE. That was really pretty Clefable. Molly smiled. Ursa, it was. Teddiursa clapped. Clefable has a pretty voice. Tomo complimented. Pikachu chose that time to copy Clefable, making Ash smile. That was really good, Pikachu, you have a pretty amazing singing voice yourself. Pikachu rubbed the back of his head, blushing, then stopped as he saw the murderous glare from Jigglypuff, prompting him to hide behind Ash out of fear. Pika, scary. Jigglypuff copied Misty and Clefable, but still no good, until Ash got another idea. Jigglypuff, try taking a deep breath. He suggested. Nodding Jigglypuff did just that while trying to sing again, and this time it sounded like she had almost gotten it. That was really close, Jigglypuff. Misty smiled. Hold on, Brock got some fruit from his backpack and gave it to Jigglypuff, who ate it. Okay, try again. Jigglypuff took a deep breath. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff. You did it. Tomo cheered. Yeah, she. Richie yawned. She really did. Hey, is anybody else feeling sleepy? I'm sleepy, too. Molly rubbed her eyes. Ursa, sleepy. Teddy Ursa rubbed his eyes too. Ash went over and stopped Jigglypuff, who pouted. I'm sorry to stop you, Jigglypuff, but your song is putting everyone to sleep. Jigglypuff was confused until she saw they were rubbing their eyes and yawning. Jigglypuff, did they not like it? No, they did. It's just that sing puts people and Pokémon to sleep, that's why I stopped you, but if you don't mind, can I ask you a favor? Ash asked nicely. Jigglypuff smiled. Jiggly, of course. Good. What do you have in mind, Ash? Brock wondered. You'll see, but we need to go back to the city for what I have planned to work. Ash told them. Go back there. Why? Misty questioned. The people there haven't had any sleep in what feels like a long time, right? So if we go down there with Jigglypuff and have her use sing, then Ash trailed off. She could put the whole town to sleep. Richie finished. Exactly. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's get going. Zack said. They all went back into the city and saw the people were still arguing with each other, so nothing had changed much, but this time would be different because this time they'll be putting everyone to sleep. Ash has Jigglypuff in his arms wearing earplugs right along with the others. Okay, Jigglypuff, do your thing. Jiggly, right. Jigglypuff jumped out of Ash's arms and began to use sing. The people that were once arguing with each other stopped at once as they felt their eyelids begin to droop as they felt heavy and began yawning, and before long they had all fallen asleep. Jigglypuff did it, she got them to sleep. Richie smiled. I get the feeling the people here will be in a much better mood now that they've gotten proper rest. Brock said. Good. Misty sighed with relief. I'm glad Jigglypuff learned sing. Molly said happily. Ursa, me too. Teddy Ursa nodded. It's thanks to Clefable and Misty that she learned it. Tomo said. I think it was more Clefable than Misty. Zack shrugged. What was that? She growled. Richie looked away. Even I'm not going there. Sparky laughed nervously. Jigglypuff came over to them happily. Ash bent down taking out his earplugs. You did great, Jigglypuff, thank you. Jigglypuff blushed. Jiggly, you're welcome. So what'll you do now? Brock wondered. Jigglypuff stared at Ash with an anxious look, making him blink. You wanna come with me? Jiggly, I do. She nodded. But why? I think it's because you went out of your way to help her, that's why she wants to go with you. Brock smiled. Ash looked back over at Jigglypuff, who smiled. Without complaint he brought out a Pokeball, presenting it to her. Welcome aboard, Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff tapped on the ball, being instantly sucked in as it dinged, immediately showing no resistance. The ball also disappeared, heading right back to Professor Oak's lab. Ash stood up. Now that that's over, let's head out. They all nodded and proceeded to leave the city again, knowing that once the people woke up they'd be a lot friendlier to each other. Having helped a new friend, our heroes set out once again on their way to Cineabar Island, where Ash and Richie will have their next gym battle. Today we follow the gang as they approach Grandpa Canyon, which is famous for its beautiful scenery of its valley, but something appears to be going on. What is it? As the gang was coming near Grandpa Canyon they noticed a bunch of people everywhere carrying backpacks, pickaxes, etc., much to the gang's confusion. Hey, what are they doing? Richie wondered, looking around. Ash was looking around himself trying to figure that out when it suddenly hit him. I think they're searching for fossils. Fossils? What for? Misty wondered. Fossils carry a trace or piece of an organism from the past, like a skeleton, shell, or a leaf preserved in the earth. Ash explained. I see, they're searching for Pokémon fossils of Pokémon that existed way in the past. Brock concluded. Yep. Ash nodded. Sounds awesome. We should look for some, too. Richie said. I wanna look for some. Molly said. Me too. Tomo said. Teddiursa, it sounds fun. Teddiursa smiled. I'm in. Zach was all for it. Might be fun. Brock smiled. We might get lucky and actually find something. Ash said. Then we should definitely do it. Misty said, getting excited. Heh, if we couldn't find anything, I doubt you losers can. A familiar voice mocked. Richie, Misty, Brock, and Molly frowned as Gary decided to walk over here with that arrogant smirk of his. Tomo and Zach were confused, having never met the boy before, but they already didn't like him. Gary, so you decided to search for some fossils too, huh? Brock said, trying to keep his tone even. Yeah, but so far no one's found anything yet. I'm surprised you losers showed up here. Gary said, noticing some new faces, and you've got more joining the loser squad. Zach gave him a deadpanned look while Tomo frowned at him. The young boy walked off to find Ash, followed closely by Molly, who didn't even want to be near Gary right now. We're here to see if we can find some too. If we're lucky we might find some fossils. Misty said, trying really hard not to hit him with her mallet. Richie was glaring hard daggers at Gary, the hatred in his eyes visible. Good luck with that. By the way, where's Ashy boy? Did he decide to chicken out like usual? Gary looked around. You son of a dash. Richie was cut off when he felt a hand on his shoulder. Looking over he saw it was Ash. I found us a spot over there, come on. Ash pulled his cousin over to where he found something along with his siblings. Misty, Brock, and Zach wasted no time in following Ash, leaving an annoyed Gary behind, who scoffed and walked away, refusing to waste his time with Ash and his loser friends. Ash stopped dragging his cousin once they arrived at the spot. Sorry, but it felt like I needed to get you away from Gary. I'm glad you did, thanks Ash. Richie thanked. You're welcome. Ash smiled. Zach decided to ask, what's that guy's problem anyway, and how do you know each other? Tomo wanted to ask too, but he didn't really feel comfortable about asking it, so he kept quiet. Ash and Richie looked away. Well, tell you later. Anyway, let's go look for some fossils. Fossils. Molly said. They weren't the only ones there though, as Team Rocket was also there, wanting to look for some fossils to give back to the boss. This is an excellent plan, Meowth. Jessie smiled. Were you expecting anything less from yours truly? Meowth bragged. Is the dynamite ready? James asked. Ready. Meowth got out the dynamite and lit up the fuse. We blow up the canyon and find some fossils to give to the boss. Jessie and James grinned. Back with the gang, they kept digging to try and find some fossils, when in a slide of luck Ash actually found something, 2 of them actually, but they didn't look like the fossils Professor Oak showed him. Hey guys, I found 2 fossils. Ash announced. Really? Let me see. Misty said. Looking over and saw it did indeed look like a fossil. It doesn't look like a fossil I've ever seen before. Brock commented. Me neither. Zach said. Just then a man came over smiling. Congratulations young man, you found 2 sail fossils. Sail fossils? That means I can have 2 Amoras. Ash exclaimed. Precisely. The man smiled as he left them alone. Big brother, what's an Amora? Molly asked. Amora is a fossil Pokémon that's native to the Kalos region, but I wonder how this fossil got all the way over here in Kanto. Ash wondered. Guess we'll never find out, but that means you get to keep those fossils. Brock smiled. Ash smiled back, putting them in his backpack. Let's keep looking around, we might be able to find more fossils around here. Right. They all nodded, going back to digging for fossils. HM. Hey, what you three doing here? Richie yelled. Humph, isn't it obvious, twerps? We plan to blow up this canyon so we can find some fossil Pokémon. Jesse bragged. Jesse? I don't think we were supposed to tell them that. James said nervously. Oh, you're right. She said just now, realizing what she just did. Like we'd let you do that. Richie yelled. Richie's right about that. Squirtle, come out. Ash sent out Squirtle. Squirtle, let's do this. Squirtle said. Squirtle, use water gun to try and defuse that dynamite. Ash told him. Squirtle, got it. Squirtle used water gun on the dynamite, trying to defuse it, but it kept prompting the water type to try and follow it, being closely followed by Ash, Richie, Molly and Tomo, as well as Team Rocket, who was trying to stop them. But the dynamite soon went off, trapping all of them. Oh no! Misty yelled. We have to get them out of there. Brock said, sending out his Geodude to help them dig their friends out. Ash's backpack wiggled and all of his Pokémon came out, wanting to help save their trainer. Hopefully they could get them out. Who's that Pokémon? It's Kabutops. Kabutops. Ash groaned as he opened his eyes and didn't see the clear blue sky. He also felt he had two people in his arms. Looking down, he saw it was Molly and Tomo. That's right, I grabbed onto them when the cave caved in, not wanting them to get hurt. Groaning again, he sat up slowly, alerting his two siblings. Big brother, they said. Hey, you two okay? He asked. We're okay. Molly said. What about you? Tomo asked. I'm alright. Where's Richie, Pikachu, Teddiursa, Squirtle, and Sparky? I know I saw them. Ash wondered, looking around. We're over here, Ash. Richie announced, walking over to them. Pikapi, Ash. Pikachu ran over to his partner, jumping on his shoulder. Squirtle, boss. Squirtle ran over to the boy. Ursa, Molly. Teddiursa cried, hugging the little girl. Ash hugged Squirtle, then rubbed Pikachu's head. I'm glad you guys are safe. Richie, you okay? Yeah, I'm good. Richie smiled, then frowned. But that dynamite trapped us underground. Now what? Pika, yeah. Sparky said. Ash sighed, standing up. We could try to find our way out of here. I'm getting a bad feeling. Yeah, me too. Richie agreed, walking together with Ash to try and find their way out of here, only to run into Team Rocket again. This is all your fault, twerps. Meowth accused. Our fault? You're the morons who thought it'd be a good idea to use dynamite on a freaking cave to search for fossil Pokémon, and now thanks to you we're all trapped here. Richie blew up at them. Pikachu, that's right. Sparky agreed with Richie. Ash sighed. There's no point in yelling at them, Richie. Right now we need to concentrate on finding a way out of here. He then heard a noise. What was that? He got his answer when he saw some Pokémon that he only recognized in one of Professor Oak's books: Omanite, Omastar, Kabuto, and Kabutops. Richie scanned them. Omanite and Omastar, Kabuto and Kabutops. It is believed these Pokémon became extinct tens of thousands of years ago. The details of their behavior is shrouded in mystery. Though some have speculated that they may still exist, none of these Pokémon have ever been seen alive. Until now. Richie comments. The explosion must have woken them up. That's not good. Ash said. It's good for us, we can capture them and take them to the boss. Go, Arbok. Jesse calls out Arbok. Chabok, I'm here. Arbok announced. Use tackle. Arbok rushed at Kabutops, whose pincers glowed purple, sending an attack right at Arbok, cancelling out its tackle attack and sending the poison-type Pokémon flying back towards Team Rocket. That was Night Slash. Ash said. They're coming. Tomo announced. Pikachu use, Electro Ball. Ash ordered. Pikachu wasted no time in using Electro Ball on Kabutops, making it crash into Kabuto. Teddiursa use close combat. Molly ordered. Teddiursa used close combat on Omanite, knocking it into a wall and knocking it out. Molly decided to catch it, so she threw a Pokeball at it and it signaled immediately. Teddiursa brought it over to the girl, who took it. "Good job, Molly, you caught your first fossil Pokemon." Ash congratulated the girl. She smiled, "Thank you. They just keep coming," Richie said, until he noticed that they suddenly froze, then ran away. "Why are they running away?" Screech. "What was that?" Richie yelled, covering his ears. Ash didn't like the sound of that screech at all. He heard something big come their way and soon saw what it was, making him go pale: an Aerodactyl. Richie scanned it. Aerodactyl, an extinct flying Pokémon. Its hard fangs suggest that it was a carnivore. Its sharp claws were probably used to capture prey. "What do we do?" Richie yelled. "We run, that's what," Ash stated, grabbing Molly and Tomo's hands as they all ran away from the ferocious-looking Pokémon. Even Team Rocket knew it wasn't worth trying to catch and wisely decided to run away along with the twerps, only to be knocked aside like flies. Ash had both Squirtle and Pikachu on each shoulder as he continued to grab his siblings' hands, running away with them, with Richie not too far behind as he was carrying Teddiursa. "It's gaining on us," Richie yelled as he looked behind him. Ash looked him as well and saw it really was gaining on them. Quickly, without hesitation, he knocked his siblings out of the way as the prehistoric Pokémon grabbed him and flying off. "Ash!" Richie cried out in horror, grabbing to the Pokémon's tail. "Let him go. Let our brother go." Molly and Tomo yelled in unison as they also grabbed on along with the Pokémon. Misty, Brock, Zack and the Pokémon were still digging out the rubble, only to stop when they heard a rumble, and soon enough a giant flying Pokémon came out from underground with Richie, Molly, Tomo, Pikachu, Squirtle, Sparky, and Teddiursa holding onto its tail, only to fall down as they were finally outside. "What kind of Pokémon is that?" Misty yelled. "It's an Aerodactyl," Brock exclaimed. "Wait, there's something in its talons, it's Ash," Zack cried out in horror. "It is Ash," Richie told them. He pushed Molly and Tomo out of the way in time and it ended up grabbing him. "Pikapi, Ash!" Pikachu cried out, worried for his trainer. "Squirtle, Squirtle, BSTRD, drop him now," Squirtle yelled. "Bulbasaur, Bulba, fool. If it does, Ash will die," Bulbasaur told him. Charmeleon looked downright set off. That thing had the nerve to grab Ash in such a way. Oh, he didn't think so. What set him off the most was the fact that every time Ash tried to pry its talons off, it grabbed on tighter, causing Ash pain. Unable to stand it any longer, Charmeleon roared as his body glowed white. "What's happening?" Misty stared at Charmeleon. "Charmeleon's evolving." The white light surrounding Charmeleon's body disappeared and another Pokémon took his place. Replacing Charmeleon was a draconic, bipedal Pokémon, that's primarily orange with a cream underside from the chest to the tip of its tail, which burns with a sizable flame. It had a long neck, small blue eyes, raised nostrils, and two horn-like structures protruding from the back of its rectangular head. There are two fangs visible in the upper jaw when its mouth is closed. Two large wings with blue-green underside sprout from its back, and a horn-like appendage juts out from the third joint of each wing. The arms are short and skinny compared to its robust belly, and each limb has 3 white claws. It has stocky legs and cream-colored soles under its feet. Roar, it roared. Charmeleon evolved into Charizard. Misty exclaimed. Richie scanned Charmander's final form. Charizard, the flame Pokémon. Charizard is a flying and fire type. When competing in intense battles, Charizard's flame becomes more intense as well. Wow! Molly stared up at Charizard. Charizard's eyes narrowed in on Aerodactyl and took to the skies, kicking some dust as it did so, flying towards it quickly with anger in its eyes. It will pay for hurting Ash. He'll make sure of it. Holy! That's some power. Richie exclaimed. No kidding. Zack agreed. Get him, Charizard. Tomo cheered. Teach that meanie a lesson. Molly encouraged right along with Tomo. Charizard didn't waste any time reaching the prehistoric Pokémon taking by surprise, but what surprised everyone was the fact that Charizard's wings were brought together before a spiraling light blue orb of energy formed in between them. He then threw the ball at Aerodactyl, watching as it slammed into it hard. That was air slash. Brock exclaimed. What's that? Misty looked at him. It's a damage-dealing flying-type move that inflicts damage. There's also a 30% chance of causing the target to flinch. Brock explained. That was impressive for its first try. Crap, Ash is falling. Zack pointed up, making them all cry out in horror, but soon relaxed as Charizard soon had the boy in its arms. Thank goodness. Misty sighed with relief. Ash had almost passed out after being nearly squeezed to death by Aerodactyl, but managed to remain conscious. But what got his attention was the fact he was being carried by a Charizard he had never seen before, but a closer observation showed he did know this Charizard. Charmeleon? Ash asked carefully just to be sure. Growl, not anymore. Charizard smiled. Ash wasted no time and hugged the fire-flying type. You evolved. I'm happy for you. Growl, thanks Ash. Charizard thanked honestly. A screech interrupted the moment, making Ash frown, then smirked. Why don't we show Aerodactyl who's the strongest flying type around here? Charizard smirked. Growl growl, thought you'd never ask. Ash repositioned himself till he was on Charizard's back. Let's do this, Charizard. Growl, hell yeah. Charizard roared as he flew higher, and not to their surprise Aerodactyl followed after them. Let's try that Dragon Rage, shall we? Ash said. Charizard nodded. Use Dragon Rage. Charizard turned and faced Aerodactyl, this time as his eyes glowed white, then the flame on its tail grows to a huge size. It then forms a ball of fire in its mouth and releases a ball of orange energy from its mouth towards the prehistoric Pokémon, making a direct hit, causing it great pain. That was awesome. Richie and other people down below with them were also shouting enthusiastic things at Charizard. That Dragon Rage was amazing. Misty stared in awe. Ash decided to scan some of Charizard's updated move set with his Pokédex. Shadow Claw, Wing Attack, Dragon Claw, Dragon Rage, Flame Burst, Slash, Fire Spin, Inferno, Heat Wave, Flare Blitz, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Dance, Dragon Rush, Focus Punch, and Metal Claw. Looking back at Aerodactyl, he saw it was beginning to get tired and decided to finish this. Let's finish this, use Dragon Pulse. Charizard fired a multicolored dragon-shaped beam of energy from its mouth at Aerodactyl, making another direct hit, and watched it screeched in pain before it closed its eyes, signaling it had finally been defeated. Before it fall to the ground though, Ash threw a Pokeball at it, watching as it dinged immediately. Charizard caught the ball in its hands and descended to the ground. Ash sighed before rubbing Charizard's neck. That was amazing, Charizard, I'm so proud of you. Growl, I couldn't have done it without you. Charizard said honestly. Ash simply smiled as they landed, getting off the fire-flying type's back, and took the Pokeball from him. As soon as he touched it, the Pokeball disappeared from his hand. Going back to the ranch, no doubt, he then noticed something on the ground. It was a Pokémon egg that was white with red and blue triangles on it. Bending down, wincing a little, he picked up the item. Why don't we take this with us? Charizard nodded in agreement. Ash. Turning his head, he saw it was his friends and waved. Hey you guys, I'm alright. Thank goodness for that. Misty said. You sure you're okay? Brock asked again, just be sure. My sides are a little sore, but other than that I'm okay. Ash assured them as his siblings wasted no time in clinging to his sides, and his Pokémon were surrounding him as Charizard as well. But still, I can't believe your Charmeleon evolved into a Charizard, and a strong one too. Zack stared at the imposing Charizard. Your Charizard looks amazing. I can't wait for Zippo to evolve. Richie smiled. Hey Ash, what's that you're holding? Misty pointed at the round object in his hands. It's a Pokémon egg, I found it right here on the ground when we landed. It must have been underground too, but probably came up here thanks to Aerodactyl. I'm just glad this whole mess is over with. Ash sighed, sounding tired before handing it over to Misty. Here, you take it. Me? Are you sure? She took it from him carefully. Yeah, I've already taken care of Pokémon eggs before, and Richie's already had one too. Ash said. Misty had stars in her eyes. Aw Ash, thank you, she hugged, being mindful that he was still sore. Yeah, I'm tired. He yawned before falling asleep, but Brock caught him. He must be exhausted. Misty said. Well, you would be too if you were dragged in the air by a prehistoric Pokémon, then became conscious enough to help your Pokémon take it down despite being in obvious pain. His adrenaline rush must have finally worn out. Brock guessed. We should get him to the hospital. Zack suggested, grabbing Ash's backpack with the 2 fossils. They all nodded in agreement. Ash woke up in the hospital and saw Charizard standing outside acting as his bodyguard, making him chuckle. Officer Jenny had come to see him, telling him that since he found 2 fossils he gets to keep them, that includes the Aerodactyl he caught and the Omanite Molly caught. She told him to keep Grandpa Canyon a secret, which he swore he would. After that was done, his friends and family came into the room along with the doctor, who told him that everything checks out okay and that he'll just have some slight bruising on his sides for a little while, something Ash could live with. Ash put his shirt on as he was checked out of the hospital. Glad that's over. I'm just glad you only have some slight bruising instead of broken ribs. Brock smiled. Me too. Ash said, walking outside with everyone else, seeing Charizard standing right there waiting for him. With a smile he rubbed his friend's neck again. Thanks for the rescue, Charizard, get some rest now, okay? Charizard nodded without complaint, feeling a little tired from using 3 attacks since he evolved. Ash returned Charizard and smiled. Ready to go, everybody? Yeah. Today we find Ash and the gang enjoying some relaxation time, but something appears to be wrong with Pikachu. What could be the problem? The gang decided to relax before they head out on the road again. After the whole Grandpa Canyon incident, they needed this. All of the Pokémon were out too and enjoying the relaxation, as they should. Pikachu was climbing up a tree, unaware of an object hanging right above his head, and before he realized it was there, the object fell into his mouth, choking the poor electric type, making noises that got Ash's attention. Pikachu, what's wrong? Ash yelled as he came over to his best friend, cradling him in his arms. What's wrong, Ash? Brock asked. I think Pikachu swallowed something he wasn't supposed to. Brock, is there a Pokémon Center near us? Ash asked frantically. No, there's not, but there's a doctor out here somewhere. We can take Pikachu to go and see him. Brock suggested. Good. Ash said. Guys, what's going on? Richie asked. Pikachu has something stuck in his throat, so we're taking him to see a doctor that's close to our location. Brock explained. Then let's go quickly. Misty said, returning her Pokémon, as did the others as they ran off in the direction of the hospital where Brock told them it was located. There is it. Brock alerted them. Good. Ash said, busting through the door, coming face to face with a good-looking man, but like Ash said, looks aren't everything. Sir, please help Pikachu. The man ignored Ash as though he hadn't said a single word, so Misty spoke this time. Hey, my friend's talking to you. We need you to help Pikachu. That finally got his attention as he ignored everyone else and focusing only on Misty. Well, I can't say no to a pretty face. Now tell me where it hurts. This guy's a total scumbag. Richie muttered. Brock and Zack nodded their heads right along with the 2 kids. I'm not the one that needs help, it's Pikachu. Misty growled at the man, ready to smack him right in the face. She's right, please help Pikachu. Ash asked again. The man stopped harassing Misty and looked at Pikachu, seeing the yellow rodent really did need help. Oh, alright. This may be a hospital, but I never ignore a Pokémon in pain. Lying scumbag. Richie and Zack thought. The doctor began examining Pikachu by having the electric type open its mouth and saw what the problem was. I see, so that's the problem. He held Pikachu's mouth, keeping it open so he could get whatever was lodged in his throat. After a little bit he got the object out and presented it to everyone. Here's the culprit, your Pikachu ended up swallowing an apple. Pikachu was relieved to have it out of his mouth and breathed a sigh of relief. Pikachu, I can breathe again. Ash hugged his friend. It's good you're okay, buddy. Pikachu, glad to be okay. Pikachu smiled. Just then the phone ringed, but the doctor walks away. I'm off duty, whoever it is can wait. Seriously, what's this guy's problem? Richie was getting annoyed. Brock answered the phone. Hello? Dr. Proctor. Nurse Joy's voice was heard. Hello, Nurse Joy. It's always good to hear your beautiful voice. Brock swooned. Brock, don't start. Misty yelled. Oh, I'm sorry, is Dr. Proctor there by any chance? Nurse Joy asked. He's pretending not to be here to avoid doing his work. Ash busted him out, not liking his behavior from earlier. The man scowled at him, but Ash didn't care. Nurse Joy sighed. Well, I'm sorry to ask this of you all, but there's been a violent accident involving a truck of Pokémon stolen by Team Rocket, and the Pokémon are in dire need. With the Pokémon Center at full capacity, the extra room of the hospital is still needed. Can I ask you all for help? Dr. Proctor soon made his appearance and gave Nurse Joy his answer. Before we get into all that, how about you and me go out to dinner together? Seriously, what is this guy's problem? Richie thought. Scumbag. Ash, Misty, and Zack growled. Pikachu, he is. Pikachu agreed. Pika, can I electrocute him? Sparky asked. Ursa, electrocute. Teddy Ursa smiled. He's icky. Molly said. Really nasty. Tomo said. Nurse Joy was not amused with the man. Instead of asking me out on a date, why don't you make yourself useful and take care of the Pokémon that were almost abducted by Team Rocket? And with that she cut off the connection. Dr. Proctor stood there dumbfounded but recovered from the rejection. So cold, but I'll get her eventually. This guy's just downright despicable. Zack shook his head. Misty, I might need to borrow your mallet. Ash told his friend. Huh, she said. Who's that Pokémon? It's Arbok. Chabok. Since they promised Nurse Joy they'd help take care of the Pokémon that were sent to the hospital, that also meant they were forced to wear uniforms. Getting their own equipment to use wasn't so bad, but the fact that Ash was forced to see his little sister wear a nurse's uniform rubbed him the wrong way because the scumbag kept staring at both her and Misty. Molly twirled around. Look, big brother, don't I look pretty? You look very pretty, Molly. Ash smiled. Dr. Proctor put a finger to his chin, nodding his head in approval. Indeed you do, you'll be quite the looker when you get older. Wham! Everyone winced when Ash had planted Misty's mallet into the back of the man's skull, looking downright scary as he stood over the man. I suggest you keep your perverted tendencies to yourself, Ash threatened, and if I catch you talking about my sister like that again I'll use more than a mallet to deal with you, pervert. Proctor's response was to groan and twitch on the ground. Richie snickered, moron. The others nodded in agreement. This guy must have some sort of death wish to make comments like that towards Ash's sister and not expect to get a beatdown as retribution. With that nonsense over and done with, they wasted no time in tending to the Pokémon that were brought in by Chansey. See you, Cubone, it hurts. Cub1 cried, struggling because it was in so much pain. Ash picked up the little guy, rocking him back and forth, humming a little lullaby to get him to calm down. If you listen carefully you can hear that the tune he's humming to Cub1 is Oration. It calmed the little guy down, instantly impressing Proctor. Impressive, you're a natural at this. Proctor complimented. Of course he is. Ash has been taking care of Pokémon long before he decided to become a Pokémon trainer. Brock smiled as he remembered his friend telling them of all the Pokémon he took care of when he was little. Really? Well, color me impressed. Proctor said. Ash smiled at Cub 1, better. Cub 1 blinked then smiled, Cub 1, better. Good, he passed him over to Misty, all yours. Right, come on little guy, we'll get you all healed up. Misty smiled as she got to work on Cub 1. Molly and Tomo were helping out a Pinsir bandaging it up, how's that? Pinsir, thank you. Pinsir thanked. You're welcome. Tomo smiled. Chansey and Brock were checking out a Weepinbell and saw it was going to make a full recovery with some rest. Pikachu, Sparky, and Teddiursa helped out too by gathering some equipment the gang needed. Richie and Zack were taking care of a Voltorb, Ash and Misty went to taking care of a Hitmonlee, Molly and Tomo took care of Nidoking, while Brock, Chansey, and Proctor took care of Sandslash and Parasect. So far so good, until it was time to take care of the Dodrio that was brought in and somehow gotten all tangled up. Proctor approached the Pokémon slowly and calmly as it thrashed around. Easy there big guy, I'm just gonna give you this to calm you down so we can get you untangled, okay? Dodrio lunged at him causing Proctor to inadvertently stab himself with the injection making him fall asleep. That's not good, what do we do now? Misty wondered. Ash thought about what to do then it hit him like a bolt of Pikachu's lightning. Bulbasaur, we need you, out came the grass starter. Bulbasaur, what do you need? Bulbasaur asked. I need you to use sleep powder on Dodrio. Ash said. Bulba, I understand. Bulbasaur released a sparkling blue powder towards Dodrio instantly putting the raging Pokémon to sleep. There we go, good work Bulbasaur. Ash smiled. Bulbasaur, don't mention it. Bulbasaur grinned. Well we got it sleep, but now what? Do we try to untangle it ourselves? Richie wondered. Looks like that's what we'll have to do. Ash said as he approached the sleeping Dodrio, Brock can you give me a hand here? Right. Brock came over to help his friend. Ash and Brock spent God knows how long untangling Dodrio, which was slow and painful process but by some miracle they managed to get the heads untangled. Richie let out a relaxed sigh, glad that's over and done with, but he's still asleep. He'll wake up eventually. Ash waved it off, I'm just glad we managed to heal all of the Pokémon that were sent here to the hospital without any problems. Yeah. Brock nodded. I'm exhausted, being a doctor is a real tiring job not to mention stressful. Misty said. It is. Molly said. I'm tired. Tomo sat down. Pika Pika, sleepy. Pikachu yawned. Pikachu, so tired. Sparky groaned. Teddiursa merely yawned. Proctor groaned as he sat up slowly, what hit me? Chansey gave him a dry look, Chansey, Chan, you, obviously. Chansey, why do I feel as though you just insulted me or am I still out of it? Proctor stared. The gang looked over at Ash who simply shook his head in amusement telling them not to ask. Now that all of the Pokémon are healed up the gang decided it was time to leave. Thank you all for your help, and if you don't mind me saying Ash I believe you have a real talent in becoming a doctor, have you ever thought about it or perhaps Pokémon therapy full-time? Proctor asked. Ash was surprised by the compliment and the recommendation of going into Pokémon therapy, with a shrug he answered, not really, but I'll think about it. He walked away with a wave of his hand being followed closely by the others. Ash, are you seriously thinking about what he said about practicing Pokémon therapy? Brock asked. Before I decided to become a trainer it was on my mind. But I think in the meantime I'll focus on being a trainer. Ash smiled. Well, in my opinion I think you'd be perfect for it. Misty told him. Ash simply smiled, maybe I'll consider doing it in my free time. Gaining some experience in taking care of Pokémon, our heroes set off once again thinking about their futures along the way. Today the gang decide to take a break to just relax in a meadow along with their Pokémon. What could happen while taking a simple break? Ash was staring up at the sky with Pikachu curled up on his stomach taking his own little nap. It amazed him how far he's come while traveling with his Pokémon and friend and family. What a nice feeling this is, but what would make this really nice if Leaf or Yellow were here with them? Back when they were kids they talked about traveling together, seeing all kinds of Pokémon, meeting new people, and understanding more about the world. But before they could do any of that, Richie and Leaf moved away and he had no idea what happened to Yellow, and that was starting to worry him. He looked over at his cousin. Hey, Richie. Yeah. Do you know where Leaf moved to, or what happened to Yellow? Ash asked innocently. Richie visibly flinched, but thankfully Ash didn't see it, but Brock, Misty, Zach, who understands the whole story now, Molly, and Tomo, who also understands the whole story, looked worried but didn't say anything. I can't remember where Leaf moved to, and I haven't spoken to Yellow in a long time, so I have no idea where she is either, sorry. Richie hated lying to Ash, but he promised. Oh, that's too bad. Ash sighed in sadness. Before anyone could say anything else, one of Misty's Pokeballs opened up on its own, revealing Psyduck. Sigh, huh? Not again, Psyduck. Misty groaned. Ash sat up, waking up Pikachu in the process. Hey there Psyduck, got bored staying in your Pokeball? Psyduck, kind of. Psyduck nodded. I see. Ash smiled. I'm starting to think Psyduck should be Ash's Pokemon instead of mine. Misty sighed. Psyduck does respond positively to Ash, but I'm sure he loves you too, Misty. Brock assured her. Really? She said. Sure. Oh, hey guys, that reminds, I think I read something about there being a rare Farfetch'd out here somewhere. Ash remembered. Seriously? Richie looked it up in his Pokédex. Farfetch'd, a wild duck Pokémon. Farfetch'd makes a delicious meal, especially when cooked with leek. Because of this, Farfetch'd is nearly extinct. Richie turned green. You mean to tell me people actually eat this Pokémon? Gross. Pikachu, nobody's eating me. Sparky growled. Molly held on to Teddiursa. Nobody's gonna eat Teddiursa, right, big brother? Of course not, Molly. Ash told her, but there are people out there that do eat Pokémon though, mostly Farfetch'd, Psyduck, or Magikarp, but I think I'll keep that to myself. Brock stood up. I'm gonna go get some water, anyone wanna come along? I'll go with you, Brock. Ash stood up with Pikachu perched on his shoulder. We'll go, too. Molly and Tomo got up. I'm coming along too, I need to take a walk after what the Pokédex said. Richie stood up, still looking slightly green. Zach patted him on the shoulder. I'll go along with you. I'll stay here then. Misty volunteered to stay behind right along with Psyduck. Looks like it's just you and me, Psyduck. Yeah. Psyduck said. Just then she heard noises coming from the bushes, putting her on edge. Who's there? She demanded. A Pokémon emerged from the bushes resembling a brown duck with a white underbelly. It has a yellow beak and a V-shaped, black marking on its forehead. It has wings as big as its body, which appear to be prehensile enough to substitute for hands. It has yellow legs with webbed feet. The Pokémon was also holding a leek in its hands. Farfetch'd, it said. It's a Farfetch'd. Misty exclaimed. Psyduck, it is. Psyduck said. Farfetch'd began parading in front of Misty before running into the woods. Wait, she yelled, returning Psyduck as she ran after the rare Pokémon. As she ran after the flying Pokémon, she turned into a corner, bumping into a boy falling on her bottom. Ow. Misty rubbed her bottom. I'm sorry, I didn't see you, the boy apologized, quickly helping her up. My name's Keith. Oh, and here's your bag. He handed her a bag before running off before she could introduce herself. That was weird. She said, walking away, disappointed that she didn't get a chance to catch Farfetch'd. There you are. Where were you? Ash questioned. Were you looking for me? She asked. Of course we were looking for you. Did something happen? Brock asked. She scratched the back of her head nervously. Well, I spotted a Farfetch'd and wanted to try and catch, but I kinda lost it. You mean you actually saw one? Good for you, Misty. you're so lucky. Molly told her. Thanks, Molly. Misty smiled. Here you go, Misty, we filled up your water canteen. Brock gave it to her. Thank Brock, I'll just put it in my bag. Opening up her bag, she noticed something horrifying as a pile of rocks came out of her bag instead of her Pokeballs and the egg carrier Ash gave her. This isn't my bag. It's been stolen. What? Everyone exclaimed. Who's that Pokemon? It's Farfetch'd. Farfetch'd. Ash inspected Misty's bag. Her bag is full of rocks. Misty, did you run into anyone when you chasing Farfetch'd? Did I run into anyone? I did. It was a boy, he said his name was Keith. She remembered. He must have swiped your bag when you weren't looking. We need to find that kid and now. Your Pokeballs and Pokemon egg are in there. Brock said. Pidgeotto, I need you. Ash called out his flying type. Pidgeotto, I'm here. Pidgeotto announced. I need you to fly around and see if you can spot the Farfetch'd Misty saw. When you do, let me know. Ash told her. Pidgeotto nodded and flew off to find the flying Pokemon. Why did you have Pidgeotto go look for Farfetch'd? Richie questioned. Because something about this doesn't feel right, Ash said seriously. A Farfetch'd appears out of nowhere before Misty but then disappears and she runs into that guy Keith. So it's possible the two could be working together. Brock saw where Ash was going with this. Yeah. Ash said. Misty was starting to worry. Her precious Pokeballs and Pokemon egg are in her bag. Feeling a hand on her leg, she saw it was Molly. It's okay, we'll get them back. Misty managed to smile. Yeah, you're right. There was a cry in the air that sounded very familiar. Looking up at the sky, they saw it was Pidgeotto. Did you find Farfetch'd? Ash yelled. Pidgeotto nodded. Good, show us where. Ash said. Pidgeotto flew off, leading them to where she spotted the Pokemon and the human it was with. Misty meanwhile was burning with anger. How dare that guy Keith steal her Pokemon that she raised and took care of? He'll pay for this. Alright. I think you hit the jackpot this time, Farfetch'd. Keith grinned, opening Misty's bag and peering into it. Farfetch'd, naturally. Farfetch'd bragged. Hey, look at this, she even has a Pokemon egg. I bet it's a strong Pokemon too. Keith said from inside his tent where he had other backpacks that other trainers' Pokeballs. He was about to take the egg out when one of Misty's Pokeballs opened up on its own, revealing Psyduck. Sigh, huh? Psyduck said, looking around, not seeing Misty or Ash around anywhere. What kind of Pokemon is this? Keith stared at the duck. Farfetch'd shrugged. Psyduck turned to the voice, not recognizing it, but did recognize Misty's bag that had her Pokeballs inside of it as well as her new Pokemon egg. Without thinking, he tackled the boy hard, knocking him away from Misty's bag before running away with it as fast as he could. Hey, stop. Let's go after it, Farfetch'd. Keith said. Farfetch'd, right. Farfetch'd agreed. Psyduck was running as fast as he could while also making sure he didn't trip on his own two rubbery feet. He had to get this back to Misty and fast. He could feel he was being followed by that Farfetch'd and his trainer, making him run faster, causing him to trip. Well, almost. Kirlia, use Psychic. Psyduck's body was suddenly lifted into the air and brought forward. Opening his eyes, he saw at Ash that had Kirlia keep him from tripping and losing Misty's belongings. Psyduck, Ash. Psyduck cried happily. Good thing we got here just in time, huh, Psyduck? Ash smiled along with everyone else as Kirlia brought him down before them. Pidgeotto, good work, return. He returned his flying type before bending down, inspecting Misty's bag. Everything's there. Thank goodness. Misty smiled, then frowned when she saw Keith and Farfetch'd arrive together. You. How dare you steal my Pokemon and Pokemon egg? She's right. What kind of trainer steals from other trainers? Brock yelled. It's not my fault, she's too gullible to realize she was being played. besides I need strong Pokémon anyway. Farfetch'd is too weak to battle, so I have no choice but to steal Pokémon. Keith said. Farfetch'd isn't the weak one, you are. Ash stated. What? Keith gasped. Pokémon only become stronger when trainers work with them. The only reason you don't want to work with your Pokémon is because you yourself are weak. Ash told him. Pikachu, Sparky, and Teddiursa agreed with him. Yeah, well, what do you know? Keith rebutted. More than you. Ash said. Farfetch'd interrupted their argument by wanting to battle, taking Keith by surprise. Ash wasted no time in accepting it either. Kirlia, get ready. Kirlia, yes, father. Kirlia got ready to battle. Farfetch'd started things out by using agility to move towards Kirlia quickly, but Ash had a plan for that. Use Magical Leaf. Kirlia released multiple light green glowing leaves, sending them at Farfetch'd, making direct contact, sending it back a little. Nice counter-attack. Richie smiled. Maybe, but Farfetch'd isn't done just yet. Zack said. It was true, because Farfetch'd still wanted to battle, taking Keith by surprise once again. He had no idea Farfetch'd knew some strong moves. So you want to keep battling, huh? Fine by me. Ash said, getting ready to give Kirlia another command. Wait, Ash. Let me handle this. Misty said, stopping him. Ash didn't complain and allowed Misty to battle the Pokémon. He's all yours then, Kirlia returned. He returned the Pokémon. Misty glared at Keith. Alright, you're dealing with me now. Go, Star Dash. She was cut off when Psyduck walked over to Farfetch'd. Psyduck. Psy, let me try. Psyduck said, tilting his head. He says he wants battle now. Ash translated. What? Misty gasped. This might be the first time any of us are seeing Psyduck actually wanting to battle. Brock said. What about that one time with the biker gang? Richie reminded. I don't think that counts. Zack said. You can do it, Psyduck. Molly cheered. Beat that Farfetch'd. Tomo said. Teddiursa, go get him. Teddiursa said. Pikachu, knock him out. Sparky encouraged. Pika, be careful. Pikachu told him. Farfetch'd approached Psyduck, then laughed right in his face before smacking it with its leek repeatedly. This is my chance. Misty thought, come on, Farfetch'd, give Psyduck your best shot. Psyduck was beginning to get a severe headache with all the constant whacking upside the head, and started squinting his eyes. It's working, Psyduck's headache is getting worse. Misty said. Just a little more. Ash said. Pikachu, almost. Pikachu said. Psyduck's headache was getting worse until finally his eyes glowed blue, causing a blue outline to appear around Farfetch'd's body, holding it still. What the? Farfetch'd blinked. Farfetch'd, no. Keith exclaimed. That's it. Psyduck's ultimate attack, disable. Misty smiled. Psyduck lifted Farfetch'd in the air before sending it flying into Keith. The two slammed into a tree, sliding down painfully in utter defeat. You did it, Psyduck. Misty cheered. Psyduck turned to her, flashing the peace sign. Yep. Ash walked over to Keith. So, do you give up? Keith looked down, showing shame. Yeah, I'll take you to the other backpacks I stole from other trainers. You stole from other trainers? Richie yelled angrily. Ash just closed his eyes, trying to rein in his anger. Show us where your hideout is. Once you do that, we're handing you over to Officer Jenny. Keith simply nodded his head in understanding. So Keith brought them to his tent, where he had other trainers' backpacks filled with their Pokeballs. He even had fake backpacks filled with rocks, or a bag filled with Voltorb. Grabbing all of the backpacks, they hurried him off to Officer Jenny, where he confessed to being the one stealing people's bags so he could steal their Pokemon. He showed deep regret for his actions and was very sincere too, convincing Officer Jenny. You know you're very lucky that none of the trainers want to press charges against you for stealing their Pokémon. I suggest you not take this for granted. Officer Jenny told him sternly. Yes, I understand. Keith said, bowing his head in apology right along with Farfetch'd. Is there something you'd like to say to him, Misty? Ash asked. Misty shook her head. No, he seems really regretful, so I think I'll let it go. We should be thanking Psyduck actually, he ran away to try and find us. Ash smiled down at the water type. Misty bent down, rubbing Psyduck's head. Thank you, Psyduck. Psyduck, no prob. Psyduck smiled. Thanks to Psyduck's bravery, Misty was able to receive her stolen Pokémon back, and Keith learned a valuable lesson as well. The journey continues. Today the gang decide to take a rest at the Pokémon ER to check up on the Pokémon egg that is in Misty's care. Just what kind of Pokémon will hatch from it? Ash and the others were currently at the Pokémon Center resting up while also making sure Misty's egg was nice and healthy. Misty was eagerly wiping down her egg with a smile. I can't wait to see what kind of Pokémon will hatch from this egg. What kind of Pokémon are you hoping will hatch? Brock asked. I hope it's a beautiful water Pokémon. Misty said with stars in her eyes. Of course. Richie said dryly. Ash Ketchum? Nurse Joy called out. Yes, that's me. Ash said, walking over to the counter. You have a call from Professor Oak of Pallet Town. Nurse Joy told him. Professor Oak. Ash blinked. Pika, Oak. Pikachu tilted his head. Going over to the phones, he saw Professor Oak's face already on the screen waiting patiently for him. Ah, Ash my boy, hello there. Hello Professor Oak, why are you calling me all of a sudden? Ash wondered. I was calling to let you know that your Pokédex is upgradable. All you have to do is put it in the system and the upgrade will automatically start. Oak explained. Ash nodded and placed his Pokédex within the PC to receive the new upgrade. Wait, what about Richie's Pokédex? Not to worry, all you have to do is point your Pokédexes towards each other, then hit the button in the middle and it will automatically upgrade Richie's Pokédex as well. Oak explained. Okay then, while we're waiting, was there something else you wanted to talk to me about? Ash asked. Oh, most definitely. How in the world did you manage to acquire an Aerodactyl? I must say, when it first came here I was quite surprised and very impressed with the fact you managed to catch one. Oak asked him. It's a long story. The boy said. I've got all day, Ash. Oak said eagerly. Ash explained how they went to Grandpa Canyon to look for fossils, but he was the only one that found 2 fossils that were sail fossils that belonged to Amora. After that he, Richie, Molly, and Tomo got stuck underground for a little while along with 3 members of Team Rocket who made the cave collapse on them in the first place. Then they had a run-in with Omanite, Omastar, Kabuto, and Kabutops and were forced to battle them, with Molly ending up capturing the Omanite she battled, having knocked it out using Teddiursa. That's when Aerodactyl appeared, forcing them to break out into a run, but he ended up getting captured by the prehistoric Pokémon, only escaping its grasp thanks to Charmeleon evolving into Charizard. Having been saved by Charizard, he battled against Aerodactyl, defeating the flying type and capturing it. I see, I didn't know you had to go through all that, but I'm glad you're safe and unharmed. Oak said honestly. I just had some slight bruising, but otherwise I'm alright. Ash said. Thank goodness for that. By the way, congratulations on your Charmeleon evolving into a Charizard, too. How has it been? Oak asked. Charizard's doing great. I'll train with him and my other Pokémon tomorrow to keep them in shape right along with Richie. Ash told him. I see. By the way, how's Aerodactyl been treating you and my Pokémon there? Ash asked. It's been very well behaved actually, quite surprising if you ask me. I was expecting to have some difficulties with it, but Aerodactyl has really mellowed out since you battled against it with Charizard. Oak said. Good, that's been bothering me. Ash sighed with relief. Oh, about the 2 fossils I found, do you know where I should go to revive them? Well, you're on your way to Cineabar Island, correct? That's right. Then that works out for you, there's a Pokémon lab there right along with the gym. The scientists there should be able to help you resurrect the two Amoras from the sail fossils you found. Oak told him. Sounds like a plan, I'll head there after my gym battle. Ash said. I wish you luck, Ash, and be safe. I will, talk to you another time, Professor Oak. You as well, my boy. Oak cut off the connection and Ash's Pokédex was finished with the upgrade. Placing it in his pocket, he went to join the others who were all waiting for him. Hey, what did Professor Oak want? Richie asked. He just called to let me know that there was an upgrade available for my Pokédex, speaking of which, get yours out, Richie, so we can upgrade it, too. Ash told him, taking his out of his pocket. Oh, okay. Richie got his out too. Now what? Point yours at mine, then hit the button in the middle. Ash said, pointed his at Richie. Okay. Richie pointed his Pokédex at Ash's, then hit the button in the middle, making it light up before a loading bar appeared. When it was full, it displayed the upgrade complete notification. Cool. Yep. Ash put his Pokédex away, then looked over at Misty. You look excited. Of course I'm excited. I can't help but wonder what kind of Pokémon is gonna hatch from this egg. By the way, I'm doing this right? Misty asked as she was still wiping her egg. Just relax, Misty, there's nothing for you to be nervous about, trust me, you're doing great. Ash said honestly. Oh, good. Misty sighed as she stopped wiping the egg. I really do hope it's a water-type Pokémon. I think it might be a rock-type Pokémon. Brock said. I vote normal-type Pokémon. Molly said, raising her hand. Me too. Tomo agreed. Ursa, I hope so, too. Teddy Ursa said. I think it's gonna be a fire-type. Richie said. Pikachu, I say electric-type. Sparky said. I say a ghost-type maybe. Zack said. Pikachu looked up at Ash in curiosity. Pikachu, what do you think, Ash? Ash shrugged his shoulders, doesn't matter what kind of Pokémon it is as long as it's healthy. Excuse me, a feminine voice called out to them, making them turn to face a woman wearing black shades along with a man carrying a basket full of eggs that looked similar to the one Misty has. We're egg sellers and would absolutely love it if you would either trade or buy one of our eggs in exchange for that one you have there. Misty held the egg closer to her. No thanks. Yeah, we have no interest in trading this egg or buying another one, so please go bother someone else. Ash said, narrowing his eyes at the two suspicious people. The man and woman huddled together and began whispering. They're not going for it. What now? The man questioned. Now, we go to plan B, she said, tossing the fake eggs in the air, making the gang look up, and by the time they realized, Misty's egg was gone, as were the man and woman. My egg's gone. Misty yelled. Those two must have stolen it while we were distracted. Richie said. I bet those two were Team Rocket. They won't be getting away with this. Pidgeotto, come out. Ash called out his flying type. Giotto, how can I help? Pidgeotto questioned. Team Rocket stolen Misty's egg, we need your help to find them. Ash told her. Pidgeot, I'll find them. Pidgeotto flew out of the Pokémon Center, followed closely by the others, who noticed something on the ground as they continued running after Pidgeotto. These look like broken egg shells, hopefully this will lead us to Team Rocket. Brock said. Just wait till I get my hands on them. Misty growled. No mercy this time. Richie was right with her on this one. Pika, that's right. Sparky was just as angry. Let's just hope the egg hasn't hatched yet, otherwise we'll have a real problem on our hands. Ash said. Pika, yeah, let's hope. Pikachu said. Who's that Pokémon? It's Aerodactyl. Screech. We finally got that egg of theirs, now all we have to do is make it hatch. Jessie smirked as she held the egg. But how are we going to get it to hatch? James wondered. Maybe we can try sitting on it to make it hatch. Meowth suggested. Great idea. James said. Just as they were about to get the egg to hatch, the shack they were hiding in had the door suddenly bust open. Looking up they saw it was Ash and the gang. "It's the twerps!" Meowth exclaimed. "How did they find us so fast?" James demanded. "Pidgeotto, use tackle," Ash ordered. Pidgeotto wasted no time in tackling the 3 idiots who had stolen the Pokémon egg the gang was taking care of. The egg flew out of Jessie's hands and into Ash's, who looked the egg over and saw it was unharmed before handing it over to Misty. "I think this belongs to you," Ash said, handing her the egg back. "Thanks, Ash." Misty held the egg close to her. "It's a good thing we got here just in time before it could hatch," Brock said. "Yeah." Richie nodded. Jessie growled, "You meddling twerps." "Meddling is right. Go Weezing." James called out the poison type. "Use poison gas," James ordered. Weezing sent out a poison gas attack, but Ash was prepared for that. "Pidgeotto, use gust." Pidgeotto flapped her wings at a high speed, creating a miniature tornado, then sent it at the poison gas attack, sending it over towards Team Rocket. "I can't see," Jessie complained. "This must be what it's like on the receiving end," James commented. "Too much gas," Meowth said. "Quick attack," Ash commanded. Pidgeotto became a white streak as she slammed into Weezing, knocking it into Team Rocket. "Good work, Pidgeotto," Ash complimented. "Giotto, thank you," Pidgeotto said. Zack whistled, "That's one strong flying type." "Yeah, no kidding," Richie agreed. Misty's egg decided at that moment to start hatching, taking everyone by surprise. "It's hatching. My egg is hatching." "Calm down, Misty. The important thing to do in this situation is to remain calm," Ash told her. "Right," Misty said, taking a deep breath to try and calm down as the egg continued to glow. "It's almost here." Molly stared in fascination. "Ursa, wow," Teddy Ursa said. "I can't wait to see what kind of Pokémon hatches," Tomo said, sounding very excited. "The suspense is killing me," Zack said. "Almost there," Ash said. The egg continued to glow until the light finally died down, revealing a small, light yellow Pokémon with a round body that is still encased in its eggshell. The Pokémon also has stubby hands and round feet with 2 toes each, 5 spikes on its head that seem to form a crown. It also has semi-oval, brown pads on the soles of its feet. "It's so cute," Misty squealed. "What kind of Pokémon is it though?" Zack wondered. "It's a Togepi." "You're very lucky, Misty. Togepi are rare Pokémon that aren't found so easily. Not to mention they're fairy-type Pokémon." Ash congratulated her. "Really?" Misty stared at the little one in disbelief. Richie scanned the little Pokémon. "Togepi, the spike ball Pokémon. Togepi is filled with an energy that makes people happy. When treated well, Togepi shares this energy with others, but when it comes near a human with an impure heart, this energy quickly disappears, leaving Togepi exhausted." "What a cute little Pokémon." Brock smiled. "Really cute." Molly smiled. "Ursa, cute," Teddy Ursa said. "So tiny." Tomo stared at the little Pokémon. Togepi opened its eyes, revealing the cutest brown eyes Misty had ever seen. She saw as the little one stared at her before smiling. "To Jeffrey, Mommy," it said. Ash chuckled, making everyone look at him. "What's so funny, Ash?" Misty asked. "Nothing, it's just cute that he called you Mommy." He smiled. "Mommy?" Richie and Misty exclaimed. "Yay, Misty's a mommy." Molly smiled. "Mama, Misty." Tomo grinned. "Ursa, Mommy, Misty." Teddy Ursa jumped up and down. "Congratulations, Mommy." Zack smirked. "Wait, how do you know it thinks Misty's his mom?" Richie asked. Look at your Pokédex again, Richie. Ash said simply. Richie did just that. Togepi is imprinted with the image of the first thing it sees after it hatches, thinking this is its mother. Oh. Richie said. It's not just Togepi though, when a Pokémon hatches from an egg it imprints the image of the first thing it sees to be its parent. Ash explained. Like how Molly's Teddiursa sees her as his mother. Misty remembered what Ash told her about how Molly hatched Teddiursa from an egg. This whole thing is touching, but, we want that Pokémon. Jessie said. So hand it over. James said. Yeah. Meowth got his claws ready. Not on your life. Ash was about to have Pidgeotto use another move on them when he heard Togepi speak and doing something with its tiny hands. Togi, Togi, Togi. Togepi said, moving his little arms back and forth. Why does this seem so familiar? Richie wondered. Togepi's using metronome. Ash exclaimed, returning Pidgeotto quickly before coming over to the others. So, that means. Zack said unsurely. Any attack can come out of it just like last time with the Clefairy. Brock said. Please may it not be a hyper beam. Misty suddenly got very worried seeing Togepi keep on smiling while waving his fingers back and forth until they finally started glowing. James and Jessie squealed, holding each other as Meowth started clinging their legs. What's it going to do? James yelled. I don't know. Jessie yelled back. Whatever it's about to do can't be good. Meowth stated. Togepi sent a gust attack at them, causing them to blast off into the air. You mean to tell me that little Pokémon can use a gust attack? Jessie yelled. Guess it's not as cute as we thought. James said. You can say that again. Meowth dryly. Team Rocket's blasting off again. Ash was impressed to say the least. That was pretty impressive for his first try. Pika, yeah. Pikachu nodded. That was amazing, Togepi. Misty held the little Pokémon towards her face with a smile. To Jeffrey, mommy happy. Togepi cheered. He's seriously a cute Pokémon. Good thing he didn't hatch and look to one of Team Rocket as his parent. Richie said. You said it. Brock agreed. Ash smiled as he saw Misty hugging Togepi. I think Togepi might good for Misty. What do you think? He asked Pikachu. Pika Pika, I think so, too. Pikachu agreed. With the Pokémon egg safely hatching into a healthy-looking Togepi, our heroes now have a new friend. Today we follow the gang as they head off to Cineabar Island, where Ash and Richie will earn their next gym badge and Ash can have his fossils revived by the scientists. Right now, Ash is in the middle of an important battle. Ash stared at a hiker that challenged him to a battle. To be honest, he was about to refuse and just go along his way with everyone else, but his Bulbasaur came out of his Pokeball after the raven-haired boy told him to get some rest, having battled many trainers already. For some reason Bulbasaur had been adamant about continuing to battle the trainers Ash came across, making the boy worry because he's never seen this kind of behavior in Bulbasaur before. Get ready, Bulbasaur. Ash told him. Bulba, I'm ready. Bulbasaur said, getting in position. I wonder why Ash keeps using Bulbasaur and not his other Pokemon. Misty wondered, holding Togepi. It's because Bulbasaur wants to keep battling for some reason that not even Ash can figure out. Brock explained. Bulbasaur's been acting strange ever since we got here. Richie observed. Something's wrong. Zack said. Is Bulbasaur sick? Molly wondered. He's not, is he? Tomo asked. No, I don't think so. But if he is, Ash will take care of him. Brock smiled. Pikachu was still worried about the Grass-type viewing him as a comrade in arms, and normally the Grass-type was very understanding, not to mention calm and collected when it came to battling and knowing when to quit when it gets to be too much. But this weird behavior has him very worried. Rhyhorn, use takedown. The hiker ordered. Rhyhorn charged at the Grass-type, who stood there looking calm despite the determined gleam in his eyes. Jump, Bulbasaur. Ash commanded. Bulbasaur used his vines to jump in the air, successfully avoiding Rhyhorn's takedown attack, landing back on the ground safely. Nice way to avoid that takedown. Misty complimented. Togepi, yay. Togepi said. Sometimes being creative in a battle can be helpful, too. Brock said. Take down again, Rhyhorn. The hiker ordered. Stop it in its tracks with Razor Leaf. Ash commanded. Bulbasaur sent Razor Leaves in front of Rhyhorn, stopping it from continuing its tackle attack. Now, Vine Whip. Ash said. The Grass-type used his Vine Whips to knock out the ground Rock-type Pokémon. That's that, Ash wins again. Zack said. This makes Bulbasaur's 5th victory, too. Brock tallied up. Ash bid the hiker farewell as he returned his Rhyhorn and walked away. When the raven-haired teen turned to his Bulbasaur, however, he nearly panicked. Bulbasaur, he ran over the Grass-type, crouching down to get a better look at his friend. Bulbasaur was on the ground, his bulb pulsating a blue glow, sweat pouring down his face as his little body began to shake. Bulbasaur, this is painful. Ash wasted no time picking up his friend. I'm taking you to a Pokémon Center. Brock, is there one nearby? There is. If we hurry we can get there quickly. Brock told them. They wasted no time in running to the Pokémon Center, their worry for Bulbasaur fueling them to keep on running so they can make sure their little friend would be okay. Nurse Joy, help, there's something wrong with Bulbasaur. Ash cried for help. Nurse Joy came over and inspected Bulbasaur. Oh dear, Chansey, let's get to work. Chansey, on it. Chansey said as they both took Bulbasaur in the back, leaving the gang in the waiting room. Ash was worried. I knew I should have convinced Bulbasaur to stop battling and get some rest. What was I thinking? Hi Pikachu, he'll be fine. Pikachu assured his friend, rubbing against his cheek. Don't blame yourself, Ash. Bulbasaur's been acting strange lately anyway, and besides, Bulbasaur himself wanted to keep battling. Brock told him. Ash sat down, still worried. You're right. I wonder what was wrong with the bulb on Bulbasaur's back. It was glowing blue. Zack wondered. Guess we'll find out when Nurse Joy's done with him. Richie said. It didn't take very long because Nurse Joy brought Bulbasaur right back out. Ash went up to her quickly. How is he? He asked, rubbing the Grass-type's head gently. Your Bulbasaur is just fine. In fact, you'll be happy to know that Bulbasaur will evolve soon. Nurse Joy smiled. Evolve? Richie exclaimed. That's great news. Misty smiled. Togepi, great news. Togepi said. So that's why Bulbasaur's bulb was glowing blue and he was shaking. It all makes sense now. Brock said. Good for you, Bulbasaur. Molly congratulated the Grass-type. You get to evolve. Tomo said. This is a good thing. Zack said. Ash didn't share in their enthusiasm and instead kept his gaze on Bulbasaur, who didn't seem to be happy that he was going to evolve soon. Pikachu was worried for both of them because they were so quiet. This is a special occasion because Bulbasaur will evolve at a special festival that's just for the Bulbasaurs. Nurse Joy informed them. Guess that means other Bulbasaurs will be evolving soon then too. Zack said. That's right. All the Bulbasaurs go to a secret location that's just for them, and once they return they become Ivysaurs now. She said. Sounds cool. Richie said. Ash didn't care for the conversation anymore because Bulbasaur didn't look all that comfortable either. He wondered how he and Squirtle must feel seeing Charmander, who evolved into Charmeleon then became a Charizard. Hopefully they didn't feel insecure about themselves because they were still in their first evolution stage. Who's that Pokémon? It's Ivysaur. Ivysaur. Everyone decided to stay at the Pokémon Center that night and were currently asleep, well, everyone except Bulbasaur and Pikachu, who was still worried for his friend. Pikachu, Pika, you okay? Pikachu asked. Bulbasaur didn't respond. Instead he thought back to when he met Ash when he was a little tinier. Flashback. Do you wanna go outside today, Bulbasaur? Ash asked. Bulba, yes. Bulbasaur cheered. Ash picked up the little grass type as they headed outside where the other Pokémon were. There were various types of Pokémon outside playing together or in the fighting type Pokémon's case sparring against each other. That breeze feels nice, doesn't it, Bulbasaur? Ash asked. Bulbasaur, it does. Bulbasaur smiled then looked sad because he knew he wouldn't be staying here for very long. You feel sad, don't you? Ash asked suddenly. Bulbasaur, how did you know? Bulbasaur wondered. I can tell, you're sad about leaving the ranch to go out on the road with the new trainer that's coming to get you in 2 days. Ash smiled. Bulbasaur, I'll miss you. Bulbasaur whined. I'll miss you too, Bulbasaur. Are you worried about what kind of person your trainer might be? Ash wondered. Bulbasaur, I am. What if I can't gain any confidence? Bulbasaur began to doubt himself. Ash simply smiled. Do you know what your second evolved form is? Bulbasaur nodded. They say an Ivysaur keeps a level head in battle, but in my opinion Bulbasaurs are better at keeping a level head. You may be shy now, but trust me, the more you travel and battle different Pokémon you'll become more level-headed and calm. Ash explained. Bulba, really? Bulbasaur said. Yeah, and if you decide to evolve into an Ivysaur it'll be your choice and no one else's. Professor Oak says that a Pokémon decides whether they're ready to evolve or not, but if you decide to evolve into an Ivysaur that's okay. Ash smiled down at the grass type. Bulbasaur decided to take those words to heart and vowed to remember this conversation. Flashback end. Bulbasaur didn't forget the conversation he had with Ash right before he was given to his original trainer. His original trainer expected him to evolve after they battled against 3 trainers and he defeated them all, and when he refused he was abandoned. When he saw Ash again he couldn't be happier. He was really happy when the boy remembered him and brought him along with him on his journey. He hadn't even thought about evolving until Charmander evolved into a Charmeleon, then his final evolved form Charizard. The thought of evolving had been nagging at him ever since, and while he knew Ash would never force him to evolve and would rather have him stay who he is. Closing his eyes he thought about what he should do until he finally came to a conclusion. He knew what he wanted. Hi Pikachu, Bulbasaur. Pikachu called out to the grass type. Before Bulbasaur could say anything he noticed some Bulbasaurs going past the Pokémon Center, prompting him to watch them along with Pikachu, who wondered where they were headed off to, but before they could contemplate on it the group of Bulbasaurs used their vines to grab Ash's Bulbasaur, yanking him towards them. Hi Pikachu, Bulbasaur. Pikachu cried, as it was too late to go after them, so instead he went back to the Pokémon Center to wake up Ash and the others. Pikapi, Ash. Pikachu yelled. Ash blinked as he sat up. Pikachu. What's wrong? Hi Pikachu, Pika Pikachu, Bulbasaur was kidnapped by other Bulbasaurs. Pikachu explained. What? Ash exclaimed. What's going on, Ash? Misty sat up rubbing her eyes. Pikachu said Bulbasaur was just abducted by other Bulbasaurs. It must be that festival Nurse Joy was telling us about. I'm going after them. Ash put his hat and jacket on and bolted out of the room. Ash, wait for us. Brock yelled, running after him along with the others. They managed to catch up to the young trainer, seeing he was following a trail. What is this? Richie questioned. It's pollen. If we continue to follow it then we'll find Bulbasaur. Brock told them. Just then some vines from trees tried to block them from getting through, but Ash wasn't having any of that. Pikachu, use Iron Tail. Pika, got it. Pikachu's tail glowed white before he sliced up the vines that were blocking them before moving on. Bulbasaur. Ash thought. Having run for God knows how long, they finally arrived inside the great mysterious garden where they spotted thousands of Bulbasaurs including Ash's. This must be it. Ash stared. Look at all of the Bulbasaurs. Richie said. There's so many of them. Misty stared. Hey look. Zack pointed at a tree. The tree starts to open, revealing a quadruped Pokémon with bumpy, blue-green skin. It has small, circular red eyes, a short, blunt snout, and a wide mouth with 2 pointed teeth in the upper jaw and 4 in the lower jaw. On top of its head are small, pointed ears with reddish-pink insides. It has 3 clawed toes on each foot. The bud on its back has bloomed in a large pink, white-spotted flower. The flower is supported by a thick, brown trunk surrounded by green fronds. A Venusaur. Ash gasped. Richie scanned it. Venusaur, the final form of the Bulbasaur evolution. This seed Pokémon soaks up the sun's rays as a source of energy. From that description the Pokédex makes Venusaur seem more like a plant than a Pokémon. Brock commented. Professor Oak said some scientists have debated about it. Ash said. Sounds amazing. Molly said. Look, something's happening to the Bulbasaurs. Tomo brought their attention back to the grass-type Pokémon. All of the Bulbasaurs are happy they get to evolve, except for Ash's Bulbasaur who doesn't look happy about this at all. Ash was about to call out to him but decided against it knowing that he might put his Pokémon in danger if he called out to him all of a sudden. The bulbs on all of the Bulbasaur's backs begin to glow signaling they were about to evolve into their second evolved form, and soon enough one by one they started evolving into Ivysaurs. They're evolving into Ivysaurs. Ash said. Richie scanned them again. The seed Pokémon, Ivysaur, Bulbasaur's evolved form. The bulb on its back absorbs nourishment and blooms into a large flower. People have always disagreed as to whether Bulbasaur is a plant or an animal. Maybe Bulbasaur are a symbol that all life on Earth is connected. Brock explained. Ash wasn't paying attention to Brock's explanation because he was more worried for his Bulbasaur who was struggling, not to evolve. Bulbasaur's struggling, he doesn't want to evolve. Bulbasaur did that last time, too. Richie said. That Venusaur doesn't look too happy about it either, look at its expression. Zack said. It was true, Venusaur did not look happy that Ash's Bulbasaur refused to evolve with the rest of Bulbasaurs that were gathered there, and the Ivysaur didn't look too pleased either. Venusaur, why do you refuse to evolve? Venusaur yelled. What did it say, Ash? Brock asked. He said, why do you refuse to evolve? Ash translated. It's upset because Bulbasaur doesn't want to evolve. Why? Richie wondered. Probably because this is considered a sacred ritual and for Bulbasaur to reject it, they probably see it as disrespectful. Brock theorized. Ash still kept stared at the Venusaur wanting to see what he'd do since Bulbasaur didn't answer him still resisting the evolution. He got his answer when he saw Venusaur shoot his vine whip at his friend, not even thinking about his actions and what it might cause he shot out of his hiding spot grabbing Bulbasaur and getting him out of the way of the vine whip landing on his side as he cradled his friend in his arms. Pika Pie, Ash. Pikachu shot out of the clearing crouching down in front of his friends his cheeks cackling with electricity. Bulba, Ash. Bulbasaur cried as his trainer opened his eyes smiling down at him. You okay? Ash asked. Bulbasaur nodded still worried about Ash more than himself. That's good, Ash sat up staring Venusaur right in the eye. I'm sorry to intrude, but I wasn't just going to stand by and let you hurt my friend simply because he doesn't want to evolve. Pika, that's right. Pikachu agreed. The others came out hiding at that very moment ready to defend their friend if the situation gets out of hand. Venusaur didn't respond to Ash's words and instead sent some pollen from its back towards a tree that causing it to grow more. What is it doing? Tomo wondered. It's manipulating nature. Misty said in awe. Venusaur then looks at Bulbasaur, then, Venusaur, little one, if you evolve you can do this as well. Ash, what did it just say? Brock questioned. Venusaur says that if Bulbasaur evolves he can do that, too. Ash translated still holding his friend. Venusaur was surprised a mere human could actually understand its words, for that had only been possible so long ago. Bulbasaur jumped out Ash's arms staring Venusaur down. Bulbasaur Bulbasaur, I decide when it's the right time to evolve, not you. Bulbasaur. Ash said. What did Bulbasaur say? Misty asked. He said, I decide when it's the right time to evolve, not you. Ash told them. So Bulbasaur wants to decide himself whether he wants to evolve or not. Richie said. Just then a shadow loomed over them. Looking up they saw it Team Rocket, who arrived in their hot air balloon. Team Rocket. Ash growled. How did they even get here? Did they follow us? Richie exclaimed. Team Rocket did their stupid intro before they started skinning up the Ivysaurs that were gathered there into a bag, and almost got Pikachu, but Bulbasaur was quicker and grabbed the yellow rodent with his vines, pulling him back down. Bulbasaur, how about we knock them out of the sky? Ash told his friend. Bulbasaur, sounds good to me. Bulbasaur said, getting ready to get rid of these fools. Hey, should we capture Bulbasaur as well? James wondered. Jessie and Meowth laughed, as if we need that weak little Pokémon, she mocked. Yeah, I bet it can't even get us at this height. Meowth laughed. Bulbasaur then shouts to the sky and the sun rises over the horizon. The sun's rays enters through the opening into the top of the bulb in his back. Is that, it is? Ash said. Bulbasaur gave Ash a look, who returned it. Bulbasaur, use solar beam. The bulb glows and a huge blue beam of energy shoots out, hitting the balloon causing it to explode. Bulbasaur then uses Razor Leaf to free the Ivysaur. Jessie got out of the basket growling, why that annoying little plant Pokémon? How dare it shoot us out of the sky like that? I guess it wasn't a weak Pokémon after all. James groaned. Meowth was about to say something but flinched under the murderous gazes of the Ivysaur. We've got trouble. What's wrong with them? Jessie looked uncomfortable. They're mad we came here unannounced and tried to steal them away. Meowth said. That's not good. James said. All the Ivysaur, including Venusaur and Bulbasaur, shoot their vines at Team Rocket, sending them flying. Team Rocket's blasting off. Ha! Take that. Richie said. Ash smiled and was about to congratulate his friend when all of a sudden Bulbasaur's whole body lit up, taking everyone by surprise. No way, Bulbasaur. In the place of Bulbasaur was a quadruped Pokémon similar to a dinosaur. It has blue-green skin with darker patches. On top of its head are pointed ears with black insides, and it has narrow red eyes. It has a short, rounded snout with a wide mouth. Two pointed teeth protrude from its upper jaw. Each of its feet have 3 claws on them. The bulb on its back has bloomed into a large pink bud. A short brown trunk surrounded by leafy green fronds supports the bud. Ivysaur. Bulbasaur, evolved. Misty gasped. But why? I thought Bulbasaur didn't want to evolve, so why did it now? Richie wondered. Ash got down on one knee. Why the sudden change of heart? Ivysaur, Ivysaur, I already made the decision to evolve, but on my own terms. Ivysaur stated. On your own terms? Ash questioned. Ivysaur Ivy, I decided to evolve after I finally learned Solar Beam. Ivysaur grinned. Ash blinked then laughed, confusing everyone until he finally calmed down. So basically you were planning on evolving after you finally learned Solar Beam. Ivysaur Ivy. Ivysaur, I took your words to heart. I decided when it's time to evolve. Ivysaur recalled the very words. And that time is now, huh? Ash smiled, as long as you're okay with it then so am I. I'm sorry, Ivysaur. Ivysaur grinned then turned to Venusaur. Ivysaur Ivy, Ivysaur Ivy, Ivysaur Ivy. I don't need someone to tell me to evolve because I decide when it's the right time to evolve, and that time is now. Venusaur nodded his head in respect to his decision and stretched out his vine towards the newly evolved Ivysaur, who did the same thing. All in all, everything worked out okay. Having made the choice to evolve itself, Bulbasaur, now Ivysaur has gained more than the respect of gathered grass types around him, but has also forged a more powerful bond with Ash. With that, our heroes are on the road once again. Pokémon captured. On hand. Ash's Pokémon, Pikachu, male, Shiny EV, female, Ivysaur, male, Kirlia, female, Charizard, male, Squirtle, male, and Pidgeotto, female. Molly's Pokémon, Teddiursa, male, Lilligant, female, Shiny Espion, female. Ninetales, female, Alakazam, male, Clefable, female, and Omanite, gender unknown. Misty's Pokémon, Togepi, male, Starmie, Staryu, Psyduck, male, Goldeen, female, Vaporeon, male, Froakie, male, and Jinx, female, Shiny Vaporeon, female, Shiny Glaceon, female, and Horsia, male. Brock's Pokémon, Geodude, male, Onix, male, Chespin, male, Shiny Flareon, female, and Shiny Leafeon, female. Richie's Pokémon, Pikachu, Sparky, male, Charmeleon, Zippo, male, Butterfree, Happy, male, Shiny Umbreon, Midnight, male, Shiny Jolteon, Speedy, male, Gengar, Shadow, and Eve, female. Tomo's Pokémon, Kangaskhan, female, Growlithe, male, Poliwhirl, male, Geodude, male, Weepinbell, male. Zack's Pokémon, Jinx, female, Electivire, male, Magmortar, male, Swampert, male, Gardevoir, Shiny, female, Gengar, male. At the ranch. Ash's Pokémon, Shiny Meowstic, female, Shiny Cloyster, male, Starmie, Braixen, female, Luxray, male, Scizor, male, Slowpoke, male, Rapidash, female, Nidoqueen, female, Nidoking, male, Xatu, male, Scizor, male, Gyarados, female, Krabby, male, Glaceon, female, Leafeon, female, Umbreon, male, Espion, female, Flareon, male, Jolteon, male, Vaporeon, male, Primeape, male, Ralts, male, Charmander, male, Squirtle, male, Electabuzz, male, Magmar, male, Rhyhorn, male, Tauros 25. Male, Kadabra, male, Butterfree, male, Pink Butterfree, female, Sandshrew, male, Porygon, genderless, Lapras, female, Haunter, male, Dratini, male, Riolu, male, Jigglypuff, female, Aerodactyl, male. Tomo's Pokémon, Voltorb, male, Cubone, male, Hitmonlee, male, Hitmonchan, male. Molly's Pokémon, Execute, male, Raichu, male, Tangrowth, male, Machop, male, Beedrill, male. Richie's Pokémon, Venomoth, male, Fiero, male, Farfetch'd, male, Dodrio, male, Hoot, male, Scyther, male. The Princess Festival is a day where girls rule and the guys have to do whatever the girls tell them. This is what is happening with our heroes right now, as both Molly and Misty are interested in the festival. Look at that dress, doesn't it look adorable? Misty squealed as she stared at the pretty pink dress before her. Richie groaned, not again. The gang arrived at Ohina town that was currently having its annual Princess Festival that was just for girls, and of course that meant shopping sales, discounts, and games that were especially for girls. Unfortunately, that also meant the dreadful shopping spree that was just for girls, and Misty was having a field day. She couldn't look at an accessory, dress, or shoes for 5 minutes before buying it, forcing one of the boys to carry her bags, and by one of the boys that meant Richie, Zack, Brock, and Tomo. Why wasn't Ash carrying Misty's things, you ask? It's simple really, the reason he wasn't carrying Misty's bags is because he was carrying Molly's. Molly looked around the stores that were selling all kinds of things and seemed to stare the longest at the dress section. Ash saw the expression on Molly's face and saw she was hesitating. Smiling, he grabbed her hand and they walked inside a store where he asked her pick out whatever kind of dress she wanted. She beamed with happiness and picked out what she wanted, and Ash didn't complain one bit. It's not so bad, Richie, this is Misty and Molly's day, so why not let them have it? Ash said, carrying Molly's bags, which wasn't all that much. Pikachu volunteered to carry some too. How are you even okay with this? Zack questioned. Ash shrugged, I think it's a good holiday, and besides this is the perfect opportunity to get Molly some new clothes and toys. Tomo, I'll get you some new clothes and toys the next time, okay? Tomo smiled, nodding in appreciation. Molly was smiling too. Back home she didn't have that many clothes and toys, only bringing whatever was back at that cold and lonely mansion with her. Richie groaned, well, if you're okay with it then dash. Oh my gosh. Look at that one. Misty squealed again. Brock sagged his shoulders, more dresses for Misty I suppose. Pie Pikachu, no more. Sparky whined. After they went around the different stores to buy some more clothes for both Molly and Misty, they finally took a break. Now they were just sitting around eating sweats. Wow, look at all this food. Everything looks so delicious. Misty smiled, picking up a spoon, and it's all for us, right Molly, she said, taking a bite. To Jeffrey, looks yummy. Togepi smiled. Here you go Togepi, try some. Misty fed the fairy type. Togi, yummy. Togepi said. Molly shook her head, taking her spoon, scooping up some cream and presenting it to Teddy Ursa. Here Teddy Ursa, you have some, too. Ursa, yay. Teddy Ursa took a bite and squealed in happiness at the taste. Ash chuckled, giving her another spoon. Here, this is yours. Molly gave her brother the puppy dog look. Will you feed me, big brother? She asked. Of course, Ash smiled, scooping up some of her parfait. Here. Molly opened her mouth and ate it with a smile. It's good. Good. Brock smiled. You gotta admit, that was really cute. Yeah, I guess. Zack shrugged. I still can't believe Misty made us carry all her bags. This holiday's a nightmare for guys. Richie placed his head down on the table. Pikachu, it is. Sparky agreed. Pikachu, it's not so bad. Pikachu said. Pikachu pie Pika, that's because you only had to carry Molly's bags and she didn't even have that much stuff. Sparky complained. Pikachu simply shrugged. But seriously Misty, just how much can you eat? Richie said. Plenty, girls eat a lot at the festival. Misty said, stuffing her face. Hey wait, that's all you're having? Guys have to pay for whatever the girls order, so drinking this juice is all we're going to have. Ash said, feeding Molly again. Oh right, I forgot. She went back to eating. Excuse me, miss. Would you allow me to be your prince on this Princess Day? Brock said to a waitress. The waitress giggled, that is so cute, when you grow up big and strong you'll meet a nice girl. Ah! Brock exclaimed before eating Misty's parfait. Shot down again, huh Brock? Richie grinned. Look at that sign. Misty directed their attention towards the sign behind Ash. Big sale, 75% 90% off. Ash read before standing up quickly, we're going. Definitely. Misty agreed with him. Oh God, there's two of them. Richie and Zack groaned together this time. Pikapi, Ash. Pikachu sweat dropped. Meanwhile James and Meowth were having a miserable day because they had to pamper Jessie like she was the queen of everything. Her bossing them around was nothing new, but thanks to his holiday it became worse. Jessie, this is boring. I hate this silly princess festival. James whined. Stop complaining, you don't think I'm doing this shopping all for myself, do you? Jessie said. Huh? You bought stuff for us? Meowth was genuinely surprised. Jessie reached into her bag and took something out. No. I'm buying lots of gifts for the boss, so he won't be so mad at us for not catching Pikachu. You think that'll work? James questioned. Only if she can find a half-price Pikachu. Meowth brought both paws behind his head. Suddenly a Pokémon emerged from the bushes. It was a bipedal Pokémon with a round body and a thick, powerful tail. It has soft, pink skin with curved yellow lines on its belly and yellow ring markings on its knees. It has a thumb-like claw on each hand, and a single large nail on each foot. There is a yellow spot on its palms and the soles of its feet. It has beady eyes and a long, prehensile tongue. The tongue is likely connected to its tail, which twitches when the tongue is pulled. Licky, I'm hungry. It said. Huh. James and Meowth stared getting up from the bench. What in the world is that? Jessie questioned. The pink Pokémon walked closer to her, then stretched out its tongue, taking all of the food she had in her hand, the same food she was planning to give to the boss. It ate it right in front of her. Ah. Jessie said. It's got good taste. James commented. That's one hungry Lickitung. Meowth said. Lickitung sat down on the ground and proceeded to eat the rest of Jessie's food that she had wrapped up into gifts. Stop that, she cried. Lickitung sat up, walking away before stopping again, continuing to eat. That was our present for the boss, go get your own dinner, she yelled. Lickitung spit out the clothes Jessie bought, realizing it wasn't food, letting them fall to the ground. No. Those are original copies of genuine designer fakes. Jessie cried. Lickitung proceeded to walk away, prompting Jessie to take out a Pokeball. Don't think you just gonna eat and run, Lickitung. She tossed the Pokeball into the air. Go, Arbok, out came the poison type. Chabok, present. Arbok announced. Lickitung simple liked Arbok, making it paralyzed before it fainted, taking Team Rocket by surprise. Arbok is liked. James stated. How dare you? I'll show you, Pokeball go. Jessie threw a Pokeball at Lickitung, watching as it made contact, sking it inside of the Pokeball, signaling an instant capture. She captured a Lickitung. Meowth said. What are you going to do with it? James wondered. I'll deal with this thing later, she told them. Now I'm going to give my credit cards a good workout. She said, walking away. Oh. Meowth said. The Princess Shopathon continues. James merely shrugged, following after her. Misty was busy fighting off some girls for some dress she spotted while the guys sat down looking exhausted. I wonder if my mom or Aunt Delia act like this when they go shopping. Richie leaned back into the couch. Brock merely groaned in response. Zack was passed out asleep, as was Tomo, who leaned against Ash. The raven-haired teen spotted a dress that was perfect for Molly. It was a blue dress with stars on them and she absolutely loved it. Molly was resting with the guys, not wanting to shop anymore, and simply watched Misty fight over a dress some woman. Hopefully this doesn't turn into a fight, but when it comes to shopping and females you never know. Ash said. Oh yeah. Brock said. Hey, back off. Misty suddenly yelled. You back off, you little twerp, a familiar female voice yelled back. Ash, Brock, and Richie looked at each other. That voice. Richie said. It can't be. Ash carefully laid Tomo's head down on the couch as he ran over by Misty with the others following him. I should have known, Team Rocket. Looks like Jessie and Misty were fighting over some dress. Brock observed. Just then a woman came by and took the dress the two were fighting over. I'll take that. She said, walking away. Hey, that's mine. Misty and Jessie yelled at the woman, who turned around, giving them the scariest face they'd ever seen. Richie's sweat dropped. Talk about scary. Pika, very scary. Sparky agreed. I'm sorry, I must have been mistaken. Misty smiled nervously. That would look divine on you. Jessie said, smiling nervously. Attention Princess Festival shoppers. Attention Princess Festival shoppers. In just a few minutes we will be holding the main event of this year's Princess Festival. The Queen of the Princess Festival contest, the announcer said. The contest. Misty said. The contest? Jessie questioned. And the tons of beautiful girls. Brock smiled. Pika Pika, persistent. Pikachu said dryly. The prize for the contest winner will be a beautiful one-of-a-kind collection of Pokémon Princess dolls. Princess dolls. Misty and Jessie exclaimed. And in addition, the winner will have her picture taken with screen sensation Fiorella Cappuccino. Every woman in the store started going crazy, rushing out the door quickly, thankfully not trampling the others as they stood out of the way. Misty and Jessie stood there next to each other looking determined. "Say kid, why don't we use the contest to resolve our little dispute?" Jessie offered. "And the winner gets to keep the doll collection," Misty bargained. "All right with me." Jessie smirked. Ash felt a tug on his shirt. Looking down he saw it was Molly who was giving him that look. He could tell she really wanted the Pokémon Princess doll collection too, seeing as how she had never had one. Mom probably wanted to get her one but didn't know where to look. Rubbing her head he smiled, "You can enter the main event too, do your best, okay?" Molly beamed up at him, "Okay." Zach chose that time to wake up along with Tomo. "What did we miss?" "Wow, what a crowd. This certainly looks like quite a princess festival competition this year, doesn't it Fiorella?" the commenter said. "Yes, it's very exciting." Fiorella agreed. "And the winner of our contest must be as poised a Jinx, sitting as a Jigglypuff, and possess the grace and charm of an Oddish. Now let's meet our Princess Festival contestants," the commenter said. The curtain raised itself, revealing the females entering the contest, including Jessie, Misty, and Molly. They were all wearing kimonos and had crowns on their heads. Jessie's kimono was red with patterns on them, Misty's was a pink, her hair was also styled long, and Molly had her hair styled long, too, wearing a pretty blue kimono. Ash was smiling from ear to ear. Molly looks adorable in her kimono. "Zach, you're taking pictures, right?" Yeah, I'm taking the picture," Zach said, snapping some pictures of Molly and Misty, but made sure to get more pictures of Molly. "Oh man, Aunt Delia's gonna love seeing those pictures," Richie said. "Not if Ash hogs them all first." Brock smiled. "But Misty looks really pretty, doesn't she?" Ash said, holding Togepi. To Jeffrey, "Mommy pretty." Togepi smiled. "Yeah, she looks really amazing." Brock agreed. "Well, we certainly seem to have a lovely group of young ladies assembled this year. Don't you agree, Fiorella?" the commenter asked. "Yes." Fiorella smiled. "Being so smart, beautiful, and talented, I shouldn't have a problem winning," Misty boasted. Jessie laughed. "I'm sure you'll win the contest, little girl, if they have a Pee-wee division." "My mom's prettier than you." Molly insulted Jessie on Misty's behalf. A tick mark appeared on Jessie's head, making Misty laugh, then smiled. "So you're entering this too, Molly?" "Aha." Molly smiled. "Now let's all take a look at the special prize they'll be competing for. Right here. There's nowhere like it in the world. It's unique. It's antique. It's a beautiful handmade, custom crafted, one of a kind Pokémon Princess doll set. Batteries sold separately," he announced as the crowd went wild. "Pikachu, it's me." Pikachu smiled. "It looks really nice." Ash smiled. "Pokémon Princess dolls." Jessie stared. "The only set in the whole world." Misty said. "What a shame, putting so much effort into a contest you're going to lose." Jessie mocked. "We'll see who loses." Misty gave her a determined smile. "Now will all contestants please present their Pokeballs," the announcer said. "Huh? You want us to battle?" Misty questioned. "You mean, this isn't just a beauty contest?" Jessie questioned. "Oh no, the festival contest winner also has to be a skilled Pokémon trainer," the announcer told them. "See, this is how the contestants match up," Fiorella said, showing them a chart. "The rules are simple. The contestants are broken up into divisions, and they may use up to 4 Pokémon to battle," the announcer explained. The gang saw Misty and Molly were in Division 1, while Jessie was in Division 2. "Okay," Misty said, getting pumped. "May the best woman win," Jessie said. Molly also looked determined. With that over, Misty and Molly got changed and met back up with the others. Misty clasped both hands together. "Please guys, I need to borrow your Pokémon just for the contest." The guys looked at each other in uncertainty, especially Ash. His Pokémon didn't dislike Misty, but that didn't mean they'd just listen to her simply because she asked. "Misty, we don't mind lending you our Pokémon, but they might not listen to you," Ash told her. "If you just tell them to obey all my instructions, they will." Misty smiled. "Please say, yes." "She's not joking, is she?" Zach's sweat dropped. "Nope." Richie said. Ash turned to Pikachu. "Pikachu, would you be willing to give Misty a hand?" "Pika, of course." Pikachu smiled, jumping in the redhead's arms. "Thanks, Pikachu." Misty smiled. "Geez, do you want to take a picture with that Fiorella guy that badly?" Richie questioned. "I'm doing it for the doll set," Misty said. "The doll set?" Richie questioned. "You're an only child, you wouldn't understand, but when you're the youngest of 4 sisters, having something that only belongs to you is important. My sisters all had their own princess dolls, but all I got was their broken old hand-me-downs. And they'd say, 'Isn't that great, Misty? You get 3 whole sets of dolls for yourself.'" Misty revealed, "But now I'll win my own Pokémon princess dolls." "It must be a girl thing," Brock whispered to Ash. Ash nodded. "Misty's not the only one. Molly has always wanted one herself, but Mom didn't know where to get one for her, so Misty's going to have some competition for the doll set with my sister entering." Brock nodded in agreement. "I think you're right." Ash called out his Ivysaur. "Ivysaur, Misty needs your help with something, is that okay?" Ivysaur, "Very well," Ivysaur said. "Pikachu is an electric type, Ivysaur's a grass poison type, Vulpix is a fire type, and with my Starmie as a water type, how can I lose? Thanks for your help, guys." Misty smiled. "Don't forget, Misty, Molly's going to be your toughest opponent in this," Ash reminded. "I didn't forget, may the best girl win." Misty smiled. Let's do our best, Misty." Molly smiled. "Now Molly, you can only use 4 Pokémon. Have you decided yet?" Ash asked. "Aha, Teddiursa, Lilligant, Espion, and Ninetales." Molly smiled. "That's a good team. Teddiursa's a normal type, Lilligant's a grass type, Espion's a psychic type, and Ninetales is a fire type," Brock said. Ash bent down till he was the same eye level as Pikachu and Ivysaur. "Now you all do whatever Misty tells you to do, and make sure you give it your all. Go out there and do your best." "Pika, got it." Pikachu smiled. "Ivysaur, we'll make sure to do our best." Ivysaur smiled. "You too, Vulpix." Brock rubbed the fire type's head. Vulpix cooed as a response. "Thanks, both of you. Now I'm ready to battle," Misty said. "Who's that Pokémon?" "It's Butterfree." "Free. Eastern Division Misty. Go, Kingler." A girl sent out her Kingler against Misty. Richie scanned it. Kingler, the evolved form of Krabby. A pincer Pokémon whose claws can pinch with the power of 10,000 horsepower. "Be careful, Misty," Ash told her. "Don't worry about me, go Ivysaur," Misty said. Ivysaur stood before Kingler ready for battle. "In the Eastern Division we have a match between Ivysaur and Kingler," the announcer said. "Ivysaur, Vine Whip go," Mist ordered. Ivysaur used a Vine Whip attack to tie Kingler up. The attack against Kingler has worked zingers. The Vine Whipped Pokémon is powerless, looks like it's back to the Pokeball for Kingler. What Pokémon will take its place? This is getting exciting. Ivysaur tackled a Pinsir, Vine Whipped a Cubone, and used Razor Leaf on Eradicate, showing no mercy. This Ivysaur's not giving its opponents the slightest chance. It's a real fighter, and Misty is off to a very strong start. "Yeah, that's right. And I'm gonna have a very strong finish, too. Misty declared. Eastern Division Molly. Go, Beedrill, another female contestant said, going up against Molly, who had taken down all her Pokémon, leaving only Beedrill. In another part of the Eastern Division we have Espeon up against Beedrill. Use Psybeam. Molly ordered. Espeon fired a multicolored beam from the gem on her head towards Beedrill, watching as it made a direct hit, knocking it unconscious, winning Maul the round. Another good start, and this time by Molly, who uses only her Espeon. Such amazing talent for someone so young. Molly smiled, hugging Espeon. We did it. Esp, we did. Espeon smiled. Western Division Jessie. The challenger from the Western Division is using a Primeape. What'll her opponent Jessie use for her first attack? What choice do you have? All you have is an Arbok. James told her. That's not exactly accurate. Jessie told him. James gasped as he just now realized something. Jessie, please, don't take Weezing. You'll never win with just 2 Pokémon. Meowth pointed out. Jessie smirked. You seem to be forgetting something, Meowth. The two of them had a stare down as Meowth was trying to ponder what she meant, while Jessie was waiting for him to get a clue. After what dragged on for too long, Meowth finally got what she was saying. Ah. I'm a Pokémon, too. Glad you remembered, now get in there. Jessie grabbed him before tossing him in the ring. Jessie has chosen to start the battle with a Meowth. Listen, Banana Boy, don't make me mad or I'm gonna have to hurt ya. Meowth warned. Primeape wasted no time in taking Meowth out, sending him flying through the air. Oh well, it was worth a shot. Jessie's sweat dropped. Go Arbok. Arbok got into the arena and bit down on Primeape's fist, poisoning the fighting-type Pokémon. Could Arbok's poison be taking effect? It looks like it's working. Primeape passed out right then and there. No. No. My Primeape. Yeah. I'm going straight to the top. Jessie cheered. She just might win this thing. James said. Molly and Misty proceeded to destroy their opponents one by one, showing no mercy to them at all. The two of them had made it to the finals. What a competition. With a whole variety of Pokémon, both Molly and Misty are winning their way right into the finals. Jessie was also dominating her opponents with ease, much to the surprise of Ash and the others. And in the Western Division, Arbok and Weezing are bringing Jessie one victory after another. Ash and the others saw Misty, Molly, and Jessie rise to the top until the fated match between Misty and Jessie finally came up on screen. Misty's going up against Jessie now. If Misty wins against her, she'll have to go up against Molly. Richie said. Pikachu, yeah. Sparky nodded. Neither one of them is ever gonna give in though, so it could be either of them who wins. Brock said. I just hope this whole thing doesn't get out of hand. Ash said. During a competition like this? I doubt it. Zack said. I hope Misty beats her. Tomo said. Meanwhile, Misty and Jessie were giving each other the evil eye. Those princess dolls are mine. Jessie declared. We'll just see about that. Misty said. We're down to the semifinals between Jessie and Misty. The announcer said. See, semifinals are fantastico. Fiorella agreed. Undefeated Eastern Division champion Misty battles Western Division champion Jessie for the Queen of the Princess Festival title. Who will be the victor? I'm going to be the victor. What kind of stupid question is that? Jessie yelled. Arbok, go. Jessie sent out Arbok. Pikachu, go. Misty sent out Pikachu. Misty's opening the battle with Pikachu, but Jessie's Arbok may have the advantage. Jessie's face appeared behind him angrily. May have? Jessie does have the advantage. Thunder Shock, now. Misty ordered. Pikachu wasted no time shocking the poison type, causing it pain and knocking it out completely. Jessie growled, Weezing, get that Pikachu. Weezing came at Pikachu this time, but another thundershock sent it back and into an unconscious Arbok. That was a lucky shot, go Meowth. Jessie sent out Meowth this time. Meowth can handle anything. Meowth said only to get the same treatment as Arbok, Weezing, and Meowth. Looks like the battle's over. It's not over, not yet, you've still got that Lickitung you caught, Jess. Meowth reminded. I forgot, Lickitung. Jessie just remembered. That's right. You can use Lickitung and win this. James encouraged. I can almost taste victory. Lickitung, go. Jessie sent out Lickitung. What the? Richie stared. Team Rocket has another Pokémon? Misty gasped. Of all the Pokémon to get, they had to capture a Lickitung. Ash sighed. Richie scanned it. Lickitung, the liking Pokémon. It uses a tongue that is more than twice the length of its body to battle, as well as to gather food. Lickitung are normal-type Pokémon, the same as Teddiursa. Misty needs battle carefully if she wants to beat Jessie. Ash said seriously. What is it about normal types anyway? Richie wondered. A normal-type Pokémon's moves are best used for same-type attack bonus or when their abilities are boosted, such as Refrigerate, making them receive a 30% power boost, and Pixelate, which is the same as Refrigerate. Refrigerate also causes normal-type moves to become Ice-types, while Pixelate causes normal-type moves to become Fairy-types. Ash explained. I'm sensing there's something else in that explanation of yours. Zack urged him to continue. Normal-type Pokémon have wide move pools, which includes powerful attack types like Fighting, Ground, and Dark, which cover all three types that resist their normal-type moves. Ash went on. You mean to tell a normal-type Pokémon can learn an Electric-type or even a Fire-type move? Richie exclaimed. Ash nodded, Thunder and Fire Punch to be exact. They're Fighting-type moves. Brock brought a finger to his chin, interesting. Their defense varies too, some have a high special defense while others don't, and normal-type Pokémon are immune to ghost types and they're most vulnerable against fighting types. Ash said. Do you still think Misty can win this? Tomo asked. Maybe, we'll see. Ash said. Looks like it's last licks for Jessie and her Lickitung. Pikachu, be careful and make sure that Pokémon doesn't give you a tongue lashing. Misty warned. You can lick Pikachu, Lickitung so. Jessie ordered. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Before Pikachu could, though, Lickitung liked his face, paralyzing the electric type and knocking him out. Pikachu! Ash cried. Misty went over by the downed electric type. What's wrong, Pikachu? Pikachu is too dizzy to continue. Lickitung leading Jessie to a major upset. This is exciting. Fiorella gave the peace sign. I was afraid of this. Lickitung's tongue is coated with a sticky saliva that causes a tingling sensation when touched. It's also powerful enough to lift people. Ash said. Then she's in big trouble if she doesn't think of something, and quick. Richie said. Pikachu, you can do it. Sparky encouraged. To Jeffrey, go, mommy. Togepi also encouraged. Hooray, I did. Jessie cheered. You certainly did. James and Meowth said. Ivysaur, use Vine Whip. Misty ordered. Ivysaur used his Vine Whip on Lickitung, but that proved to be useless as Lickitung grabbed the Vine Whip and lifted Ivysaur off the ground. It then proceeded to lick Ivysaur before tossing it away like he was nothing. Ivysaur! Ash cried out for his friend. 2 down, 2 to go. Jessie! Not even Ivysaur can attack it. Richie exclaimed. DMN, she probably just caught the thing and it's taken down both Pikachu and Ivysaur like it was nothing. Zack whistled. If Misty doesn't think of something fast, she's gonna lose this battle, and the contest. Brock said. Ash was thinking about what Pokemon Misty could use that could give her the advantage over Lickitung, Vulpix is no good, she also has Starmie a water type but I don't know it, wait a water type. That's it. Ash exclaimed. What is? Richie wondered. Vulpix go, use your flamethrower attack. Misty ordered. Vulpix was about to use flamethrower but Lickitung got the poor little fire type too. Vulpix, no. Brock cried. This could be one of the greatest Pokémon comebacks in history. Now Misty has only one Pokémon left to try and stop this Lickitung or Jessie will walk away queen of the Princess Festival. I refuse to lose, so Starmie, it's all up to you. Go Starmie. Misty didn't send out Starmie though as Psyduck appeared out of his Pokeball. Sigh, I'm out. Psyduck said. Huh. Misty said. Psyduck. Richie blinked. That's good. Ash said. How is Psyduck coming out of his Pokeball good? Brock questioned. Psyduck just might be the one to defeat Lickitung. Ash smiled. If you say so. Zack wasn't so sure. Go, Psyduck. Tomo cheered. It's kind of disappointing to beat such a pathetic Pokémon, but a win's a win. Slurp that Psyduck and let's get going. Jessie ordered. Lickitung liked Psyduck but it had no effect on him. Huh. Jessie said. Hey. Richie said. Ash smiled, looks like I was right, Lickitung's attacks have no effect on Psyduck. Misty can beat Jessie. Tomo smiled. This is incredible. Lickitung's Lick attack isn't working against Psyduck. Wow. Just like in the movies. Fiorella commented. Lickitung, finish it off. Jessie ordered. Lickitung wrapped its whole tongue around Psyduck but it still had no effect on the water type. Nice work Psyduck. Now it's time to fight back, use your water gun attack. Misty told him. Psyduck just stared at her before tilting his head in confusion making Misty sweat drop. Oh no, I knew this was too good to be true. I'm not gonna let that little brat cost me this contest. Lickitung, prepare for a tackle attack. Jessie ordered. Lickitung ignored her prompting Jessie to fall to the ground in exasperation. I've never seen anything like it. The Pokémon are totally ignoring their trainers. I don't know about Psyduck, but that Lickitung is definitely ignoring Jessie's commands. Ash said. Lickitung liked Psyduck again but this time Psyduck's head started to hurt making him move it from side to side. Something appears to be happening, Psyduck doesn't look so hot. It looks like it's got a headache to me. Fiorella observed. Ash smiled, and we all know what happens when Psyduck gets a headache. Misty smiled too, that's it. Psychic power. Psyduck, use your confusion attack. Psyduck opened his eyes, his body outlined in red while Lickitung's was outlined in blue. He forced the normal-type Pokémon to whack itself with its own tongue sending it rolling away into Team Rocket sending them blasting off. Looks like Team Rocket's blasting off again. I won. Misty cheered. And Misty defeats Jessie and moves on to the finals where she will go up against Molly. Who will win and become queen of the Princess Festival? Here it is. Ash said sounding tense. Yeah. Richie gulped. Molly and Misty were standing before each other both looking determined to win this festival. It's now come down to the final two contestants. Who will win? Molly or Misty? This is sure to be exciting. Fiorella said. Pikachu, Ivysaur, and Vulpix aren't fit for battle after being attacked by Lickitung. Luckily I get to use Starmie since Psyduck doesn't feel like battling anymore. Misty thought. Teddiursa, you go. Molly said to her friend. Ursa, right. Teddiursa said getting ready to battle. She's going with Teddiursa, not good. Ash said. Teddiursa's Molly's strongest Pokémon, Misty better be on her guard. Brock said. Go, Starmie. Misty called her water Pokémon. So she's using Starmie then. Zack observed. Psyduck must have gone back allowing Misty to use Starmie now. Brock said. I'm surprised that announcer guy hasn't said anything about that yet. Richie commented. I don't think he cares anymore. Ash smiled nervously. Starmie, use water gun. Misty ordered. Starmie fired a water gun at Teddiursa. Jump. Molly ordered. Teddiursa jumped out of the way. Teddiursa, use Focus Punch. The bear Pokemon's fist was laced with white energy as he slammed it right into Starmie, making it a direct hit. Starmie! Misty cried. Did you see that? What a tough teddy bear. And very cute. Fiorella smiled. Teddiursa knows Focus Punch. Brock stared in astonishment. Yep. Ash nodded. All right Starmie, try a rapid spin attack. Starmie spun rapidly, coming at Teddiursa quickly, who simply waited calmly, trusting his trainer. Protect. Molly called out. Oh. Richie said. A green sphere of protective energy protected Teddiursa from the rapid spin attack, sending Starmie far away. Not good. Ash said. Now finish this up with Thunder Punch. Molly ordered. Teddiursa's fist was laced with electricity as he slammed it into Starmie, making another direct hit and ending the match. Starmie! Misty cried, running up to her Pokémon. And that's it. Molly has become our new Princess Festival Queen. Molly is so magnifico. Fiorella smiled. Misty sighed, then smiled, returning Starmie. You did great Starmie, take a nice long rest. She said, returning the water Pokémon. Misty. Molly came up to the girl looking nervous, but Misty simply smiled, rubbing her head. Congratulations Molly, make sure you take good care of those dolls, okay? She told the girl. Molly grinned, yeah. Ursa. Yeah. Teddiursa gave her the peace sign. So Molly ended up winning the whole tournament, gaining her very own Pokémon Princess doll set with a smile on her face, making Ash smile. She earned this, she truly did. Ash placed the posted address on the box. There we go, it's set to go straight home. Hopefully Mom will be home to pick it up. I wonder what kind of expression she'll make when she sees these dolls. She'll probably be grinning from ear to ear. Richie said. Pikachu, yeah. Sparky said. So you're really okay with Molly getting the dolls? Brock asked Misty. Yeah, I'm okay with it. I'd rather they'd go to Molly than Jessie from Team Rocket. Misty said. Can't argue with that. Zack nodded. Tomo nodded in agreement too. They watched as the Pidgeot transport vehicle drove away with the box. Molly couldn't wait to play with her new dolls and try out her new clothes when they eventually go home. So, Molly won her very own doll set, and the bond between her and her Pokémon grew stronger because of this experience. The journey continues. Today Ash and the gang have decided to take a break to simply eat and rest up, but they are being watched by a mysterious individual. The gang decided to rest up, having walked for many miles already and were starting to get hungry anyway, so this worked out for everyone. Everyone was currently eating Brock's famous rice ball that were really good as usual. Meanwhile Ash, Pikachu, and Squirtle were training together. Good work Squirtle, now use Bubble. Ash ordered. Squirtle proceeded to fire bubbles out of his mouth, aiming at the trees and hitting the targets. Good. Pikachu, use Light Screen. Ash told his best friend. Ash and Pikachu had been working on expanding his move set. They do still practice some electric-type moves, like Thunder Wave, Wild Charge, which they're still working on, and Electric Terrain. The raven-haired teen thought it was time to give Pikachu a more variety of moves to catch their enemies off guard. He was also thinking about doing that with all of his Pokémon for when he begins training them for the Indigo League. He vowed that all of his Pokémon would have a chance to enter the Indigo League, not wanting them to feel left out. He was also going to start rotating his Pokémon too, so he'll probably send Charizard, Ivysaur and Kirlia back so he can start training his Ralts, Riolu and Dratini. The reason he was working with Squirtle today was because he didn't want Squirtle to feel left out, and besides he promised he would train with him today anyway along with Pikachu. Pikachu managed to create a light screen much to the astonishment of the others, but Ash smiled in success. It worked. Great job both of you. Ash complimented his friends. Squirtle squirt, thanks boss. Squirtle grinned. Pikachu gave him the peace sign, Pika, thanks. Pikachu and Squirtle are looking good. Hey Richie, are you going to train today? Brock asked. Yeah, I plan on getting some training in too. Richie said. I still can't believe you two only need 2 badges left, time sure does fly doesn't it? Misty said. Togi, time flies. Togepi smiled. Sure does doesn't it? Brock agreed. I wonder what Cineabar Island is like. Molly wondered. I bet it's a big island. Tomo stretched his arms out wide to emphasize his point. Well, it is called Cinnabar Island. Zack commented. Ash was about to call out another attack when he heard a clicking noise, making him turn his head sharply towards the bushes, where he heard the noise and soon saw something black poke its way out of the bush that looked eerily similar to a gun. Water gun. Ash ordered Squirtle, pointing at the bush. Squirtle used water gun right at the bush where they heard a voice. Wait, please stop, the male voice from the bush pleaded. Okay Squirtle, that's enough. Ash halted his water Pokémon. Squirtle stopped with the water gun attack but was still on edge, as was everyone else who hadn't really noticed anything until Ash ordered Squirtle to use water gun. Come out, now, or I'll have Pikachu electrocute you. Ash demanded. Pika, come out. Pikachu's cheeks were already sparking with electricity. Wait, please don't, I mean you no harm. The person came out of the bushes looking soaked. The person was a young boy with brown curly hair, wearing a red striped shirt, black fingerless gloves on his hands, sporting brown shorts, and brown shoes. There was a camera hanging around his neck. Who are you? Ash demanded. My name is Todd. Todd introduced himself. Why were you spying on us? Ash interrogated him. I'm a Pokémon photographer. I wasn't trying to spy on you, honestly. I was trying to capture a picture of Pikachu that didn't look posed and was completely natural. Todd explained. Ash stared at him for a few more minutes before smiling. I believe you, but in the near future I suggest you be more careful. After today I think I'll do that. Todd said sheepishly. My name's Ash, and this Pikachu and Squirtle. Ash introduced. Pika, hey. Pikachu greeted. Squirtle, yo. Squirtle saluted. Hi, I'm Misty and this little cutie is Togepi. Misty introduced. To Jeffrey, hi. Togepi greeted. My name's Brock. Brock introduced himself. I'm Richie and this is Sparky. Richie greeted. Pikachu, yo. Sparky greeted. Name's Zack. Zack waved. I'm Molly and this Teddy Ursa. Molly smiled. Ursa, hi there. Teddy Ursa greeted. And I'm Tomo. Tomo introduced. Nice to meet you all. Todd said. You said you were a Pokémon photographer, right? That means you must have taken lots of other Pokémon pictures then. Brock said. That's right, there's a house nearby, so you take a look at my pictures there. Todd suggested. I think that's a good idea. Ash said. Pika, let's go. Pikachu smiled. So the gang followed Todd to a house, eager to see what kind of Pokémon he captured on his camera. Having settled in, Todd proceeded to show them a magazine. Wow, look big brother, it's a Butterfree. Molly smiled. What's this one? Tomo pointed. That's a Sandslash, it's the evolved form of Sandshrew. Ash said. Look at all of the pictures you've taken though, are you famous for this? Richie wondered. Todd rubbed the back of his head. Well, not at first, but after I took a picture of this at Grandpa Canyon I suddenly got really popular. He showed them a picture of an Aerodactyl that looked eerily familiar. "Hey, that's the same Aerodactyl Ash caught!" Richie exclaimed. "Well, it really is." Zack blinked. "I can't believe you managed to get a good picture of it flying. With Ash in its claws." Brock observed. "Wait a minute, are you seriously saying you caught that Aerodactyl?" "That's impossible!" Todd exclaimed. "Try zooming in." Ash said calmly. Todd did just that. He zoomed in on the picture and sure enough there was Ash in the Pokemon's claws. "It is you." "But how?" "We were only there to look for fossils. But we ended up finding prehistoric Pokemon instead." Ash smiled nervously. "Out of all of us, Ash is the only one who actually found 2 fossils, even though he caught Aerodactyl." Zack said. "Molly also caught an Omanite." Ash reminded. "Oh yeah, we forgot about that." Misty smiled sheepishly. "That's amazing. Do you happen to have Aerodactyl with you right now?" Todd asked. "No, he was sent back home, but Molly does have her Omanite with her." Ash said. "Can I see it? I would love to take a picture of it." Todd asked. Molly thought about it before she nodded, letting out the prehistoric rock-water type Pokemon. "Hi, Omani." Molly greeted her new friend, giving it a new nickname. "Ursa, hi." Teddy Ursa greeted. Omanite smiled at Molly, jumping in the girl's lap. "Omanite, Molly. Looks like Omanite's happy to see you too, it didn't hesitate to call you Molly." Ash smiled. "Aha." Molly smiled. "Amazing." Todd said, getting out his camera, taking pictures of Omanite as it sat in Molly's lap, a prehistoric Pokemon interacting with a human for the very first time. "Amazing." Omanite didn't appreciate the light that came off from the camera, so it spit a water gun in the boy's face, soaking him. Ash smiled nervously. "I guess it doesn't like it when you take pictures of it." "Pika Pika, yep." Pikachu nodded his head in agreement. "Who's that Pokemon?" "It's Geodude." "Geodude." As a token of apology for not believing Ash had captured Aerodactyl, he made them all pancakes, which were very good in their opinion. As they were eating, Todd used that opportunity to try and take a picture of Pikachu, but that proved to be a bad idea because the electric type had zapped Todd out of surprise. "Hey Todd, if you don't mind me asking, why have you been trying to constantly take pictures of Pikachu? You can always take pictures of our other Pokemon like Squirtle here." Ash told him. Squirtle shrugged. "Squirtle, Squirt, sure, why not?" Todd shook his head. "I appreciate the offer, Ash, but I only want to take pictures of Pikachu." "Why's that?" Richie questioned. "Tell you guys." Todd told them. The group understood, but Ash was still suspicious about his hesitation, but more importantly he was wondering if someone had told him to follow them so they can take pictures of Pikachu. If so, then who? With their bellies full once again, they decided to leave the house, while Todd decided to hide in the grass, hidden away from the group, to try and take a picture of Pikachu again. He followed them for a while until they stopped to take a break. Brock, Misty, Tomo, Molly, and Zack were resting under a tree. Ash and Richie were training their Pokemon. The raven-haired teen was training Pikachu and Squirtle, while Richie trained with his Pikachu as well. Todd tried twice to take a picture of Pikachu, but the little mouse Pokemon would hide behind Ash every time. Todd eventually left them alone and met up with the people who asked him to take a picture of Pikachu. "Sorry for making you wait so long, but unfortunately I haven't taken Pikachu yet," Todd told them regretfully. "Oh, don't let it worry you, dear. Take your time," the disguised woman told him. Yes, take your time," the disguised man told him. Todd decided to set up his camera and wait for them to come to him, and he wasn't disappointed when he saw them walking down the road towards him. "Seriously though, why does take pictures of Pokemon anyway? I mean, Pikachu looked uncomfortable," Richie said. "You know how paintings capture the emotions of anyone painted in it? That's what Todd's doing, but it's different." When he takes pictures of the Pokémon, he captures his pictures display a memory of the past, something you'll always remember. Ash said with a smile. Unknown to him, Todd was moved by what Ash said and had to stop the tears from coming out of his eyes. Thank you, Ash. Ash stopped walking all of a sudden, prompting the others to stop right along with him. Something wrong, Ash? Misty wondered. Said boy narrowed his eyes at a certain spot in the ground before them and picked up a rock before tossing it right in front of them, revealing, you guessed it. A pitfall trap. Ash's eyebrow twitched. Okay, it's obvious Team Rocket's running out of ideas when it comes to traps. Come out. Richie demanded. Are you guys okay? Todd came out of hiding to check on them. We're fine, Todd. Ash smiled. Wait, what are you doing here? Zack asked curiously. You twerps. Their attention was brought back towards Team Rockets, who took off their disguises. And you. You tricked us. Jessie accused. What? What are you talking about? And who are you? Todd demanded. They're Team Rocket, they go around stealing other people's Pokémon. Judging by their reaction towards you, they probably expecting you to steal Pikachu from me, not take his picture. Ash guessed. Meowth flinched as Jessie and James turned their eyes on him. Guess I read it wrong. No matter, we'll just take Pikachu the old-fashioned way. Jessie stated, sending out Arbok, while James sent out Weezing. You just try it. Ash growled. Squirtle stood before his trainer looking ready for battle. Get ready, Squirtle. Squirtle, got it. Squirtle said. Like that little turtle can do anything. Jessie said, Arbok, us tackle. Counter with rapid spin. Ash ordered. Squirtle retreated inside his shell before spinning rapidly, meeting Arbok head on and sending it flying. Try with a tackle of your own, Weezing. James tried. Before Ash could give Squirtle a command, the turtle Pokémon created a green shield around himself that Weezing slammed into before he was also sent flying. Was that? Misty trailed off. That was Protect. Brock said. When did Squirtle learn that? Richie wondered. Todd was too busy taking pictures to comment. He was getting some good pictures of the battle. Ash was about to congratulate his Pokémon when Squirtle's body began to glow. Squirtle's evolving. Todd was taking pictures rapidly, not wanting to miss this. This was something he always wanted to take a picture of, and now he has that opportunity. The light was no more, and in Squirtle's place was another Pokémon. It was a bipedal, indigo Pokémon similar to a turtle. It has brown eyes, a dark blue streak on each cheek, and 2 sharp teeth protruding from its upper jaw. It has 3 clawed fingers and pointed toes. Pale blue fur covers its long ears and tail. A brown shell with a pale yellow underside encases its body. A thick, white rim separates the upper and lower halves of the shell. Wartortle. Wartortle said. Squirtle evolved into Wartortle. Molly smiled. Ursa, cool. Teddy Ursa said. Richie scanned Squirtle's evolved form. Wartortle, the turtle Pokémon. The evolved form of Squirtle. A highly sought-after Pokémon because its long fur-covered tail is said to bring good luck. Ash scanned Wartortle's moves. Bite, Protect, Water Pulse, Aqua Tail, and Hydro Pump. Egg moves, Aqua Jet and Dragon Pulse have been unlocked. Ash smirked. Let's try out your new moves, Wartortle. Water Pulse. Wartortle created a blue sphere of energy from in between its hands. It then fired the sphere at Arbok and Weezing, which explodes into a wave of water. Arbok. Weezing. We're not done yet. Hydro Pump. Ash ordered. Wartortle releases a powerful stream of water from its mouth at Team Rocket, sending them flying away. Why that annoying little turtle? Jessie growled. You know, for a little guy it sure does pack a punch. James said. Forget that. I still need to interrogate the twerp. Meowth complained. Team Rocket's blasting off again. See ya. Richie waved. Ash hugged Wartortle, you were great. Wartortle, thanks. Wartortle grinned, hugging Ash back. Todd smiled as he took one last picture of Ash hugging Wartortle. It was something he would keep in his album forever. Having met their new friend Todd and Wartortle's sudden evolution, our heroes are on the road once again. The journey continues. Today Ash and the gang are simply relaxing along with their new friend Todd, who tells Ash of an exam he knows will benefit the raven-haired team. The gang was currently enjoying their lunch that Ash helped make this time at his insistence. He felt bad that Brock always handles the food by himself and wanted to help. Brock was thankful for the help and allowed him to help. Turns out Ash is a pretty good cook, but he insists his mom is much better than him. Richie sighed, that was good. Pika, sure was. Sparky smiled with satisfaction. Hey, I just realized something. Misty spoke up. What's that? Zack wondered. Both Ash and Richie haven't won a gym badge in a while. She pointed out. Richie squawked at what she said while Ash looked thoughtful. That's true, but then again Cineabar Island is pretty far. That's right. Richie said. Speaking of which, how are you guys feeling about going to the Cineabar gym? I mean, this will be your 7th badge. Brock reminded. Ash sported a serious look at the question. The gym leader there uses fire types, so he would need to head to the Pokemon Center there first before he even thinks about battling the man. Ash? Misty called out to the zoned-out boy. As soon as we get there, I'm going to transfer some Pokemon to go up against the gym leader since he uses fire types. Ash told them. Who were you planning on using? Brock questioned. Wartortle, Vaporeon, and Gyarados. Ash said. Using all water types, huh? Zack said. What about you, Richie? You don't have any water types now that I think about it, but you do have Zippo, who can still cause some damage since he's a fire type. Fire types are also weak against ground and rock types. Ash told his cousin. Richie closed his eyes in thought before speaking. Can I use Happy against one of his fire types? Ash nodded. Bug types only do 1/2 worth of damage, but Happy is a safe choice. Just make sure you don't rush into things. Richie nodded. Who else? You can try using Shadow, too. Ash suggested. Oh yeah, I can use Shadow. Richie smiled. Then there you go, you have your team ready. You've been training them, right? Ash asked. Richie nodded. Yeah, Zippo and Happy have learned some new moves too. Then we have a plan. Ash said. So Ash is using all water types while Richie sticks with Zippo, Happy, and Shadow. Brock thought, it could work. Misty nodded in agreement. Should be interesting. Zack commented. Seeing them battle is always so much fun, isn't it? Molly said to Tomo. It is. Tomo agreed. Todd then thought of something. Hey Ash, I just thought of something. You should take the Pokemon League admissions exam. Admissions exam? What's that? Misty questioned. It's an exam where people are allowed to access into the Pokemon League without having to earn gym badges. Todd explained. Ash didn't look so sure about taking the exam. He liked traveling with his friends and family. I don't know. I say go for it, besides it's not like you'll get a bad score. Zack said. But. Ash tried protesting again. Yeah Ash, you should do it. Richie encouraged. I'll think you'll do well. Brock said. I think so, too. Misty agreed. Big Brother's the smartest person we know. Molly said. Tomo nodded. He's the smartest person in the whole world. Ash sweat dropped at this. Technically the smartest person in the world is Professor Oak. He thought. So what do you say, Ash, will you take the exam? Todd asked. Looking at all of their eager faces made him finally give in. Fine, you win, I'll take the exam. Happy now? Judging by their eager faces, the answer was obvious. With that in mind, the group headed off to where the Pokémon League admissions exam building was. Ash had to admit that he was actually very curious as to how the exam was organized, and who knows, he might get something out of it. He walked up to the registration desk and was instantly greeted by a kind woman. "Hello, are you here to take the admissions exam?" "Yes, ma'am," Ash said politely. She registered him in the computer database before giving him a number which he took. It read 7 on it, meaning it was his testing number. "How come the twerp got number 7 and not me?" a female voice complained. Ash instantly turned his head towards her, making her turn away. He rolled his eyes. That was obviously Jessie disguised as schoolgirl. Doesn't she have any shame? He had no idea why they were here, and honestly he couldn't care less. "Please follow me to the examination room," the woman said, leading the group to where the exam was. Looking around, they saw there were other people here, too. "Look at all of the people here," Misty said, looking around. "I'm not worried, Ash can do this," Richie said confidently. "He'll probably get the highest score too. I actually feel sorry for these guys." Zach smirked. Nurse Joy then came into the room and Brock spotted her immediately. Nurse Joy, but before he could follow her, Misty yanked him by the ear. "Don't even think about it," Misty growled, still holding his ear. Togi, don't think about it," Togepi repeated with a smile. As they walked into the room, the group was greeted by the head instructor. He was a tall man wearing a blue jacket that had the letter P on it. "Welcome, before you take the test please place your Pokeballs on the counter." Ash nodded and did just that, but he gave Pikachu over to Molly, who held the electric type in her arms. "Take care of Pikachu, okay Molly?" "Okay." Molly smiled. Pika, good luck," Pikachu said. Ash smiled at his friend's support before turning to Nurse Joy. "I have to ask though, why are you taking the exam, Nurse Joy?" She smiled. "Well, you see, I'm here to take the exam so I can be a Pokemon master." I see." He smiled nervously before he looked over by the door to see James had walked in pretending to be a schoolboy, but he knew it was him. First Jessie, now James. Just what are they up to, he thought. As soon as the head instructor read James's registration number, he was pulled out of the room by Jessie, making Ash shake his head as he took a seat waiting for the test to begin, while everyone else left giving him their support. Jessie and James soon came back, and that was the time for the test to begin. For the first part of the test, it will be a written exam. We will test your knowledge on Pokémon. All you have to do for this part is answer true or false. Ash was reminded of the time he took Professor Oak's Pokémon exam to become his personal assistant and closed his eyes to relax. Just remain calm and answer the best way you can. Begin. He flipped his test over, eyeing question 1. T or F, the final evolved form of the fire-type Charmander, is a fire dragon-type Pokémon. Easy answer. Ash thought, putting down false. T or F, rock-type Pokémon are weak against these types: water, grass, fighting, ground, and steel. Ash wrote down true for this one. I know the purpose of this exam is test our knowledge on Pokémon, but these questions are pretty easy. T or F, Ditto can breed with any Pokémon other than the Pokémon in the undiscovered group and itself, including genderless Pokémon, to produce eggs of the other species. He put down true. This question will be tricky for anyone if they don't know about Ditto. Ash thought. T or F, Eevee can evolve using these methods: Jolteon Thunder Stone, Vaporeon Water Stone, Flareon Fire Stone, Espeon when leveled up with the High Friendship during the daytime or leveled up with High Friendship with a Sun Shard in the bag. Umbreon when leveled up with High Friendship during the nighttime or when leveled up with High Friendship with a Moon Stone in the bag. Leafeon Moss Rock, Glacian Ice Rock, Sylveon when leveled up with a Fairy-type move and 2 levels of affection. Ash wrote down true for this one. These questions are starting to get more interesting, he thought. James meanwhile was fuming at a question involving Magikarp, having remembered the time he had won when he was swindled. As he looked over by Jessie, he sweat dropped when he noticed she put true for every question. Pencils down. Everyone put their pencils down and Ash stretched his arms above his head feeling pretty good about the written portion. We will now begin the second portion of the exam. This portion will test your ability to recognize Pokémon. The screen behind me will show you an image of a Pokémon and you have to guess what it is, the instructor told them. The screen lit up showing an image of a Pokémon in the shape of a ball. Ash looked hard at the image thinking very carefully about what it could be. It's not a Voltorb or Electrode, and I know it's not an Azurill. He thought before giving it a guess, Jigglypuff. A Pokeball. James answered. It's an Electrode. Jesse answered. Ash mentally sighed, so James thinks it's a Pokeball while Jesse thinks it's an Electrode. While Jesse's answer is acceptable, James's answer is just ridiculous. The correct answer is, Jigglypuff. The head instructor revealed showing the image, which was indeed Jigglypuff. Ash blinked, I actually got it right. Maybe it's because I have one of my own, but I didn't really pay close attention to Jigglypuff's body size. Guess I have a good memory. Here's the next image. The next image revealed a swirl that looked familiar to Ash. There were many water types back at Professor Oak's lab and the most common he saw were Poliwhirl and Poliwag. Looking closer at the image he noticed that it looked slightly small, meaning it couldn't be a Poliwhirl or Poliwrath, the evolved form of Poliwhirl when evolved from a water stone. Confident in his answer he said it out loud. Poliwag. Ash answered. Omanite. James answered having remembered seeing them back at Grandpa Canyon. An Arbok when it's all coiled up. Jesse answered. Ash resisted the urge to face palm. In what way does that look like an Arbok when it's coiled up? The correct answer is, Poliwag. Ash smiled slightly, another right answer, so far so good. James slumped as he got another one wrong, but Jessie was fuming as she found the questions to be too hard to answer. Next image. Another image showed a fiery tail making Ash almost blurt out Charmander, but he looked closer and very carefully and came to another answer instead. Ponyta. Ash said. Charmeleon. James answered. Arbok with its tail on fire. Jesse answered. Ash sweat dropped, that could not be more wrong. The correct answer is, Ponyta. The head instructor said. I'm doing better than I thought I would. Ash smiled. Jesse stood up all of a sudden, these questions are ridiculous. I demand to be asked easier questions. The head instructor pointed in her direction, you are expelled. Leave immediately. Jessie's face became bright red as she stomped out of the room, slamming the door right behind her, making everyone in the room wince. I'm not surprised in the least. Ash thought. James meanwhile had a different reaction, don't worry Jessie. I swear I'll pass for the both of us. Who's that Pokémon? It's Vulpix. Vulpix. Ash stepped out of the testing room with a sigh, that was exhausting. Was it that bad? Misty asked as she came up to him. The questions were really interesting, but in my opinion the hardest part of the exam was the visual part, but I managed to do pretty good on it. Ash smiled as Pikachu took his spot on his shoulder. So there was a visual part of the test, huh? Interesting. Brock said. I wonder what my final score is. Ash wondered. Ash, come check out the scoreboards. Todd brought their attention over to him standing in front of a scoreboard. Curiosity getting the better of them, they went over and saw the results of who got the highest and lowest scores. Not to anyone's surprise, Ash got the highest score out of everybody. Ash blinked a few times before tilting his head, well I'll be. Todd snapped a picture, you got the highest score out of everybody, Ash. That's amazing. I'm surprised actually, I didn't think I'd get the top score, but then again the second portion of the exam was pretty easy to understand once you get the hang of it. Ash said to himself. Zack snorted, looking around at some nerds as they glared at Ash, these guys are pathetic, jealous cause he got the highest score. That's my cousin for you. Richie grinned. So now what? Brock wondered. There's a third portion of the exam and that's the battle portion. Ash told them. I feel bad for the poor guy that has to go up against Ash. Misty whispered to Brock. Brock nodded his head in agreement. Do your best, big brother. Tomo encouraged. You can do it. Molly smiled. Thank you. Ash rubbed their heads. After seeing the scoreboard results with Ash getting the highest and James scoring the lowest, everyone went outside for the battle portion of the exam. There was a field outside and the examinees were getting ready to take the third portion of the exam. Ash was there along with Nurse Joy and James from Team Rocket. He still didn't understand what the man was doing here, but he didn't wonder about it for long as the instructor came. This is the third portion of the exam, which you know is the battle portion. You will be facing off against the instructors here in a 3-on-3 battle. If you win said 3 battles you will pass the third exam. You will receive 3 random Pokeballs with random Pokemon inside them. The head instructor explained. While the man was explaining the rules, Ash's friends were sitting on the stands watching. Todd was snapping pictures of Ash's calm face. This portion of the exam is going to be interesting, I can feel it. So they have to battle the instructors instead of each other, Misty comments. I wonder what Pokemon they'll use. Who knows? This part of the exam is not only to test their battling skills, but how well they connect with the Pokemon they battle with. Brock explained. Well, since it's Ash I'm not all that worried. Richie said. Big brother's gonna blow them all away. Tomo smiled. You can do it. Molly cheered. After the ones taking the third portion of the exam got their Pokeballs, the first one to challenge an instructor was Nurse Joy. She had a Squirtle and was doing pretty well. Ash was really impressed. James and Ash were tasked in battling the head instructor. James went first. Let the battle begin. The head instructor declared before sending out his Pokemon first. Graveler. The Pokemon declared. Graveler is a living, bipedal boulder. It has a rocky crest about its small eyes. It has 4 arms, each with a 3-fingered hand. A Graveler, so he's sending out a rock type. Brock said. Richie scanned the Pokemon. Graveler, often seen rolling down mountain trails. Obstacles are just things to roll straight over, not avoid. Todd snapped a picture. This should be good. James sent out his Pokemon this time and out came a Pikachu. Pikachu. It said. A Pikachu. Misty said. Electric type moves don't have any effect on rock types. Wonder what this examinee will do. Brock wondered. James smirked. This is perfect. I know everything there is about Pikachu, having been electrocuted many times than I could count. Use Thunderbolt. James made the first move. Pikachu sent a Thunderbolt attack at Graveler, but since it was a rock type it had no effect. Misty face-palmed. Did he really just use a Thunderbolt attack on a rock-type Pokemon? That's what it looks like. Brock said slowly. Graveler, use Tackle. Graveler tackled Pikachu, sending it flying and knocking it out. Saw that coming. Richie commented. Todd snapped a picture. James got angry at the instructor. Why you the rest of you come out? He sent out 2 more Pokeballs and out came Charizard and Ivysaur. Hey, that's cheating. Misty yelled. A loud buzz was heard and everyone blinked as they heard it. You have violated the rules and are therefore expelled. The man told James. Ash shook his head. What did James think he was going to accomplish by doing what he did? He shouldn't even be surprised anymore. Without any sort of hesitation he stepped up next and got ready. Look, it's Ash's turn now. Misty said. Todd got his camera ready. I've been waiting for this. The head instructor sent out another Pokemon, Flareon. Let's go. Out came Flareon. Flareon. Ash sent out a random Pokeball he got from the head instructor and was surprised when out came a Weezing. Ash got a Weezing. Misty blinked. That's surprising. Brock said. Yeah, but Ash doesn't look like he minds though. Richie said. Todd snapped a picture of Ash's calm demeanor. Flareon, use flamethrower. Flareon fired a stream of flames at Weezing. Dodge it. Ash ordered. Weezing moved out of the way of flames and Ash got an idea, use smog. Weezing expelled smoke from its mouth at the flames, which explode and send Flareon flying backwards. The head instructor smiled, excellent attack. Now, use Leer. Use smokescreen to hide. Before Leer could take effect, Weezing hid within the smokescreen, leaving Flareon looking around confused. Now tackle. Weezing shot out from the smokescreen and tackled Flareon, knocking it out cold and giving Ash the win. Todd snapped a picture, that was impressive. Ash uses Weezing a lot better than James from Team Rocket does. Richie comments. Team Rocket could win if they battled like that. Brock said. Meanwhile, James from Team Rocket was taking notes on Ash's battling strategy. The head instructor nodded his head in approval. I am very impressed with your battling strategy. Now call out your next Pokémon. Ash returned Weezing and called out his next Pokémon, which was an Arbok. Chabok. First a Weezing and now Arbok. Isn't it strange that Ash is battling with two Pokémon from Team Rocket? Misty questioned. Maybe, but you've gotta admit that Ash probably knows more about Weezing and Arbok than James and Jesse do. Brock said. No kidding. Richie said. The head instructor called out his next Pokémon, which was a Jolteon. Jolteon. So the instructor's using a Jolteon this time. Brock said. Yeah. Misty nodded. Jolteon, use agility. Like I'll let that happen. Ash thought, use glare. Arbok glared at Jolteon, stopping it in its tracks and giving Ash the chance to attack. Use Iron Tail. Arbok's tail glowed white as it slammed its tail right at Jolteon, making it a direct hit. It hit. Richie exclaimed. Pika, I saw it. Sparky was just as surprised. Finish this with tackle. Arbok shot at Jolteon, slamming into it and ending the second battle and making the Ash the victor once again. Yeah, that's showing them Ash. Misty cheered. Amazing. Jolteon didn't even get to attack once. Todd snapped a picture. Meowth was impressed. Wow, that twerp battles with Arbok better than Jesse does. He received a whack to the head for that comment. Oh, be quiet. There's no way that twerp uses Arbok better than me. Jesse growled. I don't know Jesse, James spoke up, the twerp does battle with them better than us. Jessie looked like she was about to rip her hair out. No he doesn't. The head instructor sent out his last Pokémon, which was a Vaporeon. Ash sent out his last Pokémon too, which was Meowth. Meow. Meowth said. A Meowth? Misty and Richie exclaimed. That makes 3 Pokémon of Team Rockets that Ash has used in the 3rd exam so far. Brock commented. 3 for 3. Who would have guessed? Misty smiles nervously. Wah. That twerp's battling with a Meowth. Meowth exclaimed. Maybe this Meowth will be more useful than you. Jessie said. Say what? Meowth growled. Ash decided to make the first move. Meowth, use Payday. The yellow gem on Meowth's head glowed as it sent yellow coins at the ground near Vaporeon, distracting and preventing it from doing anything. Wow, so that's what the gem on Meowth's head does. Misty stared. We've never seen Team Rocket's Meowth doing something like that before. Brock commented. Meowth growled, I can use Payday just as better as that Meowth. James and Jesse gave him disbelieving looks, but didn't comment on what he said. Use Night Slash. Meowth's claws glowed purple as it slashed Vaporeon, sending the water Pokémon flying backwards. Ash then got another idea and wanted to try it out for a very long time now, and now's his chance. Now, use Thunderbolt. Ash ordered. Thunderbolt. Misty, Brock, Richie, Todd, Jesse, James, and Meowth exclaimed. Meowth did something everyone there will never forget. Its whole body cackled with electricity and it literally fired off a thunderbolt attack straight at Vaporeon. Once the attack made contact, the water type was down for the count. Meowth landed back on the ground before rubbing its face with its paw. Meowth, that was fun. The head instructor blinked before smiling. That's enough. The victor is examinee number 7. You pass. Ash smiled, bending down to scratch under Meowth's chin. That was an amazing thunderbolt. Meowth purred as Ash scratched underneath its chin. Did you see that? Misty blinked a few times. I had no idea a Meowth could learn Thunderbolt. Brock said. That was pretty cool. Richie grinned. Todd was taking pictures frantically. That was amazing. I've never seen anyone use Meowth in the way Ash did. He's incredible. Our big brother's the greatest. Molly smiled. Yeah. Tomo said. Jessie smacked Meowth upside the head. Why didn't you tell us you could use Thunderbolt? Hey, easy on the head bashing. I didn't even know I could use Thunderbolt. Meowth countered. It is surprising. James agreed with Meowth. Enough of this. Time for Plan B. Jessie said. The head instructor shook Ash's hand. You battled very well, young man. How did you know Meowth could use Thunderbolt? Ash rubbed the back of his head. I remember looking up Meowth's move pools back when I was little and noticed Thunderbolt was one of the moves it could learn. The man nodded his head approval. I say you utilized the move very well. They then heard laughter and saw it was none other than Team Rocket, but Ash already knew they were here and wasn't surprised. Thanks for the little test, but I think it's time we do things our way. Jessie smirked. That's right. Meowth grinned. The head instructor blinked. A talking Meowth. Interesting. I wouldn't try to capture it if I were you, Ash told him. It'll just give you a headache. I heard that twerp. Meowth yelled. You were supposed to. Ash deadpanned. James had 3 Pokeballs in his arms and threw them. Now let's go, Pikachu, Charizard, and Ivysaur. Out came all 3 Pokémon. The head instructor wasn't pleased. Return those Pokémon at once. Ash stood next to him as the Meowth next to the boy got ready to battle too. Sorry, but we'll be keeping these Pokémon. Ivysaur, use Vine Whip. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. James ordered. All of a sudden the head instructor smiled. All of you, about face. And just like that, all 3 Pokémon turned their attacks at Team Rocket instead of the head instructor. Ash understood why. I get it, they listened to you because you raised them. Ash said. That's right. The man said. Ash sent out both Arbok and Weezing. Why don't I give you a hand? Arbok and Weezing, use Tackle on Jessie and James. Meowth, use Scratch on Meowth. Arbok and Weezing tackled Jessie and James while Meowth attacked their mouth with Scratch, sending them flying backwards. Now Weezing, use Explosion. Ash ordered. Weezing got closer to the 3 and glowed white, exploding and sending Team Rocket blasting off. Grr, that was a stupid test anyway. Jessie yelled. I didn't even get the chance to take the makeup exam. James said. I'll get you next time, you twerp. Meowth vowed. Team Rocket's blasting off again. With Team Rocket out of the Ash had officially passed the exams, and then head instructor even asked if he wanted to be inducted into the league, but Ash refused. He enjoyed traveling with his friends and seeing the world, not to mention meeting new Pokémon. The gang bid farewell to the man and left the building. Well, I guess this is it. Ash said to Todd. Todd was heading someplace else than the rest of the gang. He was going off to some mountain to take pictures of some more Pokémon while they headed off towards Cineabar Island. Yeah, I got some good pictures of you in the exam, Ash. Once I get them developed I'll make sure to let people know about you. Todd smiled. There's no need for that. Ash smiled nervously. The others laughed at his awkwardness and bid their farewells to Todd as they went their way. Having passed the test with flying colors and bidding farewell to their friend Todd, our heroes are off on the road once again. After saying farewell to their friend Todd, our heroes are on their way to Cineabar Island where Ash and Richie will earn their 7th gym badge. Ash was leaning forward on the railing of the cruise ship they were on as he gazed out at sea, with Pikachu right next to him. Everyone else was on the cruise ship too, just lounging around and relaxing, while he was thinking about his upcoming gym battle with Blaine. Blaine and the Vidian City gym leader will probably be his and Richie's toughest battle yet. Pikachu, Ash? Pikachu said his friend's name to get his attention. Ash turned his head over to Pikachu and gave him a small smile. I'm okay. Just thinking. Hi Pikachu, about what? Pikachu asked. About my gym battle with Blaine. This one has me really nervous. Ash confessed. Pikachu hopped on his shoulder and nuzzled his cheek. Pikachu Pi Pika, you'll do great. Ash smiled and rubbed his best friend's head. Thanks, buddy. Well, look who it is. Little Ashy decided to take a cruise. A familiar voice said snidely. Ash didn't need to turn around to know the voice belonged to none other than Gary Oak. Pikachu frowned when the boy neared him and Ash simply kept his gaze on the water. Can't say I'm surprised to see you here. Ash said calmly. Heh, well I'm surprised to see you here. Thought you would have given up by now. Gary mocked. His cheerleaders in the background were cheering about how good Gary was. Pikachu was just itching to electrocute Gary but knew Ash would never allow that, so he simply frowned at the boy. So how many badges you've got, Ashy boy? Gary asked. 6. Ash answered. Gary started laughing. Only 6. Man, you really are a joke as a trainer, Ash. Who only has 6 badges at this point? I have more than you do. Professor Oak already told me, Ash said, still remaining calm. He also told me that Fiero of yours doesn't listen to you. Can't say I'm surprised. Pikachu snickered at Gary's angered expression. Ash saw the island was in view and stood up straight. Why don't we go see how the others are doing? He suggested to Pikachu. Pika, yeah. Pikachu agreed. The two of them walked away from Gary without so much as sparing him a second glance and went over to the others who saw what happened. Ash merely shook his head. Don't even bother. For now let's focus on finding a Pokémon Center so me and Richie can switch out our Pokémon, and then we'll find the gym. The others agreed and did just that. First they went to the Pokémon Center where Ash and Richie switched out their Pokémon, and wanted to rent room there too, but they were booked. With a sigh they began to wonder where they were going to stay when a stranger came up them. The man had long wavy blonde hair, wearing black shades, sporting a red long-sleeved shirt with green beads around his neck, blue pants, and black shoes. You are Ash Ketchum, correct? The man asked. I am. Ash confirmed, looking at the stranger warily. Ah, Professor Oak told me to expect you. You have 2 fossils you need to be resurrected, correct? The man asked. Yeah, I do. I see, then follow me. He started walking away with the others following right behind him. He brought them to the Pokémon lab, but they used the back entrance because there was a lot of people already inside the building. Once they were in the back he brought them to the lab where there was a machine ready to resurrect the 2 fossils Ash had with him. Put the 2 fossils here. Ash placed the 2 fossils under where the beam was and waited to see what the man would do next. He got his answer when a red light beamed down onto the 2 fossils, making everyone stare in fascination. When the light died down, 2 Pokémon were visible to everyone. They were both quadruped, dinosaurian Pokémon with long necks and a short, stubby tails. Above their large, deep blue eyes are 2 sail structures, which are yellow at the bottom fading into pink towards the tips. They have light blue bodies with white bellies. A single dark blue crystal adorns each side of their bodies, while their forelegs lack claws or digits, the hind legs each have a single white nail. Both of the Pokémon opened their eyes and looked around with such innocent curiosity that it was absolutely adorable. "Aw, they're so cute." Misty smiled. "Togi, really cute." Togepi agreed. Richie scanned one of the Pokémon. Amora. This ancient Pokémon was restored from part of its body that had been frozen in ice for over 100 million years. "They have pretty eyes," Molly said. "Those things on their eyes look like rainbows." Tomo observed the two sail structures on the two Amoras. Ash rubbed both their heads, making the two Amoras lean into the touch with smiles on their faces. "They look really healthy for being asleep for a very long time." Brock smiled. Ash nodded in agreement. "Do you have any Pokeballs?" "As a matter of fact, I do," the man said, taking out 2 Pokeballs and giving them to Ash. Ash took the Pokeballs and tapped both heads of the Amoras, skinning them both inside. Both Pokeballs were instantly transferred to Professor Oak's lab. "Excuse me, sir, but would you happen to know where the Cinnabar gym is? Me and my cousin Richie want to battle Blaine, the gym leader," Ash asked. "I see, you two are here to challenge Blaine. I'm sorry to say that his gym is no longer active," the man told them. "What?" Richie exclaimed. "You see, Cineabar Island was once a hotspot for trainers and they would come from all over. But then tourism started to attract them a lot more and Blaine was forced to close his gym down," the man explained. "No way, that what do we do now?" Richie looked down. "Pika, maybe we can go to another gym," Sparky suggested. The man then grinned, "But if you solve this riddle I'll tell you the location of his new gym." "A riddle?" Misty questioned. "We'll solve it," Richie stated. "Pika, yeah," Sparky said. "Very well, listen to this riddle very carefully. The gym is located in a place where firefighters couldn't win." He gave them the riddle. A place where firefighters couldn't win. Misty thought about what the riddle could possibly mean. Ash crossed his arms in thought, a place where a firefighter couldn't win. For that to happen, the place would have to be somewhere where it's really hot. Wait. He smiled. Volcano. Volcano? Everyone looked at him. The man nodded. "That's correct, young man. Of course. A volcano has lava, and water is useless against that," Brock said. "Since you've solved the riddle, allow me to bring you to the gym," the man said. Ash smiled. "Thanks, Blaine." The man stopped in his tracks and everyone looked back and forth between the two. This man, that was Blaine. "So you know. But how?" he asked. Ash never lost his smile. "Blaine's known to love riddles, so when you gave us a riddle as a clue to where the gym was, I figured it had to be you." "Pika, so it's really him?" Pikachu asked. Blaine chuckled as he took off his disguise and revealed what he was really wearing. He was sporting a white hat, still wearing the black shades, a mustache on his face. He was wearing a red shirt, with a white no-sleeved blazer on, brown pants, and black shoes. "You're indeed an interesting young man, just like Oak said you were. Come, I'll lead you to the gym," Blaine said as they walked out from the back of the building. "This is it. Ash and Richie will battle Blaine and hopefully earn their 7th badge." "Who's that Pokémon?" "It's Magmar." "Magmar." Blaine led them to his secret location where the gym was, and much to their surprise was being kept hidden and suspended over the Cinnabar Island volcano. That was convenient, but also impressive. Blaine and Ash stood on the other side of each other while the others were up in the stands and watched. "This will be a 3-on-3, only the challenger is allowed to substitute. Do you agree to these terms?" Blaine announced. "I do." Ash nodded. Blaine took out a Pokeball, as did Ash, then let the battle begin. "Wartortle, I need you." Ash sent out Wartortle. "Wartortle, let's do this," Wartortle declared. Blaine was giving Wartortle an approving glance. It looks healthy and strong too. Ninetales, come. Blaine sent out Ninetales. Nine, come. Ninetales said. So Blaine's starting off with a Ninetales. Brock said. Think Ash will be alright? Misty asked. Brock nodded, he'll do great, I know it. Ninetales, use Fire Spin. Blaine started things off first. Ninetales opens its mouth and releases a stream of spinning red-orange flames spiraling around it at Wartortle. Jump, Wartortle. Ash told him. Wartortle jumped high in the air to avoid the Fire Spin attack. Now, Hydro Pump. Wartortle releases a powerful stream of water from its mouth at Ninetales, making it a direct hit as Ninetales skidded backwards. A direct hit. Richie exclaimed. Pika, yeah. Sparky said. Blaine smiled, excellent instincts. He complimented inwardly, Ninetales, use Flamethrower. Ninetales spewed fire from its mouth at Wartortle. Use Water Gun. Ash countered. Wartortle spewed water from his mouth at the Flamethrower, causing both attacks to collide and create steam that covered the field. Ash used that opportunity to attack, use Bubble. Wartortle releases several clear bubbles from its mouth at an unsuspecting Ninetales, but Ash wasn't done yet, now Tackle. Wartortle followed up with a Tackle, slamming into Ninetales, finish off with another Hydro Pump. Wartortle fired off another Hydro Pump at Ninetales, sending it flying backwards and into unconsciousness. Blaine called it, my Ninetales is unable to battle. Wartortle wins. Misty breathed a sigh of relief, he did it. Brock nodded, that's one of Blaine's Pokémon down. Only 2 more to go, and who knows that kind of Pokémon he'll choose next. I'm getting goosebumps. Tomo said. Me too. Molly said. Blaine returned Ninetales with a smile, this feels familiar to me somehow. He got another good look at the boy and imagined somebody else in his place that looked just like him, but younger. They look alike. He thought as he brought another Pokeball, Rhydon, come. Out came a Rhydon. Rhydon, a challenger. Rhydon said. Rhydon is a large, gray, bipedal Pokémon with features of both dinosaurs and rhinoceroses. It has a cream-colored, drill-like horn on its snout. There are other protrusions on the head as well, including a spike curving forward from the middle of its head, 2 triangular, points resembling ears to the sides, a wide, wavy crest under the ears, and spiky ridges on its cheeks. It has red eyes and 2 fangs protruding from its upper jaw. It has a cream-colored stomach and a row of spikes down its back. Rhydon has a long tail with skinny, black stripes. A Rhydon? But it's not a fire type. Misty was confused as to why Blaine would send out a Rhydon. Blaine must have sent out Rhydon for a reason. Brock guessed. Richie scanned the Pokémon. Rhydon, the evolved form of Rhyhorn. It is known as the drill Pokémon. Its large horn gives it formidable attack power. Ash was a little worried now. A Rhydon is considered a powerhouse Pokémon, and while Wartortle could probably evade some attacks, it was still too risky. Looking back at Wartortle, he saw the look in the water Pokémon's eyes and saw that Wartortle wanted to continue the battle no matter what. With a nod, Ash decided to keep Wartortle in battle. Looks like Ash decided to keep battling with Wartortle instead of switching him out. Brock said. Wartortle's determined to keep battling and take down another one of Blaine's Pokémon. Misty added. Rhyhorn, use Horn Drill. Rhydon's horn spins like a drill and charges at Wartortle. Ash waited until it got a little more closer, when it did he reacted. Jump. Wartortle jumped and Rhydon's horn just barely missed him as the rock ground type was on the other side of the water type. Use Water Gun. Wartortle fired a stream of water from his mouth that hit Rhydon in the chest, making it a direct hit as Rhydon skidded backwards, but the attack looked like it barely phased it. The attack looked like it barely did anything. Misty said, sounding worried. Rhydon is both a rock and ground type that's weak against water type attacks, but this one looks like it can withstand anything Wartortle throws at it. Brock explained. Richie was tense and hoped his cousin would be able to think of something in soon. Rhydon, use Smack Down. Rhydon opens its mouth and a metallic gold orb of energy that is surrounded in orange energy appears in front of it, then fires the orb at Wartortle. Use Water Pulse to counter. Ash called out quickly. Wartortle created a blue sphere of water from his hands and sent it at the gold orb of energy. Both attacks collided with each other, causing an explosion and smoke to cover the field. Rhydon, use Hammer Arm. Blaine commanded. One of Rhydon's forearms glow white as it charges at Wartortle. Jump, Wartortle. Ash commanded. Wartortle jumped high in the air, avoiding the Hammer Arm attack. Use Aqua Tail. Wartortle's tail glows light blue and it spins it around. When it does, a spiral of water spiraling around it. It then flips around and hits Rhydon on the top of the head. That was an impressive move. Misty complimented. Pika, it was. Pikachu agreed. Use Fury Attack. Blaine ordered Rhydon. Avoid at Wartortle. Ash ordered. Rhydon repeatedly moves the horn on its nose at the Wartortle, who avoided the attack by jumping back over and over again so he wouldn't get hit. When the last of the attack was done he got back to a safe distance to send his own attack. Rhydon, use another Smack Down. Ash narrowed his eyes, another Smack Down, huh? Well, guess it's time to try out another new move. Wartortle, use Dragon Pulse. Rhydon once again opens its mouth and a metallic gold orb of energy that is surrounded in orange energy appears in front of it, then fires the orb at Wartortle. Wartortle puts his hands together and a turquoise ball of energy appears between them, then fires the ball at Rhydon. Both attacks collided, but the Dragon Pulse overcame the smackdown and slammed into Rhydon, sending it skidding backwards and doing some damage, but it was still up. Richie clicked his teeth. I thought for sure that would knock it down. That attack was amazing, but Rhydon's still standing. Misty said. It did do some damage, so that's good. But Wartortle looks exhausted. Brock observed, seeing the water type breathing a little heavy. Ash knew that Dragon Pulse wouldn't knock Rhydon down, but it did at least do some damage. Wartortle was also looking pretty exhausted too. He had no choice. Wartortle, that's enough. Ash called out. Wartortle looked surprised but nodded and sat down while everyone else looked confused, so Ash had to explain. Wartortle looks like he's about to pass out, so I give this round to you. He explained. Blaine understood with a smile, I understand. Wartortle gave Ash a grateful smile, that Dragon Pulse took a lot out of him and needed rest. Ash smiled and returned the turtle, you did great, Wartortle. He took out another Pokeball and threw it, Vaporeon, I need you. Out came Vaporeon. Vaporeon, I'm ready to battle. Vaporeon said. Brock nodded, good thing Ash made the switch out when he did. What do you mean? Misty questioned. After firing that Dragon Pulse, Wartortle became exhausted, having to constantly avoid and send out attacks at Rhydon. Ash had no choice but to switch him out. He explained. So now they're tied. Misty realizes. Brock nodded, Blaine's Ninetales was defeated by Wartortle, and Ash was forced to return Wartortle. Let's hope Vaporeon's enough to defeat Rhydon. Misty said, looking on with worry. Use Muddy Water. Ash ordered. Vaporeon opened its mouth and releases a wave of muddy water from its mouth at Rhydon, getting it in the face and preventing it from seeing. Blaine looked flabbergasted while everyone else was taken by surprise by the sudden attack. As the saying goes, first come, first served. Brock said. You got that right. Misty smiled nervously. Use Aqua Ring. Water droplets form around Vaporeon's body, and they combine together to create 3 rings of water that surround Vaporeon's body. What move was that? Misty wondered. Aqua Ring, Brock answered, restores a Pokémon's health, so if Vaporeon gets hit, Aqua Ring will activate and restore some of its health. What a good move. She complimented. Now, use Aurora Beam. Vaporeon releases a multicolored beam from its mouth at Rhydon, getting it in the chest and sending it flying backwards, but it regained its footing. There was still some muddy water around its eyes. Rhydon, use Drill Run. Rhydon runs towards Vaporeon, the drill on its horn spinning. Ash waited for the right moment, jump over Rhydon, Vaporeon. VA, right. Vaporeon jumped over Rhydon, facing its back. Use Icy Wind. Vaporeon opens its mouth and the inside of it starts to glow light blue. It then releases a powerful blizzard from its mouth at Rhydon's back, making it a direct hit and freezing the ground rock type in place. It froze. Molly said. Yeah. Tomo said. Use Iron Tail. Vaporeon's tail glowed white as it slammed its tail right into the frozen Rhydon. Once Rhydon was free, it fell to the ground with swirls in its eyes. All right. Richie cheered. He planned those attacks carefully and they worked out. Misty smiled. Togi planned out. Togepi said. Blaine's down to his last Pokémon now. Brock pointed out. I wonder what kind of Pokémon it is. Tomo wondered. Maybe it's another fire type. Molly guessed. Blaine returned Rhydon. You battled well, Rhydon. He sent out his last Pokémon. Come out, my friend. Out came a fire-type Pokémon. Magmar, finally. Magmar said. Magmar is a bipedal Pokémon with a red body that has yellow flame designs on it. A row of red spikes runs down its back, and there are 2 lumps on its forehead with a flame on top of each one. It has a puckered, yellow beak and small eyes. Its thighs are yellow, and it has red feet with 2 clawed toes each. Its arms are covered in rigid, red scales and it has red hands with 5 clawed fingers. It has black, metal shackles on its neck and ankles. At the tips of its yellow tail is a flame. So his last Pokémon's a Magmar. Brock said. It looks strong. Stronger than Rhydon. Misty observed. Richie scanned it. Magmar, the Spitfire Pokémon. Its body is like a furnace, making Magmar a living inferno. It has been discovered only near active volcanoes. Blaine's last Pokémon. Richie stared. Use Fire Punch. Avoid it, Vaporeon. Both of Magmar's fists become surrounded in pale red fire as it repeatedly sends both flaming fists at Vaporeon, but all manage to miss every time. Vaporeon's avoiding all of Magmar's fire punch attacks. Misty said. Yeah, but Vaporeon won't be able to keep this up for much longer. Brock commented. True to his word, Magmar's fire punch connected with Vaporeon, sending him back a little. Water droplets form around Vaporeon's body and he got back up. Vaporeon got back up. Misty said. It's because Aqua Ring's still in effect. Brock reminded. Magmar, use Fire Blast. Magmar takes in a deep breath and releases a powerful shaped blast of orange fire at Vaporeon. Avoid that with Quick Attack. Vaporeon used Quick Attack to just barely avoid the fire blast and from not falling from the edge. Use Aurora Beam. Vaporeon releases a multicolored beam from its mouth at Magmar, making it a direct hit, and sending Magmar back a little. Use Ember. Use Bubble. Both attacks collided with each other, creating steam that covered the field once again. Magmar, use Flame Burst. Magmar fires an orange-yellow fireball from its mouth at Vaporeon. Counter with a Water Pulse. Vaporeon fires a blue sphere from its mouth at the orange-yellow fireball. Both attacks collided but the flame burst overpowered the Water Pulse and slammed into Vaporeon, sending it flying backwards. Oh no! Misty cried. Vaporeon got hit. Richie exclaimed. Vaporeon slowly got up from the ground, but Ash knew when it was time to quit, and Aqua had lost its effect, not to mention Vaporeon looked tired. He raised his hand. I forfeit Vaporeon's right to battle. He's in too much pain. Blaine simply nodded. Very well, call out your next Pokémon. Vaporeon looked down, but Ash rubbed his head. Don't look so sad, after all you managed to take down a Rhydon. You should feel proud about that. Vaporeon smiled. Va, thank you. Ash returned Vaporeon and brought out his last Pokémon. It's all up to you now. He thought, Gyarados, I need you. Out came Gyarados. Gyarados roared with the promise of victory for her trainer. Blaine blinked, having not expected the boy to send out a Gyarados. Ash's last Pokémon. Misty stared down with worry. Gyarados is strong in its own right too, so this will be an interesting battle. Brock said. Use Rain Dance. Ash started things off first. Gyarados roars, summoning a dark cloud that spins around and then stops. Rain then pours from the cloud. What's going on? What's with all the rain? Misty wondered. I see, Ash is using Rain Dance to increase Gyarados' water-type moves while decreasing fire-type moves. Brock explained. Really? Talk about a good move. Misty said. Fire Punch. Magmar charged at Gyarados with its flaming fists. Use Scary Face. Gyarados made a scary face that frightened Magmar and dropped its speed. Now, use Hydro Pump. Gyarados fired a Hydro Pump attack at Magmar, sending it flying. And since Rain Dance was still in effect, it received a lot of damage. I'm getting nervous. I just want this battle to be over soon. Misty said, almost gripping Togepi. It just might be. Brock said. Blaine and Ash were about to use one last attack to finish this. Magmar, use Flame Burst. Gyarados, use Dragon Rage. Just like before, Magmar fires an orange-yellow fireball from its mouth at Gyarados. Gyarados meanwhile fired a ball of fire from its mouth at Magmar. When it looked like both attacks would be even, Gyarados' Dragon Rage overpowered Magmar's Flame Burst and slammed into the fire type. There was smoke as the attack hit Magmar. When it cleared, it showed a passed-out Magmar with swirls in its eyes. Blaine called it, Magmar's unable to battle. Gyarados wins. Therefore, the victor is Ash Ketchum. He did it. Molly and Tomo cheered. That was intense. Zack said. I'll say, I feel like I just sweated from watching this battle. Misty said, fanning her face. Ash did great. Brock complimented. Gyarados nuzzled her trainer, making him laugh. You were great out there, Gyarados, I'm so proud of you. He chuckled when he heard her growl. The way you battled was very impressive, Ash. Blaine complimented, walking up to the boy. Ash smiled, thanks, battling you helped me realize just how much I really care about my Pokémon. And I'll keep training too. Blaine nodded, there's no doubt in my mind you will do well when you battle the Vidian City gym leader. He dug in his pocket and gave Ash a red shaped like flame with a small pink diamond in the center. I hereby present you with the Volcano badge. Ash took it gratefully, my 7th badge. You've more than earned it. Blaine told him, now I believe it's your cousin's turn. Richie was giving him a determined look as he appeared next to Ash. I'm ready. So I see. He smiled. Ash left the battlefield and wished Richie luck because Blaine was strong. He sat in between Molly and Tomo. That was an intense battle. I'll say, but you did great out there, Ash. Brock smiled. You really think so? I was on the edge of my seat the whole time. Misty said. Ash smiled, I'm just glad my Pokémon came through for me. As soon as we're done here I want to get Wartortle and Vaporeon to the Pokémon Center. Misty and Brock nodded. Blaine and Richie faced each other this time. The same rules apply, do you accept? Yeah, I'm ready. Richie said. Then let's begin. Blaine tossed a Pokeball. Arcanine, come. Arcanine howled as it was released from its Pokeball. Arcanine is a quadruped, canine Pokémon with an orange pelt marked by jagged black stripes. It has diamond-shaped ears with beige insides, black eyes, a round, black nose, and 2 pointed teeth protruding from its upper jaw. Its head, muzzle, and chest are covered in shaggy, beige fur, except for 2 oval sections around each eye and ear. Long tufts of fur grow behind its knees and around its ankles. Its underside is black, and it has a billowing, beige tail that is bent in the middle. Each paw has 3 toes and a round, pink pad. Richie scanned it. Arcanine, the legendary Pokémon. Arcanine runs so smoothly that it appears to be flying and is known for its majestic cry. So Blaine's using an Arcanine. Ash said. Go, Zippo. Richie called out his Charmeleon. Char, ready to battle. Charmeleon declared. Here we go. Misty said. Richie's gonna have to be careful because Arcanine are strong fire-type Pokémon. Ash said. Pika, it looks strong. Pikachu said. Extreme speed. Blaine started out first. Arcanine becomes surrounded by white and clear aura as it charges at Zippo. Ash grit his teeth, that's not good. Think of something quick, Richie. Zippo, use scary face. Zippo made a scary face that decreased Arcanine's speed a little, but the fire type was still coming at Zippo. Quick, use protect. A green shield surrounded Zippo as it blocked Arcanine from hitting him with extreme speed. Misty breathed a sigh of relief, that was close. Way too close. Ash said. Now Arcanine, use heat wave. Arcanine opens its mouth and a white flame is created in it, then releases a round orange flame at Zippo. Use flamethrower to counter it. Richie ordered. Zippo spewed flames from his mouth at the heat wave attack, but Arcanine's flames proved to be stronger as it overpowered the flamethrower and slammed into Zippo. Zippo! Richie cried. Blaine's. Arcanine is strong, it might be even stronger than Professor Oak's. Ash said. Pika, that's a scary thought. Pikachu said. Zippo got back up still ready to battle, you good, Zippo? Char, I'm good. Zippo assured him. Good, now use Dragon Rage. Richie ordered. Zippo opens his mouth then forms a ball of fire in its mouth and releases a fiery inferno at Arcanine. Use extreme speed to dodge it, then attack. Arcanine used extreme speed to dodge the Dragon Rage before slamming into Zippo, sending it flying. That extreme speed's just too much for Zippo. Misty said with concern. Richie can still win, right? Molly asked her brother. Let's hope so. Wait, look at that. Ash made them turn their attention to the field. Zippo's whole body was glowing bright as his form started to change. He's evolving. Ash stared. Zippo was no longer a Charmeleon, but a towering Charizard. Zippo finally evolved. Molly smiled. Now Ash and Zippo both have Charizards. Tomo said. Hopefully Zippo's evolution will turn things around in battle. Brock said. Guess we'll just have to wait and see. Ash said. Zippo took to the skies so Arcanine couldn't get to it. Smart move, but what will happen next? Before Richie could give Zippo a command, the newly evolved Charizard already made a move. Zippo's hands became surrounded in a light green, claw-shaped energy. Then swooped down and struck Arcanine, sending it flying and crashing into the ground. Arcanine was unconscious when it hit the ground. That was amazing. Misty said in awe. I think that was Dragon Claw. Ash said. Brock nodded. Blaine returned Arcanine and sent out his next Pokémon, Rapidash, come. Out came Rapidash. Rapidash neighed as it stared Zippo down. Get ready Zippo. Richie told his Pokémon. Zippo roared. Flame charge. Rapidash repeatedly stomps on the ground until a cloud of dust covers its entire body. Its body then becomes surrounded in an orb of red and yellow flames and charged at Zippo. Counter with wing attack. Richie commanded. Both of Charizard's wings glow white and white energy shines off them at the wingtips. Zippo met Rapidash head-on and slammed into it, making the flames around its body vanish and send it flying back. When Rapidash hit the ground it was unconscious. Rapidash is out. Tomo said. That wing attack was pretty impressive. Ash complimented. It completely overpowered Rapidash's flame charge. Misty said. Good job, Zippo. Richie complimented. Zippo roared before getting down on one knee. Zippo, what's wrong? Richie called out in concern. What's wrong with Zippo all of a sudden? Misty wondered. It must be tired from evolving, Brock guessed. When a Pokémon evolves it has to get used to its new body and Zippo hasn't gotten used to his new form yet. But Ash's Charizard was okay. Misty protested. Ash shook his head. Charizard was going off on adrenaline at the time because I was in danger. He was tired afterwards. Oh. Richie returned Zippo with an understanding smile. You were great, thanks Zippo. Blaine brought out his last Pokémon, Magcargo. Come. Out came a Pokémon Richie had never seen before. Magcargo, burn. Magcargo said. Magcargo is a limbless, snail-like Pokémon consisting almost entirely of bright red magma. Its oval eyes are large and yellow with small pupils, and extend upward from its head. It has a bulbous snout and a wide mouth, with 2 drops of magma dangling from each side of its upper jaw. Magcargo's back is protected by a gray, spherical shell composed of hardened, but brittle magma, forming irregular lumps and plates. A streak of fire leaks from the side of its shell. Magcargo's lower body is amorphous and covered in bubbles of magma. A Magcargo. Ash and Brock said in unison. Richie scanned it. Magcargo, the lava Pokémon. Magcargo lives primarily in volcanic regions and occasionally emits the lava from its back that circles its body. He put his Pokédex away and sent out Happy, let's go. Free, let's battle. Happy said. Happy, use Psybeam. Happy beamed a multicolored beam from its eyes at Magcargo. Withdraw. Magcargo hid in its shell as the Psybeam hit its shell and did no damage. Use Incinerate. Magcargo exits its shell and shoots fireballs with a bright center and black highlights at Happy. Get out of the way, Happy. Richie warned his Pokémon. His warning came too late as Happy got hit with the fireballs and was sent out of the sky, landing on hard ground with swirls in its eyes. Happy's out with just 1 hit. Misty said. Now it's even. Both of them are down to their last Pokémon. Ash stated. Richie returned Happy and sent out Shadow, his last Pokémon. Shadow, let's go. Gengar, my turn to play. Gengar smirked. Here we go. Brock said grimly. Magcargo, use Ancient Power. Magcargo's body glows white and it creates a silver energy ball from its mouth, then fires it at Shadow. Counter with Shadow Ball. Shadow's hands spark with blue electricity. It then puts its hands together, forms a black ball, and shoots it at the white ball. Both attacks collided with each other, creating smoke. Use Shadow Punch. Shadow raises one of its arms and purple sparks travel up its arm and appear around its fist. Shadow then punches the air and sends a black fist with purple static electricity around it at Magcargo, making it a direct hit. Nice Shadow Punch. Ash smiled. Shadow, use Hypnosis. Shadow waves its arms in hypnotic patterns and Magcargo ended up falling asleep, giving Richie the change he needed. Finish this up with Nightshade. Shadow fires a black or dark crimson beam, outlined in red, blue, or purple from its eyes at the sleeping Magcargo, making it cry out in pain as it passed out with swirls in its eyes. He won. Molly and Tomo cheered. Ash smiled. I wasn't expecting Richie to use Hypnosis. That was a good move. Richie's gotten pretty good at battling, hasn't he? Brock said. I think so. Zack said. Richie hugged Shadow. You were awesome, Shadow. Jengar, thank you. Shadow thanked. Blaine returned mag cargo and walked over to Richie with a smile. That was a good battle, you and your Pokémon work very well together. Thanks. Richie grinned. Blaine presented him with the Volcano badge, which Richie took eagerly. I did it. I got my 7th gym badge. Pika, yeah. Sparky cheered. Shadow snickered. Ash and the others approached. We should get our Pokémon to the Pokémon Center so they can rest up. Good idea. Are you coking with us, Blaine? Richie asked. Why not? I'm sure Nurse Joy will be surprised to see me back in her center after all these years. The last time someone gave me a battle as intense as you two did had been one trainer from a long time ago. Blaine smiled. Ash wondered who that trainer was but didn't press for more information as they walked to the Pokémon Center to heal their Pokémon. Once they got their Pokémon healed, Ash had transferred Kirlia, Vaporeon, and Gyarados for Dratini, Riolu and his male Ralphs. He promised he trained those 3 and besides they were probably missing him too. Professor Oak told him the most interesting thing too, how the 3 of them were training back at the ranch and that he would be surprised. Speaking of Professor Oak, he was excited when Ash told him that both he and Richie won a gym battle against Blaine. Ash asked him if he knew Blaine had created a secret gym somewhere on Cineabar Island. Professor Oak assured him he didn't know but had a hunch there was a gym there somewhere. Ash, the rest of us are going to get something to eat, are you coming? Brock asked. Yeah, I'm coming. Ash said, getting up from the bed. The 2 of them were in the lobby where the others were already eating. Ash sat in between his younger siblings as he stared at the food that was already there. Where did all of this food come from? Ash asked. Misty smiled, we ordered it. It's to celebrate you and Richie getting your 7th gym badge. Togi, congratulations. Togepi congratulated. Ash smiled, thanks guys, this looks really good. Sure does. Richie grinned, taking a bite out of a burger. Misty sighed, always thinking about food. I think we can put up with Richie's bottomless appetite for tonight. Brock said. Ash chuckled as he ate some of the food too. The next day came quickly as the gang packed up their things and ready to leave Cineabar Island, but not before saying goodbye to Blaine. All set? Ash asked everyone. Yep. Misty said. Are we going to say goodbye to Blaine before we leave? Zack asked. Yeah, we can't leave without saying goodbye. Richie said. An alarm suddenly went off as soon as they left the inn. Attention, evacuate the island immediately. I repeat, evacuate the island immediately. What's going on? Misty exclaimed, holding Togepi closer to her. Come on, let's go find Blaine. Ash yelled. They ran to where his secret gym location was and saw Team Rocket blasting off. Was that? Brock trailed off. Doesn't matter right now, Brock. Ash reminded him. Right. Running into the secret cave they saw Blaine and Magmar, but they also saw ice everywhere and the battlefield was covered in lava. Blaine, are you okay? Richie ran up to him. You kids are still here. You have to evacuate. Blaine told them. We can have our Pokémon help. What happened here? Ash asked. Magmar Mar, 2 humans and a Meowth caused all of this ice after they tried to capture me. Magmar explained. Ash rubbed his temples in annoyance. Team Rocket tried to capture Magmar by freezing him, but failed. In other words, they caused this. Blaine's eyes widened. This boy can understand Pokémon. Just tell us what you want us to do. Richie said to Blaine. Right. We need to dam the volcano and prevent it from erupting. We're going to need your Pokémon. Blaine told them. Fine by me. Everyone come on out. All of the Pokémon Ash had on hand came out. Riolu, Dratini, Ralts, Eevee, Ivysaur, Charizard, Wartortle, and Pidgeotto. You guys help out too. Richie called out his Pokémon. Zippo, Happy, Shadow, Midnight, Jolteon, and Eve. We need your help too, everyone. Molly called out her Pokémon. Lilligant, Espion, Ninetales, Alakazam, Clefable, and Omanite. Let's do this. Zack called out his Pokémon. Jinx, Electivire, Magmortar, Swampert, Gardevoir, and Gengar. Come out guys. Tomo called out his Pokémon. Kangaskhan, Growlithe, Poliwhirl, Geodude, Weepinbell. Help us out. Misty called out her Pokémon. Starmie, Staryu, Psyduck, Goldeen, Vaporeon, Froakie, Shiny Vaporeon, Jinx, Shiny Glaceon, and Horsia. Out here on the double. Brock called out his Pokémon. Geodude, Onix, Chespin, Shiny Flareon, Vulpix, Shiny Leafeon. Ash turned to he Pokémon. Okay guys, we need to prevent this volcano from erupting. Charizard, help Magmar dam the volcano. Ivysaur, use your Vine Whip to help Charizard. Charizard and Ivysaur nodded their heads in agreement. Blaine then took charge. Pokémon that are able to help dam this volcano, help out. Water-type Pokémon, use your water attacks to help cool the rocks. Now go. The Pokémon got to work. Onix, Magmar, Charizard, Zippo, Ivysaur, Tomo's Geodude helped dam the rocks, while the water types helped cool the rocks down, including Onix. Psyduck of course was being Psyduck, making Misty angry. Psyduck, now is not the time for you to be acting like you. Misty yelled. Psyduck tilted his head. Psy, what do you mean? You little dash. Misty growled. Psyduck, we need your help. Ash pleaded. With the flip of a switch, Psyduck started helping, much to Misty's annoyance, but she didn't voice it. They worked tirelessly, making sure this volcano didn't go off. Finally they managed to dam the volcano, preventing it from erupting. Everyone cheered and the announcement gave the all clear and informed those that were still on the island it was safe. Now the gang was facing Blaine as they were about to head off on the road again. So where will you go next? Blaine asked. To Vidian City, Ash answered, that's where the Vidian City gym is. Ah, home of the Earth badge. In that case, I wish you both luck. Blaine smiled. Thanks, see ya. Richie waved goodbye as they left. Blaine meanwhile watched them leave and prayed that both Ash and Richie would do their very best to earn the Earth badge. Having won their 7th gym badge, our heroes are on the road again towards Vidian City. There Ash and Richie will hopefully earn their next and final gym badge. Stay tuned as the journey continues. Today we follow our heroes as they finally arrive at Vidian City, where Ash and Richie will battle for their final gym badge and enter the Indigo League. While our heroes are relaxing though, something appears to be wrong with one of their friends. The gang had finally arrived at Vidian City and were currently at the Pokémon Center. The same center Ash had saved from Team Rocket the first time he was here. Nurse Joy had remembered him of course and ran up to the boy, giving him both a hug and a kiss on the cheek as thanks for saving the center once again. Brock was crying a river of tears as Ash managed to get another kiss from the beautiful Nurse Joy, making everyone but the two kids roll their eyes. Everyone was outside the center right now and Ash and Richie were both training their Pokémon for the last gym the two cousins will challenge. Ash was watching as his Pokémon were sparring with each other, finding it much more effective as simply just going over moves. Though that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Charizard and Pidgeotto were having an air battle with each other, and despite being in her second evolved form, Pidgeotto was holding her own against Charizard. Eevee and Pikachu were battling each other and he was impressed with how far Eevee had come from being shy to more open. Ivysaur and Wartortle had some kind of rivalry going on and were having their own battle, probably to see which type was better. Dratini, Riolu, and Ralts were having a three-way battle for some odd reason. He was going to intervene, but decided this was something they decided for themselves and left them to it. But he was still watching over them. His gaze then fell on Richie and smiled when he saw his cousin training his Pokémon too. Richie's come a long way from when they first started their journey. There was no doubt in his mind that his cousin will become a great champion. You three are looking good. Ash smiled as he walked over by Riolu, Ralts, and Dratini. Rio, thank you, father. Riolu thanked. Teeny, thank you. Dratini smiled. Ralts, thanks. Ralts smiled. Ash then went over by Pikachu and Eevee to see what they were up to. When he approached he saw Pikachu attempt to use a quick attack on Eevee, but she made a move too. She opened her mouth and let out a loud piercing growl that distorted the air a bit, making his eyes widen. She learned the move growl, he thought, impressed. Pikachu looked impressed too and told her about it, making the girl blush but wanted to continue battling. Meanwhile back over to the others, Brock's Chasepin was trying to steal some of Froakies' Pokemon food, but the water type wasn't having it and retaliated with a bubble attack. Brock saw and what happened inside. Now Chasepin, we talked about this. You can't steal food from the other Pokemon. Sorry. Chasepin apologized. Not to me, to Froakie. Brock told him. Chasepin apologized to Froakie who just stared at him before giving him a piece of his Pokemon food. Fro, have some. Froakie offered. Chasepin grinned and ate it gratefully. Chasepin, thanks. Brock smiled before looking over at Horsia who doesn't look so good, as it was floating in a fountain outside the Pokemon Center. Hey Misty, Horsia doesn't look so good. Brock informed the girl. Misty looked over and sure enough, Horsia didn't look all that great and was just floating around in the water. You're right, Horsia's never acted like this before. She went over to the fountain and picked him up. What's wrong, Horsia? Horsia looked up at the redhead before looking back down, not saying a word. Brock then came over. Maybe Horsia would feel better in a bigger pool. But where would we find wait, that's it. She said. What's it? The Cerulean gym has a large pool. Misty told him. Brock remembered, that's right they do, we should stop by your hometown for a visit. It's been a while anyway. Misty smiled as Horsia, would you like to swim in a larger pool, Horsia? Yes. Horsia said, nodding his head happily. Hey guys, we're heading to Cerulean City. Misty yelled over at Ash and the others. Ash turned to her and smiled, okay. Going back to Cerulean City sounded like fun anyway, and Misty probably misses home even if she denies it. Wonder how things have been since their last visit. Cerulean City Gym. They arrived at the Cerulean City Gym, only to see Misty's sisters passing out flyers much to their confusion. Why are they passing out flyers? Misty sighed and walked up to Daisy. What are you three up to this time? Oh, Misty. Like great timing, see we need your help. Daisy told her, grabbing both hands. Misty blinked, what? Behind her the others were just as confused as to what was going on, but didn't get to ask much because they were forced inside the gym by her three sisters. Okay, what's going on here? Misty demanded. You see, the truth is we need help attracting crowds to our performances lately. Violet confessed. Not that many have been coming as much as they used to. Lily added. So, we decided to advertise Misty to be in one of our live shows to attract more people. Daisy smiled. Have Misty attract more people? Richie said, still confused. Well yeah, see we were thinking of having Misty perform in one of our underwater shows, Underwater Ballet. Daisy explained. Misty stood up suddenly, you can't just decide that on your own. What's the big deal? Lily questioned. For one thing, this is supposed to be a gym. Second, if you're having problems attracting a crowd then focus that energy of yours into acting like gym leaders. Misty yelled at them. Molly grabbed Misty's wrist, giving her an innocent look, do you really not want to? I think you'll look really pretty. Misty blushed and couldn't bring herself to tell the little girl she didn't want to perform in the underwater ballet. Looking over at her friends she saw they were all smiling at her, giving her their encouragement. With a sigh she gave in, fine, I'll do it. Great. Daisy smiled cheerfully. Misty sighed as she slumped her shoulders, what have I gotten myself into? Ash patted her back, don't worry, you'll do great. You think so? Misty sounded uncertain. Brock nodded with a smile, Ash is right. There's no need to be worried because you'll be fine. Togi, Mommy will do great. Togepi said with a smile. I say go for it. Richie said. Pikachu, you'll do great. Sparky smiled. Zack shrugged, I don't see why you shouldn't do it. We'll be cheering you on. Tomo told her. Misty smiled as their encouragement, thanks guys. Ash smiled but then shivered as he felt the three females behind him, oh Ash, you're going to be helping us too. Daisy smiled with a glint in her eye just like the other two. He blinked a few times, Meanwhile outside the gym Team Rocket was eavesdropping on their conversation. So, the twerpy little redhead's gonna do a performance is she? Jessie scoffed, I'm the real performer here. Oh really? Please do enlighten us. James said sarcastically. You know, if we were to steal the show we'd be able to get all those water Pokémon and Pikachu. Meowth said. I can interrogate the twerp. Right. I'm going to prove who the true performer is. Jessie declared with flames in her eyes. Who's that Pokémon? It's Clefairy. Clefairy. It was opening night for the underwater ballet and the gym was filled with people who were eager to see the show. Brock, Molly, Tomo, Richie, and Zack were sitting in the audience along with Pikachu, Sparky, and Teddiursa. This should be interesting. Brock said. How come Misty's sisters wanted Big Brother to be in the show too? Molly asked. Brock gave her a mature grin, for romance. Molly and Tomo tilted their heads in confusion, romance. Richie sighed, better Ash be in the show than me. Pika, yep. Sparky nodded his head in agreement. Pika Pikachu, I wonder what costume Ash will be wearing. Pikachu wondered. Teddiursa, who knows? Teddiursa said. The talking amongst the audience soon stops as Daisy appears on stage. The lights go out with the spotlight being only on Daisy as she spoke into the microphone, welcome everyone to our first showing of our underwater ballet. We will now tell the story of Princess Misty and how she met Prince Ash. The audience clapped as they eagerly waited for the characters to appear. Molly and Tomo turned to each other, big brothers playing the prince. Richie's eyebrow twitched, I can't believe Ash agreed to be in the show. Ash is just being a good friend. Brock said. Daisy cleared her throat as she began to tell the story. Once upon a time, there was a princess who lived at the bottom of the sea. Her name was Princess Misty. Behind her in the large aquarium, there was Misty with her hair down that reached her back. There was a seashell in her hair, and two seashells covering her chest. She was swimming around in a fake tail fin. Misty was playing around with Horsia, Three Goldeen, Sea King, Shelder, Stereo, and Seal. Princess Misty was loved amongst the water Pokémon and she loved them. They would spend their days playing without a care in the world. Princess Misty was the most beloved girl in the sea, and while she loved the Pokémon, there was someone else she loved as well. Daisy continued as the audience turned their attention to another individual within the water. Ash was there, swimming around in a dark blue tail fin, but that's not what got the girls' attention. They were too busy staring at the abs on Ash and the muscles on his arms. Naturally there were squeals from the female audience as the way he moved around in the water made him look more appealing. Brock was crying a river of tears, I'll go shirtless all the time for you ladies. Richie rolled his eyes, idiot. Pikachu, big idiot. Sparky agreed. Big Brother's a mermaid. Molly grinned. Teddiursa, look at him swim. Teddiursa smiled. Pika Pikachu, Pikapi, you're doing great, Ash. Pikachu yelled, supporting his trainer. Ash meanwhile was trying very hard not to blush as he swam around in the large tank. Misty's sisters know how to negotiate, well he wouldn't exactly call being forced to help out in the show a sign of negotiation. But he wanted to help Misty since this place is her home, but he would very much appreciate it if the girls in the audience would stop squealing though. It's embarrassing. Prince Ash was the most appealing male in the sea and every girl wanted him, but there was only one that got his attention. Daisy smiled as she kept narrating. Ash suddenly stopped swimming around in the tank and finally noticed Misty, who in turn noticed him. He smiled as she noticed him staring at her, which made her blush. Ash swam over to her and the other water Pokémon and started playing with them, making Misty smile as she twirled Seal around laughing happily. Prince Ash and Princess Misty decided to play together with the water Pokémon, symbolizing just how much the two care about each other. Ash looks like he's having fun. Brock observed. Yeah he does, but I can't believe Daisy made this into some sort of love story. Richie groaned. Brock shook his head, you have much to learn my young friend. Oh, really? Richie said sarcastically. Brock nodded, what you need to know and always remember is that girls love romance. And soon, I will be the one to show them just what true romance is. Good for you. Richie said, dryly. Sparky, Pikachu, and Teddiursa sweat dropped at the breeder. Tomo then noticed something and pointed at the tank, guys look. They turned their attention back to the tank and saw none other than Team Rocket were in the water along with Ash and Misty. What are they doing here? I thought Violet and Lily were supposed to play the villains. Richie yelled. Something's wrong, Brock frowned, Zack, watch Molly and Tomo. Got it. Zack said. Brock and Richie left their seats as they rushed off to help Ash and Misty, but stopped when they heard noises coming from one of the lockers. Brock opened it and saw Violet and Lily were bound and gagged, so both boys freed them. You guys okay? Brock asked. We're fine. Lily smiled. What happened? Richie questioned. Violet answered, we were about to enter as the bad guys, but then the same guys from before tied us up, gagged us, and stuffed us into the locker. Brock and Richie nodded to each other then looked back at the girls, don't worry, we've got this. Richie assured them as he and Brock were about to leave. Wait. Violet stopped them and gave both boys breathing tubes, you'll need these to breathe underwater. Richie and Brock took them gratefully before taking off to help Ash and Misty deal with Team Rocket. Meanwhile back with the audience Daisy was about to freak out but a look from Misty urged her to continue on with the show. Clearing her throat she continued, but their peaceful playing didn't last long as three villains appeared to try and ruin everything. The ugly sea hag was always jealous of Misty and her beauty, so she decided to confront the princess so she could steal her beauty. Jessie bristled as the title, who are you calling an ugly sea hag, she yelled. Well, it does fit your personality. James commented. She'll probably transform into a sea hag right now. Meowth said to James. Zip it. Jessie's face blew up as she yelled at them. Yes ma'am. They squeaked. While the three of them were going at it, Ash and Misty nodded to each other as Ash sent out Wartortle, while Misty used the water Pokémon in the tank to fight off against Team Rocket. Let's do this, Misty. Ash said. Right behind you. She told him. Jessie had sent out Arbok to fight against Wartortle and the rest of the water Pokémon in the tank. Arbok, use Poison Sting. Arbok sent white needles at them. Send those needles back with a rapid spin. Ash commanded. Wartortle retreated into his shell and spun in place as the needles hit his shell and were sent back at Arbok, hitting the poison-type Pokémon. Horsia, use Bubble. Horsia fired clear bubbles at Arbok, making it another direct hit. Not wanting the sea hag to have her way, both the prince and princess fought her and her evil minions together with the Pokémon of the sea. Daisy then heard a splash and saw it was Brock and Richie who came to help Ash and Misty out. Seeing the prince and princess were in danger and needed help, the two knights Brock and Richie join in the battle to assist them to defeat the ugly sea hag. Starmie, use Swift. Misty commanded. Wartortle, use Water Pulse. Ash commanded. Both attacks combined with the stars combining with the water spheres, and sent towards Arbok. Dodge at Arbok. Jessie commanded. Arbok narrowly got out of the way of both attacks, making them hit Meowth and James instead. Dodged by the skin of its teeth. Ash muttered. Yeah. Just as Misty was about to order one of the water Pokémon to attack, Seel charged at Arbok with a takedown and successfully slammed into it. That was great, Seel. Misty complimented. Seal's whole body began to glow, signaling it was evolving. Everyone in the audience was fascinated, having not seen what an evolution looks like. When Seel stopped glowing, its evolved form took its place. It was a pinniped Pokémon resembling a sea lion. It has a snowy white, furry body, which renders it virtually invisible in snowy conditions. Its face has two black eyes with no visible sclerae, a black button nose and two tusks extending from its upper jaw. It has a streamlined body with two front flippers and a long flowing tail. Dugong. Dugong said. Dugong evolved. Misty smiled. Daisy used that time to narrate again, wanting to help the princess, prince, and the knights. Seel has evolved into Dugong, so it can teach the ugly sea hag and her minions a lesson. Dugong decided to finish this by forming a light blue ball forms in front of its mouth and sent it at Arbok, freezing it in place, along with Team Rocket. Talk about a cold shoulder. James said from within the ice. Ash and Misty nodded their heads towards Richie and Brock as they all got out of the water and Pikachu and Sparky's bodies started cackling with electricity. Pikachu dash. Sparky dash. Use Thunderbolt. They both said. Both Pikachu and Sparky sent a Thunderbolt at the frozen Team Rocket, sending them flying out of the water tank and out of the gym. They're just jealous because I'm a real performer. Jessie said. Yes, it's a real shame they didn't appreciate your talent. James said sarcastically. This ain't over. You hear me twerp? Meowth vowed. Team Rocket's blasting off again. Back inside the gym, the audience was cheering for Misty, Ash, Brock, Richie, and the Pokémon that performed in the show. Misty was waving to the crowd along with Ash and the others. And so, with the ugly sea hag defeated by the princess, prince, and their knights, peace was once again restored to the sea. Daisy closed out with a smile as people started leaving the gym, but not before getting Misty and Ash's autograph. There were a few girls that crowded Ash, making him feel uncomfortable, but thanks to Misty they backed off. With everyone gone, the gang finally relaxed. Team Rocket showing up out of nowhere was surprising, but it all worked out in the end. Richie decided to scan Dugong since he didn't do it before. Dugong, the sea lion Pokémon. The evolved form of Seel. This water-ice Pokémon can easily resist extreme cold. Richie smiled, sounds like a cool water Pokémon. Misty turned to her sisters, I'm leaving Horsia here with you guys, you can also borrow Starmie too. Like thanks Misty. Daisy hugged the redhead, making her roll her eyes. Ash sighed, I'm just glad this whole thing is over with. I don't ever want to do that again. Richie smirked, don't like the fangirls. Ash gave him a deadpan look, don't go there. Can we have Pikachu and Togepi, too? Lily asked, batting her eyes. No. Ash and Misty hugged Pikachu and Togepi close to them. Worth a shot. Lily sighed. You can have Psyduck. Misty sent out the water Pokémon. Sigh, huh? Psyduck tilted his head curiously. The three sisters stared at the water type, then looked at Misty. We aren't that desperate. Ash sweat dropped, poor Psyduck. With the show going off without a hitch, our heroes are now off to Vidian City where Ash and Richie will earn their final gym badge. Stay tuned as the journey continues. Today we find our heroes at the Vidian City gym where Ash and Richie will earn their final gym badge, but something about this gym doesn't feel right. Ash stretched his arms above his head as he and the others wake up from spending the night at the Vidian City Pokémon Center. Ever since he got here there's been this foreboding feeling that wouldn't leave him alone. He had a bad feeling about this. "What's up, Ash? You've got a scary look on your face," Brock said. "Huh? Oh, well it's just that ever since we got here I've been feeling strange," he confessed. "Strange? Are you feeling sick?" Misty asked, her voice filled with worry. He shook his head. "No, I can't explain it. But I think the sooner we get to the gym and get this over with the sooner we can leave. Yeah, the sooner we find the gym the sooner we can earn our last gym badge." Richie grinned. "Pika, yeah." Sparky cheered. "Remember Richie, this gym uses ground-type Pokémon but like Blaine the gym leader might surprise us," Ash told him. "What do you mean?" Richie questioned. "Remember when I went up first against Blaine? He used a Rhydon to mix things up," Ash reminded. "Oh yeah, then I better take this seriously," Richie said. "You should," Ash said. "We should head to the gym now so we can leave quickly," Brock told them. "Right," they said. They finally arrived at the gym and saw two guards at the front entrance. The gym itself looked intimidating, even more intimidating than the Vidian City gym. "This is it," Richie said, clenching his fists. Sparky nodded from his shoulder. Ash was on guard, not liking the feeling he was getting but kept it to himself. Brock placed a hand on his shoulder as if sensing his feelings. "You'll do fine," he assured Ash. Taking a deep breath Ash smiled. "Yeah. Big brother will win." Molly smiled. "You can do it, big brother." Tomo grinned. Ash smiled. "Me and Richie will both do our best." Just then the gang heard a noise and turned to see Gary and his cheerleaders had arrived. Ash sighed. Just when he was feeling great Gary shows up and ruins the atmosphere entirely. "I'm surprised Ashy boy," Gary smirked. "I thought you'd get here after I've won." Ash didn't bother to look at him and instead kept his gaze forward towards the entrance. Something's wrong, he could feel something in there and it was eerily familiar. Small world. "Since you're here Gary that means you plan on challenging this gym?" Brock asked trying to be civil. "Yeah, I mean I already have enough badges to enter the league unlike Ashy boy here. But there's no shame in getting another extra," Gary bragged. Richie was getting real sick and tired of Gary's attitude and wanted to blow up at him but he was worried about Ash a little because of the face he was making. "Since I'm more experienced than these two losers then I'll be going first." Gary smirked at Ash and Richie. Ash didn't even acknowledge him. "Richie, we'll wait outside," he said suddenly taking everyone by surprise, even Gary. Richie didn't even try to protest. "You sure?" Ash gave him a nod. "You okay with that?" Richie smiled. "If you say so, then yeah." Without another word Ash walked away from the entrance with the others following behind him. Gary meanwhile scoffed and called Ash a coward but the raven-haired teen ignored him as the gang waits outside. "Ash, what's going on?" Misty asked. Ash sighed and told them what he was feeling. "Something feels strange about this gym." "Strange like how?" Zack questioned. Ash was trying to find the right words to say it. "It feels like there's more to this gym that meets the eye, like there's something being kept hidden." "Something being kept hidden?" Misty blinked. He nodded. "Yeah, that weird feeling I've been getting is coming from this gym. But then again he had felt this before, I've felt this before. It feels like," his eyes widened, mute dash. There was a crash and they saw some ing fly out of the gym. It looked like a Pokémon with mechanical parts on it, but as it kept flying away the parts fell off. The others couldn't see its face but Ash felt that psychic energy before, and it was definitely Mewtwo. What was that? A Pokémon? Misty wondered, tightening her grip on Togepi. Ash ran inside the gym making the others call out to him, but they were ignored as he suddenly got a bad feeling about something. What was Mewtwo doing here? And more importantly, why did he feel anger and fear? Or was that just his imagination? He stopped running when he spotted Gary and his cheerleaders unconscious. The others came running inside soon after and Brock went over by the cheerleaders while Ash woke Gary up by slapping him. Well, at least Ash had a legitimate reason to hit him. Misty smiled nervously. Togi, it made a funny noise. Togepi giggled. Ash saw Gary groan as he opened his eyes slowly. Welcome back from dreamland. What happened? Gary sat up, trying to clear the cobwebs from his head. That thing that I used Arcanine and Nidoking, but that it just sent them flying. That's no ordinary Pokémon. Richie gulped. Then that thing we saw flying out of here it was the very same Pokémon. Ash narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. You can stop watching us now. Everyone looked and saw a man descend from the stairs with a smirk on his face with dark brown hair, wearing a white shirt that was covered by a black suit and brown shoes. How interesting, he said. Are you here to challenge me as well, boy? Ash stood before Gary's down form. I am. My name is Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town. Richie stood next to his cousin. I'm Richie Hiroshi from Cineabar City, and I also challenge you to a gym battle. The man eyed the two, but his gaze lingered on Ash for a bit before he spoke. I see, Ash Ketchum, I shall battle you first. Ash nodded before he took his place on the platform and the man took his spot. Richie and the others decided to watch from the stands, but Misty addressed Gary. Are you staying or leaving? She questioned. Gary looked over at Ash before turning away and heading out the door, like I would. He muttered angrily. Misty was so over his attitude. Good riddance to you then. She yelled. Togi, bye-bye. Togepi waved goodbye. Forget him, Misty, Richie told her. Let's just watch Ash's match. Yeah. She said, sitting next to him. Meanwhile the gym leader and Ash were staring each other down. This was going to be an intense battle. This will be a 3-on-3 battle, the man said, only the trainer may substitute. Is this acceptable? Ash nodded. Then, let us begin. He smirked, taking out a Pokeball. Nidorino, come. Out of the Pokeball was a light purple, quadruped Pokémon. It has several darker purple spots across its body. It has large, spiny ears with teal insides, narrow black eyes, and a long snout with 2 pointed teeth protruding from the upper jaw. It has a ridge of toxic spines on its back, and a long, pointed horn on its forehead. The horn is harder than a diamond and capable of secreting poison on impact. Its short legs have 3 claws on each foot. A Nidorino. Brock said. Richie scanned it. Nidorino, the poison pin Pokémon. The evolved form of the male Nidoran. Its highly developed horn is extremely powerful. It looks strong. Richie muttered. Pika, the look in its eyes is scary. Sparky said. Ash thought about his choices and decided to use Ivysaur. Ivysaur, I choose you. Out came the grass type. Ivysaur, I'm prepared. Ivysaur declared. So Ash is going with Ivysaur? Misty questioned, clearly confused. Grass-type moves only do half damage, but it should be okay. Brock said. Horn attack. The gym leader made the first move. Nidorino moves its horns at Ivysaur. Jump. Ivysaur jumped avoiding the horn attack. Use Leech Seed. A seed sprouts from Ivysaur's bulb, which shoots out at Nidorino. When hit, Nidorino became wrapped in thin vines and leaves, restraining it. The vines and leaves then glow red and seek energy from the poison type. Leech Seed absorbs the energy from a Pokémon, making its health go down while restoring health to Ivysaur. Brock explained. Ivysaur hasn't taken any damage, but at least Nidorino's energy will drop a little, giving Ash the advantage. Misty said. Yes, but remember that Nidorino is a poison-type Pokémon and one hit from a poison attack could be enough to take Ivysaur out of battle. Brock reminded. I know, and after what happened to Gary I'm a little worried. Misty said. Ash is more focused than Gary when it comes to battling, so I know he'll do fine. Brock said, brimming with confidence for Ash. Misty gave a smile, you're right. Richie kept his eyes on the gym leader, an uneasy feeling crawling into the pit of his stomach as he stared at the man. There's something about that guy that has me on edge, like he's hiding something. I feel the same. Misty said as she got the very same feeling. Back with the battle, Ash was eyeing the gym leader's Nidorino closely, sensing the poison type was more that meets the eye. The man smirked, impressive. As expected. Ash got an uneasy feeling but responded anyway, thanks for the compliment. Use poison sting. Nidorino fires a purple glowing spike from its horn at Ivysaur. Jump, Ivysaur. Ivysaur jumped again and avoided the attack, use growl. Ivysaur landed on the ground and opened his mouth, letting out a loud, piercing bleat that distorts the air and affected Nidorino. Growl's a move that decreases a Pokémon's attack. Brock informed. Useful move. Richie said. Use Vine Whip. Ivysaur lashed out his vines at Nidorino, making it a direct hit. Now, use Sleep Power. Ivysaur sprayed sleeping powder over at Nidorino, who fell asleep instantly. Now, use your Vine Whip attack. Ivysaur sent a Vine Whip attack at the unconscious Nidorino, making it another direct hit. As Nidorino fell to the ground, its eyes had swirls in them, signaling that Ash has won the first battle. Misty let out a sigh of relief, he won. Brock didn't look to please, however. What's wrong? She asked. He was holding back. Brock revealed. What? Misty and Richie gasped. But, why would he do that? Misty questioned. Good question, I get the feeling we're about to find out. Brock said. Ash watched the man calmly return his Nidorino. Why are you holding back? He questioned. Zack sighed, so even Ash figured it out. Not surprised. The gym leader smirked, testing to see if I was battling a worthy trainer. And it appears I am. Is that so? Ash said, narrowing his eyes. Don't worry, because as of right now I'm going to be battling seriously. He promised. That's exactly what I want. Ash said, not backing down. The man brought out his second Pokémon, Nidoqueen. Come. Out came a large, bipedal blue Pokémon with distinct reptilian features. Its body is encased with extremely hard scales that serve as excellent protection from any attack and stand up when Nidoqueen is excited or provoked. It has a blunt snout, narrow brown eyes, and large ears with brown insides. There is a small horn on its forehead, and single spine on each ear, and there is a line of toxic spikes running down the length of its back. Each hand has 3 short claws and each foot was 2 claws. Its lower jaw, the front of its abdomen, and 2 plates on its chest are cream-colored. It has a thick, powerful tail. Nidoqueen gave a fierce yell as it was brought out of its pokeball. So that's a Nidoqueen. Brock said. Richie scanned it. Nidoqueen, the drill Pokémon. Nidoqueen has thick skin covering its entire body, protecting it from whatever techniques are used against it. Richie put his Pokédex away. This guy's not fooling around this time. He said he wouldn't. Misty said. Do you think Big Brother will keep Ivysaur out? Tomo asked. He'll switch, won't he? Molly asked, curiously. I think so. Brock said. Ash did indeed bring out Ivysaur's Pokeball. Ivysaur return. That Nidoqueen looked really strong, so it's best he uses a heavy hitter like Charizard. Charizard, come on out. Out came the fire-flying type Pokémon that looked ready to have a go at Nidoqueen. Both Pokémon stared each other down and sizing each other up, waiting for the other to make the first move. In the stands, Ash's friends were watching with bated breaths, the suspense killing them as they wanted to see who would make the first move. Nidoqueen or Charizard? Finally, someone made the first move. Nidoqueen, use Earth Power. Nidoqueen's outline flashes yellow and it slams its fist into the ground. Glowing gold cracks then travel at Charizard. Take to the air, quick. Ash urged. Charizard flew high in the air, avoiding taking the full brunt of the attack as the cracks in the earth were still present. Richie swallowed nervously, he's really not holding back. Out of all of the gym leaders here in Kanto, this guy's definitely the strongest. Brock said, even though he was taken back by the attack. Oh, now I'm starting to get nervous again. Misty said, holding Togepi a little more close to her. Ash stared at the damage the attack did and thought he made the right move when he told Charizard to take to the air. He brought his attention back towards the gym leader. He was just playing with me at first, but now he's serious, in that case I'll get serious, too. He thought. Charizard, as if sensing Ash's emotions, descended back on the ground and stared hard daggers at Nidoqueen. Very impressive, I look forward to seeing what else you have to offer me. The man said. I intend to. Ash promised. No more words were said as the battle started once again. Use Scratch. Nidoqueen's claws glowed white as it came at Charizard quickly. Counter with Dragon Claw. Charizard's hands become surrounded in a light green, claw-shaped energy, countering the Scratch attack with Dragon Claw, causing a shockwave as a cloud of smoke surround both Pokémon. The smoke cleared and the others saw as both Pokémon were fighting for dominance. This feels just like that time with Blaine. Misty commented. It does, doesn't it? Brock said. But this guy's stronger than Blaine though, Richie said, and he only let Ash win the first battle, but this time might be different. It doesn't look like he's messing around anymore. Zach commented. Both Pokémon jumped back from each other while still staring into each other's eyes. Double kick. Nidoqueen jumps into the air and comes down, feet first, about to kick Charizard. Block that attack, Charizard. Charizard brought both arms together as Nidoqueen kicked it continuously, making the others worry, but Ash still remained calm as he thought of what to do next. Yeah, that might work. He thought, Charizard, use Smoke Screen. Charizard opened his mouth and a cloud of smoke made Nidoqueen halt in her assault and look around confused as to where Charizard was. Use Shadow Claw. Charizard's claw glowed dark purple as he came at Nidoqueen. Quickly, making her eye go wide as the attack made contact. But Ash wasn't done just yet. Now, use Dragon Rage. Charizard's eyes glow white, then the flame on its tail grows to a huge size. It then forms a ball of fire in its mouth and releases a fiery inferno at Nidoqueen, who only had time to widen its eyes before taking the full hit of Dragon Rage. Smoke clouded the arena and once it cleared, everyone saw Nidoqueen was unconscious. Misty breathed a sigh of relief, just one more round to go. That Nidoqueen was strong, Richie said, makes me nervous to see what other kind of Pokémon the guy has. Nidoqueen was impressive, which makes me glad Ash decided to switch Ivysaur out with Charizard. He's Ash's strongest fire type and second strongest Pokémon. Brock said. Who's the first? Misty asked. Pikachu. Molly and Tomo exclaimed with a smile. Brock looked at Misty, there you go. Right, she should have known that actually. Ash was proud of Charizard for that amazing Dragon Rage attack. He saw what other moves Charizard would be able to learn and noticed Outrage was on that list too, but he'll have to train with Charizard some more before attempting to practice such a dangerous move. He was cut off from his thoughts when he heard the gym leader laugh. Whether it was a laugh of excitement or insanity he didn't know, and didn't want to know. Astounding. Truly astounding. You are the same as him. He laughed. Him. Who was he talking about? As a reward for entertaining me so, I decided to use my strongest Pokémon. He sent out his last Pokémon, Rhyperior, come. Out came a large, brownish-gray Pokémon with two horns, one on its nose, and another one above it. It has a club-like tail and its hide is partially covered by orange, rocky plates. It has blade-like protrusions on its elbows and has holes in the palms of its hands which works as a cannon or a gun. It also appears to have two thick, rectangular rocks above its eyes, resembling heavy eyebrows. Rhyperior lives far up in the mountains. What kind of Pokémon is that? Richie yelled. I think it's a Rhyperior. Brock said. Richie scanned it. Rhyperior, the drill Pokémon and the evolved form of Rhydon. Rhyperior can concentrate strength in its body and expand, causing the stone in its hand to launch. That Pokémon looks like it's no pushover. Richie stared. No kidding. Misty agreed. The gym leader made the first move, use Stone Edge. Rhyperior sent stones from the ground towards Charizard. Counter with Fire Blast. Charizard takes in a deep breath and releases a ball of yellow-orange fire from its mouth. The ball of fire then turns into a shaped flame that was sent towards the stones, preventing them from coming at the fire-flying type Pokémon. Use Hammer Arm. Rhyperior's hand glows red as it charged towards Charizard. Counter with Dragon Claw. Like before, Charizard's hands become surrounded in a light green, claw-shaped energy, that slammed into Rhyperior's hammer arm. A struggle between the two powerhouses began, but Rhyperior's hammer arm was able to push Charizard backwards a little. You okay? Ash asked in concern. Charizard gave him a smirk, roar, I can still keep going. He smiled, okay. If Charizard says he can keep going then he won't complain. Impressive Pokémon you have there, but can it withstand this? The man said, use Rock Wrecker. Rhyperior puts its hands together, and small chunks of gray stones come out of the holes on Rhyperior's hands and form together into a large gray rock that is outlined in red. The red outline then fades and Rhyperior throws the rock at Charizard. That's a dangerous move, and Charizard won't have time to go in the air to dodge it, so I'll have to have him see if he can block it. Ash thought. Just as he was about to give Charizard a command, he noticed something and he wasn't the only one. Guys, look at Charizard. Molly pointed. They were all leaning forward to see what was going on. Charizard's body was glowing red, as were his eyes. Charizard's glowing red, but why? Misty questioned. Ash recognized the move Charizard was about to use and felt fear grip his heart, it can't be. Charizard's body becomes outlined in a red aura and he roared in rage as he charged at the Rock Wrecker attack, destroying it like it was nothing before appearing before Rhyperior and attacking it mercilessly in a fit of rage. What is Charizard doing? Richie questioned. Pikachu, what happened? Sparky wondered. That move, Brock's voice sounded grim, it's outrage. Outrage? Misty questioned. It's one of those moves you only use if you know how to control it properly due to constant training. Trust me, it's not a move you want to use all the time, considering the damage. Brock explains. What do you mean? Tomo asked. See, outrage is one of those moves that's a double-edged sword, Brock explained, while true it's powerful and does some damage to the opponent, it also affects the user. After outrage is finished, the user becomes confused. Is Charizard going to be okay? Molly asked. Brock's grim look didn't change, we'll just have to wait and see. Charizard continued to pulverize Rhyperior until he finally stopped his assault and jumped back. Rhyperior swayed for a couple of seconds before finally falling face first on the ground. He did it, Misty forced out, he won. Brock hummed, eyes still on Charizard. Ash couldn't believe Charizard knew outrage. Professor Oak had told him stories of the well-known cautious move, but he'd only seen it when Professor Oak's Dragonite used it, but he had full control even though the attack leaves the Pokémon confused afterwards he still looked okay. Just tired. Which was no surprise because the dragon type was old. And now, here he was again witnessing another Pokémon using the move, but it was one of his own this time. Taking a deep breath, he called out to his Pokémon, Charizard. He showed no fear. There was no need to. Charizard heard his voice and the move outrage stopped, making the flying fire type get down on one knee. Charizard. Ash ran over to his friend and hugged his middle. You okay? Charizard slowly regained his senses and realized who it was that was addressing him. He gave a grunt of acknowledgement and leaned his head towards Ash, making the boy sigh in relief. That was scary, Ash said. Let's not try that again unless we absolutely have to. There was another grunt from Charizard and this one was of agreement. No way in hell was he doing that move ever again unless either Ash or himself was in danger. You did great, get some rest. Ash returned his friend with a sigh. While Charizard didn't try to attack him in his confused state after Outrage lost his effects, it was still gamble and he would rather not take another one if he could help it. Footsteps alerted him that the gym leader was approaching with that all-knowing smirk on his face. It was starting to get on his nerves. You didn't disappoint, good. The man said. Ash was sneering at him inwardly at his tone but otherwise said nothing, even as he held out the Earth badge to him. It was green and shaped like a plant. He took the badge from the man, but he still felt like deep down he was playing right into the man's hands. Thank you. He muttered, walking over to the others. Ash, you okay? Misty asked, seeing his expression. Was he okay? That was a good question and he wondered about that himself. With a sigh he shook his head, giving them a smile that didn't look reassuring. I'm okay. Anyway, it's your turn now, Richie. Be on your guard with this guy. I will. Richie promised. When they looked back they noticed the man was gone. What the? Where'd he go? Richie looked around as did the others. All of a sudden smoke covered the gym and the gang heard familiar laughter. You have got to be kidding me. Ash felt like he was about to have a brain aneurysm with how many times they've run into Team Rocket. If there was a world record that lists how many times a trainer's run into Team Rocket, then they would have been broken that world record. What are you JRKS doing here? Misty yelled. Jessie laughed. Silly girl, don't you know? This whole gym is nothing more than one of Team Rocket's secret bases. That's right, and the boss has allowed us to run it from now on. James said proudly. Meowth, that's right. Meowth grinned. This news took all of them by surprise. What? Then that means that guy just now dash. Richie said. Is the leader of Team Rocket. Ash growled. He should have known actually, but he was focused on the battle that he didn't even notice the man's obvious behavior. What he did notice however was the man's unhealthy obsession with him and his battling. It was almost as though he wasn't really looking at him, but someone else. Now then twerps, if you want to earn that Earth badge you'll have to play by our rules now. Meowth pushed a button and two platforms sprung from the ground. We'll battle on these two platforms here. Ash had a bad feeling about this and wanted to tell Richie not to go through with it and just take the badge by force, but seeing the look on his cousin's face told him that he was going to do this no matter what. Placing a hand on his cousin's shoulder, his expression showed his clear and worried emotion. These guys don't fight fair, Ash warned him, be ready for anything. Right. Richie nodded. As Richie went over to one of the platforms, Ash and the others were sitting in the stands thinking about how all this time the gym leader of Vidian City was the leader of Team Rocket this whole time. Misty and Brock felt foolish for not noticing it sooner. The first clue was when they used to have their weekly gym leader meeting and the only who didn't show up was the gym leader of Vidian City, stating he was busy with a secret project. Now they were dreading to know what that secret project is. I can't believe it, Misty said, feeling foolish. All this time, he was the leader of Team Rocket. He had us, the gym leaders, all fooled. Brock frowned, but deep down he angry that such a man could lead a criminal organization that steals Pokémon and be a gym leader as a cover so no one would suspect him. What made it worse is the fact that it worked. No one suspected a thing, not even them, the gym leaders. It was a hard pill to swallow. What's done is done, Ash's voice brought the two of them out of their thoughts. He had everyone fooled sure, but now we know, and if he makes another move we can deal with him. Misty and Brock nodded in agreement. We should also tell the other gym leaders and Officer Jenny what we found out. Brock suggested. I think so, too, Ash agreed. As soon as we leave here we're going to see Officer Jenny so she can alert the gym leaders in Kanto about what we found out. Misty and Brock nodded. Jesse brought out a pokeball. Let's go, twerp. He threw it and out came a Rhyhorn. Zippo, let's go. Richie sent out his faithful fire-type Pokémon. Roar. Zippo gave out a loud roar, signaling he was ready for battle. Ash frowned. I don't trust those three. They're up to something. I agree, something's not right. Brock agreed. Jesse went first. Use horn attack. Rhyhorn came at Zippo, ready to hit the fire-flying type with its horn. Dodge it, Zippo. Zippo avoided the horn attack just in time. Use Flame Burst. Zippo fires an orange-yellow fireball from its mouth at Rhyhorn, making it a direct hit. While that was good and all, the bad feeling Ash and others felt was justified as the platform Jesse was standing on started electrocuting him. Misty gasped. Ash narrowed his eyes. I get it now. If the Pokémon receives damage from an attack, no matter how small or big the trainer will also feel it. That's low. Brock frowned. Ash looked over at Pikachu who nodded and scurried off somewhere along with Sparky. Richie will want to battle to the end, so there was no point in telling him otherwise, so he'll let the battle continue, but he will give Team Rocket a painful blast-off for this. Richie saw this and was worried, but it was worry for Zippo. Clenching his fists he decided to continue the battle, even if this whole thing is just a farce. Jessie growled and looked over at Meowth who gave her a nervous chuckle before looking back at Richie. Grr, that hurt you little twerp. Go Rhyhorn, tackle that annoying fire-type Pokémon. Rhyhorn charges at Charizard again, but Richie had something else in mind. Quick, use Heat Wave. A red-orange ball appears in Zippo's mouth, and it releases a wind of flames at Rhyhorn, sending it backwards as it took some damage. Once again Jessie was electrocuted as she took damage, too. Jessie was completely brown as smoke came out of her mouth and ears. She growled again and turned to Meowth and James. What are you two morons? She was cut off when she saw both Meowth and James were incapacitated by both Pikachu and Sparky. Both electric types gave her a sheet-eating grin, holding up peace signs. She paled as she noticed the remote Meowth was holding. Originally the plan was to use the remote to make the twerp's platform electrocute him every time either one of their Pokémon took damage, but for some reason it was only shocking Jessie. She knew they shouldn't have bought these on a whim. Richie smirked. Show's over. Now, Zippo, let's show them on move we've been working on. Seismic Toss. Zippo grabs Rhyhorn, flies into the sky, spins around, zooms back down, and tosses it into the ground. As the smoke from the move cleared everyone saw Rhyhorn was unconscious. Ash smirked and stood up, and with that done. He saw Jessie tense up but didn't care about that one bit. Pikachu dash. Sparky dash. Thunderbolt. Pikachu and Sparky sent a thunderbolt attack at all three members of Team Rocket, sending them flying out of the gym via the roof. Richie saw something fall from the sky and caught it. Getting a good look at it he saw it was the Earth badge. Got the last badge. Richie said, holding up the Earth badge. The others approached as Richie returned Zippo. I'm glad that's over. Misty said. Me, too. Brock agreed. Now Big Brother and Richie both have their last badge. Tomo said. They beat all the gym leaders and can now enter the league. Molly grinned. Ash just thought of something, speaking of which, I have no idea where it's being held. Maybe Professor Oak knows. He might. Misty said. Since we're close we can head to Pallet Town and just ask him. Ash said. Richie grinned. Cool, I get to see Aunt Delia again in person. Then we'll all go. but only after we go see Officer Jenny first. Misty reminded them. Brock got a goofy look on his face. Officer Jenny. Why am I not surprised? Misty sighed. Togi, surprised. Togepi smiled. As they left the gym behind, Brock and Ash hung in the back to have a private chat. So what do you think that mysterious Pokémon Gary saw was? Ash got quiet as he knew who the mysterious Pokémon was but didn't say anything. Good question. Was all Ash said as they left the Vidian City gym behind them. With the events of the Vidian gym behind them, and learning of some shocking news, our heroes set off to Pallet Town, home of where Ash and Molly reside. The only question that remains in the back of their minds is what happened with that mysterious Pokémon. He could remember it clearly. There was no way he could ever forget the true purpose of his existence, and it wasn't just him. There were others, Amber 2 being one of them and someone else who he cannot remember. After he and Amber 2 were created, they would link their consciousnesses together and talk that way, since they couldn't speak freely the normal way in fear of the scientists recording their conversation and using it to their advantage. While they were speaking telepathically, the two of them came across a certain boy at the same time. Ash Ketchum. The first opinion Mewtwo had of him is that he was different. Unlike the humans who created him, this boy truly cared about Pokémon and went out of his way to make them feel happy and help them recover. A prime example of this is that electric-type Luxray, who was just a bruised and damaged little Shinx with zero trust in humans. But that trust was soon regained back when the damaged Shinx came into contact with Ash Ketchum, who took care of it and cared for it with such love and patience that Mewtwo thought he was dreaming. It wasn't just the young Shinx. The young boy took care of plenty of other Pokémon that came his way and met them once again when he went out on his journey and met new Pokémon on the way. He helped them, protected them, and healed them. This is what prompted him and Amber 2 to watch over him during his childhood, which was unpleasant to say the least. The other humans were cruel to not only him, but those that surrounded him, but the boy wasn't alone. His mother, who he assumed was the woman with brown hair that was always in a ponytail, was always there by his side, as was the elderly man and his other human friends. But they didn't stay around for long as all three left, but after watching him for some time once more he reunited with the one that turned out to be his cousin, and now here they are traveling together. When Amber 2 asked him to bring Ash over to where they were because she wanted him to read her a story as well as tell them about what they are, he did so without protest. There was a difference when seeing him in person as to where he was only watching him from afar. Up close he could feel the boy's warm aura that exuded from him and wrapped around him like a warm blanket, but it was different from the warm blanket Amber 2 would put over him when he felt cold. His aura felt warm, safe, and protected. It was a strange feeling, but not unpleasant. He closed his eyes as he felt the water droplets from the sky touch his skin. It wasn't long before he escaped that wretched human Giovanni Rocket and his abominable armor that held back his psychic power. But he didn't relish in his freedom for long, for as soon as he got back, Ambertwo's condition had suddenly changed, and not for the better. The other clone Pokémon were keeping her company while he went outside to think. Amber 2, his friend, would be taken away from him soon unless he does something to prevent that. Snapping his eyes open, he felt a wave of his psychic power surround him, as felt anger and fury, remembering what some of scientists back then said about letting her perish, for she was not stated to last long, unlike him and other cloned Pokémon. The only human who protested this was her so-called father. He didn't remember much of his time there with them, but what he does remember is it being destroyed by someone that wasn't him, but it allowed him to escape with Amber 2 and the other cloned Pokémon. While he was sure to keep the fact that she was still alive hidden, he was still used as Giovanni Rocket's precious weapon that only he could control. But he was wrong. As soon as he sensed Ash's presence near the Vidian City gym, he felt a burst of power like never before and was able to break free from his confinements and escaped. And this time, Giovanni will never find him. But the fact still remains that his psychic power had never felt that powerful before, and it only happened because of Ash. Because of Ash. Looking up at the sky, he made his decision: Dragonite. He called out to the clone dragon-type Pokémon who appeared before him with a smile. Go and seek out Ash Ketchum and bring him here. Mewtwo ordered as he sent a picture of what Ash looks like to the Pokemon's mind. We need him. Dragonite cooed and took off the cloudy sky that had at some point ceased the rain. Mewtwo didn't know what sort of power Ash held within him, but if it could somehow save Amber too and prevent her from leaving this world, then he didn't care what it was. Only you can save her, he said to no one. Hello, normal speech. Hello, telepathy. Hello, thoughts. Hello, poke speech to Ash. Having won their last badge and thus allowing them to enter the Indigo League, Ash and Richie along with their friends and Pokemon have decided to take a nice long rest before they set off on the road once again, unaware of what will happen. What will Ash do? Ash blinked as he slowly opened his eyes and saw the clear blue sky staring down at him. Ever since they left Vidian City he'd been getting an ominous feeling that just wouldn't leave him. He heard laughter and turned to see it was his siblings and the Pokemon running around and playing while Misty was helping Brock prepare dinner, and Richie and Zack were having a battle. With a groan he sat up and saw Pikachu. Noticed he was awake, coming over to him. Pikachu, have a nice nap? Pikachu asked, jumping in his best friend's lap. He scratched the back of his head. You can say that. Hey, look who's awake. Misty smiled. Ash gave her an apologetic look. I'm sorry for just sleeping like that. Hey, don't worry about it, Brock assured him. You were pretty exhausted when we left Vidian City after that gym battle with Giovanni. Not to mention all the information we had to give to Officer Jenny. Yeah. How could he forget? As soon as they left the gym they went off to find Officer Jenny and told her everything that happened, with the Vidian City gym leader being the head of Team Rocket whose real name is Giovanni Rocket. She felt like she'd been fooled and started beating herself up for not looking into him sooner when she noticed something off about him. Luckily the gang told her she wasn't the only that was fooled because they were, too. Misty clapped her hands getting everyone's attention. Enough of that now, so what's for lunch? Brock smiled, it's my famous stew special. Sounds good, Brock. Ash smiled as he got up and walked over to them with Pikachu on his shoulder. Cool, time to eat. Richie said. Starving. Zack said. Molly, Tomo, Togepi, and Teddiursa were still running around playing when they stopped and noticed someone approach. Togepi immediately ran over to Misty who held her little one close, while Molly and Tomo went over by Ash who gave them a confused look until he saw the mysterious stranger. The person was wearing a light orange shirt that was sleeveless, dark green pants, purple shoes, sporting a red bandana. Hey, you there. The stranger pointed, I'm looking for a Pokemon trainer named Ash from Pallet Town. You know him? Richie went on the defensive. Yeah, and who are you? He demanded. Ash stood before the man. That would be me, can I help you with something? The man grinned, let's have a match. Unless you're afraid to lose. He taunted, pulling out a Pokeball. Ash narrowed his eyes, I have no interest in battling someone who can't even tell me his name. The man smirked, fine, name's Raymond. Now, let's battle. Misty frowned, what a JRK. Don't worry, Ash will handle him. Brock told her. Ash said nothing as he released Ivysaur who stood there ready to battle the rude boy. Insert song, Pokemon 2.B.if Master. I wanna be the very best. Like no one ever was. Raymond grinned as he sent out his Pokemon, which is one Richie had never seen before. It is a gray, elephant-like Pokemon with a thick, black band of hide running down the length of its back and extending to the tip of its long trunk. He scanned it. Donphan, the armor Pokemon. With its strong tusks and tough skin, Donphan is known for its powerful tackle attack. The length of Donphan's tusks indicates its level. To catch them is my real test. To train them is my cause. Donphan was moving its leg, ready to start the battle. I will travel across the land. Searching far and wide. Ivysaur calmly stared at the elephant-like Pokemon, along with Ash. Teach Pokemon to understand. Raymond ordered Donphan to use Rollout on Ivysaur, who simply stood there waiting for the right time to strike. The power that's inside. Ivysaur jumped just as Ash ordered him to, and Donphan's Rollout missed, so it used Rollout to come at the grass type again. Inside Pokémon. Donphan missed again when Ivysaur once again jumped out of the way and was high in the air. As the sun beamed down on Ivysaur's back, Ash ordered him to use Solar Beam. I know it's my destiny. You're my best friend. As Ivysaur was gathering up the necessary energy to use Solar Beam, Donphan stopped rolling, but Raymond told him to do it again, so it obeyed. And the world we must defend. Ivysaur came down from the sky and sent the Solar Beam attack straight at the rolling Donphan. Our hearts are true. The Solar Beam was a direct hit that sent Donphan flying away from the grass-type Pokémon. It fell to the ground, unconscious. Our courage will pull us through. You teach me and I'll teach you. Raymond returned Donphan, clearly angry that he lost. Ash meanwhile went over to Ivysaur and rubbed his head with a smile, and the grass type smiled back. Pokémon. Got to catch them. Got to catch them all. That was an amazing Solar Beam, Ivysaur. I think it's getting stronger. Ash praised. Ivysaur, I think so. Ivysaur smiled. You can challenge along the way. Raymond sent out his next Pokémon, a Machamp this time. Encourage your faith. I will battle everything. Machamp flexed its muscles. Ash simply sighed and sent out Wartortle this time, who was ready to battle, judging by the smirk on its face. About the place. Come with me, the time is right. There's no better team. Machamp tried to punch Wartortle, but the water type jumped over the punch to avoid it, including the kick Machamp tried hit him with. Arm in arm will win the fight. Wartortle avoided Machamp's attempts to get a hit on him again, by jumping all over the place. It's always been our dream. Pokémon. Wartortle used Dragon Pulse on Machamp, making it a direct hit as it hit the fighting type in the chest. It's you and me. I know it's my destiny. Machamp fell to the ground, unable to battle, much to Raymond's shock and disbelief. Pokémon. You are my best friend. In a world we must defend. Wartortle ran towards Ash, giving him a hug, which Ash returned a smile. A heart so true. Our courage will pull us through. You teach me and I'll teach you. Pokémon. Raymond, still very angry having lost 2 matches against Ash, sent out 3 more Pokeballs. The Pokémon that appeared were a Golem, Venomoth, and Pinsir. All 3 Pokémon charged at Ash, but he had other plans. Got to catch them. Ash gave Pikachu a look, who wasted no time in shocking all 3 Pokémon into unconsciousness. Go to catch them all. Raymond returned his Pokémon and ran off with his tail between his legs. Ash sighed and returned both Ivysaur and Wartortle as Pikachu climbed back on his shoulder. Richie's sweat dropped. He was the one that wanted to have a battle. Ash just shook his head. It doesn't matter, let's just have lunch. Sounds like a plan. Misty smiled. The gang didn't realize they were being watched by 2 parties, with one of them being unknown. Team Rocket was watching them, of course, with the same plot to steal Pikachu. There they are. James announced. So what's the plan this time, Meowth? Jessie asked. Meowth grinned. Well, first, we'll sneak up on them once they finish eating, then once their backs are turned we grab Pikachu. Sounds good. James said. Let's start Operation Grab Pikachu from under their noses. Jessie smirked. The 3 nod and get ready to start the operation, but stopped in their tracks when they noticed a Dragonite flying towards the group. They ducked down out of sight immediately. What's a Dragonite doing here? Meowth whispered. Don't ask me. Jessie whispered back. It's coming right towards the twerps. James said. Jessie and Meowth observe and indeed see the dragon flying type flying towards Ash's group, landing before them. What do you think it wants? James wondered. Don't know. Meowth said. Well, shut up so we can find out. Jessie told them. Back with Ash's group, they saw the Dragonite land before them with a smile plastered on its face as it stared at them. There was something about that smile though that eerily familiar. I'm not seeing things, Zack said, rubbing his eyes. There's an actual Dragonite standing in front of us. It's rare that one would approach humans. Brock said. Really? What about the Dragonite we saw at Bill's lighthouse? Misty questioned. I think that Dragonite was a special case. Brock said. What do you think it wants? Molly wondered. Maybe it wants to play with us. Tomo suggested. Ursa, really? Teddy Ursa questioned, tilting his head a little. You can tell this Dragonite's different from Bill's. Richie observed. Pika Pika, it's smaller than Bill's. Sparky said. Pi Pika Pikachu, his Dragonite's bigger than the average, so that doesn't count. Pikachu told him. Ash felt like he'd seen this Dragonite somewhere before. Could it be one of the cloned Pokémon he saw back at that place where Amber and Mewtwo are? Getting a closer observation, he noticed there weren't any marks on the Dragonite, so it's not a clone. But why is it here? Dragonite eyed the humans with a smile, then spotted the human whose appearance was sent to his memory by Mewtwo. This was the human he was supposed to bring back with him. Leaning close to the confused boy's face, the dragon flying type's eyes glowed blue, and Ash stilled before falling forward into Dragonite's arms. Ash! Richie, Misty, and Brock yelled. Big brother! Molly and Tomo yelled. Before Pikachu, Sparky, and Teddy Ursa could attack Dragonite, the dragon flying type was already in the air and took off flying with Ash in its arms. Big brother! Molly and Tomo yelled, no longer seeing Dragonite in sight. Get back here with my cousin! Richie yelled, trying to run after Dragonite. What the actual heck? Zack exclaimed. What's going on? Why did it just kidnap Ash like that? Misty was worried what would happen to Ash. I don't know. It's rare for Pokémon to just take humans away like that. Brock was confused as to what just happened himself and didn't know how to explain it. Richie came back with a frustrated, yet worried look on his face. What do we do? Before anyone could answer, Pikachu made a noise and Tomo picked what looked to be an invitation off the grass. Look. It's an invitation. Pika Pikachu Pika Pikapi, that must have been for Ash. Pikachu guessed. Tomo opened it and it was indeed an invitation to go to some island and showed it to the others. Brock had finished reading the letter and nodded his head in confirmation. It is an invitation. We can use this to go after Dragonite and save Ash. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Richie said as they packed up their things and ran in the direction they believed they'll find Ash. They weren't alone as Team Rocket followed them. New Island. With a groan, Ash opened his eyes, closing and opening them, trying to get the fog out of his eyes. Seeing his vision is now clear, he sits up slowly before looking around the room he was in and soon recognized where he was. Am I at New Island? He said to no one. Yes, you are. A familiar voice confirmed. Since he recognized the voice, he didn't flinch and calmly turned to the side to see Mewtwo looking at him in the corner of the room. I thought so, Ash said as he got out of the bed he was sleeping on and stood up. It's good to see you again, but why am I here? Mewtwo simply eyed him for about a minute before he finally spoke. It's Amber too. Ash didn't need to ask more and let Mewtwo take him to her room. What he saw almost made his heart break. There she was, shivering on the bed, sweat pouring down her face, and breathing short breaths. Her face was so flushed it looked like she was blushing in her sleep. He was already by her side in an instant and checked her forehead. She was warm, really warm. How did she get sick? He wanted to know how this happened because the last time he saw her she was perfectly healthy. The look on Mewtwo's face told him that Pokémon was lost and didn't know what to do. Despite the stoic look on Mewtwo's face, Ash could tell he was worried and scared about what was happening with Amber too. I don't know what caused this, but what I do know is this, Mewtwo started to explain, if this continues she will die. Ash stilled as he took his forehead off of Ambertwo's forehead, there's nothing you can do. Mewtwo lowered his head, there is nothing I can do. Nothing he can do, then why did he bring him here? Wait a minute. Are you saying that there's something I can do? Ash asked carefully. Mewtwo floated over by him, I noticed it since the first time I saw you. There is something within you, a strange and unknown power that is foreign to me and yet it helped me break free. So I was right, back at the Vidian City gym that was you I felt. Ash already had a feeling. It was Mewtwo he sensed back then but he wanted to make sure. Your mere presence was enough to free me from the binds that prevented me from breaking free, Mewtwo continued, there is a power deep within you that feels warm. I do not understand what it is. Truth be told, Ash didn't fully understand what this mysterious power within him was either. Sabrina told him it wasn't anything to worry about, but when he used it to try and warm Richie and the others up when they were stuck in that frozen cave all by themselves he used too much of it and ended being in extreme pain to the point where he couldn't even move. Well, that was then. So how about if he tried it now? What would happen? Without hesitation he placed one hand on Ambertwo's forehead and the other on her chest. I don't know whether this will work or not, but I pray it does. He thought as he slowly channeled the same unknown blue energy like before. Blocking out all of the sounds around him he simply focused on Amber too, trying to get her fever to go down. He couldn't just sit here and allow Mewtwo to stay this way, she's Mewtwo's friend, he won't allow her to suffer like this any longer. As he kept pouring the blue energy into the green-haired girl he felt her forehead was no longer warm and opened his eyes. Her face was no longer flushed and she was breathing normally. He rested his head on the bed as he relaxed, it worked. Mewtwo went over by his friend and saw she was indeed a lot better than she was originally. As the genetic Pokémon looked over at Ash he saw the boy was already asleep, so he tucked him in next to Amber too and left the room. The Pokémon decided he trusted Ash Ketchum, but as for the other humans, they were all the same to him. Meanwhile with the gang they were headed towards New Island where the invitation that Dragonite dropped when it kidnapped Ash informed them to go. They still didn't understand why Ash was taken and they didn't care, it doesn't matter right now. What does matter right now is saving Ash. When they looked at the invitation again a hologram of a mysterious woman appeared and Brock had this feeling he knew who she was. So here they are now, on their way to Old Shore Wharf where New Island is located. We're almost there. Brock says to the group. I hope so, Misty said, shivering slightly, I'm getting a bad feeling about this. Me, too. Richie shared the same sentiments. Molly pointed up at the sky, look. Everyone looked up at the sky and saw dark clouds begin to gather and knew a storm was coming. This was either a coincidence or planned perfectly. Either way they needed to get out of the storm and find some shelter. Luckily they spotted a Pokémon Center and didn't hesitate to go in. Misty sighed in relief, what a relief we didn't get wet. Yeah, Richie looked around the center and noticed something was off, hey. Where's Nurse Joy? Now that you mention it, shouldn't she be at the front desk? Is she on break? Zach wondered. No, she's gone missing. They turned towards the entrance and saw it was Officer Jenny. Officer Jenny, Brock was about to start on another one of his love delusions when Misty grabbed his ear and subdued him quickly. Not the time. Misty growled. Togepi giggled. What do you mean she's gone missing? Richie asked. Officer Jenny shook her head, I mean just that. She's been gone for quite some time and no one's heard from her since. That's troubling. Misty said. Anyway, why are you kids here? Officer Jenny asked. Oh, we're trying to get to New Island. Our friend was kidnapped and taken there. Misty told her. What? Officer Jenny exclaimed. Please, is there any way we can get there? Richie asked. There are some boats outside, but in this weather you might not make it there in one piece. She warned them. I don't care about that. Richie said, shaking his head, my cousin's in danger and needs our help. The others in the group weren't backing down from this. With a sigh she escorted them outside where some boats were waiting for them. They took the one that could hold everyone and sailed off and noticed some others' trainers were also headed towards New Island. Guess Ash wasn't the only one to get an invitation to this place. Richie looked around. But the question is, who's responsible for gathering all of these trainers here in the first place and what do they want? Brock wondered if there's some kind of sinister plane involved. Guess we'll find out when we get there. Zack said. No more words were said after that as they simply focused in trying not to fall in the water. Unknown to them Jesse, James, and Meowth were following them once again through the water, but unknown to both parties they were being followed by a mysterious Pokémon. The mysterious Pokémon is a pink, bipedal Pokémon with mammalian features. Its snout is short and wide, and it has triangular ears and large, blue eyes. It has short arms with three-fingered paws, large hind legs and feet with oval markings on the soles, and a long, thin tail ending in an ovoid tip. This unknown Pokémon is the mythical Pokémon Mew that sensed something dark was about to happen and followed closely after both parties. Luckily they arrived to New Island unscathed, as did the other trainers that came ahead of them. Welcome, trainers. All the trainers turned towards the very same woman they saw in the hologram invitations they got. She was even wearing the same cloak. Welcome to New Island, please follow me inside. She said in the very same monotone voice. As she led the trainers inside Brock decided to speak, excuse me, but you feel very familiar to me. It is your imagination, she told him, I have never left this island, therefore it is impossible to know who you are. Never left the island? Richie muttered. That doesn't sound right. Misty said. She led them all the way inside, this is the dining hall, please rest here while my master prepares for his arrival. With those parting words she left the trainers to their own devices. We might as well eat something. Brock told them. Yeah, trying to rescue Ash on an empty stomach won't do us any good. Misty agreed. Pikachu's ears lowered sadly with worry. Misty rubbed the electric type's head, don't worry Pikachu will save Ash. Pika, you're right. Pikachu nodded with a smile. The gang had their own table as they started eating but with a solemn atmosphere. They knew Ash was here somewhere, but they were more worried about this mysterious, master, person they gathered all of these trainers. Here. Misty noticed Molly was eerily quiet since the moment they got here. Molly, is something wrong? Molly, who had been in a trance finally snapped out of it after hearing Misty's voice, I'm okay. Tomo noticed something was wrong with his sister but didn't comment on it. You guys okay over here? The gang were approached by a girl, wearing a dark and light purple crop top with a white collar, a Pokeball keychain around her neck, a yellow-tan wristband on her wrist, yellow-tan pants, and gold sneakers. Brock instantly grabbed her hands, I am now that you're here. Misty yanked him by the ear, you're the last person she feels safe around. Togepi giggled. The girl chuckled, hi, my name's Naisha. Guess you guys got an invitation, too? Not exactly, Misty said, we came here to rescue our friend who was taken and brought here. Oh, no that's awful. Naisha said. Zack eyed the other two trainers, so all of you got the same invite? Yeah, we did. Naisha looked over at the two boys, the one over there is Fergus and the guy next to him is Corey. They look strong. Misty commented. That Fergus guy got here on his Gyarados, which is pretty impressive since they're known as temperamental Pokémon. Corey got here while riding on the back of his Pidgeot. Naisha explained. So basically only skilled trainers were called here. Brock observed. No more conversations were said as the mysterious woman appeared again, thank you for your patience. My master will now address as to why you are here. Please welcome my master Mewtwo. Mewtwo made his entrance that sure enough got all of the trainers' attention as they had never seen a Pokémon like it before. What kind of Pokémon is that? Misty wondered. Richie scanned it. There is no data. There still are Pokémon yet to be identified. No data. Richie stared at Mewtwo in awe. So it's an unknown Pokémon? Brock said out loud. Looks that way. Zack said. Fergus stepped up and started insulting the psychic type. You've gotta be kidding me. Are you seriously telling me this Pokémon is your master? Misty and Richie looked at the guy like he was an idiot. This is a mysterious Pokémon and the first thing you do is go and insult it. Pikachu, Sparky, and Teddiursa sigh as though they heard their thoughts. Humph, as expected of a foolish human. Mewtwo spoke. It spoke. It actually spoke. Richie exclaimed. But how is that possible? Misty wondered, freaking out a little. That sounded like telepathy. Brock said. Telepathy? Tomo questioned. Some Pokémon are able to communicate with humans by using telepathy, Brock explained. This mysterious Pokémon must be one of them, too. Fergus stood before Mewtwo. Let me show you why Pokémon can't be masters. Gyarados, use Hyper Beam. Gyarados sent a Hyper Beam attack at the genetic Pokémon. Mewtwo stood there calmly and waited for the attack to hit, and as it came closer a blue barrier surrounded the genetic Pokémon, rendering the attack useless. No way. Fergus gasped. What was that just now? Misty questioned. That must have been barrier, Brock guessed. It's a defensive move, and a very good one. Mewtwo's body had a blue outline around it as it flung the giant water type across the room, slamming it against the wall. Gyarados! Fergus cried. Molly held Teddiursa close to her. Poor Gyarados. Ursa, that looked painful. Teddiursa winced. Team Rocket, who had finally snuck in and saw what happened, had their mouths wide open. Did you see that? Jessie whispered. I've never seen a Pokémon like that before. James stared. It's a frightening one, that's for sure. Meowth shivered. Mewtwo's eyes glowed blue as it summoned a clone Charizard, Venusaur, and Blastoise. The genetic Pokémon then eyed the woman. I have no further use for you. And just like that she fell over as though her puppet strings had been cut. Brock quickly catches her and removes the hood. I knew it. It's Nurse Joy. He's right, it is her. Richie said. You humans, Mewtwo spoke, getting their attention again, are cruel and weak, making the Pokémon your slaves. The Pokémon who choose to stand by you are no different. You don't care about the pain of others and care only for your own ambitions. That's not true. Misty yelled. We love our Pokémon, they're our friends, not slaves. Richie also yelled at Mewtwo. I love Teddiursa, I won't let anyone be mean to him. Molly declared, hugging her friend close to emphasize her point. It's true that some humans are bad, but there are good ones, too. Tomo defended, Officer Jenny took care and protected me, and our big brother loves me. Mewtwo eyes the two children and knew who they were. They are. Team Rocket decided to sneak away and soon came upon a laboratory where they found several pods. What on earth are these? James wondered. I think they're pods. Meowth said. Pods? Why in the world would there be pods here? Jessie questions as she sat down on the computer controls by accident. With a yelp she got off of it as she saw a strange man appear on screen with what appears to be a recorded message. At last. At last, after so long, we've finally done it. We've perfected cloning not only on Pokémon, but on humans, too. Who's this? James wondered. Don't know. Meowth shrugged. I was finally able to bring her back from the grave, and not only did I succeed in that, but I've also created a perfect clone of Mew. Having obtained a fossilized eyelash of Mew, I was able to create Mewtwo. A superior genetic Pokémon that stands above all others. The screen became static before it cut off completely. You mean to tell me that Pokémon out there is actually a clone of Mew? Jessie exclaimed. Talk about mad scientist, ow. Meowth yelped as he held his tail. What's wrong, Meowth? James asked. Something nicked my tail. Meowth cried, then saw it was a machine that had a piece of his hair and started making a weird noise. What's it doing? Jessie questioned. How should I know? Meowth yelled. As the pod opened, it revealed another Meowth that blinked at the three. Meow. It cloned Meowth. James said. Then this machine must be cloning machine. Jessie said. Suddenly the cloned Meowth was lifted into the air and was brought out of the room. Hey, where you going? Meowth yelled after the cloned Meowth. With Ash and Amber too. Something was patting his cheek. It was soft and small. At first he thought it was Molly or Tomo trying to wake him up, but when he finally opened his eyes he saw it was Amber too. She was giving him a worried look that prompted him to fully wake up. Amber, what's wrong? Are you feeling better? Ash asked, still a little tired. Ash, thank goodness you're awake. We have to stop him. Amber too pleaded. Stop who? Ash sat up, now fully awake. It's Mewtwo. He feels humans are creatures that are only capable of causing pain to others, but he's wrong. Please. Please. Amber too pleaded, almost in tears. Ash may not know these two on a personal level, but he couldn't let Mewtwo believes all humans are what he believes them to be. Getting out of bed, he carried Amber too on his back and left the room they were in. Don't worry Amber, I'll stop him. With the others. Mewtwo had brought everyone to the stadium where they will battle against his cloned Pokémon against the organic Pokémon the trainers have with them. Prove your worth, trainers. Who are superior? The clones or the organic Pokémon you have in your possession? Mewtwo challenged. They all gasped. It's going to battle with those clones? Misty said, eyeing the clone Charizard, Venusaur, and Blastoise. If it wants a battle then it'll get one. Richie sent out Zippo who was ready for battle. Richie, be careful, those are cloned Pokémon. Brock warned in a serious tone. Got it. Richie said, just as serious, I can't afford to lose because if I do, then we'll never get Ash back. Well. Who among you will battle me first? Mewtwo challenged. Naisha decided to go first. I'll go first. Let's do this, Shellshocker. She called out to her Blastoise. Very well. Mewtwo said as the cloned Blastoise faced off against Shellshocker. Let the battle begin. Mewtwo declared. Shellshocker, use Hydro Pump. Naisha started off first. Rapid Spin. Mewtwo countered. Clone Blastoise used a Rapid Spin attack to counter the Hydro Pump. It tore through the Hydro Pump like it was nothing and slammed right into Shellshocker, knocking the Pokémon out. Shellshocker. Naisha cried. In one hit. Misty said. Mewtwo's not messing around. Zack said. Who amongst you will challenge me next? Mewtwo questioned. Corey stepped forward this time. I will. Brute Root, let's go. Venusaur, understood. Mewtwo's clone Venusaur stepped forward this time. Use Razor Leaf. Corey commanded. Venusaur sent a Razor Leaf attack at the clone. Counter with Vine Whip. Mewtwo ordered. Clone Venusaur countered with a Vine Whip attack that sent Brute Root flying, just like Nisha's Blastoise. Brute Root, no. Corey cried, going over to his Pokémon. Another direct hit. Brock said. Those cloned Pokémon are way too strong. Misty was starting to get scared now. Richie felt fear grip him, too, but he couldn't waver. His cousin needed him, and for once Richie will be the one to help him, not the other way around. It's our turn now, Zippo. Are you ready? Richie asked. Zippo smirked with a low growl. Roar, you need to ask. Richie smiled. Get ready, Zippo. Zippo was the last of the Kanto starters to go up against its cloned other. Mewtwo eyed the boy. He remembered seeing him with Ash a long time ago, and here he is now. What will this boy have to offer him? Zippo, use flamethrower. Richie called out. Zippo sent a flamethrower attack at the clone. Counter with your own. Mewtwo ordered. Clone Charizard did just that. The others saw as its flamethrower tore through Zippo's, but Richie wasn't about to let his friend get hurt. Stop using flamethrower and get in the air. Richie said, quickly. Zippo immediately stopped and got in the air, avoiding the flamethrower from the clone. Misty sighed in relief, thank goodness. Yeah, but it's not over yet. Brock reminded her. Richie kept his eyes on Mewtwo, waiting to see what its next move will be. You get in the air as well. Mewtwo ordered. Clone Charizard was in the air before Zippo. Use flamethrower again. Mewtwo ordered. The clone did as it was ordered, but instead of having Zippo use a flamethrower too, Richie had something else in mind. Let's use that new move Zippo, use Steel Wing. Richie countered. Zippo's wings glow white as it practically sliced through the flamethrower like butter, slamming into the clone and sending it flying downwards, but Richie still wasn't done yet. Grab it. Zippo grabbed the clone and already knew what Richie was going to do, now, seismic toss. Richie said. Zippo flew in the air, spins around, zooms back down, and tosses the clone into the ground. Zippo stood before its trainer and stared at the smoke-covered spot where it tossed the clone and simply waited, as did Richie and the others. The air became even more tense as the trainers gathered there, were wondering if he was able to beat one of the cloned Pokémon. The smoke finally cleared and the clone Charizard was down but still conscious. Guys, I think I did it. Richie said, sounding unsure. You did, it may still be conscious but you beat it. Brock said. Richie breathed a sigh of relief at that before staring at Mewtwo. Mewtwo, what have you done with my cousin Ash? Where is he? Pika Pika, give me back my friend. Pikachu demanded, his cheeks sparking. Please give us our big brother back. Molly pleaded. Ursa, yeah. Teddy Ursa said. He's our brother. Tomo said. Silence. Mewtwo's ordered as his voice suddenly got more menacing, you have defeated one of the clones, that is true, however this changes nothing. Just the strange-looking Pokeballs appeared in SCKED in Nisha's Blastoise and Corey's Venusaur, much to their horror. Shellshocker. Nisha cried as she tried to grab the Pokeball but it got away from her. What did you do to my Pokemon? Corey demanded. Your Pokemon belong to me now and will be cloned here. The clones will stay here with me on New Island while my storms destroy this planet. Mewtwo declared. Richie returned Zippo immediately, but those weird Pokeballs took his friend anyway. Zippo. He cried out. Richie, those Pokeballs are getting the other Pokeballs, 2 even Ashes. Brock cried out horror. Oh, no. Richie ran over to try and keep them safe, but it was too late. Misty covered Togepi. I won't let anything bad happen to you, Togepi. Togi, I'm scared. Togepi shivered. Psyduck and Vulpix were suddenly captured as well. Psyduck. Vulpix. Misty and Brock cried out. Pikachu, Sparky, and Teddy Ursa are the only ones left, but Richie, Brock, and Misty weren't about to let Mewtwo's Pokeballs have them. Guys, run! Richie yelled. Molly and Tomo ran away with the 2 electric types and Teddy Ursa. The 2 children were afraid, but they still wanted to find their brother. They ran up the staircase just as more Pokeballs started to come. Pikachu and Sparky used their Thunder Shock attack to prevent them from coming towards them while still being on the run. Pika Pikachu, there's no end to them. Sparky growled. Pikachu Pika, just keep shooting at them. Pikachu told him as he sent a Thunder Shock towards another Pokeball. Molly and Tomo were still running away like Richie told them to. Both of them were scared, but they still wanted to find their older brother that had to be here somewhere. What should we do? Molly asked Tomo. Find Big Brother. He must be here somewhere in this big place. Tomo answered as he refused to let go of his sister's hand. Pikachu and Sparky soon began to get tired as they stopped running after the children and fell. Pikachu. Sparky. Molly cried out to the Pokémon. Before the two children could try and help them up, the strange Pokeballs SCKED them up and carried the two electric types off to who knows where. No. Molly cried. Wait, we can follow those Pokeballs. Tomo suggested, they might lead us to where Big Brother and other Pokémon are. Okay. Molly nodded as they followed the Pokeballs. With Ash and Amber too. Ash was going in the direction Amber was leading him to. For such a small-looking place on the outside, it was really big on the inside. It was here. Amber too said suddenly. Ash was confused, what was here? She closed her eyes, it was here on New Island where we were created. Me, Mewtwo and the other cloned Pokémon. What? Here. He gasped. Yes, I remember the scientists' faces vaguely, but there was one I remember clearly. His name was Dr. Fuji, and the reason I remember him too clearly is because he called me his daughter. Amber too said. His daughter? Ash questioned. She nodded. His real daughter, Amber, died a long time ago, and in his grief he was determined to bring her back to life through me. That's why I am Amber too. I see. Ash didn't know what it was like to lose a child, but in the eyes of a parent it's the most heartbreaking thing to ever experience. Dr. Fuji was a scientist for Team Rocket, Amber too continued. He didn't really like them and only stayed because he wanted to be a part of the cloning project. Then a man named Giovanni appeared and told him that he had to clone Mewtwo. Ash's eyes narrowed in anger. Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket. Dr. Fuji successfully cloned me, Mewtwo, and the original Kanto starters you saw before. While we were still in the test tubes, we watched the outside world together and saw you. She smiled. You saw me? He had no idea. We were always watching you, she revealed. You were smiling so bright and kind to everyone around you, despite your own deep sadness. It made us sad for you. He said nothing and simply looked down at his feet. His childhood wasn't the greatest, no, but he wanted to keep smiling for his mother's sake and Molly's, too. Even as you grew and the people you knew moved away, we still watched over you. We saw how you cared for the Pokémon that experienced their own sadness and healed them through kindness or simply stayed with them until it was time for them to leave. You became our first friend. She smiled. He stopped walking to try and hold back his tears. These two, Amber too and Mewtwo, were suffering, and yet, they still watched over him and called him their friend. Mewtwo is hurting even more because Team Rocket's leader kept using him for his own ambition, Amber too said sadly. He's in so much pain. Ash started running, but not too fast. Don't worry about Mewtwo, Amber. If he's in pain, then I'll heal it any way that I can. Amber too smiled, thank you. He stopped running when he saw strange Pokeballs going in another direction. What are those? He followed after them to the very same room Jessie, James, and Meowth are. What are you three doing here? He demanded. It's the twerp. Meowth exclaimed. Ash ignored them and stared at the machine. Are these? Yes, these machines are used for cloning. Amber too said sadly. I see. Big Brother. Molly and Tomo cried out happily, hugging him. Hey you two, I'm so glad to see you. Ash smiled. We're so glad you're okay. Molly said, relieved. Ursa, are you hurt? Teddy Ursa asked. I'm fine, but what are those strange Pokeballs? Ash asked. Those weird Pokeballs took Pikachu, Sparky, and everyone else. Tomo told him. What? Ash looked back and saw some Pokémon were in the pods. It must be trying to clone them. He puts Amber down on the ground gently and grabs two cloned Pokeballs, fighting the machine over it. Eventually he managed to get the two Pokeballs out of the machine's grasp, destroying it in the process. He opened the Pokeballs, revealing both Pikachu and Sparky. Hey there. Ash smiled. Pikachu's eyes lit up. Pikachu, Ash. He jumped on his trainer with a happy smile, as did Sparky. The other cloned Pokeballs were forced open as well, revealing all of the trainer's Pokemon that were captured. Even Ash's Pokemon were set free. "You guys are okay?" Ash said. All of Ash's Pokemon surrounded him, asking him if he was okay. "I'm okay, we need to stop Mewtwo, will you help me?" Ash asked. His Pokemon gave him a look as if saying, "You need to ask," making him smile. He turned to the rest of the organic Pokemon. "How about you guys?" All of the Pokemon there agreed to help him. "Let's go," Ash said, putting Amber 2 on his back as he left the room, followed by Team Rocket and the organic Pokemon as the cloned Pokemon went to join Mewtwo. With the others, Richie, Brock, Misty, and Nurse Joy were with the other trainers as most of their Pokemon were taken away by those cloned Pokeballs. The only good thing about all of this is that Molly and Tomo were hopefully safe somewhere. All of our Pokemon were taken away by those cloned Pokeballs. Richie gritted his teeth. "Not Togepi and Teddiursa," Misty reminded. "Oh, right," Richie said. Brock looked around, seeing all of the cloned Pokemon. "Now what?" Just as he said that, there was an explosion causing smoke to appear. "What in the world was that?" Nurse Joy questioned. From the smoke appeared not only Ash, but Molly, Tomo, Amber 2, Pikachu, Sparky, and all the other organic Pokemon that were in the clone Pokeballs. "It's Ash." Brock and Misty smiled. "Ash." Richie was relieved to see his cousin was safe. Ash gave them a smile, "Glad to see you guys." He told them honestly and watched as the organic Pokemon went over to their trainers, happy to see them. Ash went by the others along with Pikachu, Sparky, Molly, Tomo, and Amber 2, who was still on his back. "Are you okay?" Misty asked him out of concern. "I'm fine," Ash assured her. Brock noticed Amber 2 on his back and was curious. "Ash, who's this?" "Her name is Amber 2, but just call her Amber," he introduced. "Hello." Amber 2 greeted politely. Nurse Joy volunteered to hold her. "What are you doing here, little one?" Amber 2 gave them a smile. "I live here with Mewtwo and the other cloned Pokemon." "You do?" Zack questioned. "It's a long story that we don't have time to talk about right now." Ash reminded them of their current situation. "Right," Richie said, glaring at Mewtwo. "Mewtwo, we will stop you with all of our Pokemon here." Mewtwo narrowed his eyes at Richie. "You are the boy he would always save." "What?" "Ash," Mewtwo clarified, "would always come to save you." Richie's eyes widened. "How do you know about our past?" "Your past?" Misty wondered what he meant by that, but then got a flashback to when they were at Bill's lighthouse and Richie told them some stuff about the past. Amber 2 looked down. "I saw it, too. All of what happened," she said before looking at Mewtwo. "I know the real reason you're doing this, Mewtwo, but you have to stop." "I do too," Ash said. "You don't have to do this, Mewtwo, please." Before any more words could be said, there was a bright pink light that almost blinded everyone. When the light disappeared, the same small pink Pokemon that had been following Team Rocket inside the castle appeared before them all. Ash's eyes widened as he recognized the Pokemon from an ancient text Professor Oak showed him. "It can't be Dot, but it is." "What's wrong? What is that Pokemon?" Misty wanted to know what it was. "It's Mew. It's the legendary Pokemon Mew," Brock exclaimed. "No way." Richie scanned it. "Mew, because it is able to use every move. There are many scientists who believe that it is the ancestor of all Pokemon." "The ancestor of all Pokemon? No way!" Richie exclaimed. "But, why is Mew here?" Tomo wondered. Mew tilted its head and went near Ash. It blinked a few times before giggling cutely and circling around the boy. "I guess it came here to play," Ash guessed. Richie and the others fell down anime style. now's not the time to play. Pika Pika, that's right. Sparky agreed. A shadow ball was then sent at Mew, sending the legendary Pokémon flying, but it regained itself in mid-air. Mewtwo, stop. Amber 2 pleaded. Mewtwo glared at Mew. I cannot, he says, turning his attention towards Mew. I may have been created from you, but I am far superior and stronger than the original. Mew shook its head and said something that only Ash could understand. Mew 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 Mew. A Pokémon's real strength comes from the heart, not genetics. What did Mew say? Richie turned to Ash. Mew said that a Pokémon's strength comes from the heart, not genetics. Ash translated. Jesse and James looked at Meowth, who nodded. The twerp's right. Nonsense. Mewtwo scoffed in disgust and sent another shadow ball at Mew, who dodged the blast and flew away, not wanting to fight its clone, but Mewtwo was in hot pursuit. Mewtwo. Ash called out to the Pokémon. Guys, we got bigger problems. Our Pokémon and the clones are fighting each other. Brock alerted them. And it was true. Naisha, Corey, and Fergus's Pokémon were fighting with their clones, while the gang's Pokémon had a different reaction. Poke speech on. Froakie had absolutely no interest in participating in this lunacy, as it was keeping his eye on Chasepin, who was looking around for something to eat. Are you seriously looking for food at a time like this? Froakie said, dryly. Well, duh. I'm hungry. Chasepin said. Froakie merely shook his head in exasperation before dodging a fist and turned to the culprit, which was his clone. Can I help you? Froakie said, sounding not impressed. Fight me. Clone Froakie demanded. No thank you, as you can see I'm currently babysitting right now. Froakie turned back to Chasepin as he was engaging with his own clone. I'm hungry. Chasepin groaned, holding his stomach. Who cares about eating? Why don't you fight me? Clone Chasepin demanded. Chasepin wasn't listening and instead looked around until he found some food just abandoned on the table. His eyes lit up. Food. And with that he ran off to the table to eat. Hey! Clone Chasepin followed after his original. Froakie merely sighed and followed after the two, all the while ignoring his clone, who demanded they fight. Psyduck meanwhile was smacked by his clone and didn't really think much about it, but he did smack back and his clone had the same blank expression. Wanna just stand here and do nothing? Psyduck asked. Okay. His clone said. Ash's shiny EV saw all of the fighting and wanted nothing to do with it and simply sat down on the ground and watched helplessly. You okay? Kirlia asked, coming over to her friend and patting her head. Eevee looked at her sadly. They're all fighting. Kirlia looked at all of the Pokémon fighting and didn't like it. I know. Why don't you fight? Clone Kirlia demanded of Kirlia, while Clone Eevee glared at her original. Kirlia stared at her clone calmly. Do you want to fight? Of course. The clone replied. Are you sure? Are you sure it's your choice? And if it is, then what do you gain from fighting me? What do you want to prove? Kirlia asked calmly. The clone paused and actually began thinking about what her clone was saying. Eevee looked at her clone. Do you want to fight me? Yes. Eevee shook her head. I don't want to fight. Why? The shiny Pokémon saw all of the fighting and said only one thing to describe it. It's so sad. Ash's Charizard was shaking his head at the pointless violence along with Zippo. Idiots. He said. Zippo looked sad. Maybe, but that I feel sorry for them. It doesn't matter who's superior and who's not, does it? They seem to think so. Charizard frowned. Zippo saw his clone and Charizard's approach and got worried. Do they want to fight with us? Yes. Charizard eyed his clone. I have no interest in fighting you because it's not of your own free will. Clone Charizard narrowed high eyes at that. What do you mean? Exactly as I said. Charizard said seriously. Zippo stared at his clone. We could just stand here and not fight. I'm not really in the fighting mood anyway. Me neither. Zippo's clone agreed. Pikachu and Sparky were maneuvering around the chaos to get to their trainers. I can't believe they're all fighting like this. Sparky said, sad to see all of this is happening. I know. Pikachu said, his ears lowered in sadness. Sparky looked in another direction and his mouth went wide, bro. Bro, look. Pikachu looked over to where Sparky was gesturing and saw it was a clone of not only him but of Sparky, too. Even us. Pikachu said sadly. Sparky didn't even know what to do, they're glaring at us, what do we do? Before Pikachu could say anything his clone came at him and Sparky had to tackle his brother out of the way so his clone wouldn't hit him. Snap out of it. If you don't want to fight then say so. Sparky yelled at Pikachu. Pikachu still looked conflicted but nodded and held his ground, I'm not fighting you. His clone glared at him, you think you're stronger than me? Pikachu shook his head, that's not it. It doesn't matter how we're born, no one is better than the other. Sparky nodded with a smile, he's right. You're my clone but I don't think I'm better than you. So we don't need to fight. But we must. Sparky's clone said, stubbornly. Meanwhile, Team Rocket was watching the horror that was going on and couldn't believe what they were seeing. This is awful. James said. I can't believe that Pokémon is making them all fight each other. Jesse stared in disbelief and sadness. Meowth was said and talked to his clone who had no interest in fighting, you not interested in fighting too, huh? His clone shook its head. Meowth smiled, I see, you know it doesn't matter different people are because we all have a lot in common on this planet. His clone smiled at that. Poke speech off. The Pokémon were either fighting or refusing to fight but the clones soon began crying as they were either fighting their original or just standing around. Some of the originals like Kirlia, Charizard, Zippo, Wartortle, and Ivysaur were comforting their clones, even Pikachu and Sparky. Nurse Joy saw all of this and felt sad for the Pokémon, this is terrible. All of this fighting and the Pokémon don't even want to. Richie clenched his fists, why does it have to come to this? Who cares if you're a clone or not, as long as you're alive and living in this world that's all that matters. We're the same. Brock, Zach and Misty nodded. Fighting is bad. Molly said sadly holding Teddiursa. They have to stop, someone has to stop this. Tomo said. Ambertwo's heart was breaking as she witnessed this, please stop this. Please Mewtwo. She then began to have a coughing fit, prompting Nurse Joy to check on her. Oh, dear, she said, her forehead feels a little warm. Ash was instantly by her side, Amber. She put her hand on his arm, please. Stop, Mewtwo. Make him see that he's wrong. Ash held her hand and nodded, I will. But that was easier said than done. What was he going to do? What could he do? As he rummaged through his pockets he found a leaf and wondered how it got there, but didn't wonder about it for long. As Mew and Mewtwo prepared to use their most powerful psychic attacks, Ash started playing the one song that will stop this madness. Song, Oration. As soon as he touched the leaf and started playing the song, all of the Pokémon stopped fighting and turned to look at him. Mew and Mewtwo also stopped their fighting and looked at Ash, whose whole body was glowing blue as a blue sphere surrounded him. In the hearts of all of the Pokémon there they felt an unknown force invade their hearts, but this force was full of kindness and understanding. Pikachu and Sparky brought their clones over to their trainers as did the other gang's Pokémon and their clones. Nurse Joy put a hand to her chest, this feeling, it's so warm. Amber too smiled, this song. It calmed all of the Pokémon down. Brock saw all of the Pokémon had stopped fighting. He did it. Misty smiled. Togi, yay. Togepi cheered. Ash's still glowing form lifted off the ground and floated over by Mew and Mewtwo. As soon as he reached them, a glowing white light surrounded all three of them, blinding those present. When Mewtwo opened his eyes he felt arms were wrapped around him in a hug and sensed it was Ash. You've been through so much. Ash said to him. Mewtwo said nothing. I didn't know, Ash continued, I didn't know you were watching over me all this time. I didn't know Team Rocket's leader put you through so much pain and suffering, both you and Amber. Mewtwo felt a foreign presence in his chest and just knew it had to be connected to Ash. It was warm and filled with an emotion he couldn't identify. Mewtwo, Ash faced the Pokémon this time, thank you for watching over me, and thank you for considering me as your friend. Because you're mine, too. He smiled. Mewtwo didn't know what to say for a few minutes but eventually spoke, Ash. Mew. They both turned to Mew, who was also in the white space. The pink Pokémon was smiling at them, Mew Mew Mew. Mew 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 Mew, your hearts have connected. That is the true bond between humans and Pokémon. Mew. Ash smiled. Mew nuzzled his face and he let the adorable Pokémon do so, Mew Mew, Mew, you've done well, chosen one. Ash's eyes widened as he stared at Mew, who tilted its head and blinked a few times. Even Mew is calling me that? Ash thought. I see, Mewtwo said, it doesn't matter who is more powerful. The clones and the original have value, and the circumstances of one's birth is irrelevant. Because it is what one does with life that determines one's destiny. Ash smiled, that's right, Mewtwo, you're my friend and I say your destiny is to live however you want. Mew, exactly. Mew flipped backwards in agreement. Mewtwo smiled, Ash, you have my thanks. Ash merely smiled, so what will you do now? Mewtwo's eyes glowed blue as a Pokeball appeared within the white space. This Pokeball's top half is purple, with a white letter, M, on the front, with a pink circle on either side. What kind of Pokeball is that? Ash asked. It is known as the Master Ball. Mewtwo said. Master Ball. This Pokeball is capable of catching any Pokémon without fail, Mewtwo explained. Team Rocket had this only one in possession, however I took it with me when I broke free from that man's control thanks to you. I see. Ash said, but why are you showing this to me? Mewtwo brought the ball closer to Ash and he grabbed it, because Ash, I wish for you to be my trainer. Ash's eyes grew so wide it looked as though they would pop out of his head. What? Me? But are you sure? Mewtwo nodded, I cannot think of a more worthy human than you, Ash. Ash blushed a little before smiling, if that's what you want, then I won't reject it. Mew's eyes then glowed blue and another Pokeball appeared. This Pokeball's top half was pink with a heart-shaped symbol on it. I've never seen a Pokeball like this one before. Ash stared. Neither have I. Mewtwo said. Mew Mew. Mew Mew, Mew, this is the love ball. I want you to catch me, too. Mew said with a smile. What? Mewtwo was one thing but Mew. Wait, hold on. Are you really sure about this? Ash questioned. Mew nodded, Mew, yep. Ash would have said more but he decided to just drop it, fine, you guys win. He grabbed the love ball in his other hand, Mewtwo, Mew, welcome to the family. He said with a smile. The white light died down and the gang saw Ash, Mew, and Mewtwo were all standing there. Ash smiled at everyone, it's over everyone. As soon as he said that the gang ran over to him with smiles on their faces and Ash's Pokémon were just glad he was okay and dragged their clones with them. Mewtwo saw Amber too and apologized, Amber, please forgive me. Amber too gave him a gentle smile, it's okay, I'm just glad the darkness in your heart is no more. Mewtwo gave her his own smile before addressing the others, forgive me for the trouble I caused. The gang and the Pokémon forgave the psychic type. Mewtwo then lifted its head, it would be better if certain individuals forget about what happened here. And with that his eyes glowed blue as Naisha, Fergus, and Corey disappeared along with their Pokémon, even Jesse, James, and Meowth were gone. Where did you send them? Ash asked. To the Pokémon Center, Mewtwo answered, they have no memory of what happened here today and neither do their Pokémon. What about us? Misty asked. You are exceptions. Mewtwo told them. Ash took Amber 2 in his arms. Mewtwo, could you teleport Nurse Joy back to the Pokemon Center? Mewtwo nodded. You will not speak of what happened here, correct? Nurse Joy smiled. You have my word, Mewtwo. And with that the psychic type teleported the nurse to the center, much to Brock's dismay. Why is Mew still here? Richie wondered. Mew blinked at the boy. Ash chuckled. I'll tell you after Mewtwo teleports us home along with the clones. You want to take them with you? Zack questioned. Of course I do, Ash smiled. I don't want them to think that they'll be alone in this world, and besides Professor Oak would love to have more Pokemon around and my mom would love some company while I'm not there. Classic Ash. Brock smiled. Ash made no comment and gave Mewtwo a look. Mewtwo, let's go home. I agree. Mewtwo teleported them all back to Pallet Town. Location, Pallet Town. Mewtwo teleported them all to the forest in Pallet Town where they couldn't be seen, along with the cloned Pokemon. Mewtwo summoned the exact same number of Pokeballs as the clones gathered and captured them. All of the Pokeballs were transferred to Professor Oak's coral. Ash gave Amber 2 over to Brock and took out the 2 Pokeballs Mew and Mewtwo gave him. You ready? The psychic types were ready. Ash tapped them both on the head and SCKED them into the Pokeballs. Both Pokemon were sent to the coral. Ash sighed and turned to the others who were giving him wide-eyed looks. Yes, both of them asked me to catch them. Richie rubbed his forehead. I'm not surprised. In the least. We should head to the coral. I'm worried about what reaction Professor Oak will have once he sees how many Pokemon I suddenly got, as well as Mew and Mewtwo. He said as he took Amber 2 back in his arms. Let's get walking. Ash said. They began their walk to Ash, Molly, and Tomo's hometown. Richie's memories were starting to resurface as he remembered playing with Ash, Leaf, and Yellow. But he soon left and it was just Ash who was here all by himself. You okay? Ash asked. Richie smiled a little. I'm okay, just remembering some things, that's all. As they kept walking, Richie slammed into an invisible wall making him fall to the ground. Richie, are you okay? Ash asked. Richie groaned as he sat up rubbing his nose. I'm fine, but what hit me? Mr. Mime. Hearing that made them look forward and saw a humanoid Pokemon with a round, white body with a magenta spot in the middle. Its light pink arms and legs are connected to its body by magenta spheres. Its knees have small, white coverings. There are magenta pads on the tips of its white fingers, and its dark blue feet curl upward at the tips. Blue growths resembling clown hair extend from the sides of its pale pink head, and there are magenta circles on its cheeks. Its jaw is curved inward, resembling the mouth of a wooden dummy. It's a Mr. Mime. Ash said. Richie scanned it. Mr. Mime, the barrier Pokemon. By rapidly moving its fingers, Mr. Mime can stop air molecules to create an invisible wall. That's impressive. Misty complimented. Ash stared at the wall climbing Mr. Mime. I wonder what it's doing all the way out here. I found you, Mr. Mime. A girl with long blue hair, wearing a circus attire appeared. You won't get away this time. Brock had hearts in his eyes as soon as she saw her. She's so beautiful. Misty rolled her eyes. Great, here we again. Togepi giggled. Mr. Mime used teleport to get away from the girl, much to her dismay. It got away. Brock chose that time to flirt. Hi, I'm Brock and I was wondering if you were interested in a long chat. The girl blinked. Misty yanked him by the ear. The only thing she'll be discussing is how to get away from you. Amber 2 blinked at the display. Why does he do that? It's a mystery. Ash said, by the way miss, who are you? Oh, I'm Stella and I run a circus that's not too far from here. Stella introduced herself. Stella, what a beautiful name for a beautiful girl, Brock swooned. Enough already. Misty and Richie groaned in annoyance. Ash smiled, we'd like to see your circus, but we need to go see Professor Oak for something. but when we're done we'll come and see your circus. Thanks, I'd love that. Stella said. They left the area and Misty had to drag Brock by the ear and went to the coral to see Professor Oak. As they were walking down the road, Misty, Brock, and Zack saw the looks Ash was getting from some of the people in Pallet. While some were happy to see him, some were disappointed and commented how they were expecting to see Gary and not Ash. This made them angry, especially Richie. They haven't changed at all, he thought, gritting his teeth in anger. Ash though took it all in stride and simply focused on getting to Professor Oak's coral. They finally made it to the coral and Ash opened the door. Professor Oak, I'm back. Ash, my boy, could you help me back here please? Ash blinked in confusion before heading to the back with the others and saw Mewtwo was holding Professor Oak upside down with a frown. Who are you, human? Answer me, Mewtwo demanded. Mew was simply floating around the lab without a care in the world, not even bothering to help Professor Oak. Ash sighed. Mewtwo, please put Professor Oak down. He's a good person. Mewtwo believed Ash and set the man not so gently down on the ground. Are you okay, Professor Oak? Ash asked. I'm okay, but I'm also astounded and confused. Ash, my boy, what in the world is going on here, and how in the world did you manage to catch a Mew and all of these Pokémon? Professor Oak rambled off. Ash sighed. You might want to sit down for this, he told him. So Ash sat there and told him everything. Professor Oak and the others felt bad for Amber 2 and Mewtwo, how they were cloned and how Mewtwo was treated like a tool rather than a Pokémon. Ash also told the professor about how the gym leader of Vidian City was actually the leader of Team Rocket, Giovanni Rocket. To say Professor Oak was shocked was an understatement. I see that all of the recently captured Pokémon you've acquired are clones and you brought them here so that they would be protected? Professor Oak said. That's right, I want them to know that they have a purpose in life and that they decide how they should live. Also, this girl Amber is now my little sister, he declared. The declaration didn't surprise anyone, not even Mewtwo. I'm not even surprised, by the way some of your Pokémon have missed you. Why don't you go and see how they're doing? The man suggested. I think I will, Ash said, getting up and leaving out the back door with the others following right behind him. As soon as he stepped outside he was pounced on by Luxray, who was happy to see him. Hey there, Luxray. How are you? Luxray. Luxray, how am I? How are you? Luxray asked. Ash rubbed his head as he sat up. I'm okay. I missed you guys. By the way, have you met the clones yet? Luxray, I have. Luxray led them to where the clones were and sure enough they were conversing with the other Pokémon, even though they were a little bit shy at first, but thanks to Ash's Pokémon they were starting to converse with the other Pokémon that were in the coral. They're getting along, I'm glad. Ash smiled. Ash, we should probably get to your house so Amber can get some rest, Brock suggested. You're right, Ash agreed, picking the girl up. Ready to meet our mother? Amber smiled. I am. Yay, we have a new sibling. Molly cheered. I'm happy, too, Tomo said. I'll see you later, Professor Oak. Oh, Mewtwo, keep an eye on things here, okay? Ash asked. Mewtwo nodded. Location, Ketchum household. Ash had opened the door to his home. Mom, I'm home. Not even 2 seconds went by when the woman came from the kitchen and hugged her son, who returned it just as eagerly. Welcome home, honey. Good to be home, he mumbled in her shoulder before releasing her. Mommy. Molly hugged her, too. Molly, how's my little girl? Delia asked. Molly grinned up at her. I'm okay. Guess what, Mommy? We have a new sister. Oh, really? Delia saw Amber standing next to Ash and gushed at her. Aw, she's so cute. She hugged the girl before looking at Tomo. And you must be Tommy. She then hugged him, too. Yay. I have more children. Misty sweat dropped. guess she's happy to meet them. Yep. Brock nodded. They were then all seated at the table with Delia making them drinks and snacks. Ash had told her all of what happened on his journey and how he caught 2 legendary Pokémon. Delia smiled, "I'm so glad." She finally said. "Mom." She elaborated, "I'm so glad to see you having fun on your journey and enjoying yourself. All I want is your happiness, Ash. I want you to know that." Ash was touched by his mother's love and smiled, "Thank you, Mom." Everyone smiled at the scene and Richie was glad Aunt Delia would always be there for his cousin, including his Pokémon. After having some snacks at Ash's house they went off to the circus where Stella would be and were impressed with how big the tent was. Brock was happy of course because he got to see Stella again. Typical. Stella. Brock saw the girl in question. "Oh, you're here. Just in time, too. I was just practicing with my Pokémon." Stella told them. "Well, they're really good." Misty complimented. "Thanks, but we're having some problems with our main star." Stella told them, looking over at Mr. Mime who was lounging around and doing nothing but eating snacks. "I see, Mr. Mime is the star of the show and since it's acting like this you don't know what you'll do." Misty said. "That's right, I really don't know what to do." Stella said. Brock grabbed her hands, "Don't worry, Stella. I'll bring you back a Mr. Mime." "You will?" "Oh, thank you." Stella thanked. Ash whispered in Brock's ear, "How are you going to find her a Mr. Mime?" "Don't worry, I have a plan," Brock whispered, "one of us will dress up as Mr. Mime and perform in the circus. Stella's Mr. Mime will see this and get jealous, hopefully leading it to perform in the circus." "You really think it'll work?" Ash questioned. "It's all I've got so far." Brock said. "Okay, but who's going to volunteer?" Richie asked. As he asked that, the others backed up and looked at him. Guys? Why are you backing away from me?" "Congratulations, Richie." Ash smiled nervously. "Pika Pika, good luck." Pikachu said. Sparky gave him a thumbs up. Richie blinked before shouting, "OH, come on. Who's that Pokémon?" "It's the Mime. Mr. Mime." Richie was glaring so hard that it was almost funny, "I hate all of you." Ash felt a little sorry for his cousin, "Please just bear with it, Richie. This SCKS though, make Brock dress up like this, it was his idea." Richie complained in the Mr. Mime costume. "No use complaining about it now," Zack said. "Can you at least sound sympathetic?" Richie yelled. Misty giggled, "You better get backstage so Stella can prepare you for the show." Richie grumbled before he went backstage to where Stella was. Needless to say he could understand why Mr. Mime ignored her commands because of the harsh training she was giving him. After it was over he told this to Ash and others. Ash was furious she used her whip on his cousin but the others persuaded him to not try and scare her to death. After they went to Ash's home the boys sensed they were being watched and looked out the window. "Hey, is that," there was Mr. Mime looking through the window of their house. "It's that Mr. Mime," Brock said. Ash got up and opened the door, "Would you like to come in? We have plenty of snacks." Mr. Mime smiled, Mr. Mime, why thank you." Mr. Mime thanked. "You're welcome," Ash said as he let the Pokémon inside the house. Delia smiled, "Well hello there, would you like something to eat?" Mr. Mime, "Yes I would, thank you." Mr. Mime said as he ate the food given to him by Delia. "So what are we going to do? The show is tomorrow and there's no way this plan will work." Misty said. "Yeah," Richie grumbled still sore from the whipping Stella gave him, "She's brutal, it's no wonder Mr. Mime ignores her." Brock hummed. "She's going to have to realize that her harsh treatment of Mr. Mime is what caused its attitude in the first place." Ash said. "You think she'll realize it?" Zack wondered. "She'll have to," Ash said. It was the day of the show and Richie was once again the stupid Mr. Mime's suit. It was packed and in the audience was Ash and the others, including Amber who had never seen a real circus before. Just as the show was about to begin there was an explosion and 3 mysterious men in black uniforms appeared. "Who are you?" Stella demanded. The man in the middle spoke, "We're the ones whose circus you ruined." "What?" she gasped. The one to the left spoke this time, "We used to be the top dog, but then you had to come along and ruin everything, especially with that Mr. Mime of yours. So we're here to put you out of business, just like you did with us." The last one said as he clicked a button, trapping the employees in a rubber tank and captured all of the Pokémon in nets. Stella frowned, "I won't let you ruin our show, Mr. Mime, use Psychic." Stella's Mr. Mime ignored her completely. "What's wrong? Why won't you listen to me?" Stella demanded. "It's because of how you treat it," Ash said, walking over to her as he helped Richie get out of the Mr. Mime costume. "What do you mean?" she wondered. "Your training method with Mr. Mime is too brutal and demanding, that's why Mr. Mime ignores you. You're pushing it too hard," Richie told her. Stella looked as though lightning had struck her hard and turned to her Mr. Mime. She fell to her knees. "Oh, Mr. Mime, that I'm so sorry. I had no idea I was pushing you so hard. I was so caught up in making the show perfect that I forgot about your feelings. Can you ever forgive me?" Stella's Mr. Mime patted her on the back with a smile she hadn't seen in a very long time. "My Mr. Mime, I forgive you." Ash smiled, "He says he forgives you." Stella smiled with tears in her eyes and hugged her Pokémon, "Thank you so much." The gang smiled at the scene. "Get that Mr. Mime." Ash and others faced the 3 intruders. "Let's teach these guys a lesson," Richie said. "No, leave this to me." Delia smiled as she stood before the 3. "Mrs. Ketchum." Brock, Zach and Misty exclaimed. Ash chuckled, "This is gonna be good." "Oh, yeah." Richie grinned in excitement. "Go get them, Mommy." Molly encouraged. "Teddiursa, beat them up." Teddiursa said. "Don't lose." Tomo said. "Do your best." Amber said. Brock, Misty, and Zach were confused as to why they weren't worried about their mother, but soon knew why. "Mimey, build a wall around those 3. Delia commanded. Mimey created a wall that blocked them from leaving on one side. Stella's Mr. Mime saw this and looked to Stella who understood. "Help Mimey, Mr. Mime," Stella said. Stella's Mr. Mime made a wall on the other side, blocking the 3 within. "What is this?" the leader demanded. "Okay, Mimey, send them off with Psychic," Delia said. Mimey's hands glowed blue as it sent the 3 fools blasting off just like Team Rocket. "And that's that," Ash said. Misty blinked, "That was amazing. I didn't know Mrs. Ketchum could battle. Mom used to be a Pokémon trainer before she gave it up and did another profession. According to Professor Oak she was unbeatable, no one could beat her." Ash smiled. "I can see why." Brock said honestly, it amazed him how she wasn't asked to become a gym leader. She had the strength of one. After that, the show went off without a hitch and Stella and her Mr. Mime's bond was active once again. When the show was over Stella stood before the gang and bid them a farewell. "I can't thank you guys enough for what you did," Stella told them. "Don't worry about it," Richie told her. "Now that I know why Mr. Mime was acting the way he was, I vow to never push him hard ever again," Stella promised. "Mr. Mime, I'm glad." Mr. Mime smiled. Ash smiled, seeing Stella finally understands why her Mr. Mime was ignoring her. "Oh, Stella. This doesn't have to be goodbye, we can stay and run the circus together," Brock said, grabbing her hands. Misty yanked his ear and dragged him away. "Sorry Brock, but there's no place in the circus for you." "Togi, no place for you." Togepi smiled. Stella giggled, and with one final goodbye she was off with her troop and Pokémon. Delia smiled at her Mr. Mime. Well, it looks like you'll be living with us from now on, right Mimey? Mime, Mr. Mime, that's right. Mimey nodded with a smile. Ash was happy Mimey was staying because maybe he could fill in the hole of another Pokémon she was close to a long time ago but lost due to old age. I'm so happy for you, Mom. Ash thought with a smile. The sun was shining down on the town of Pallet Town. The Pidgey that were flying around were chirping as they were the first ones up. Inside the Ketchum household there was also quiet as there was a single individual still sleeping, but not for long. Mime, Mr. Mime, Ash, wake up. Mr. Mime shook the boy's shoulder gently. Ash groaned into his pillow, forcing his eyes open as he woke up with a yawn. After stretching both arms above his head, he gave a tired smile to Mr. Mime. Morning, Mimey, he greeted before his eyes landed on the clock. Oh wow, I slept longer than I usually do. He got out of the bed. I'm gonna go wash up. Mime, Mr. Mime, brush your teeth as well. Mimey nagged. Ash chuckled. Yes, yes. Having Mimey here in their house was a welcome change, right along with Amber 2, Mew, and Mewtwo. Yesterday had been something else, which explains why he was so exhausted and passed out as soon as his head hit the pillow. It was some good sleep though, he'll say that much. Having washed his face and brushed his teeth, he went downstairs and saw everyone else was wide awake. Hey, Mom. Ash greeted his mother. Well now, look who's up, Delia said with a smile. Looks like Mimey woke you up for me. Yeah, he did, Ash confirmed with a slight yawn. I think I slept too long. Delia chuckled. It's okay for you to sleep in, dear. You've had a long journey on the way back home anyway. Ash gave her a smile. Okay. He sat down at the table, seeing his breakfast was already made by his mother. Thanking her, he ate his food, savoring it as he had missed his mom's cooking since he hadn't had it in so long. So what are your plans today, Ash? Brock asked. Swallowing the food in his mouth, the black-haired boy answered, I was thinking about visiting Professor Oak again, actually. I wanna just relax with my Pokémon today, and talk with Professor Oak. I can agree to that, Misty said. Yesterday he said he wanted to get a better look at Togepi, so this works out for all of us. I think we all need a break, so we'll just spend the all day relaxing. Brock said. It's been a while since I've seen Professor Oak in person anyway. Richie smiled. Molly turned to Tomo. We get to play with the Pokémon all day today. I can't wait. Zach had a thought. This really could be a good time to relax, actually. With the Indigo League looming near, now's the perfect time to get some relaxation in. Delia looks to her son, with a serious expression. Honey, I want you to be honest with me. Do you feel you're ready? Ash sets his fork down, as he thought about it. He wasn't entering the league to become famous or anything, but to see just what kind of trainer he is. His Pokémon are always there for him and support him when he needs it. All of them want to prove they can be the best, so as their trainer he wants to support that. Finally, he gives his mother a smile that reminds her of his father. I'm ready. For just a moment Delia could have sworn she saw her husband in place of Ash. Anyone was free to say what they want, but in her opinion, Ash was looking more and more like his father every day, even inheriting some of the man's traits. I know you are. She smiled. Ash returns it. Say Mom, why don't you tell everyone what you were like when you were a trainer? Delia blushed at her son's suggestion. Oh Ash, your friends don't want to hear about that. Actually I would. I'd really like to hear some stories about how you dominated some other trainers. Misty had stars in her eyes. Brock brought his notebook out. I'd like to take some notes if you don't mind. This I have to hear. Zach chimed in. Me too. Mom always told me how some guys were too scared to fight you. Richie said. That's because Mommy's the best. Molly said. And the strongest. Tomo added. Delia looked even more embarrassed. My goodness, you children are embarrassing me. Ash chuckled as his mother was embarrassed by all the compliments she was getting. A weight on his shoulder alerted him to Pikachu's presence. We'll be ready, won't we, buddy? Pika, count on it. Pikachu vowed. Both he and Richie will do their best to train and be ready for the league. They've already come this far, there's no going back now. He was ready to show the world that he was ready, that his Pokémon were ready, and that no matter what he won't back down. Professor Oak's lab. You really are an adorable little thing, aren't you? Oak chuckled at Togepi. Togepi waved his little arms in the air as he giggled at the old man examining him. After having a good breakfast they all came to the lab, sans Amber who wanted to stay home with Delia and Mr. Mime today. Ash was sure to first greet Mew and Mewtwo, wanting to see how they were enjoying themselves. Mew was flying around the air with a childlike innocence as usual, while Mewtwo preferred to stay by Ash's side the whole time. The psychic Pokémon already knows that Amber couldn't come to see him and the other clone Pokémon, but didn't seem to mind as he wanted her to recover and overexert herself. Right now Ash and the others were sitting on the couch, while the Pokémon just walked about around the lab. Luxray was by Ash's feet as the boy rubbed the electric type. My Togepi is pretty cute, isn't he, Professor? Misty had an air of smugness as she said this. Why do you sound so smug about it? Richie commented. Misty gave him a pout. Oh, hush. Oak gave them a grandfather-like chuckle as he gave Togepi back to her. Yes, Misty, your Togepi is indeed very cute, and very healthy. Continue to take very good care of him, okay? Hear that, Togepi, I take good care of you, don't I? Misty cooed at her little one. Toj, take care of. Togepi giggled. For that one moment everything was peaceful. For that one moment. Hey, Gramps, I'm back. And just like that, the once peaceful air suddenly became tense as the gang heard Gary Oak's voice, his footsteps coming in their very direction. Once he showed his face, that smug look was wiped off instantly as he spotted them. Oh, so the loser finally comes back home, huh? Gary mocked. If looks could kill, Gary would be a dead man right about now as everyone, including Ash's Pokémon, were looking at him with the intent to kill. Sensing the bad tension, Professor Oak decides to play mediator. Now, all of this tension is unnecessary. The two top trainers of Pallet Town shouldn't be arguing with each other. Oak chided them lightly. That got Ash's attention, as well as Gary's. It's just us. What happened to the others? Despite how some people in this town have treated him over the years, that doesn't mean he wants anything bad to happen. The others tried their best, but in the end they just didn't have the skills to continue. Oak told them. Gary scoffed, just goes to show that not everybody has what it takes to become a top-notch trainer. Misty gave him a dry look. Yeah, like you. Anyway, now that both of you are here, why don't you show me your badge cases? Oh, you too, Richie. Oak smiled. Right. Richie gave him his badge case, along with Ash and Gary. Oak opened all three badge cases and nodded his head in approval. Very well done. Gary has earned 10 badges. Gary gave both Ash and Richie a smug look. Very impressive, you two, Oak refereed to both Ash and Richie, earned all 8 badges from the 8 strongest gyms in Kanto, including Cineabar. At hearing this, Gary's eyes widened. Wait, what? There really was a gym on Cineabar Island? Where was it? He demanded, yelling at Ash. Pikachu and Luxray growled at him, and Richie was just itching to hit him if he so much as takes a step towards Ash. Brock, Misty, Zack, Molly, and Tomo were eyeing him. With a sigh, Ash answered, the volcano. It was the location of the gym. If you guessed the riddle right. Riddle? What riddle? Doesn't matter. Ash calmly says. Before Gary could try and continue his interrogation, Oak continues talking. I must say, you two, I'm really proud of you for getting all badges from the strongest 8. Ash turns to his friends. See, even Professor Oak says you two are strong gym leaders. Brock and Misty blush out of embarrassment, but they were flattered by Professor Oak's words. Now then you three, there's something about the Indigo League that you need to know. Since the three of you have the required amount of badges, you qualify to enter. Not only that, but in 2 months the league will be held at the Indigo Plateau. There will be over 200 trainers competing. Oak informs them. Not surprising, the Indigo League is a very big deal, so every trainer will be gathered there to show off just how skilled they are. Ash comments. But still, 200 trainers. Wow. Richie will be the first to admit that he was a little nervous, but that won't stop him. Scared? Why don't you quit while you're ahead then? Gary mocks. Richie glared at him before turning to Ash. Let's go to the coral and see the Pokémon. Good idea. Ash agreed, that is the reason we came here in the first place. And of course, Gary had to be a JRK and butt into their happy moment. Yeah, you losers come outside and see just how better my Pokémon are compared to yours. Now, Gary. Oak frowned at his grandson's behavior. Misty will still never understand how someone as kind and patient as Professor Oak has such a nasty, arrogant, and smug grandson like Gary. She feels sorry for the man. Coral. Richie stretched his arms above his head. The fresh air here always feels good. It really does. Ash smiled. So, who should we see first? Brock inquired. The answer's obvious, Gary speaks, we'll obviously be seeing my Pokémon first. Misty was seriously itching to use her mallet on him right now. God, he's so irritating. They went by the water area first. There they saw a giant Krabby next to a smaller one. The bigger one was Gary's, while the smaller one belonged to Ash. Heh, a puny Pokémon suited for a loser. Gary mocked. Ash ignored him and bent down, getting his Krabby's attention as it crawled over to him pretty fast. Sorry I didn't get to see you yesterday. Krabby merely smiled at him, while moving its pincers. Ash. Ash's Vaporeon cried, running over to him. Gary blinked. Since when did you get a Vaporeon? Wouldn't you like to know? Richie mocked. Gary glared at him. Ash's other water Pokémon came to greet him with happy smiles on their face. Gary was flabbergasted when he saw Ash had caught a shiny Cloyster, and nearly passed out when he saw a Gyarados. Just how in the hell did Ash manage to catch one of those? Ahaha, I missed you, too. Ash actually chuckled, petting the tempered water Pokémon, and it even purred. What the hell? How? Gary couldn't even get his words out. I asked myself the same question. Professor Oak chuckles. Gary doesn't stay flabbergasted for long, shaking his head and giving Ash a scoff. Well, whatever. Taming a Gyarados isn't all that impressive anyway. Breakson, Ash. Breakson cries as she comes running over to him happily. Breakson. Ash stops petting his Gyarados and gives her a hug. Missed you, too. Breakson rubs against his cheek. Gary was staring at Breakson in utter confusion. Just what kind of Pokémon is that? He takes his Pokédex to scan her. Breakson, the fox Pokémon and the evolved form of Fennekin. To defeat its opponent, Breakson combines the flame from the twig in its tail with its fiery breath, creating a massive fire spin. Ash and his friends adopted her and some other Pokémon from the Pokémon Center a while back. Professor Oak helpfully explains, she's native to the Kalos region. The Kalos region? Gary exclaims. That's right. Screech. Gary covered his ears as he looked up, his eyes widening when the clear view of an Aerodactyl came right for them. Just as he was about to send out one of his Pokémon, Professor Oak stopped him. No need for that, that's Ash's Aerodactyl. Say what? Where did he even get one? Misty was smirking at Gary's various reactions to Ash's Pokémon. I'm loving this, very much. You know what? So am I. Brock smirked. Maybe I should take a picture of his dumbfounded face and give it someone. Zach suggested. Molly and Tomo snickered. Pikachu, he's not acting so arrogant now. Pikachu said. Pika, let's hope it stays that way. Sparky replies. Ursa, be good if it did. Teddy Ursa nods. Luxray, don't hold your breath. Luxray rolls his eyes. Aerodactyl rubbed up against Ash's cheek, a clear sign of wanting to be shown affection, and Ash wasn't one to disappoint. Professor Oak told me you've been rather docile, are you enjoying yourself here? Ash inquires. Screech. Aerodactyl says loudly. Ash laughs a little, good to hear it. Misty smirked at Gary's shocked expression, is something the matter, Gary? You look a little pale. Gary scoffed, Keh, why would I be? Doesn't matter how many Pokemon Ashy Boy has because he's still going to lose to me in the league, and I'll show everyone in Pallet Town why I'm the best. Yeah, good luck with that. Misty thought with a glare. Ketchum household. Delia was making herself busy, while the kids were at Professor Oak's lab with the Pokemon. It was so nice to have her son back home with her, even though it'll only be just for a little while, but she was happy regardless. She decided to give Mimey a hand and help with the cleaning, even though he insisted he could do it himself. Such a sweet Pokemon, almost reminds her of her Espion when she was still a young trainer. How she missed her old friend, but she went peacefully, and with a smile on her face. They had so many fun adventures together, battling other trainers, taking on different gyms to test her skills, and entering contests and having fun. It was at the last contest she had entered and won, where she met him. She had noticed him in the crowd one day, his face looked interested in what the contest was all about. From looks alone she could automatically tell he was a Pokemon trainer, and back then coordinators and trainers had a lot of bad blood against one another, so she was quite surprised to see one at a contest, surrounded by coordinators no less. The whole time he was there, sitting in the crowd, there was a smile on his face. He stared down in complete awe at what he was seeing, and even clapped when it was her turn. When she won the whole contest he was still all smiles. She could still remember when she departed after the contest was over, there he was standing there with a nervous expression. That is to say that I thought your performance was amazing. You were absolutely beautiful. Oh, thank you. After that awkward confession, the two of them started dating and traveling together before they eventually decided to come here to Pallet Town and settle down. Having spent more happy years together, they were soon blessed with Ash, their pride and joy. For a short while they were a family. Until her husband had to leave to go on a journey. She told him she'd wait for him for as long as it took, and she has continued to do that for so long now. Since his departure, it's just been her and Ash, then Molly came into the picture, and now she has 2 more adopted children. Her son never once expressed the desire to travel when he was younger, but after he found out he had the ability to talk to Pokemon, he said he wanted to go out and see what else the world had to offer him. That he may be able to find some answers as to why he was able to talk to Pokemon. A faint smile graced her lips as she remembered he too had the very same ability as their son. When they started dating he was nervous about telling her because he was afraid of being rejected, but she didn't reject him. She loved him with all her heart and soul. Since his departure for his journey, Ash was teased by the other kids because he didn't have a father. He didn't show it on his face, but deep down Delia knew her son was angry at his father. What saved him from hating the man outright were his cousin Richie, friends, Leaf and Yellow, and the Pokemon he took care of at Professor Oak's lab. All the anger he had kept concealed towards his father diminished slightly, but never truly faded away. Ash had every right to be angry at his father, and she couldn't tell him otherwise. What softened her heart was when he told her that he was angry at his father because he made her sad. Such a sweet and caring boy. He was always such a little explorer, too. Always going off into the forest to hang out with any Pokemon he came across. Then came the fateful day where he disappeared completely. She remembers it clearly. Ash. Honey, where are you? She cried out, searching for her baby boy, along with Professor Oak, and some others. Did you find him? Her sister came up to her looking worried. No. Don't worry, we'll find him, Delia. I hope so. We found him. The two women didn't even blink as they ran in the direction where they heard Samuel's voice. Once they arrived to his location, they saw Ash standing there with a blank expression. Ash. Delia rushed up to her son, holding him in a warm embrace. Thank goodness. Where in the world have you been? His still blank expression was on her as he spoke. Ultra, he passed out as soon as he said those words. Ash. Till this day, she still doesn't quite understand what he meant. Ultra. Even Samuel had no idea what her son meant. When Ash woke up, he had no memory of where he had been or what he said, so they let it go. But it still lingered in the back of her mind. Mime, Mr. Mime, are you okay? Mimey came up to her and asked. She was surprised when she found Mimey standing in front of her with a worried expression. Oh, I'm okay, Mimey. Just thinking about some things is all. Mr. Mime didn't look convinced, however, but decided not to pressure about it and went back to cleaning. Delia smiled at her Pokémon. She may not be able to understand him like her son, but that doesn't matter if you have a strong bond with the Pokémon. Despite them meeting for the very first time, she already felt a special connection with the psychic fairy Pokémon. I wonder if the kids are having fun with the Pokémon. She wondered. With the gang. Gary was seething with rage as he witnessed Ash's Pokémon. From what he saw, he had some rare ones that weren't even native to Kanto. How did this loser even catch all these Pokémon? He was the stronger and better trainer, he knew more than anyone in Pallet Town, yet here this loser comes and gets all these Pokémon. Such a nice day out, I say we will just lay down and relax. Ash suggests. Sounds good to me. Misty was cut off by you-know-who. Hey, Ashy boy. Battle me. Gary demanded, standing in front of him with a Pokeball in hand. Misty's eyebrow twitched in annoyance, or not. Professor Oak frowned. Now Gary, there's no need to battle Ash out of the blue like this. That's where you're wrong, Gramps. There's something me and this loser need to settle, and right now. It clearly obvious Gary wasn't going to take no for an answer, nor was he willing to listen to any negotiations. Ash was about to decline when all of a sudden an explosion was heard near the coral. Worried for the Pokémon, everyone ran to where the sound was coming from, and much to their annoyance the ones causing the commotion was none other than Team Rocket. Misty sighed in annoyance. Ash could feel Mewtwo's anger at the mere mention of the name. Calm down, Mewtwo. They don't know you're here, but stay hidden. Yes. Ha ha ha, did you think we were gone, twerps? Jessie taunted. Yes. Richie, Misty, and Zack dryly answered. Why you? Sorry to disappoint you, but we'll be taking all of the Pokémon here. James declared. So hand them over, twerps. Meowth pressed a button and a giant robot appeared. Ash rolled his eyes. Another giant robot. That they've officially run out of ideas, haven't they? They ran out of idea a long time ago. Misty commented. Gary smirked, taking a step forward. Watch and learn, Ashy boy. Come on out, Blastoise. Blastoise, ready to go. Blastoise declared. That Blastoise must be Gary's starter Pokémon. Brock guessed. It is, he's been training it very hard since it was just a Squirtle, now's it's evolved into a powerful Blastoise. Professor Oak comments. Gary smirked, hear that Ashy boy? Ash ignored him. Charizard. He called out to his fire friend. Charizard came flying down, letting out a roar as he landed in front of Ash, ready to smash a robot. Charizard grinned at the very thought. Roar, hell, yeah. Professor Oak blinked. Oh my, Ash's Charizard looks absolutely amazing. That's because Ash has taken good care of his Charizard. Brock points out. Misty and Richie snickered at Gary's annoyed look. I'll go first, Blastoise, use Hydro Pump on the left arm. Gary called out. Blastoise readies his two cannons before aiming at the left arm, concentrated. Water comes pouring out, hitting the arm dead on before it came off. Heh, beat that. Gary said to Ash. Misty couldn't believe this guy. Team Rocket is trying to steal the Pokémon here, and he's more focused on trying to outmatch Ash. Charizard, use Dragon Claw. Charizard's claws are encased in green energy as he goes straight for the other arm, cutting it right off. Very impressive. Such speed and power. Professor Oak compliments. Gary gets annoyed at his grandfather compliments towards Ash's Charizard. Blastoise, use Skull Bash. Blastoise's body becomes surrounded by a silver aura before charging towards the robot, getting it in the side this time. Ash follows Gary's attack up. Charizard, use Dragon Rage. Charizard's eyes glow white, then the flame on his tail begins to grow before forming a ball of fire in his mouth, releasing the fiery inferno at the robot, causing an explosion that nearly sent everyone flying. When the smoke cleared, Team Rocket was exposed and no longer protected by hard steel. A bead of sweat fell on the side of James's face. I've got a bad feeling about this. Yeah. Meowth agreed. It's a feeling we all know too well. Jessie says. Ash smiled. Charizard, let Pikachu and Sparky get this one. Charizard huffed, roar, with pleasure. Pikachu. Sparky. Thunderbolt. Pikachu and Sparky were both surrounded in electricity before sending Team Rocket on their merry little way. Growling, those twerps make me so mad. Jessie fumed. Ditto. James agreed. Same old, same old. Meowth sighed. Team Rocket's blasting off again. Richie watched them go, and they're gone. I really do hope this is the last time we see them here. Misty sounded tired and annoyed. Togepi giggled. Good work everyone. Ash complimented his Pokémon. Charizard grinned, while Pikachu gave him the peace sign. Gary meanwhile was staring at the destroyed robot, then to Ash's Charizard. He couldn't believe the fire power it held. The way it hacked off the arm, then destroyed the robot with that Dragon Rage attack. Maybe he's not a loser after all. Well done, you two. Professor Oak complimented them both. Gary, if you still want to. I think I'll pass. Gary cuts him off rudely. Maybe you're not a loser after all, but you still can't beat me, and I'll prove it to you once we face off against each other at the Indigo League. With those words, he returned his Blastoise and walked away. Molly sticks her tongue out at him. JRK. Big JRK. Tomo corrected. Professor Oak sighed, then turned to the others. Please forgive him, everyone. You don't need to apologize, Professor Oak. Misty felt sorry for the man. Having a grandson like Gary can't be easy. Brock looks at Ash. Ash, you okay? I'm okay. I just realized that if I want to be ready for the league, me and my Pokémon are going to have to go far away to train. Ash says this with a smile. What? And go where? Misty questions. Ash come over to them, whispering in their ears about where he was going to go. Their eyes widened before nodding their heads in understanding. He was going to the place where Mewtwo, Ember 2, and the rest of the Pokémon were created to train there. The raven-haired youth then turns to Professor Oak. I'll go tell my mom that I'm going to be gone for a while, check up on her once in a while. You have my word. Professor Oak promises. You've already made up your mind, haven't you? I have. I'm doing this not for just myself, but for my Pokémon, who have always been there for me. Ash says with a smile. Professor smiles at Ash. I have faith that you and your Pokémon will do your very best at the league. Thank you, Professor. Ash sincerely thanks him. That night, Ash was wide awake, as first thing in the morning after he got some food in him, he was going off to New Island to train, along with his Pokémon. You should be sleeping, Ash. Mewtwo chides him lightly. Ash mentally chuckles. I know, don't worry, I'll go to sleep soon. It's just that I feel so excited and nervous at the same time. The reason you feel that way is because you are going to show the world what you are made of. What Ash Ketchum is capable of. I almost pity those who go up against you. Mewtwo states. Ah, so even Mewtwo has a sense of humor when he feels like it, good to know. But he was right. He was going to show the world what he was capable of, what he can do. The league is in 2 months, meaning they will be using that whole time PRD dedicated towards training. His Pokémon have been with him one step of the way, so he'll repay that by training alongside them and be sure not to disappoint them. Richie must be feeling the very same. No matter which one of them goes on or get eliminated, they will not fail. Good night, Mewtwo. Ash rolls over on his side and falls asleep, Pikachu curled up against his stomach. Sleep well, Ash. 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. True to Ash's words, he was gone the very next day, but not before saying goodbye to everyone with the promise of seeing them again at the Indigo League. Ash got up on his own, washed up and was ready to head out. Before leaving though, he said goodbye to everyone, who were already awake. The hardest goodbye was to his own mother, which would be silly because she would see him again at the league, but still. Delia gives her son a hug. You do what you need to, sweetie. I know that when you come back, you'll do amazing. Ash hugs her back with a full-blown smile on his face. Thanks, Mom. I love you. Love you more. With those parting words, Ash had Mewtwo take him to New Island with the rest of his Pokémon. Richie meanwhile went back home to his hometown to do some training, while Brock, Misty, and Zack opted to stay with Delia so she wouldn't be lonely, even though technically she wasn't really alone, what with some of Ash's cloned Pokémon coming to check up on her and Mimey being with her 24/7, she was never alone. Brock had almost got into a fight with Mimey over who would do some of the chores around the house, fights which had to always be broken up by Misty herself. Zack meanwhile showed Delia the photos he took of Molly while she participated in the princess competition a while back. Delia loved them very much and repeatedly thanked the boy for showing her the pictures. Delia then gathered them around the dinner table to tell them more about both Ash and Richie's past here, lamenting about how she regrets not being able to ever do anything for them, as well as Leaf and Yellow. Brock and Misty assured her that the fact she was always there for them made things much better for them living here. Mrs. Ketchum, Ash has said nothing but good things about you while traveling with us, the same can be said for Molly, too. They both love you very much, and are very grateful to have you for a mother. Brock tells her. Ash is always thinking about you, always worrying about you, too. But that only proves just how much he really loves you. Misty added her own comments. Delia was grateful for their kind words and thanked whatever deity that was listening to her for blessing her son with such wonderful friends. The only reason she even stayed here in Pallet Town instead of just up and leaving was because of Professor Oak. She along with Yellow's parents didn't want the kind man to know just what sort of pain his own grandson caused their children while growing up here. Leaf's father was different though, he hated both Gary and Samuel Oak because of what happened to his daughter. Delia didn't blame him for his hostile emotions, she was a parent just like him, and if she weren't such an understanding person she would feel hatred towards them both as well. But she wasn't angry at Samuel, just at his grandson and some of the people here in Pallet Town. Deep down she knows Samuel did his best to raise both his grandchildren after what happened to their parents. While Gary's older sister Daisy is a polite and well-grounded young lady, the same could not be said for Gary. Daisy strived to become a coordinator just like Delia was back in her youth and would always come over to ask for advice. She even bonded with her son, commenting how Ash should also be her younger brother, too. After Daisy was satisfied with being a coordinator she decided to become a Pokémon breeder, then a Pokémon doctor. Daisy doesn't know what happened either, and Delia didn't want her to. The girl was far too kind. Gary had too much of his father in him, and that was the problem. Blue had been far too arrogant back in his youth, and was always challenging Red to Pokémon battles. When Red finally beat Blue and took his place as champion, Blue was less than humble about it, but over time he let it go. The way Gary acted around her son worried her because it nothing more than a repeat of history, but Ash had no interest in becoming Gary's rival, but his friend. And Gary doesn't want that. Delia just couldn't fathom why Gary is the way he is, when he used to be such a sweet boy just like her Ash. Perhaps he let the title of Oak's grandson get to his head and decided to flaunt his title given to him by everyone here in Pallet Town. Whatever his reasons may be for the sudden personality change, it still doesn't excuse what he did to her son, nephew, and friends growing up. It was by the grace of Samuel and the Pokémon her son would come after school to care for that kept him from becoming a bad person. She wasn't worried about her son now, right now she was excited for him to do well in the Indigo League, Richie too. They're not here yet. Misty stood at the entrance of the Pokémon Center along with Brock, Zach, Molly, and Tomo. Amber would be coming with Delia and Professor Oak, so it was just the four of them that decided to come ahead of time. It was the day before the Indigo Plateau, and they were just waiting for not only Ash to show up, but Richie, too. Don't worry, they'll be here. Brock puts a hand on her shoulder in assurance. Ash isn't the type to come here late, and there's no way Richie will miss this. Misty relented, knowing Brock was right. Today is just the opening ceremony anyway, so things are okay for now. Zach commented. Sorry to keep you guys waiting. A familiar voice gets their attention. Turning around in unison they saw it was both Ash and Richie, with some differences. The two of them looked slightly taller, their facial features a little more refined. All in all, they both looked different since the last time they saw them. You're here. Misty came up to the two, giving them both a hug, and made sure to hug both Pikachu and Sparky, too. Ash gave her a warm-hearted chuckle. We meant to get here yesterday, but I wanted to greet Aunt Ida since I hadn't seen her in a long time. We had fun. Richie grinned. Pikachu, his mom still pulled on my cheeks too tightly. Sparky grumbled. Pikachu nodded in agreement. Mom and Professor Oak aren't here, yet? Ash inquired as he was looking for his mother and surrogate grandfather. They'll be here along with Amber either today or tomorrow. Brock tells him. Okay, why don't we go get registered, Richie? You got it. Richie gave him the thumbs up. As they entered the Pokémon Center they saw that there were already some trainers there, just standing around and talking to each other. Both boys went up to the front desk where Nurse Joy was standing there with a pleasant smile on her face like always. Without wasting any time, they showed her the required badges before she gave them what they needed to show that they are approved competitors. With that out of the way the gang decided to leave the Pokémon Center and look outside as they saw a crowd was gathering outside, waiting for someone to show up. What are they gathering around for? Richie wondered. Ash's eyes lit up in remembrance. They're waiting for the torchbearer. The torchbearer is the one that lights up the huge flame that burns throughout the entire Indigo Plateau Conference. Wow, so it's a really big deal, huh? Richie commented. It is. The reason why is because it's rumored that the flame is from the legendary Pokémon Moltres. Ash smiled. Richie and Misty gasped, Moltres. That's right, now you see why the person who runs with the flame is a big deal now. Brock asks them. They both nod. Hey, I think I see the runner now. Zach points to the front. Sure enough, someone was indeed running with the torch in hand. He was being escorted by an Officer Jenny, and before Brock could get any funny ideas, Misty had yanked him by the ear real quick. Didn't stand a chance. The torch-bearer waves to the crowd as he runs past them with a good-hearted smile on his face. The crowd waves back at him, Ash and the gang included in that wave. Once the torch-bearer lights up the flame the league will begin. Ash won't deny that he was feeling excited right now. I'm fired up for this, Ash. Richie clenched his fists in anticipation. So am I, Richie. Crash. Their eyes automatically looked over at where they heard the noise from. Obviously worried, they ran to the scene and saw that not only was the torch-bearer injured, but both Officer Jenny and another vehicle were stuck in what appears to be a pitfall trap. Ash's eyebrow twitched, don't tell me. Ahahaha. Yep. Misty rubbed her temples. Team Rocket shows their annoying faces yet again, and once again being a bunch of pests. Found you twerp. Jessie says. Thought you could hide from us forever, huh? Meowth taunted. Now hand over both the torch and your Pokémon. James smirked. Misty and Brock prepared to send their own Pokémon out. We're not gonna let you guys ruin this competition. Ash places his arm out, stopping them. I've got this. He takes out his Pokeball. Time to show the results of your training, come on out. He tosses the Pokeball in the air and a Pokémon comes out. Standing before everyone was bipedal, canine-like Pokémon, with fur that is predominantly blue and black. It possesses a short, round spike on the back of each forepaw, in addition to a third on its chest. It has red eyes, a long snout and ears. When its mouth is open, 2 pairs of pointed teeth, one in the upper jaw and one in the lower, can be seen. It possesses cream-colored fur on its torso, and blue fur on its thighs that resembles shorts. It has a medium-length tail of the same blue color as well. It stands on its toes rather than on its entire foot, with 4 black appendages that hang down from its head. Ash smiles at the Pokémon. You ready, Lucario? Lucario nods his head, standing there calmly. Wow, what kind of Pokémon is that? Wait. Misty leans closer and notices it looks like that little dog-like Pokémon Ash had when they first met. That Pokémon looks a lot like Riolu. That's because this is Riolu's evolved form, Lucario. Ash explained. It looks strong. Brock compliments with a smile. Richie scans Lucario. Lucario, the aura Pokémon, and the evolved form of Riolu. By sensing the aura of its opponents, Lucario can read their thoughts and movements. That's amazing. Richie grins. Zack takes out his camera. This is gonna be epic. What kind of Pokémon is that? Jesse wonders. I'm not sure. James stares at Lucario. Who cares, let's catch it. And while you're doing that, I'll interrogate the twerp. Meowth tells them. Jesse and James give him dry looks. You're still hung up on that. Lucario, use Aura Sphere. Lucario puts its hands together and creates a blue ball of energy in between them. Lucario then fires the ball at Team Rocket. The blue ball comes at them fast, not giving them any time to try and defend themselves. The ball hits them dead on, sending them blasting off. What a rude Pokémon. Jesse grumbles. It didn't even show any sort of emotion. James sighed sadly. I'll get you next time, twerp. Meowth vows. Team Rocket's blasting off again. Ash rubs the top of Lucario's head with affection. I'm so proud of you, Lucario. Pikachu, you were amazing. Pikachu compliments. Lucario beams with pride at his father's praise. Thank you, father. Ash smiles as Lucario thanks him, via telepathy. That was quite impressive, young man. A short old man came out of the car with a smile present on his face. Excuse us, sir, but who are you? Brock inquires. The elderly man chuckles. My apologies for startling you so suddenly, but I wanted to comment on how impressive I find this young man's Pokémon. Officer Jenny was the one to introduce him. This is Charles Goodshow, he's the president of the Pokémon Torch Committee. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Goodshow. My name is Ash Ketchum and I'm competing in the Indigo League. Ash introduces himself. And I'm Richie, I'm also competing. Richie introduces himself next. I'm Misty. My name's Brock. Molly. I'm Tomo. Zack. Mr. Goodshow smiles at them all. Nice to meet all of you. While I'm glad to see that Team Rocket didn't get the torch bearer is still injured, which is why I wish to ask Ash for a favor. A favor, sir? Yes, how would you like to become the torch bearer, my boy? Ash's eyes widened. And me? Well. He would be honored. Misty cut in for him. Misty. Go on, Ash. You sounded so excited when you were explaining it earlier, so why not try it for yourself? Misty said. Yeah, Ash, try it out. Brock smiled. Go ahead, big brother, you'll do great. Tomo said. You'll be the best runner ever. Molly encouraged. I say go for it. Zach commented. Better it be you instead of somebody else. Richie smiled. Ash stared at their eager faces and couldn't help but agree with what they were saying. Truth be told, he was very eager to accept the offer once Mr. Goodshow suggested it to him. No choice then. I'll do it. And that was that. Ash took the empty torch from the torchbearer before looking at Pikachu and Lucario. You two wanna run with me? It'll be just like what we did in training. Pika, I'm in. Pikachu smiled. Lucario stepped up, I am as well. Let's go. Ash took off running, Pikachu and Lucario running right behind him every step of the way. As they ran by the crowd, people began to cheer for them. This is not how Ash had pictured when he arrived here at the league, but it wasn't a bad thing. He was honestly happy that he was getting the chance to run with the torch. So far the start of the tournament was turning out great. So how did it feel running with the torch? Misty asked. After passing the inflamed torch onto someone else, Ash and the gang decided to sit in the Pokémon Center and just relax. There were a lot of trainers gathered around here just like Professor Oak there'd be. It was amazing that this was such a great experience, one I will never forget. Ash was all smiles, and it looked like it wasn't going away anytime soon. So you actually showed your face here, huh, Ashy boy? Scratch that. Good feeling over. Oh, it's you. Misty gave Gary an unimpressed look. Togepi blinked at Gary. Gary. Ash gave him a curt nod. Didn't think you two would actually show your faces here, but it doesn't matter anyway since you'll be knocked out in the first round and embarrass yourselves in front of everyone. Gary mocked. Big words from someone who was nervous just a minute ago. A familiar, welcomed voice teases. Pat. Ash beamed. Pat waved to them as he walked up to the group, Growlithe by his side as always. Good to see you guys, how've you been? We've been great, and by the looks of it you seem to be doing fine yourself. Brock smiled. You competing in the league too, Pat? Richie questioned. You are correct, guess that makes the three of us rivals. Pat smiled. Ash smiled back, I'm not holding back. Me neither. Richie added. I'd be insulted if you guys did. Oh, and Gary, I'm sure you'll find a rival around here somewhere. Pat said to Gary as an afterthought. Gary scoffed at him before walking off, followed by his cheerleaders. He can be such a pest. Pat commented. Can be. Misty gave him a look. Togepi giggled. Pat spotted Togepi and smiled, well hello there, little one. He tickled the little Pokémon, making Togepi giggle even more, such an adorable little Pokémon, and it looks very healthy. You've raised this little one very well, Misty. Thank you, Pat. Misty smiled. Richie was all smiles, but that soon faded when he sensed that feeling again. It was that same bloodlust he felt back during the whole Diglett fiasco. He looks around the room, but once again he doesn't see anyone, but that doesn't stop the fear in his heart. Koga's words echoing inside his head. Are you here, too, Leaf? That night, Ash decided to go outside and take a nice walk by himself. Well, he wasn't really by himself actually. What troubles you, Ash? Ash chuckled hearing Mewtwo's voice. The Pokémon was by his side, but remained invisible so as to not be seen. Nothing, just trying to take it all in. I'm actually here at the Indigo League, and will be competing here, too. And you feel overwhelmed? Mewtwo guessed. You could say that, but at the same time I feel excited because I actually made it here, along with my friends and family. When I was little, and discovered I could understand Pokémon, there was this voice in my head that was always saying, what do you want to do? And I didn't know how to answer until I started my journey. Ash looked up at the clear sky, seeing all sorts of stars twinkling. Have you figured out what it is you want to do? Ash smiled. I do. Richie suggested I become a Pokémon master. While I don't really understand the meaning behind the word, I have my own thoughts on it. A Pokémon master isn't someone who can control Pokémon, or catch as much, but to understand and help them. That's what I want to do. I want to help Pokémon around the world connect with them, while at the same time understand who I am as a person. Mewtwo let a smile show, despite still being invisible. If that is what Ash desires, then he will support him, just as the boy's smiles and happiness have supported both him and Amber too as they watched him grow. I vow to remain by your side always. Ash has never felt more grateful, thank you. The next day, the opening ceremony, the competitors walked onto the field with their heads held high, Ash, Richie, Pat, and Gary being among them. Mr. Goodshow was standing there in front of a microphone, waiting as the last torch-bearer was just about lit the flame. Team Rocket got in the way. Again. You're persistent. Richie growled. Too persistent. Ash frowned. Pat glared at the three. Once again the three of them were inside a giant robot. Seriously, they have to be in debt with all the robots they use all the time. The flame was on the back of the robot. Let's see how you like this, twerp. Jessie said as they angled the flame towards Ash. Ash! Richie exclaimed. Pat was about to help when all of a sudden the flame stopped and began to take the form of a bird. No, not just any bird. It was Moltres. Ash couldn't tear his eyes away from the flame. It was absolutely beautiful. Team Rocket's eyes widened as they saw the flame turn its attention to them. Guys. Why is that flame looking at us? Meowth stares. That's not a good look. James said warily. Do you think it's hungry? Jessie commented. The flame let out a screech before destroying the robot, and sending Team Rocket blasting off. Before the flame lights up the stadium torch's flame, Moltres turns its attention to Ash, giving a nod before lighting up the flame. Did Moltres just? Ash didn't know what to say, but he felt warm and protected for some reason. Shaking his head, he pays attention to Mr. Goodshow's speech as the Indigo League begins. Goodshow finished giving his speech to the 200 trainers that were all gathered there. Once it was over, the gang decided to head back to the Pokémon Center just to hang out and wait until it was time. So Ash, do you know the schedule? Brock asked him. Ash nodded. First things first, every trainer here has to go through the preliminary rounds first. There are a total of 4 preliminary rounds: grass, water, ice, and rock. The nice lady had me go through a random selection, and it landed on the water field later in the day against a trainer by the name of Mandy. Have you gotten to meet your opponent yet? Misty asked. He shook his head. No, I haven't yet. What about you, Richie? I'm being sent to the grass field. Richie reveals. And I'm not sure about Pat, he could either be sent to the ice or rock field. Ash was curious to know. I feel bad for anyone that has to go up against Pat, or you. Richie comments. Ash chuckles at him. Give yourself some credit, Richie. You've been training for this just like I have, and I'm confident you'll do well in the preliminary rounds. Richie grins at his cousin. You're right, let's do this, Ash. Right. As they left their seats and were on their way to Ash's waiting room, they ran into Gary and his annoying cheerleaders. Hey there, Ashy boy. Looks like I'll be up first. They sent me to the ice field. Good luck because you'll need it. Gary mocks as he walks away, his cheerleaders following right behind him. Molly frowns as Gary walks away. I hope he loses. Me too. Tomo agreed. Gary's skilled, so I doubt he'll lose easily, but who knows? Anything's possible. Ash comments before turning to the others. Anyway, I'm heading to my waiting room. Wish me luck. You know we will. Show them what you're made of, Ash. Misty said to him. Togi, show them. Togepi giggled. We'll be watching along with the rest of the crowd. Brock tells him. Molly and Tomo both give him hugs. You'll beat them all, big brother. Molly tells him. We'll be cheering for you. Tomo smiles up at him. Ash hugs them both with a smile of his own. Thank you. He lets them go and fist bumps with Richie. No holding back. No holding back. Richie promises. Ash departs along with Pikachu to his waiting room. Once there, he simply sits there with his eyes closed, thinking about all of his Pokémon, and how hard they trained to get this far not just for him, but for themselves, too. Pikachu, you okay, Ash? Pikachu looks up at Ash. The boy opens his eyes, smiling down at his best friend. I'm okay, we've all been waiting for this, are you ready? Pika, you bet. Pikachu pumps his fist up in the air. There was a knock on the door as someone opens it. Ash Ketchum. They're ready for you. Ash smiles at the man. Okay, thank you. He stands up, looking down at Pikachu. Let's do this, buddy. Pikachu, we'll blow them away. Pikachu vows. Water Field. Welcome everyone to the Indigo League's preliminary rounds. We have an impressive lineup of trainers here, let's get this started, shall we? In the blue corner is the trainer with loyal fans, and a master of tricks Mandy. From the blue side, out came a young man with long green hair, a red headband across his forehead, purple eyes, wearing a yellow scarf around his neck, a white shirt with a pink jacket, and blue pants. A confident smirk was plastered all over his face as he makes a flock of Piaget come out of nowhere, making his fans go wild. In the stands, Misty rolls her eyes, looks like the Indigo League attracts all kinds of weirdos. No kidding. Brock said. In the red corner is Mandy's challenger, and the one that ran with the torch Ash Ketchum. Ash came out onto the field and was surprised by the cheers, but smiled and waved politely to the crowd anyway as he takes his place, facing Mandy. Mandy says as he observes Ash, looks like this will be an easy victory. Ash wasn't offended, instead he just chuckles at Mandy like he just told him a really good joke. Mandy just signed his own death warrant. The referee comes up to the podium. This will be a 3-on-3 battle between Mandy and Ash Ketchum. Begin. Executor, get me my easy win. Mandy calls out his first Pokémon. Executor, time to battle. Executor says. Ash smiles taking out his Pokeball. Kingler, I choose you. He calls out his first Pokémon. Kingler is a crustacean Pokémon resembling a crab. Its strong shell covers the outside of its body, featuring a red upper half and a light tan lower half. Its upper half is topped with 6 tall, thin spikes that resemble a crown. Its light tan arms are also connected to its upper body. Its lower half doubles as its jaw with 6 fangs overlapping its upper body. Its 2 outer fangs are much larger than the inner 4 and are roughly half as tall as Kingler's entire body. Its hips visibly protrude from its lower body and connect to its 4 long, thin legs. Each leg has a single, claw-like foot. Kingler's main feature is its red pincers. Its left claw is roughly twice as large as the other and hard as steel. King Kingler, let's show this fool how strong we are. Kingler declares. Both trainers have selected their Pokémon. Mandy goes with his trusty Executor, while Ash Ketchum goes with Kingler. Executor vs Kingler, battle. Begin. The referee declared. Ash decided to be a good sport and allow Mandy to make the first move. You may go first, Mandy. Mandy smirked. Big mistake, Executor, end this with Seed Bomb. Executor shoots seeds from the top of its head at Kingler. Counter with Bubble Beam. Ash calls out calmly. Kingler shoots a torrent of bubbles at the Seed Bomb attack, cancelling the attack out. Use Agility. Ash calls out another attack. Kingler surprises the crowd by hopping on the platforms on the water field quickly, before appearing before Executor. Now, use Metal Claw. Kingler's claw becomes surrounded in a silver aura before it slams its claw right in Executor's face, making it fall backwards. Executor, are you okay? Mandy calls out to his Pokémon. Executor sits up slowly, one of its eyes closed shut. Executor. I'm okay. Good, now use. Ash beat him to it. Use Crab Hammer. Kingler's claw becomes surrounded a silver aura once more as it slams the claw right into Executor's face, knocking it out permanently. The referee calls it, Executor is unable to battle, Kingler is the winner. The crowd cheers for Ash as Kingler jumps all the way back to his trainer, beaming with pride. Ash bends down, rubbing the top of his water Pokémon's head. You were amazing out there, Kingler. King Kingler, naturally. Kingler smiles at his trainer. Mandy was surprised his Executor lost to a measly Kingler, but quickly deduced that it was just dumb luck and that he won't lose another Pokémon to this runt again. Come on out, Seadra. See, I won't lose. Seadra came out. Ash decides to return Kingler. You did great out there, Kingler. He returns the water Pokémon, Pikachu. Pikachu hopped onto the podium looking eager to fight. Pika, let's go. Seadra vs Pikachu, battle. Begin. The referee declared. Seadra, send that electric mouse flying with a hydro pump attack. Mandy went first. Seadra sends concentrated through its mouth at Pikachu. Use agility to dodge. Ash called out. Pikachu used agility to get to another podium safely, dodging the hydro pump attack with practiced ease, which was easy for Pikachu since he's been dodging water attacks during training. Mandy grit his teeth in anger and frustration. Try a water gun attack. Seadra tried getting Pikachu with a water gun attack this time. Use the platforms to dodge again, Pikachu. Ash tells his best friend. Pikachu once again used the platform to dodge Seadra's water gun attack as Seadra tried to hit Pikachu multiple times. Would you look at that, folks? Ash Ketchum keeps a calm head as maneuvers Mandy's attempts to pin him into a corner in an attempt to hit his Pokémon. Ash was actually having fun with this, but was trying very hard not to show it. His mentor Silver would tell him how back in his youth he would smile as his opponents grew frustrated in their attempts to knock his Pokémon out. As fun as this is, it's time to end this. Use Electro Ball, Pikachu. Ash called out. Pikachu's body becomes surrounded in yellow electricity and multiple yellow sparks come off Pikachu's body. All the electricity then condenses at Pikachu's tail and forms into an orange-yellow orb of electricity with sparks of yellow electricity coming off it. Pikachu then jumps into the air and flings the orb at Seadra. Dodge it, Seadra. Mandy calls out frantically. But it was not meant to be as Seadra was unable to dodge the attack as it hit the water Pokémon dead on. Seadra fell into the water, unable to move due to its body being paralyzed by static. Ah, no, Seadra. Mandy cried as he saw his Pokémon couldn't move. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt on the water. With a grin on his face, Pikachu releases a powerful Thunderbolt on the water, electrocuting Seadra until the water Pokémon was a brown color as it passed out. From the pain of the powerful Thunderbolt attack. Seadra is unable to battle, Pikachu is the winner. The crowd goes wild once again. And Seadra has been defeated. An amazing victory from Ash Ketchum. Stands. That was amazing. Misty smiled. Togi. Togi. Amazing. Amazing. Togepi cheered. Ash's Kingler was already impressive, but Pikachu's gotten even better. Can't wait to see what his other Pokémon can do. Brock was starting to get excited. Zach was taking pictures of Ash's battle. Mandy's dumbfounded expression is totally hilarious. Big Brother has to win just one more. Molly said. Teddiursa nodded his head. Once he does, he can move on. Tomo smiled. Sitting not too far away from them was a female with long brown hair, wearing a pink hat, black sleeveless shirt, with a white collar, red skirt, black stockings, and shoes. Sitting in her lap was one of the standard Kalos Pokémon for new trainers was the Pokémon Fennekin. Her eyes were solely focused on Ash as she watched him humiliate his opponent, while remaining calm at the while. She hadn't seen the boy since that fateful day at the camp, but now that she's seeing him again after all these years, it was hard not to smile now that she's seeing his face again. I'm glad to see he's still the same. I wonder how I should introduce myself to him. What if he doesn't recognize me? I mean, the last time we saw each other was when we were both kids. Nervousness then began to seep into her, her fears of him not knowing who she is after all this time began to override her happiness of seeing Ash again. Fennekin, don't be silly. Of course he'll remember you. Fennekin assured her trainer. The girl smiles down at her friend, you're right. Thank you, Fennekin. Fennekin beamed up at her. Mandy was beyond furious as he lost 2 Pokémon to this brat, but no more. Golbat, go. He called out his last Pokémon. Golbat appeared, ready to go. Ash saw the furious look on Mandy's face, and knew the boy was at his limit. He no longer cared about trying to get an easy win, and just wanted to beat him now. Too bad Ash wasn't going to let that happen. Come back over here, Pikachu. Ash calls his best friend over. Pikachu came back over to Ash, climbing up his shoulder with a smile, rubbing against his cheek. Pikachu, how did I do? Pikachu asks. You were amazing out there, I'm so proud of you, Pikachu. Ash then allowed a smirk to appear. Time to finish this, right? Pikachu nodded. Ash brought out his last Pokémon, Glaceon. I choose you. Glaceon came out with a smirk. Glaceon, this is gonna be fun. Golbat vs Glaceon, battle. Begin. Golbat, use bite. Mandy ordered. Golbat's fangs glow white as it dove towards Glaceon, intending on biting her. Ash waited for Golbat to get just a little bit closer before striking, jump, and use Ice Fang. Glaceon jumps, dodging Golbat's attempt at biting her before opening her mouth, her 2 fangs surrounded by ice before bringing them down on Golbat's wing, freezing it, and preventing Golbat from using its wing, while also causing damage to the flying type. No, Golbat. Mandy was losing his composure and fans very quickly with his reactions. Use Icy Wind. Glaceon opens her mouth and the inside of it starts to glow light blue. It then releases a powerful blizzard from its mouth at Golbat, sending it flying backwards and landing hard on the platform right behind it. Come on Golbat, get up. Mandy practically pleads. Golbat tried, but was in too much pain. Time to end this battle. Ash thought, Glaceon, use Blizzard. Glaceon releases a powerful blizzard from her mouth at Golbat, freezing it in place and preventing it from moving. Now freeze the water, then finish this with a tackle attack. Ash makes the final move. Glaceon freezes the water before running towards the still frozen Golbat, slamming it into the wall of the water field. The ice shattered and Golbat fell into the water before resurfacing with swirls in its eyes. Glaceon meanwhile went back over to Ash's side, sticking her tail up at the beaten flying-type Pokémon. Golbat is unable to battle. Glaceon wins. The match goes to Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town. The referee called it. The crowd went wild when Ash was announced as the winner. Mandy's picture was taken off screen as Ash's glowed, announcing him as the winner. What an amazing battle. Not only did Ash Ketchum defeat every single one of Mandy's Pokémon, but not a single Pokémon of his was defeated. A truly impressive display. Ash returns Glaceon before walking away from the water field, a little disappointed that his opponent was all bark and no bite before reminding himself that this was merely the preliminary rounds, and that the real battle has yet to come. Richie was all smiles as he had won his preliminary match and was sitting with the others. He was telling them how his opponent was overconfident and believed Richie would be an easy win, only to be flabbergasted when he lost to him. Mandy was the same way with me. Ash tells him. Bet he regrets ever saying that after you beat him good. Speaking of which, I saw him stomping in the halls on my way over here, saying how he was leaving because he got cheated out of an easy win. Richie recalled what Mandy said as he was stomping down the halls. What a sore loser. Misty frowned as Togepi fell asleep in her arms. Yeah, but that happens a lot more than you think. Brock sighs. Zack shrugged, his loss, which I have photo evidence of. He brought up his camera with a cheeky grin. Gary won his match, big surprise. Richie said with a scowl. Ash looked up at the screen and saw Pat's name. Pat made it through, too. Cool. Molly smiled. Ash. Ash sat up before looking over his shoulder with a smile, seeing it was his mom that greeted him with a smile on her face. Standing beside her was Professor Oak, his Aunt Ida, his sister Amber, and... What are the gym leaders doing here? Richie exclaimed. Lieutenant Surge crossed his arms with a grin, isn't it obvious? We're here to see how far you kids come in the league. Koga bowed formally to them. It is good to see you are all doing well. I congratulate you in winning your preliminary matches. Ha! Those preliminary matches are only used to weed out those who belong here and those who don't. Surge stated. Erica rolled her eyes. You are such a typical muscle-brained male. She then went up to Ash. You were just amazing out there as you took down that Mandy boy. Ash blinked in confusion at her close proximity. Thank you. Erica. Sabrina's eyebrow twitched as she went over by Ash's other side. Well, I for one was very impressed with your ability to remain calm and using your opponent's frustration against him. Thanks, Sabrina. Erica and Sabrina made eye contact, sparks flying between them with poor confused Ash in the middle. Surge whispered to Koga, I may be tough, but I'm not dumb enough to get in between those two. A wise choice of words. Koga said with a nod. Amber was the one to break the hostile tension by running up to Ash and giving him a hug. I've never seen a real battle before, that was amazing. Glad you enjoyed it, but we're not done yet. Ash told her. Ida went up to her son and pulled his cheek, look at you, my big strong boy's gotten better after just 2 months of training. Gah, Mom. Cut it out. Richie squirmed to get away from her. Delia sighed at her sister, now Ida, stop that. Brock whispered in Misty's ear, hard to believe Ash's mom and Richie's mom are related to each other, what with their different personalities. Yeah. Misty nodded in agreement. Since the officials were shuffling some competitors around to see who will be fighting who, the gang along with the gym leaders decided to take advantage of their break by eating and talking. The 3 of us saw your matches, outstanding job to the both of you. Professor Oak congratulates. Thanks, Professor Oak. Ash thanks. Pat's here too, by the way. Richie tells his mom and aunt. Delia's face lights up, Pat. Oh, I would just love to see him. He's probably just as tall as Ash and Richie now. Ida comments. Brock sets down his drink, I kinda feel bad for some of competing trainers here, having to go up against Ash, Pat, and Richie. Mostly just Ash and Pat, they show no mercy. Misty adds. One must never show mercy to their enemy. Koga says sagely. The preliminary matches were a breeze for you two, the rest of these trainers might as well just call it quits right now. Surge said. These aren't a muscle-headed battle manic like you, Surge. Erica said with a roll of her eyes. This merely the beginning, the preliminaries are the top 256, which you've already done, next will be the top 128, top 64, and top after you've cleared the preliminaries you'll compete in the final rounds, which are the top 16, top 8, semifinals, and finals. Sabrina explained with a calm expression. Next up is the top 128, think you boys will be able to handle it? Ida asked them both. Ash and Richie give her a serious look, we're ready. Professor Oak stood up, I saw Gary earlier, so I'll go see how he's doing. You do that, Samuel. Ida said with a neutral expression. Oblivious to the woman's non-impressed tone at the mention of his grandson, and Richie, Molly, and Delia's frowns, the man walked off to go see where his grandson was. The gym leaders could feel there was something going on with Professor Oak's grandson and the rest of Ash's gang, but didn't say anything. As Ash and Richie were headed towards their waiting rooms, Pat had stopped Richie suddenly, his expression was serious. Leaf is here. Richie's eyes widened and before he knew what he was doing, he grabbed Pat's arms suddenly, where is she? If she really is here like Pat said then he needs to stop her before she does something she might regret. Pat calmly removes Richie's hands from his arms, I wasn't able to catch her in time before she left so suddenly, but make no mistake she is here. Before Richie could leave to go find her, Pat grabbed his wrist, let go, Pat. And what do you think you're going to do? What you need to do right now is focus on the league. You've come this far to suddenly just drop out. Remember, Ash will need you. Pat reminds him. Richie calmed down a little after hearing Pat's reason, but deep down he was still worried about Leaf. He kinda had a feeling she was here, just didn't see her. Pat has a point. What he needs to do right now is focus on the league, then he'll deal with Leaf. You're right, I've already come this far to give up now, and so has Ash. Pat gives him a smile. That's the spirit. Who's that Pokémon? It's coughing. Coughing. Ice Field. Having won against his opponent in the top 128 easily like with Mandy, Ash was now going up against another trainer in the top. Hopefully Richie and Pat won against their respective opponents, too. We are now in the top 64 of the Indigo League, ladies and gentlemen. In the blue corner, we have Pete Pebbleman of Pewter City, who has only lost one Pokémon. In the blue corner, Pete Pebbleman walks onto the podium, looking serious. Stands. Misty saw Richie coming over to them. Hey, you won your match already? Richie sat down, rubbing the back of his head. Yeah, that I kinda released some stress on my opponent. Heard he quit right after I left. What has you so stressed out that you took it out on your opponent? Brock raised a brow out of curiosity. Delia saw the look on Richie's face, as did Ida. The boy knew he couldn't hide it from them forever. She's here, Pat told me that Leaf is here. Ida's eyes widened in alarm. What? She's competing? Delia looked worried. Misty, Brock, Molly, Tomo, Amber, and Zach looked confused and worried. In the red corner we have a trainer that is starting to become a fan favorite, Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town, who has not lost a single Pokémon. Ash stepped up to the red corner, surprised by the announcer's words, but smiled nonetheless. The ice field would be tricky to maneuver around, however Ash was not worried about that in the slightest. This will be a 3-on-3 battle between Pete Pebbleman and Ash Ketchum. Trainers, call out your first Pokémon. The referee announced. Trainers, call out your first Pokémon. Pete went first. Cloyster. Cloyster came out of the Pokeball with a grin. Cloyster, let's have some fun. A Cloyster, huh? That's fine. Gald, I choose you. Ash tossed his Pokeball in the air, and out came one of the Ralts twins. Gallade is a white, bipedal Pokémon. Its lower body consists of rounded hips with strong legs. It has a thin green torso with sharp, red horns sticking out of its chest and back. Its arms are shaped like tunfaws with extendable blades in its elbows. It will use its arms like swords in order to protect someone. Its head resembles a gladiator's helmet with a white face and a teal head crest. It has spikes on the sides of its face. Gallade, I will win this match for father. Gallade declared. Stands. I think that Pokémon might be one of the Ralts twins. Brock. Guessed. You're right, it is, Brock. Misty said. Richie took out his Pokédex to scan it. Gallade, the blade Pokémon, and the evolved form of Kirlia. Gallade extends its elbows as if they were swords, and when protecting someone, it fights fiercely. Talk about a reliable Pokémon to have. Richie comments. Cloyster vs Gallade, battle. Begin. Pete decided to make the first move. Cloyster, use withdraw. Pete was hoping by using this move, Cloyster would be safe from whatever that strange Pokémon throws at it. Cloyster hides inside its shell. Ha, smart move. This boy's way smarter than Mandy, but that won't stop Ash at all. Lift up Cloyster and slam it around the field with Psychic. Ash ordered. Galad's eyes glow bright blue as he lifts Cloyster in the air before proceeding to slam the Pokémon into playforms. Tall about being vicious. Ash Ketchum has decided to make Cloyster come out of its shell by slamming it into the ice platforms. Stands. Richie winced at the display. That's one way to try and get a Pokémon who uses withdraw to show themselves. Yep. Misty nods her head. Back at the ice field, Gallad slams Cloyster around a few more times before slamming it into the icy ground, the Pokémon opening up its shell looking disoriented. Pete grit his teeth. Cloyster, use water gun. Cloyster fires a water gun attack at Gallade. Counter by using Psycho Cut to cut through the water gun. Ash calmly counters. Gallad's forearms glow light blue and both of them grow and extend in the back. Gallade then swings his arms repeatedly and multiple light blue crescent blades of energy comes out of them, easily slicing through the water gun attack and hitting Cloyster dead on. Cloyster! Pete cried. What a counter-attack! Ash wasn't done yet either, use close combat. Gallade was already in front of a surprised Cloyster before proceeding to send it flying and crashing into the wall behind Pete, knocked out. The psychic fighting type teleported next to his father with a calm expression on its face. Cloyster is unable to battle. Gallade is the winner. Cloyster put up a good fight, but in the end Gallade was just too much for it to handle. Pete returned his Cloyster before sending out his next Pokémon, Arcanine, go. Arcanine came out ready to go. Ash returned Gallade with a smile, good work out there, Gallade. Blastoise, I choose you. Blastoise had an eager look as he was ready to get this battle started. Blastoise, bring it on. Stands. Ash's Wartortle evolved into a Blastoise. Misty smiled. Wartortle looks amazing. Brock compliments. Delia was all smiles, looks really healthy, too. Richie scanned Blastoise. Blastoise, the shellfish Pokémon. The evolved form of Wartortle. Blastoise's strength lies in its power, rather than its speed. Its shell is like armor and attacks from the hydro cannons on its back are virtually unstoppable. Ash's Blastoise looks stronger than Gary's. Richie comments. Knowing how that brat treats his Pokémon, I know Ash's is much better. Ida snorts. Arcanine vs Blastoise, battle. Begin. Use Dragon Rage. Pete wasted no time in calling out the attack. Arcanine throws back its head and howls to launch a swirling twister of energy at Blastoise. Counter with Dragon Pulse. If Pete wanted to use a dragon move, then so will Ash. Blastoise uses both canines to fire different colored beams, combining it into a multicolored energy dragon which collides with the twister before overtaking it and chomping down on Arcanine with its jaws, causing an explosion. Arcanine. Pete cried out for his second Pokémon. The smoke cleared, revealing Arcanine was okay, but took damage from the attack. It's a tough Pokémon, that's for sure. Arcanine, use Thunder Fawn. Arcanine's teeth become coated with electricity as it charges at Blastoise. Use Flash Cannon. A white orb of energy with light blue energy then forms inside of Blastoise's mouth, and it fires a white beam of energy with light blue energy from it straight at Arcanine, causing another explosion. The smoke clear, only this time, Arcanine was unconscious. Arcanine is unable to battle. Blastoise wins. Another amazing victory from Ash Ketchum. He has entered this league without losing so much as a single Pokémon. Pete is down to his last Pokémon, while Ash is free to keep his Pokémon out, or substitute it out for another. Pete returns his Arcanine and call out his last Pokémon, Tauros. Tauros comes onto the ice field ready for some action. Ash decides to send Blastoise back and call out his other son, Lucario, I choose you. Lucario came onto the field, no mercy. Tauros vs Lucario, battle. Begin. Tauros, use Horn Attack. Despite the fact that they were on the ice field, Pete's Tauros was doing well running across the field, while its horns were glowing brightly. Jump in the air to avoid it. Lucario does just that, he jumps in the air to avoid getting hit by the attack, and Tauros runs right into one of the ice pillars on the field. Lucario meanwhile lands back safely on the icy ground. Try a takedown attack. Pete was taking a shot at trying to land a hit at least on one of Ash's Pokémon, and Ash knew it. Tauros charges at Lucario at high speeds, but Ash wasn't worried at all. Jump and use Power-Up Punch. Lucario jumps in the air once again, his paw becoming surrounded in an orange aura before bringing the punch down right on top of Toro's head, sending the normal-type Pokémon skidding across the field, before falling to the ground. Toro's was down, but not out. Finish it up with Aura Sphere. Until now. Just like with Team Rocket, Lucario puts his hands together and creates a blue ball of energy in between them. He then proceeds to throw it at the already down Tauros. The attack makes a direct hit, knocking Tauros out. Tauros is unable to battle. Lucario wins. The winner of the match is Ketchum of Pallet Town. The referee calls the match. And he does it again, folks. Ketchum proves that not only is he a real threat in this competition, but his Pokémon aren't to be underestimated either. Ash gives Lucario a hug as the Aura Pokémon walks over to his parent. You were really amazing out there, I'm so proud of you. All of you. Lucario smiles as he hugs him, it is thanks to your expert training, father. Ketchum will be moving on to the top 32, and moving on to the final rounds. He's doing great so far, all he has to do now is keep it up. Ash leans back in his seat with a sigh, I'm tired. Me, too, that I kinda took some stress out on my opponent. Before I came to watch you, and I'm still tired. Richie leans his head down on the table. Delia rubs her son's head, making him lean into her touch, you're both doing great, hang in there, okay? God, his mother is awesome. Just what in the world did he do to deserve her? Ida rubs Richie's back with soothing motions, I am so proud of you, Richie. Pat then comes walking over to them, and Delia spots him, Pat. She gets up from her chair, giving the boy a hug, it's so good to see you again, and look just how much you've grown. The blonde was a little surprised by the hug, but melted into Delia's warmth before wrapping his arms around her. Warmth like this could only come from a loving mother such as Delia herself. Delia looked down and saw Pat's friend Growly, oh my, and what an adorable Gorillithe you have there. She bent down, rubbing the top of the fire-type's head. Grow, feels good. Growly ummed. Professor Oak came over to them with a smile, very well done, Ash, Richie, oh why hello there, Pat. It's been so long since the last time I saw you. Pat gives the man a nod, likewise, Professor Oak. Did Gary already have his match? Delia inquires. Actually, he's about to have his match right now against a mysterious trainer who goes by the name of Green. They'll be fighting in the rock field. Professor Oak tells them. Ash, Richie, Delia, and Ida freeze in place. Green was the nickname someone they both know used to use a long time ago. Delia and Ida know the nickname very well themselves. Pat says nothing as he knows who Gary was going up against. Guys? What's Richie, where are you going? Misty calls out to him as he starts running to where the rock field will be. Green that it has to be. Ash runs after Richie. Ash, wait. Misty, Brock, Zach, Molly, Tomo, and Pat run after them, leaving 3 confused adults behind, but they soon went after the kids. Having heard of who Gary's next opponent will be, there was now a sudden tension in the air, as well as an ominous feeling in the air. Unknown to them, a man entered the Pokémon Center, a man that is familiar to Ash, along with his Lucario. I can already feel it. The man said, looks like we got here just in time. Lucario nodded. Hatred and vengeance are a dangerous combination that there's no telling what will happen. As his legs kept moving him forward, he was starting to get a bad feeling about Gary's match with mysterious trainer known as Green. There was only one person in the whole world who he knows would go by that name. And it wasn't just a name, but a nickname that they wanted to be called by their friends and parent. We should give each other nicknames. A girl with long brown hair suggests. Okay, what nicknames should we give each other? A girl with short yellow hair asks. Ash thought about it, well, you already have a nickname, and it's Yellow. Yellow blushes with a smile, that I really like my nickname. Cool, 'cause I just thought of one for Leaf. Richie blurts out. Really? What is it? Leaf leans forward in anticipation. Green. Green. Ash and Yellow tilt their heads at his choice of name. Richie was all smiles though. Yeah, Leaf loves grass Pokémon and the outdoors, so I thought, Green, would be a good nickname for you. Leaf thought about it before a smile graced her face. I love it, thank you, Richie. She thanks, giving the boy a hug. Richie blushes a little. Why, you're welcome. Yellow smiles at her friends. Okay, now we need to come up with one for Ash. No, that's okay. Ash protests. Leaf grins. Oh, no, you're not getting out of this, Ash. And I think I've thought of the perfect one for you. Leaf. Ash protests as the others laugh. There's no way Ash could ever forget. That memory is precious to him, stored deep within his heart along with his other happy memories. He was devastated when Leaf and her father had to move away, along with Yellow and Richie. But he didn't despair, for a part of him believed he would see them again, and true to his word, he did indeed see them once again. Well, he saw Richie again, but not Yellow or Leaf, but now. There's a chance that this mysterious trainer, Green, might be Leaf. No. He knows it's Leaf. She's here. She's really here. He should feel happy about that. So why does he only feel dread? Rock Field. They arrived at the rock field in time luckily, and saw Gary standing there before the mysterious trainer known as Green. They couldn't see the person's face as they were wearing a black cloak that hid their face from view. Brock, what can you find out about this trainer? Their information should be in the league database. Pat said. Brock takes something out of his pocket and looks up the trainer known as Green, and sure enough, their information was in the database. His eyes widened at what he was seeing. Wow, this Green person has an amazing track record. Brock gasped, fought with only Venusaur, and hasn't lost yet. Venusaur. Before leaving Pallet Town, Leaf told them that she was going to choose Bulbasaur as her starter Pokémon. Richie remembers because she was always so happy to talk about the grass-type Pokémon with such a happy smile on her face. Then, it really is. We are now down to the top 32. Here we have two outstanding trainers with impressive track records. In the blue corner we have the grandson of the famous Professor Oak, Gary Oak, who has lost only one Pokémon during the entire tournament. Gary had an arrogant smirk on his face, his cheerleaders walking behind him, cheering for him as they walked behind him, but stayed near the entrance as he walked up to the podium. Richie glared down at him. I really want to knock that smirk right off his face. And in the red corner we have another impressive trainer who goes by the name Green. This mysterious trainer hasn't lost a single Pokémon, battling with only one Pokémon that hasn't been defeated yet. Green stood there without so much as saying a word, a Pokeball in hand as the person was simply waiting for the match to start. Ash kept his eyes on Green the whole time, not even bothering to look at Gary. The reason he was staring so hard was because of the negative emotions that were coming off from the cloaked trainer. Hatred. Intense hatred. And it was directed towards Gary, but why? Had this person met Gary on his journey and harbored some ill feelings towards him to the point where those feelings evolved into pure malice? This will be a 3-on-3 battle between Gary Oak and Green. Trainers, call out your first Pokémon. Let's go. Arcanine. Gary called out his trusty Arcanine. Arcanine howled as it was ready to give his trainer another win. Gary Oak calls out his trusty Pokémon Arcanine. What Pokémon will Green choose? Green tossed the Pokeball in the air and out came a Venusaur. Venusaur, victory is at hand. Venusaur declared. And Green does indeed go with Venusaur. A fire type against a grass type, Green is at a disadvantage, but even with the type disadvantage will this mysterious trainer be able to pull a win? Gary smirked. Not likely. Green said nothing. Arcanine vs Venusaur, battle. Begin. Alright Arcanine, let's start this off with a flamethrower attack. Gary smirked. Arcanine opened its mouth as a torrent of flames shot out, heading right for Venusaur. Protect. Green ordered with a calm tone. A green barrier surrounded Venusaur as the flamethrower, stopping the attack dead in its tracks, dispersing it. There's that move again. Misty said. Protect is a really good defensive move. Brock commented. This mysterious trainer looks like they'll be quite a challenge for Gary. Professor Oak observes. Richie was tense, as was Ash. Green addressed Gary, is that all? The tone sounded feminine as she mocked him with a calm, collected tone. Gray frowned, no, as a matter of fact it's not. Arcanine, use overheat. Arcanine's body turns red. It then releases a white fire with a red-orange flame spiraling around it from its mouth and at Venusaur. Counter with solar beam. The inside of the flower on Venusaur's back glows white as sunlight is gathered in it. Then, Venusaur fires a white beam from it at the fire attack. Both attacks collided, but soon the solar beam overtakes the overheat attack, coming at Arcanine fast. Quick Arcanine, get out of the way. Gary says quickly. Arcanine stops the overheat attack and moves out of the way of the solar beam attack, the attack only barely missing Gary's cheerleaders as it puts a dent in the wall behind Gary. Delia covers her mouth with both hands, oh, my. That was a powerful solar beam attack, this trainer is truly impressive. Ida says in a serious tone. Venusaur toss that nuisance out of this ring. Green's tone became cold as she said this. Ash, Richie, Brock, Misty, Delia, Ida, Professor Oak, and even Gary's eyes widened at such a command. Venusaur followed the command though as it grabbed Arcanine with its vine whip and tossed it out of the rock field, the fire-type's body hitting against the wall hard before slumping down to the ground, unconscious. Arcanine! Gary cried out in horror. That was unexpected. But what a display of strength from Venusaur. Molly looked at her brother, Big Brother, why did she tell her Venusaur to do that? I'm not that sure. Ash doesn't understand why this trainer is so hostile towards Gary. And to do that to his Arcanine. Gary scowled at her, why you? Come out, Nidoking. Nidoking, I'll poison you. Nidoking said to Venusaur. Nidoking vs Venusaur, battle. Begin. Nidoking, hit Venusaur with Mega Horn. Nidoking's horn glows white as he runs towards Venusaur. Giga Impact. Venusaur's body becomes surrounded in an invisible energy. A bright flash of yellow light appears in front of its face. It then shoots itself at Nidoking and an orb of light purple energy with spiraling light yellow streaks around it appear around Nidoking's body and it slams into Nidoking with great force, causing smoke to appear as both Pokémon collided. Once the smoke cleared however, Nidoking was unconscious, while Venusaur stood there with some scratches, but still standing. Pathetic. Green scoffed. Nidoking is unable to battle. Venusaur wins. What a quick victory. Green's Venusaur easily topples Gary Oak's Nidoking. Sweat rolled down the side of Richie's face, so strong. That Venusaur is incredible. I can see why no other trainer has been able to beat it. Brock commented. The tension in the field soon became thick and tense. Gary was trying to wrap his head around the fact that both his Arcanine and Nidoking lost against this trainer's Venusaur. Both have the type advantage against it, yet they both lost. Just who the hell is under that hood? How does it feel? Gary blinked in confusion, what? To be humiliated by someone who you deemed as inferior to you, to realize that you're not as special as you thought you were. To have someone who you scarred return and reveal just what sort of monster you truly are, Gary Oak. Her tone was laced with venom as she spat out the last few words. Gary's eyes widened, what? Who are you calling a monster? I don't even know you. Slowly the cloak trainer lifts their arm, grabbing tightly onto the hood, really? So you can't recognize my voice. The trainer removes the cloak fully from themselves, revealing a girl with long brown hair, blue shirt with no sleeves, red skirt, blue socks, with white shoes with red streaks. But what made everyone in the audience wince and cover their mouths in horror was the scar on the right side of the girl's face. It almost made her look disfigured with how bad it looked. Recognize me now. She sneered. Gary stood there as still as a statue as he looked at the girl, the very same girl he hadn't seen in years, who had moved away from Pallet Town along with Richie and Yellow. Leaf. Delia covered her mouth again, this time in absolute horror as she saw the girl's face. Leaf. Ida placed a hand on her sister's back, disgusted that this happened to Leaf. Professor Oak's eyes were wide as well. Leaf. My God. What happened? Her face. Misty said sadly. Togepi looked sad. Brock winced. That's a horrible scar. What happened? Molly wondered sadly. Did Gary do that to her? Tomo questioned in horror. How awful. Amber felt sad for Leaf. Oh my God. Zack said. Pat closed his eyes, but deep down he was feeling so much sadness for Leaf right now. Richie looked like he wanted to cry at that very moment. He knew that Leaf had received an injury from Gary when they had their Pokémon battle back when they were kids. But he didn't think it was this bad. Leaf. Ash was horrified. Not only was Green his old friend Leaf, but that scar on her face. How could anyone do that to her? Who could wait? She called Gary a monster just now. Does that mean he's responsible? What's with that pathetic look on your face? Why do you look so surprised? Don't want to admire your handiwork in scarring me, Gary? Leaf's voice was dripping with venom as she addressed the boy. Gary meanwhile didn't know what to say. He was too busy staring at the scar on her face. The very same he gave her when they had a Pokémon battle, and she almost beat him, but he. Remembering the time you gave me this scar? Go ahead and brag about it in front of all these people, or are you trying to play the innocent grandson who can do no wrong? She sneered. Ash couldn't believe what he was hearing, so Gary really was the one who. This scar. Her hand went up to touch it tenderly. It's a reminder of when you gave it to me. Back then you challenged me to a Pokémon battle, not because you wanted to prove something to me. But to get at Ash. Ash's eyes widened as he heard this. Ash didn't want to fight you in a Pokémon battle, and that made you angry, so what did you do? You went after his friends to get through him. As we were battling, you had the Pokémon you were fighting with attack me so you could win. I remember it clearly that I was holding the right side of my face, screaming as the blood kept running down my face, and as I was doing that, want to know what you did? Gary said nothing. You laughed. Like you thought it was funny. Professor Oak felt something shoot through his chest as Leaf was telling her story. Was this his fault? Was Gary's behavior the result of him not being a good parental figure to the boy by always focusing on his research? What made me despise you even more was when you told everyone in Pallet Town that I was the one that challenged you to the Pokémon battle, and made my Pokémon attack you, but you attacked me first in self-defense. And everyone believed you. They treated me like some kind of criminal, and that I deserved this. Do you have any idea what you put me and my father through? She yelled. Ash held his chest as it felt like he was about to have another panic attack. Pikachu, Ash. Pikachu was trying to calm his trainer down. Ash, be calm. Mewtwo's voice was heard inside his head. Misty, Brock, Richie, and Pat were by his side immediately as they were telling him to take a deep breath and calm down. I hate you. And everyone in Pallet Town for what you did to us.to Richie.to Ash. But that's not even the worst thing you did. No. It's what you did to Yellow. Leaf continued. Richie's eyes widened as he turned to her. No, Leaf. You almost killed Yellow. The stadium was silent at her big reveal. Ash stilled as he lifted his head, looking back down at the rock field after she revealed what she revealed. Killed. Gary. Almost killed Yellow. But. Why? To get back at him. Gary couldn't say a word. He didn't try to deny anything, too shocked to even get a word out. Even after what you did, you still have the audacity to act like you're better than anyone. Gary Oak. I'll end you right here and now. Leaf declared. Richie sensed she was about to do something she shouldn't and tried to stop her. Leaf, no. Venusaur, aim your solar beam right at him. Leaf didn't hear him as she ordered her Pokémon to attack Gary. Venusaur obeyed her as it began to charge the solar beam. Ash couldn't take this anymore, everything she just revealed that he couldn't let Leaf do this. Stop. The solar beam was almost nearly done. Stop. As it gathered the last of the energy it prepared to fire. Stop. The solar beam fired. Stop. Ash cried out as Mewtwo came out of its Pokeball and charged right at the rock field. Surrounded by a blue barrier, the genetic Pokémon blocks the solar beam attack, causing an explosion and black smoke to appear around the whole field. When it cleared up, three things happened. Venusaur was knocked out as was Leaf, while Gary was out of the rock field on the ground looking terrified. The stadium was silent once more as they wondered what happened just now. Those who knew what happened, which were Ash and gang, were grateful to Mewtwo for stopping the attack, and Leaf. I've just received word from Mr. Goodshow that there will now be temporary break and that both trainers should head to the infirmary. The battle between both Gary Oak and Green is postponed until then. One thing was for sure, that this was one battle no one in the stadium around Kanto will never forget. Infirmary. The air was tense. Once Gary and Leaf were both brought to the infirmary, no one had said a single word the whole time after Leaf's big reveal. Gary was checked out early, obviously, as he was uninjured, while he fine physically, mentally however. The gym leaders are with Charles now to discuss what they should do about the match. Professor Oak said, trying to sound calm. They might as well call the match a draw at this point. Misty spoke up, it wasn't even about the match anymore. More like a fight for revenge. Brock said grimly. Ash didn't say a word. Professor Oak looks over at his grandson. Gary, I in the rock field, was everything that Leaf said true? Did you really do such a horrible thing to her and the others? Gary flinched, but gave neither a confirmation or denial at the question. You truly are a coward. That came from Pat as he was standing by Delia. You have no problem declaring you're the best trainer in all of Kanto, yet when it comes to admitting the wrongs you have committed you turn and shy away. Richie releases a bitter snort. That's an understatement. Gary had nothing to say. Professor Oak turns his attention to Richie with a solemn expression. Richie, will you please tell me everything my grandson has done to you, Ash and your friends? Aside from Ash, they didn't want Professor Oak to know about everything either because the man would blame himself. Professor did his best to raise both Gary and Daisy, so he wasn't a bad grandfather, but if he were to tell the man everything that happened to them in the past, the guilt will eat at both him and Ash. But given the current situation they don't really have a choice. Richie decided to explain. At first, Gary was a really person to be friends with. He was always nice, helping the other kids understand more about Pokémon, kinda like you always do. Professor Oak felt touched by that. But he started to change, and it wasn't a good one either. Some of the kids started to avoid him, but were too scared to tell any of the other adults about what he was doing because they wouldn't believe them because he was Professor Oak's grandson and could do no wrong. So they pretended not to see, just like the teachers at school. They would always praise Gary and give him all the attention, and they would shun us in favor of him. Richie explained. Professor Oak looked devastated as he was listening to this. He had no idea all of this was happening. Looking over at both Delia and Aida's faces, he could tell that they knew. Of course they did. Parents can always tell what was happening to their children. Gary couldn't stand our group, me, Ash, Leaf, and Yellow. It's because we weren't interested in sking up to him, and just wanted to be friends with him, but he wasn't interested in that. So Gary had convinced half the people of Pallet Town, our classmates, and teachers that we were bad, and as you expect, they believed him. I remember one time me and Ash would be glared at for no reason just for walking down the road. Leaf told us that her once kind neighbor started ignoring her and her dad, same with Yellow. The other kids started bullying us, and the teachers didn't try to help us. Ash was always the one that was there for us, beating up the kids who had ambushed me that one time, and protecting Yellow along with Leaf. It always him. Richie said. Misty looked like she was on the verge of tears. That's terrible. How could they just do that to all of you? The look some of people of Pallet Town gave them when we came back from New Island make much more sense now. Brock frowned, but he was furious inside. Molly nodded. Big brother would always walk with me when we walked around because he didn't trust anyone in town. Amber and Tomo both hugged her as a sign of comfort. That's still messed up, convincing the people of your own hometown to turn on others just because you have the influence to do so. Zack said. It only got worse from there. Gary had challenged Ash to a Pokémon battle in front of everyone, but he refused. Gary called him a coward, but Ash didn't care. Ash always put us first. And Gary saw that. No one liked the sound of that. One day during recess, Gary had called Leaf out to a Pokémon battle. Leaf was considered a good battler along with Ash and Gary, so he figured if he couldn't get Ash to battle him, he'd settle for her, his friend. And that's when Misty trailed off. Leaf told me that Gary ordered his Pokémon to attack her directly because he didn't want to lose. After she was scarred, Gary lied and told everyone she was the one who initiated the battle in the first place and tried to make his Pokémon attack her, and he retaliated in self-defense. Leaf and her dad were shunned after that. But it wasn't even her fault. Richie's still angry at Gary for hurting Leaf. He will never forgive that. Misty stood up from her seat, handing Togepi over to Brock before stomping over towards Gary before proceeding to slap him across the face. How could you? To do something so awful to them. Leaf was right, you are a monster. Gary looked dumbfounded by the slap, but didn't say anything against Misty. Professor Oak looked ready to fall on his knees at this point. How could he allow this to happen? How could he have been so blind not to see what his grandson, his own flesh and blood, was doing to them? He had failed a grandparent. But that's not the worst of it. Richie kept on going. Pat knew what was coming next. Yellow. Richie nodded. Yellow, she did. I don't really know why, but she was always telling us that Gary had a good heart and that he was sad and hurt inside. Always seeing the good in people. Delia smiled. That's just how she is. During recess one day, me and Leaf couldn't find Yellow anywhere and decided to go look for her. When we finally found her, she was alone with Gary near a cliff. Brock's eyes widened in realization. Don't tell me he did. Richie confirmed as he gripped his knees tightly. As he got closer to them, we saw it. Gary pushed her. Ash went still, so that's what Leaf meant. The cliff wasn't that high, but there were rocks at the bottom of it. Richie's body shook as he tried to keep the tears from coming. When we looked down and saw Yellow, her head was bleeding. We thought she was. Ida hugged her son. You can stop now, sweetheart. We'll tell the rest, okay? Richie nodded as he hugged his mother. Richie had ran all the way to Ash's house and got us. We all got Yellow to the Vidian City hospital. The doctors told us she will recover, but she's been asleep ever since. It's good to hear that she's okay, but... Brock couldn't even bring himself to finish his sentence. Professor Oak's knees gave out on him. I'm sorry, Delia, Ida, I'm so sorry. The man's shoulders were shaking as he cried. Delia was instantly by his side. This is not your fault, Professor. You are not responsible for Gary's actions, so don't put this on yourself. Aside from David, we don't blame you for anything Gary did. Richie calmed down and addressed the man. I don't either, Professor. Me neither. Molly said. Ash stood up from his chair. You did that to them. Just to get to me. Ash. Brock looks at the boy. Amber gasped as she sensed that same power begin to pool from Ash. Brother. Ash wasn't listening as his body was beginning to become surrounded in that mysterious blue power that helped Amber and made her healthy. There was no thought as he felt nothing but pure towards Gary. You. Ash said as whole body shook with anger. Ash. Ash's whole body became surrounded in the blue power, lighting up like a bright candle as he glared fiercely at Gary, who was still on the ground looking up at Ash with fear in his eyes. I'll never forgive you. Ash roared in fury. Ash, stop. Richie cried. Suddenly there was a blur and the next thing anyone knew Ash had been knocked out cold, in the arms of said mysterious person. The man stood up slowly with Ash in his arms. My apologies for suddenly appearing out of the blue like this, but that was going to get ugly really fast. Delia recognized him, that voice that you Silver? Silver chuckled, you guessed correct, it's been a long time, Delia. This is Silver. Misty questioned. Ash's master. Brock said. Richie stared at him, so this is him. He's so tall. Molly looked up at him. I think he might be taller than Professor Oak. Tomo commented. Amber sensed the power within him, too. And it's very strong. Silver's hood fell from his face, revealing his short pure silver hair and green eyes. It is due to his silver hair that he was given the nickname, Silver. Lucario, good work in sensing they were here. Silver said to his Lucario that just now appeared before them. Lucario nodded. He has a Lucario, too. Richie exclaimed. Yeah, and it's wearing something around its wrist. Misty saw. True enough, Silver's Lucario was indeed wearing what looked to be a bracelet around its wrist, with something embedded in the center of it. This Lucario's wearing a bracelet around its wrist, wonder why? Brock inquired. I'm not alone by the way, this nice young lady here came with me. Silver turned to where he came from as the very same girl that was watching Ash's match in the stands along with her Fennekin came over to them nervously. She has a Fennekin. Misty noticed. Yeah, she does. Brock said. Delia's eyes lit up. Serena, is that you? Serena looked at Delia nervously but managed to give the woman a smile. It's nice to see you again, Mrs. Ketchum. I'm happy to see you, too dear. I just wish it was under better circumstances. Delia said sadly. Serena felt sad for her. Before we do anything else, why don't we get Ash into bed? After everything that's happened today, could use some rest. Besides I suspect that Good Show will postpone the 4th matches today and schedule them for tomorrow after what happened. Silver said. Yes, that I agree, thank you, Silver. Professor Oak thanked. Silver smiled as he headed inside the infirmary. Everything I do is for the best interest of my apprentice. Ash groaned as he came back to reality. He doesn't know how long he's been asleep, and doesn't care to know. What he does know however is that he tried to hurt Gary, his thoughts focused only on that. Good morning, or should I say good night? His head quickly turned to his left, eyes lit up with joy as he saw a face he hadn't seen in so long. Master. Silver smiled, nice to see you again, Squirt. With a choked sob Ash removes the covers from his bed and give the man a hug. Not even fazed by this, Silver wraps his arms around the boy in a comforting embrace. Let it all out that it's okay to cry, so cry all you want. And Ash did just that. Crying of anguish, anger, guilt, and any other emotion that pierced through him like a knife. He let himself cry into his mentor's chest, staining his shirt with his tears as he tightly gripped the man's shirt. He stayed in that position for what felt like hours before finally moving away from his mentor and just staring down at his hands. Feel better? Silver asked. Much better. Ash smiled before it was quickly wiped off his face. I can't believe it. But Richie isn't lying. Everything that happened to him, Leaf, and Yellow was my fault. Why do you think that? Because. It's because I wouldn't accept Gary's challenge, and. Silver sighed before thumping the boy on the forehead. Ow. Silly brat, what happened to Richie, Leaf, and Yellow in the past was not your fault even if you think it is. Silver said to him. Ash rubbed his forehead, but. No buts. Richie doesn't blame you, Leaf doesn't blame you, and if Yellow were here right now she would not blame you either. Gary had a choice, to either be your friend, or cause pain to others. It was his choice and his alone. Gary is to blame for what happened to them, not you. The same can said for the people of Pallet Town, as instead of taking your sides and telling you they believe in you they decided to take Gary's word instead and ignored your cries for help. You have done nothing wrong, Ash, nothing. Silver looked at Ash right in the eyes as he says this to him. Ash stares at his teacher before closing his eyes, thinking about all of the happy time he spent with Richie and his friends. Even when Gary turned half of Pallet Town against them, they still stuck by him and he protected them the best way he could. His mentor was right. Thank you, Master. Ash gave the man a grateful smile. Silver rubs the boy's head. The 4th rounds will start up tomorrow. Good Show made the decision. As for Gary and Leaf, both of them are no longer participants in the league. Leaf has been disqualified for trying to do harm to Gary, while Gary dropped out of the competition willingly. Gary dropped out. Well, given everything that happened today, Ash would be surprised if the boy didn't drop out of the competition. What will you do? Drop out or continue? Silver inquired. Drop out? After coming this far? I can't drop out now, not after coming this far. My Pokémon and I have trained hard for this, and despite what happened that I won't let that stop me. Ash declares. Silver smirked. This is why he chose Ash to be his apprentice. Good answer. Now then, time to let everyone else inside since they were waiting for you outside the whole time. He gets up from the chair and opens the door, allowing everyone to come inside the room. Pikachu, Ash. Pikachu cried as he jumped in the boy's lap. Ash hugged the electric type close to him. I'm okay, Pikachu. Sorry if I worried you. Pikachu just nuzzles him. Are you really okay? Molly asks him this time. He rubs her cheek. Just fine, I'm still a little sad, but I think I'll be okay. Amber laid her head down on his lap. That's good to hear. You had us all worried. Tomo said to him. I'm sorry. Ash gives his friends a smile as they return it before his eyes landed on another familiar face that he hadn't seen in years. Serena, is that you? Serena's heart skipped a beat as he said her name. He remembers me. She squashed down her excitement as she went over to him. Yes, it's me. Long time no see, Ash. She smiles. Ash returns it. Yeah. Long time no see. The others had so many questions to ask about their reunion, but first things first, how are you feeling? Do you want to continue with the competition? Brock was the one to ask the million-dollar question. I do. My Pokémon and I have come too far to just drop out now. Ash said, looking determined. Misty breathed a sigh of relief. That's good to hear. Mr. Good Show told us that Leaf was disqualified and that Gary dropped out. He also said that Professor Oak won't be pressing any charges against her for trying to kill Gary. Pat explained. So Gary's really gone, huh? Ash said. Yeah, he didn't say a word to anyone, but don't worry. Before he left I made sure to get a hit in myself. Zack told him. Ash snorted, good to know. Silver stood outside the door with both arms crossed and a smile on his face. You have some amazing friends there, Ash. Make sure to treasure them. He walked away from the infirmary. Let's go, Lucario. Lucario materialized by his side. Do you plan on giving it to him? I will after he wins. You sound so sure about that. Silver grinned. I personally trained that boy myself. Make no mistake, Ash will win. He's sure of it. Who's that Pokémon? It's Bellsprout. Bellsprout. The next day came quickly. After assuring his mother and everyone else that he was indeed okay, Ash was ready to get back to battling. Yesterday's event seemed to have been forgotten by everyone as they were now excited for the 4th round of the Indigo League. Welcome back everyone. We are now at the 4th round of the Indigo League. We will now introduce our competitors. In the blue corner is Crimson City's most treasured flower, Jeanette. Jeanette appears in a traditional kimono. She had long purple hair, sporting a yellow ribbon that tied it together. As she walked towards the grass field, a red carpet was laid out before her, petals falling from above. Like Mandy, she had her own set of cheerleaders. Brock instantly had hearts in his eyes. Her beauty is as graceful and delicate as a flower. Misty rubbed her temples. The only delicate I see here is your deteriorating brain. Togepi giggled. Serena blinked at Brock's odd behavior. Brock sure does have a unique way complimenting girls. That's not a good thing. Richie comments, I'm worried about Ash. Pat shook his head, don't be, he's doing just fine. I can tell. Richie looks at Pat before smiling, I trust you on that. In the red corner, the trainer from Pallet Town that remains undefeated, Ash Ketchum. Ash stepped up to the podium with a smile, and it wasn't a fake one either. He had talked to his Pokémon last night. He assured them that while he was still saddened about what happened to his friends and cousin in the past, he would be okay, and that he will make sure not to lose for their sake. Jeanette smirked, such a handsome face, it's almost a shame to reduce it to tears. Ash just smiles, is that so? She's a goner. Richie concluded. Brock and Misty nod their heads in agreement, including Serena. This will be a 3-on-3 battle between Jeanette and Ash Ketchum. Trainers, call out your first Pokémon. Ash went first. Flareon, I choose you. Out came one of the evolved forms of EV. Flare, I don't intend to lose. Humph, in that case I'll choose you. Jeanette tosses her Pokeball. Beedrill. I'll sting you. Beedrill declared. Beedrill vs Flareon. Battle. Begin. Beedrill, start this off with tackle. Jeanette made the first move. Beedrill charged at Flareon. Stop it in its tracks with Fire Spin. Ash countered. Flareon opens its mouth and a spiraling red-orange flame is released from its mouth, hitting Beedrill head-on, sending it backwards a little. Beedrill, are you alright? Jeanette asked. I'm okay. Beedrill reported. If that didn't work, then try Twineedle. Beedrill charges at Flareon with the large stingers on its arms, aimed to attack. Protect, then counter with Flame Charge. A green barrier surrounds Flareon, blocking Beedrill's attempt to attack it again. Once Beedrill was sent flying backwards, Flareon's body became encased with flames as it charged at Beedrill, slamming into it as it rolled on the ground before fainting. Beedrill is unable to battle. Flareon is the winner. Talk about hot. It looks Jeanette's Beedrill wasn't able to stand the heat. Jeanette returned her Beedrill. You fought elegantly, Beedrill, thank you. Now, come out, Scyther. Scyther, who shall I cut? Scyther said. Ash returns Flareon. You were great out there, Flareon, nice work. Delphox, I choose you. He calls out his other Pokémon. Delphox is a bipedal, fox-like Pokémon. It is covered in a coat of long fur that resembles a robe. This robe is primarily dark red with red-orange, flame-like markings near its knees. There is also a thin tuft of white fur on its torso, which is flanked by yellow fur draping down from its shoulders. Its forearms feature long red fur resembling sleeves, and its hands and feet are dark gray with 3 clawed fingers and toes, respectively. A tail covered in yellow fur protrudes from its robe. Its head is yellow with longer white fur on its cheeks. It has red eyes and a slender snout with a pinkish nose. 3 tufts of red-orange fur protrude out of each ear. When its mouth is open, 2 pointed teeth can be seen on its upper jaw. Delphox carries a stick that it uses like a magic wand. When in use, the tip is set alight, and when not in use, the stick is hidden away in its sleeve-like fur. Delphox, shall you burn you to cinders? Delphox inquired with a smile. Serena leaned forward in awe. Wow, Ash had a Fennekin, too. And that must but its evolved form. Beautiful. Fennekin stared. So it evolved into its final form. Brock smiled. It looks amazing. Misty comments. Richie and Serena scanned Delphox. Delphox, the fox Pokémon, and the final evolved form of Fennekin. When Delphox stares into the flame on the tip of its branch to achieve a focus state, it creates a bright hot spiral of fire with its psychic power. This battle's just heating up. Richie said. Scyther vs Delphox, battle. Begin. Scyther's pincers glow brightly before charging at Delphox. Knock Scyther back with Shadow Ball. A ball of black and purple energy forms at the tip of Delphox's branch before she hurls it straight at Scyther, getting as direct hit. Ash Ketchum get another direct hit. Jeanette frowned, fine, then use Swift. Scyther repeatedly slashes the air and it fires green crescent energy rays from its blades at Delphox. Counter that with Ember. Delphox points her branch forward as she fires multiple fireball at the Swift stars, cancelling the attack out. Finish this up with Hypnosis. Delphox's eyes glow red, then Scyther's glow red before it started feeling drowsy and fell asleep. No, Scyther, wake up. Jeanette pleaded. Zzzzzzz, was Scyther's response. The referee called it, Scyther is unable to battle. Delphox is the winner. And Scyther goes down by taking a nap. Jeanette returns Scyther, you were great Scyther, get some rest. Finally, show the world your beautiful radiance, Bellsprout. She called out her last Pokémon. Bellsprout, it's my turn now. Bellsprout said. Ash returned Delphox, there's her Bellsprout, their fast Pokémon. Good thing I have just the Pokémon that'll be able to stop it in its tracks. He took out another Pokeball before tossing it, Mook, I choose you. Out came the poison type. Mook, I'll do my best to win. Mook promised. Jeanette covered her nose with her sleeve, ugh, such a disgusting looking Pokémon. Ash frowned at her rudeness, but didn't let it get to him for he had confidence in his Mook. Misty sniffed the air, hey, I just noticed something. What? Brock questioned. Ash's Mook doesn't stink. Brock, Richie, Pat, and Molly leaned forward and took a big whiff and sure enough there was no foul smell. Misty's right, Mook doesn't smell. Brock exclaimed. Wonder what Ash did to make that happen. Pat wondered. Bellsprout vs Mook, battle. Begin. Bellsprout, teach that ugly Pokémon a lesson with your slam attack. Jeanette commands. Bellsprout slams its vine-like leg down on Mook, only for it to have no effect at all. What? Jeanette gasped. Ash smirked, care to try again? She grit her teeth in anger, try a razor leaf attack then. Bellsprout launches multiple razor-sharp leaves from the two large leaves on its stem at Mook, but once again, that had no effect as the leaves bounced off of its body. That didn't work either. Ash decided that had humiliated her long enough, Mook, use Body Slam. Mook hovered over Bellsprout before slamming itself on top of it, suffocating the grass type as it was trapped underneath it. Bellsprout tried to get out from underneath the poison-type Pokémon, it struggled for a while before it stopped moving entirely. Having sensed its opponent no longer moving, Mook removed itself from the grass type and saw it had fainted. Bellsprout it unable to battle. Mook is the winner. The winner of the fourth match is Ash Ketchum. The referee called it. Ash Ketchum is unstoppable. Jeanette's Bellsprout is known for its speed and unique fighting style was easily overtaken by Ash Ketchum's Mook. He moves on to the top 16. Ash returned his Mook with a smile, some friendly advice, every Pokémon big or small are beautiful in their own unique way. He left the stadium as he said those words. With the top 32 out of the way you guys move on up to the top 16. Brock tells them. Silver looks at Ash, it's going to get even harder now, don't get overconfident. I won't. Ash promised him. Good. By the way, what happened to the other gym leaders? Molly wondered. They're with Charles. Professor Oak answers. They'll be with him the whole time until the tournament is over, only when they present the winner of the league with the trophy that they'll show them elves. Silver adds. Oh. Tomo said. Serena, who was sitting with the group, looks up at the screen, hey guys, I think you're supposed to go up to the reception desk to find out who your next opponent is. Richie stands up, wonder who it is. We'll see, won't we? Ash says. The cousins do a random draw, by fishing for a random Magikarp with a number on it. If someone else draws the same number, then that person becomes your next opponent. Richie did the same. To their surprise, the next person they will be going up against are. Richie and Ash give each other slightly surprised, yet determined looks. This is what they were prepared for, no matter what happens, and should they happen to face each other in the stadium, they will not hold back. It's time. That night, both Ash and Richie were sitting by the lake that was at the back of the Pokémon Center. Trainers advancing to the top 16 were allowed only 2 days of rest, meaning they could go to the moves, rest, or anything else they feel like doing. Right now, Ash and Richie were both sitting by the lake as there were things they needed to get off their chest before getting their head in the game. Richie was nervously twitching in place as he had no idea where to start. What was he going to say? Ash knows everything now thanks to Leaf, who was still sleeping in the infirmary. His mother called Leaf's dad and told him what happened. As expected, the man was worried about Leaf, and blamed both Gary and Professor Oak for everything that happened to them in the past. Richie thought it was unfair for Leaf's dad to blame Professor Oak, but his mom shook her head. You have to understand, Richie, that when it comes to us parents, our children are our entire world, and should anything happen and we find the ones responsible for causing our children such pain, we blame the one responsible for causing our children pain. While we may not blame Professor Oak for anything, the same can't be said for David. Leaf is the only family he has. After hearing that, Richie understood why the man blamed Professor Oak along with his grandson. Even if Professor apologizes to Leaf's dad, there's a chance the man would try to hit him instead of accepting his apology. And knowing Professor Oak, he'd let him do it because the professor has a kind heart. Gary did what he did because he was jealous of Ash and them, but that's no excuse for his actions. No excuse at all. I'm sorry. Richie quickly whips his head in Ash's direction. Why are you apologizing, Ash? Ash gives him an apologetic look. If I had just accepted Gary's challenge back then, he might not have. It wouldn't have mattered. Richie protested. Gary still would have done what he done to us, whether you accepted his challenge or not. He had a point. Gary's sudden personality change was a hard blow to Ash, who had considered the boy to his best friend. So when he suddenly had a new personality, and not a very good one at that, it made him very sad. Besides, if you did accept his challenge and won, he would throw a temper tantrum and accuse you of something you didn't even do, isolating you from all of Pallet Town. Richie inwardly shuddered at the thought of his cousin being treated badly by everyone in Pallet Town, except for a safe few, Professor Oak, and his mom. Ash lets out a bitter snort. You have a point. That only made it even more sad. Richie, that I'm not angry at you for keeping what happened to Leaf and Yellow a secret from me. I know you did it because you were thinking of my best interest. Ash gently tells him. Richie looked grateful for what Ash said. He was so worried that Ash would come to hate him for not telling him the truth, only for his cousin to tell him that he wasn't angry at him at all. Overcome with emotion, Richie embraces Ash out of nowhere, startling the poor boy, but he returns the embrace with a smile. Thanks you for worrying about me, Richie. Ash sincerely says. Richie squeezes his cousin to him. Always. No matter who wins tomorrow, nothing will change between them. Since the field battles were over and done with, Ash and Richie will face each other on a normal battlefield. Those in the top 16 and up will no longer have 3-on-3 battles, but full battles. That means it will be a 6-on-6 battle. We're now down to the top 16. To the trainers who have made it this far, congratulations. Let's introduce the two who will be facing against each other. In the blue corner is Richie of Frodomar City. Richie steps up to the podium looking determined. And in the red corner is Ash Ketchum, the trainer who no trainer has been able to defeat. Ash appeared looking equally determined. The two cousins looked each other in the eye as they waited for the battle to start. Misty looked down at the arena with a worried look. I knew they would have to battle each other eventually, but to have it actually happen. Let's just hope nothing changes after this. Brock says grimly. Don't worry, Delia smiled at them. these two won't let this battle ruin the bond they already have. Ida nodded her head in agreement. Misty and Brock could see they knew what they were talking about, so they believed in them. This will be a 6-on-6 battle between Richie and Ash Ketchum. There are no substitutions allowed. The first trainer to knock out all of the opposing trainers' Pokémon is the winner. Trainers, call out your first Pokémon. Richie went first. Go, Happy. He called out his Butterfree. Free, I'm ready to roll. Happy said. Ash smiled at the sight of Happy. He could tell Richie's trained his Butterfree well over the course of 2 months. Better take this battle seriously. Pidgeot, I choose you. Ash calls out his trusty flying-type Pokémon. Pidgeot is an avian Pokémon with large wings, sharp talons, and a short, hooked beak. Its glossy plumage is mostly brown with cream-colored underparts and flight feathers. Its head has a decorated crest that is nearly as long as its body. The center feathers of its crest are yellow, while the outer feathers are red. The fan-like feathers of its tail are red or brown. Its beak and legs are pink, and there are 3 forward-facing toes and 1 backward-facing toe on each foot. Behind each eye is an angular black marking. So Ash's Pidgeotto evolved into a Pidgeot. Brock said, sounding impressed. Looks how big it is. Misty said in awe as she stared at Pidgeot. Richie's Butterfree better be prepared to go all out. Pat comments. Richie scanned Pidgeot. Pidgeot, the bird Pokémon. The evolved form of Pidgeotto. It can fly at twice the speed of sound at an altitude of nearly 1 mile. Not only that, but it looks strong, too. I'm not gonna hold back, so don't you hold back either, Ash. Richie thought with a smile. Butterfree vs Pidgeot, battle. Begin. Happy, start this battle off with poison powder. Richie ordered, making the first move. Happy releases waves of purple powder from its wings. Pidgeot. Disperse that attack with gust. Ash countered. Pidgeot flaps its wings and white energy is released, hitting Happy. Don't give in, Happy. Richie tells his Pokémon. Happy recovers from the attack quickly, impressing Ash. He's definitely gotten better. Use Psybeam. Happy's eyes glow purple and it releases a purple beam from them at Pidgeot. Dodge it, and use Mirror Move. Pidgeot dodges the Psybeam attack before its eyes glow purple, releasing a purple beam from them at Happy, getting another direct hit. Richie gasped. Pidgeot used the same move as Happy. What kind of move was that? Misty questions. That was Mirror Move, Brock said before going into more detail about the move. It's a flying-type move that counters the last move used by the opponent, mimicking it and sending the move back at them. So Pidgeot copied Happy's Psybeam attack. That's amazing. Misty compliments. Silver smirked. Now this is a battle worth watching. Richie grit his teeth. Ash was already strong before this, but he's gotten even stronger after just 2 months of training. I better step things up. Pidgeot, use quick attack. Ash attacked this time. Pidgeot dives at the opponent at a fast speed. While flying, a white trail is created behind Pidgeot. Richie waited for Pidgeot to get close before making his move. Happy, use Protect, then hit Pidgeot with Whirlwind. Happy's body glows light green and a green force field appears around it, blocking Pidgeot's quick attack, and sending the flying type flying back. Happy then flaps its wings and a strong gust is created from them, the attack hitting Pidgeot. Richie got a hit. Misty said in shock. Richie's definitely gotten stronger after just 2 months of training, just like Ash. Brock observes. Ash smiled. Nice move, Richie. Happy, quick attack. Richie ordered. Happy's wings glowed white as it flew at Pidgeot. Counter with Steel Wing. Ash countered. Pidgeot's wings glow white as she flies at Happy. Both Pokémon made contact as they crashed into each other, causing smoke to appear in the air. From the smoke came Happy flying down before hitting the ground, unconscious. Pidgeot meanwhile disperses the smoke with a mighty flap of her wings. Happy. Richie cried out. Butterfree is unable to battle. Pidgeot is the winner. Richie's down one Pokémon, and since there are no substitutions, Ash can't send Pidgeot back and substitute her for another Pokémon. Brock frowned. I wonder which of Richie's Pokémon will he send out next. Misty wonders. Richie smiles as he returns happy, you were great out there, Happy. Get some rest. Zippo, let's go. He calls out his Charizard. Rarg, let's battle. Zippo roars. Charizard vs Pidgeot, battle. Begin. Zippo, use air slash. Richie ordered. Zippo flaps his wings to form a blade of wind, hurling it at Pidgeot. Counter with air cutter. Ash countered. Pidgeot flaps her wings and releases a stream of light blue, X-shaped blades from the tips of its wings at Zippo, slicing through the air slash attack and hitting Zippo. Zippo, use Dragon Claw. Zippo's hands become surrounded in a light green, claw-shaped energy. Use Agility to dodge, then use Brave Bird. Ash counters again. Pidgeot used Agility to dodge the Dragon Claw attack before her body becomes surrounded in a light blue aura. She then flies straight at the opponent, slamming into Zippo full force. Zippo! Richie cried out. Zippo groans as he stood up, not quite out of the game yet. Hang in there, Zippo. Use Heat Wave. A red-orange ball appears in Zippo's, releasing Wind of Flames at Pidgeot. Push through the flames with Sky Attack. Pidgeot's body becomes surrounded in red flames, as she flies right through the Wind of Flames. Zippo shot at her before slamming into the Fire-flying type Pokémon, knocking him out. Zippo! Richie cried. Charizard is unable to battle. Pidgeot wins. That's 2 of Richie's Pokémon down now. Brock pointed out the obvious. Only 4 left. Misty said. Richie retuned Zippo, not feeling sad, but proud with how hard his Pokémon fought. You were amazing out there, thank you. Shadow, let's go. Out comes Richie's Gengar, let's play. Gengar vs Pidgeot, battle. Begin. Shadow, use Mean Look. Shadow's eyes glow light purple, preventing Pidgeot from escaping its next attack. Now, use Shadow Ball. Shadow opens its mouth and forms a ball of black and purple energy with black static in front of it. It then fires the ball at Pidgeot, getting a direct hit. We're not done. Finish Pidgeot off with Shadow Punch. Shadow raises one of its arms and purple sparks travel up its arm and appear around its fist. One of its arms and purple sparks travel up its arm and appear around its fist. It then punches the air and sends a black fist with purple static electricity around it at Pidgeot, nailing the flying type and knocking it unconscious. Ah, Pidgeot. Pidgeot is unable to battle. Gengar wins. What a surprise. Richie has actually managed to knock out one of Ash Ketchum's Pokémon. Misty blinked a few times, he did it. He managed to knock out Ash's Pidgeot. Richie has improved his battling since then, the fact that he's gotten his far proves it. Brock said. Misty nodded her head in agreement. Ash smiled as he returned Pidgeot, thanks for your hard work, Pidgeot. Get some well-deserved rest. Umbreon, I choose you. Umbreon appears on the field. Umbreon, my victory is guaranteed. Gengar vs Umbreon, battle. Begin. Shadow, use Nightshade. Shadow fires a black or dark crimson beam, outlined in red from its eyes. Umbreon. Counter that attack with Dark Pulse. Umbreon fires multiple black orbs of energy with a purple outline from in front of its head at Shadow's attack, canceling the Nightshade attack. Umbreon, use Mean Look. Umbreon's eyes glow red, freezing Shadow in place and preventing it from escaping Umbreon's next attack. Hit Shadow with Assurance, then Shadow Ball. Umbreon charges at Shadow, hitting him with its head, hitting it directly, then opens its mouth and forms a black and purple ball in front of it. Umbreon then fires it at Shadow, nailing it again. No, Shadow. Richie cried. Now, use Curse. Umbreon's eyes glow blue and Shadow is suddenly hit with intense pain, making it become unable to move. What's wrong with Shadow? Misty wondered. It's the move Curse, Brock says. It causes a Pokémon to feel intense pain before making it unable to move. An effective ghost-type move. More like painful. Zack winced. Finish Shadow off with another Shadow Ball. Umbreon fires another Shadow Ball attack at Shadow, finishing the ghost-type off permanently. Gengar is unable to battle. Umbreon wins. That's the third Pokémon Richie's lost. Misty counts. Only 3 left. Brock said. Richie returns Shadow. Thank you, Shadow. Speedy, let's go. He calls out his shiny Jolteon. Jolt, let's get Speedy. Jolteon said. Jolteon vs Umbreon, battle. Begin. Speedy, use Pin Missile. Richie ordered. Speedy's fur becomes spiky and fires multiple yellow needles from it at Umbreon. Dodge it. Umbreon dodges Jolteon's Pin Missile attack with ease. Use Iron Tail. Speedy's entire tail glows white. You too, Umbreon. Umbreon's tail also glows white as both evolutions of Eevee clash with their iron tails, the two of them landing back on the ground. Use Thunder Wave. Speedy releases light blue electricity from its body at Umbreon. Jump and use Confuse Ray. Umbreon jumps out of the way of the electric attack before squinting its eyes and waves its paws at Speedy, confusing him. Use Tackle. Umbreon runs at Speedy, slamming hard into the electric type and sending him flying back. Hang in there, Speedy. Use Double Kick. Speedy rears up on its hind legs, then turns around so the backside of its body is facing Umbreon. Speedy then kicks Umbreon upwards with both of his back legs. Use Screech. Umbreon opens its mouth and yells out loudly, distorting the air, but its effects worked on Jolteon. Use Last Resort. Umbreon's body becomes outlined in a golden aura, with orbs of energy being absorbed into its body. The golden aura then forms into a massive star in front of Umbreon's body and is fired at Speedy, hitting the electric type and knocking it out. Jolteon is unable to battle. Umbreon wins. That was some move. Misty says. Yeah, but now Richie only has 2 Pokémon left. Brock points out. Richie returns Speedy and brings out his Pokeball. Midnight, let's go. Out comes Richie's shiny Umbreon. Umber, it's my turn to battle. Umbreon vs Umbreon, battle. Begin. Midnight, use Swift. The black tip of Midnight's tail glows yellow and it releases multiple yellow stars from it at Umbreon. You use Swift too, Umbreon. Umbreon uses the same move, cancelling Midnight's Swift attack. Use Quick Attack. Umbreon, use Double Edge. Midnight charges at the opponent at fast speed. Umbreon becomes surrounded in streaks of white aura and then charges into Midnight with great force. Now, use Feint Attack. Umbreon surrounds itself with glowing light and speeds through Midnight, making it faint on the spot. Ah! Richie said in shock. Umbreon is unable to battle. Umbreon wins. He's down to only 1 Pokémon now. Misty says with worry. Brock hums with a nod. Richie returns Midnight with an honest smile on his face before turning to Sparky. Ready, Sparky? Pika, ready. Sparky says as he's already on the field. Pikachu vs Umbreon, battle. Begin. Sparky, use Double Team. Sparky creates multiple copies of himself, surrounding Umbreon. Use Thunderbolt. Ash found the real Sparky quickly. Sparky's to your right, so dodge. Umbreon dodges the Thunderbolt attack by jumping in the air to get away from the attack. It's a good thing they practiced how to spot the real Pokémon during Double Team. Use Thunder Punch. Sparky's fist is surrounded by yellow sparks, which grow into a ball of electrical energy. The electric type then punches Umbreon. Umbreon, use Moonlight. The ring on Umbreon's forehead glows and it uses the energy from the moonlight to heal itself. Moonlight is a fairy-type move that restores a Pokémon's health, but only if there's a moonlight present. Brock explains. Misty looked up to the dark sky where a full moon was shining down on them. Ash must have taken advantage of that and used the move to restore some of Umbreon's health. Sparky, use Electro Ball. Sparky's body becomes surrounded in yellow electricity and multiple yellow sparks come of his body. All the electricity then condenses at Sparky's tail and forms into an orange-yellow orb of electricity with sparks of yellow electricity coming off it. Sparky then jumps in the air and flings the orb at Umbreon. Counter with Shadow Ball. Umbreon opens its mouth and forms a black and purple ball in front of it, firing it at the Electro Ball attack so that the electric attack wouldn't hit it. Use Quick Attack. You too, Umbreon. Both Pokémon slammed into each other with Quick Attack, still standing as they weren't able to take the other down. The stadium grew quiet as they waited for trainers to make their next move. Sparky, use Agility. Umbreon, use Assurance. Sparky starts to run forward on all fours, running quickly at Umbreon, while Umbreon responds in kind as it charges at Sparky. Both Pokémon slammed into each other, causing smoke to appear around their forms. The stadium was silent once more as everyone in the stands waited with bated breaths to see who had won. Finally, the smoke cleared revealing Umbreon still standing, while Sparky had fainted. The referee called it. Pikachu is unable to battle. Umbreon wins. The winner is Ash Ketchum. And that's that. Ash Ketchum advances to the top 8. Richie smiles as he walks onto the field and picks up Sparky, cradling the electric type to his chest. You did great, Sparky. Don't feel bad that we lost, we managed to make it this far in the tournament, so don't look sad. Sparky perks up and smiles up at his trainer before nodding his head. Pika, you're right. Ash walks over to Richie. You've definitely gotten stronger, Richie, battling you has been amazing. Richie grins up at him. Yeah, and I even managed to knock out one of your Pokémon. That's an accomplishment in my opinion. Ash laughs at that. Misty and Brock smile as they see that Delia was right. Even after this battle nothing seems to have changed between the two of them. Their bond really is strong. After their battle, both boys went to the Pokémon Center to heal their Pokémon, while Ash only needed to have Pidgeot and Umbreon looked at. Once their Pokémon were healed, they went to see Pat's match and saw that his opponent wasn't able to take down Pat's first chosen Pokémon at all. Ash knew that at the very end he'll be going up against Pat, and was ready for it. Pat won his match of course, and the very next day Ash went up against a male trainer, defeating him easily before moving on to the top 4 and proceeded to defeat Assunta. She was really good though, almost had him a few times, but Ash pulled through, advancing to the top like before. His opponent was chosen at random, and sure enough the person he'll be going up against next it. Ash smiles as he already knew this would happen. Me against Pat, huh? Pat's a strong trainer, do you think you'll be able to win? Misty asks him. The two of them were of equal level in her opinion. This could either end with one of them winning the whole tournament or end in a draw. Don't worry, Misty. I don't mind Pat being the final person I go up against, because no matter what that I intend to win. He promises her. There was such confidence in his tone that she had no doubt that he will win against Pat. Like before Richie's match, the next day came quickly as the sun was shining down on the stadium, beaming down at them. In the stands were Ash's friends and family as they were about to watch him go up against someone who he views as both a friend and brother. There was this feeling that this match will go down in Pokémon history. We've finally come down to the final 2. These trainers have been very impressive since they first walked onto the field. Let's introduce them, shall we? In the blue corner we have a trainer that battles with a smile. Pat. Pat walks onto the field with a smile plastered on his face. In the red corner is the trainer that already has a fan base and keeping his winning streak going, Ash Ketchum. Ash comes walking out with an equal smile on his face to match Pat's. This is it. This battle will decide who wins the whole tournament. Right here, right now. This was it. The final battle that will decide it all. Pat and Ash were both smiling as they faced each other, not all surprised by this fact as they had a feeling they would face off in the finals. In the stands, Ash's friends and family were twitching in their seats. If they were worried about Richie's match with Ash, they were nervous for this matchup. Both Pat and Ash were tough trainers, and this battle will be intense, they could feel it. Serena shifted in her seat nervously. "Oh, I'm so nervous and I'm not even the one battling." "I know how you feel," Misty says to try and comfort her, "there's really no telling how this match will end." "Yeah, but look at it this way, no matter who wins the Indigo League, nothing will change between them." Brock assures them before noticing the referee lift up both flags. "It's starting." This will be a 6-on-6 battle between Pat and Ash Ketchum. Trainers, call out your first Pokémon. Pat smiled as he called out his Pokémon, Manda. Time to battle. A Gyarados comes out of Pat's Pokeball with a mighty roar. "Roar, let us fight." Misty paled as she nearly passed out right then and there. A Gyarados. Why did he have to have a Gyarados? Serena grabbed both of her shoulders. "Please don't faint, Misty." "Fen, yes, please don't." Fennekin begged her. Brock was observing Pat's Gyarados carefully. "It's an impressive Gyarados, just like Ash's." Molly brought both hands together in prayer. "I pray Big Brother wins the tournament." Ash could already tell from first glance Pat's Gyarados was a powerhouse, so he'll send out his own. "Charizard, I choose you." Charizard comes out eager to battle against Pat's Gyarados. "Roar, don't think I'll be easy to beat." Gyarados vs Charizard, battle. Begin. Manda, use Hyper Beam. Manda shoots out a yellow-orange beam from its mouth at Charizard. Get in the air to dodge that Hyper Beam. Charizard quickly got in the air so to avoid the Hyper Beam attack. Like his trainer, Charizard could sense that Pat was no pushover and that he needed to be careful. Use Aqua Tail. Avoid it. Manda's tail becomes surrounded in a light blue aura, with water swirling around the tip, and nearly hits Charizard with effective water move. This isn't like any other battle these two have had since this tournament began. These two analyze their opponents carefully before making a move. And since they're going up against each other. Brock says. Misty nodded, understanding what he was getting at. That's what those two are doing right now, analyzing each other carefully. There's really no telling how this battle will end. Serena said. Manda, use Dragon Dance. You too, Charizard. Manda flies in the air and dances from side to side, increasing its speed and attack power. Charizard's body becomes surrounded in a red and pink misty aura, and it flies around in the air. Dragon Dance increases a Pokémon's speed and attack power. Brock explains. Manda, use Dragon Pulse. Counter with Dragon Rage. Manda fires a multicolored dragon-shaped energy from its mouth at Charizard. Charizard's eyes glow white, then the flame on its tail grows to a huge size. Charizard then releases ball of orange energy from its mouth at the Dragon Pulse attack, the attack making contact and cancelling each other out. Both sides are even. Brock says. Use Iron Head, Manda. Manda's head glows white as it charges at Charizard. Quick, get in the air and hit Manda with Dragon Claw. Charizard dodges the attempted Iron Head attack before his hands become surrounded in a light green, claw-shaped energy before proceeding to slam his claw down on top of Manda's head. Use Bite. Dodge and Dragon Claw again. Charizard ducks down to avoid the bite attack before uppercutting Manda with the Dragon Claw attack again. Use Crunch. Dodge and use Dragon Rush. Charizard dodges the Crunch attack, then his body becomes surrounded in a light blue orb with white streak, and releases a blue, dragon-shaped energy that covers his body, then slams into Manda full force, finally knocking the snake Pokémon out. Gyarados is unable to battle. Charizard wins. Ash was able to knock Gyarados out. Misty smiles. Brock still looked serious. Don't get too excited, remember the flow of the battle could change in an instant. That's what has me on edge. Serena said, sounding worried. Pat, returned Manda, you've proven your strength, thank you. Now, Leo, time to battle. Coming out of the Pokeball is a quadruped, leonine Pokémon. It is mostly dark brown with light brown legs, tail tip, chest, and face. It has a rounded muzzle with a dark brown nose, round ears with dark brown interiors, bright blue eyes, and a dark brown stripe behind each eye. The fur around its thighs is longer and each paw has 3 toes. There is a tuft of longer fur on the tip of its tail. It also has a large, predominantly red mane with gold streaks forming pattern resembling the Daimonji symbol, and the symbol for fire. Roar, you've summoned me to fight. Richie blinked a few times as he stared at the unknown Pokémon. What kind of Pokémon is that? He takes out his Pokédex to scan it. Pyroar, the royal Pokémon. Pyroar's mane, which is made of fire, becomes larger when it gets excited. It looks to be a fire-type Pokémon. Brock said. Fire versus fire. Richie said. Leo, use Sunny Day. Leo lets loose a mighty roar that makes the sun shine more brighter. Sunny Day boosts fire-type moves, meaning both Leo and Charizard's fire attacks will be more powerful. Brock said. Use Incinerate. Counter with Heat Wave. Leo shoots a beam of orange, yellow, red, and black fire at Charizard. Charizard, meanwhile, fires an orange-yellow fireball from its mouth at Leo's attack, both attacks colliding and creating an explosion as they collided. Use Flare Blitz. Use Blast Burn. Leo's body becomes surrounded by red-orange fire and it shoots at Charizard like a missile. The flame at the end of Charizard's tail grows to a massive size and it releases a powerful and massive stream of fire from its mouth at Leo, but Leo tore through THR attack and slammed hard into Charizard. Charizard! Ash cried. Noble Roar. Leo lets out a roar, lowering Charizard's attack and special attack. Leo just lowered Charizard's attack and special attack power. Brock explained. Solar Beam. Overheat. Leo opens his mouth as a white ball appears in the shape of an orb. Once that's done, he fires the beam at Charizard. Charizard's body turns red. It then releases a white fire with a red-orange flame spiraling around it from its mouth at Leo. As the attacks made contact, it looked as though Charizard's overheat would overtake Solar Beam, but due to Charizard's attack and special attack lowered, it did not prevail as the Solar Beam overtook it and slammed hard into the fire-flying type, sending it back a few feet. Charizard got down on one knee, having obviously taken some damage. Ash saw this. Charizard, can you still continue? Charizard looked to him before saying something. Roar, the next attack will be my last. Ash nodded, okay. Use Dragon Breath. Counter with Hyper Beam. Charizard releases a green and yellow beam from its mouth at Leo, while Leo countered this attack by using Hyper Beam. The attack overpowered Charizard's Dragon Breath attack, slamming into the fire-flying type. Charizard stood there for a minute before falling forward with a smile on his face, satisfied with the outcome. Charizard is unable to battle. Pyroar wins. Now Charizard's down. Misty said. This makes them even in using their second Pokémon now. Brock says grimly. Ash smiled as he returned Charizard. Glad the battle satisfied you, Charizard. Get some good rest. Blastoise, I choose you. Blastoise came out with a smirk. Blastoise, looks like it's my turn now. Don't worry, I'll get payback for ya. Pyroar vs Blastoise, battle. Begin. Blastoise, use Rain Dance. Blastoise summons a dark circular cloud that spins counterclockwise, with a dark indent in the middle of the cloud, and then rain falls from the cloud. Brock nodded. Good move. Now Blastoise's water attacks will go up, while Leo's fire attacks will go down. This feels just like that time at Blaine's gym, doesn't it? Richie remembered. Yeah, it really does. Misty agreed. Leo, use Hyper Voice. Use Hydro Cannon. Blastoise fires two powerful orbs of water from each of its cannons right at Leo, the effective water attack hitting the fire Pokémon head-on. Use Rapid Spin. Blastoise pulls its head, arms, legs, and cannons into its shell and spins like a disc, coming at Leo quickly and slamming into the fire type. Leo. Use Focus Punch. Blastoise's arm glows white before punching Leo right in the face, making it cry out in pain. Finish Leo off with Aqua Jet. Blastoise's body becomes surrounded by water and it shoots itself like a rocket at the opponent, slamming into the fire-type Pokémon, making him roll on the ground a few times before coming to a stop and fainting. Pyroar is unable to battle. Blastoise wins. This battle is starting to get intense. I'm at the edge of seat. Here, folks. Blastoise got payback for Charizard. Richie said. I'm sure Charizard will be happy about that. Molly smiled. Yeah, Blastoise sees Charizard as his friend, and wanted to beat Pyroar for him. Tomo added. What nice thing for Blastoise to do. Serena said. Pat smiled as he returned Leo, take pride in this battle my friend, we defeated Charizard his strongest fire type, so there is no need to despair. Ronan, time to battle. Pat called out his Scyther. Ronan came out ready to battle, Scyther, I will not lose this fight. Ash frowned as he saw Ronan, water attacks have no effect against bug types, better think carefully about this. Scyther vs Blastoise, battle. Begin. Ronan, use Double Team. Ronan creates multiple copies of himself, surrounding Blastoise on all ends. Now, use X-Scissor. Ronan crosses his scythes and they start to glow light purple. He then flies towards Blastoise quickly. Hide in your shell. Blastoise does just that, and just in time, too, as Ronan slammed into the shell instead of Blastoise himself. Use Fury Cutter. Dodge, and use Focus Punch. Blastoise repeatedly dodges Ronan's attack, waiting for an opening to show itself so he could get at the bug-type Pokémon. Once he saw the opening he was looking for, he took the opportunity to send Ronan away from him with his Focus Punch attack. Use Ice Punch. Dodge at Ronan, then use Swords Dance, then Night Slash. Ronan dodges Blastoise's Ice Punch attack before crossing his claws and glowing blue, swords around him and raising his attack level before disappearing. Once that was done, his claws glowed purple before slashing at Blastoise, hitting him. Hit Ronan with Iron Tail. Blastoise's whole tail glows white before slamming his tail right in Ronan's gut. Hit Blastoise back with Bug Buzz. Ronan calls out loudly, which releases red sound waves from its body at Blastoise. When it reaches Blastoise, its head starts hurting. That lowers a Pokémon's special defense. Brock frowns. So that's what that move does. Misty said. Now, use Toxic. Ronan fires a ball of purple liquid from his mouth at Blastoise, getting the water Pokémon, poisoning it. Now, Slash. Ronan repeatedly slashes Blastoise without mercy. When he deemed Blastoise had enough, he stopped attacking it. Blastoise fell forward, still conscious, but in too much pain to move. The referee called it. Blastoise is unable to battle. Scyther wins. Blastoise is down now. Misty frowned. The two of them are both back to being even now by using their third Pokémon. Brock says. Ash returns Blastoise, thanks for getting payback for Charizard, Blastoise. Venusaur, I choose you. Venusaur came out with a calm expression, Venusaur, and now it's up to me. Cool, Ivysaur evolved into Venusaur. Richie smiled. Grass-type moves are useless against bug types, but type advantages and disadvantages don't really mean anything to Ash. Brock stated. That's true. Misty agreed. Scyther vs Venusaur, battle. Begin. Quick attack. Ronan came at Venusaur quickly. Protect, then use Poison Powder. A green shield surrounds Venusaur, protecting him from the quick attack. he then releases a wave of purple powder at Ronan, poisoning it. Now, use Sweet Scent. Venusaur releases a powder from the inside of his flower. Once Ronan got a scent of it, he began to become groggy and more relaxed. Pat smiled, nice move, Ash. Grab Ronan with your Vine Whip, and use Takedown. Venusaur grabs Ronan with his Vine Whip before slamming into the bug type with full force, making the bug type faint. Scyther is unable to battle. Venusaur wins. Pat returns Ronan, you are a true warrior, my friend. Sting, time to battle. A Beedrill comes out of the Pokeball, I'll stab you. Misty visibly flinches, another bug-type Pokemon. Like Scyther wasn't bad enough. Now. Brock pats her back calmly. Serena looks at the redhead with confusion, so Molly decides to explain her reaction. Misty really doesn't like bug Pokemon. I see. Serena sweat dropped. Richie scanned Beedrill. Beedrill, the poison bee Pokemon. Beedrill fly quickly and attack using poison stingers on their forelegs and tail. Sounds like the kind of Pokemon you don't want to make mad. Richie comments. Beedrill vs Venusaur, battle. Begin. Use Poison Jab, Sting. Sting's pincers glow purple as he charges at Venusaur, intending on stabbing the grass type. Use your Vine Whip to help you jump in the air, then use Skull Bash. Venusaur uses his Vine Whip to help propel him in the air to avoid the Poison Jab attack before slamming his head into Sting's gut. Use Venoshock. Sting retaliates by firing globs of purple liquid from its stingers at Venusaur, successfully poisoning the grass type. Pin Missile. Sting's stingers glow white and shoot multiple white needles at Venusaur, hitting him successfully. Now, finish this with Fell Stinger. Sting hits Venusaur with the attack, making him faint quickly. Venusaur is unable to battle. Beedrill wins. He took Venusaur down quickly. Misty gasped. Pat wasn't playing around with that one. Brock says. Ash returns Venusaur, I'm sure Blastoise will appreciate the payback you got for him, even if he won't admit it. Gardevoir, I choose you. The Pokemon that came out of the Pokeball was a bipedal, humanoid Pokemon whose body resembles a flowing gown. Most of its body is white, but its hair, arms, and the underside of its gown are green. Its hair curls over its face and down the sides of its head. Behind its red eyes are short spikes, resembling a masquerade mask. It has long arms with 3 fingers on each hand and slender white legs. A red, fin-like horn extends from its chest, and a shorter, more rounded horn extends from the back. A band of green on its chest extends to the center of the front horn and connects to its sleeve-like arms. Gardevoir, I will allow no harm to come to father. Gardevoir declared. Misty's eyes sparkled, that's the female Ralt twin. She's so beautiful. Richie scanned her. Gardevoir, the Embrace Pokemon. Gardevoir will use all of its psychic energy to protect a trainer it has made a deep connection with. A Pokemon you can count on. Richie says. Use Poison Jab. Sting charges at Gardevoir with his pincers out and ready. Gardevoir gives her father a side look and he nods his head. As soon as Sting got close enough she disappeared right before she was about to get hit with the attack. She's gone. Richie gasped. No, Gardevoir used teleport to get away. Brock helpfully said. Gardevoir reappeared behind Sting. Fury attack. Sting's stingers glow white as he charges at Gardevoir in order to jab her with its attack, but once again she used teleport to avoid his attack. This is so strange, Ash isn't even giving Gardevoir a command, but she's still teleporting out of the way. Misty says. Actually, I think Ash is giving Gardevoir a command, but with subtle movements like nodding his head. Gardevoir must have picked up on that and is using teleport to avoid getting hit by Sting. Brock took a guess as to what's going on. So that's it. Serena said. Use Bug Bite. Use Shadow Ball. Gardevoir forms a ball of black and purple energy with black static around it, then fires it at Sting, hitting the bug type and preventing him from trying to use his bug bite attack on her. "Are you okay?" Pat asks his friend. Sting nodded as he was okay to continue. "Good, Twineedle." Sting charges at Gardevoir with the large stingers on his arms. "Use Moon Blast." Gardevoir gathers energy from the moon. She then forms an orb of pink energy in front of its hands, and fires it right at Sting, hitting directly and making him cry out in pain as smoke covered his form. When it cleared, she on the ground with swirls in his eyes. Beedrill is unable to battle. Gardevoir wins. Moonblast, that's a fairy-type move, isn't it? Misty questions. That's right, the attack may also lower a Pokémon's special attack. Brock said. In this case, it just knocked Sting out. Misty said. Pat returned Sting with a smile, you did very well out there. Spectre, time to battle. He calls out his Gengar. Spectre comes out with a smirk. Misty's spine shivered, is that Gengar again? It still gives me the chills. I know what you mean. Brock said. Gengar vs Gardevoir, battle. Begin. Mean look. Spectre's irises and pupils turn purple, with a light purple glow around them. Gardevoir then glows purple, its eyes glow bright red, and a dark purple, shadowy mist appears around her body, making her unable to move. Use Hex. Spectre's eyes start to glow purple and light red, rendering Gardevoir helpless to attack. Gardevoir can't move or attack now. Brock exclaimed. Use Nightshade. Spectre fires a dark crimson beam, outlined in red from its eyes at Gardevoir, hitting her directly. Gardevoir. Ash cried out. Finish her with Shadow Punch. Spectre raises one of his arms and purple sparks travel up his arm and appear around his fist. He then punches the air and sends a black fist with purple static electricity around it at helpless Gardevoir, hitting her and knocking her out permanently. Gardevoir is unable to battle. Gengar wins. Misty winced, Gardevoir didn't even get to attack. Don't worry, I'm sure Ash's next Pokémon will get some payback on her behalf. Brock said. Ash returns Gardevoir, don't feel bad about losing, you were great. Gengar, I choose you. Gengar comes out the Pokeball with a grin, Gengar, let's see who's the best Gengar. Gengar vs Gengar, battle. Begin. Spectre, use Sucker Punch. You too, Gengar. Both Pokémon punch each other hard in the gut. Dark Pulse. You use Dark Pulse, too. Both Pokémon form a dark purple orb of energy in their hands before firing the beams at each other, both attacks colliding with each other and causing an explosion. Use Nightmare. Ash ordered. Gengar's eyes glow red as do Spectre, making the Pokémon fall asleep and giving him nightmares. Use Dream Eater. Counter with Sleep Talk. As Gengar was prepared to SCK up Spectre's energy, the Ghost-type Pokémon countered by using one of its moves while still asleep, which was Sucker Punch. Good move. Ice Punch. Pat ordered. Fire Punch. Ash countered. Spectre comes at Gengar with his fist covered with ice, while Gengar responds in kind with his fist covered with fire. Both Pokémon punched each other in the face. Shadow Punch, Gengar. Destiny Bond. Gengar hit Spectre with Shadow Punch, finally knocking the Ghost-type down and knocking it out, but Spectre got back at Gengar but as soon as he fainted, so did Gengar, a double knockout. A double knockout. Brock exclaimed. The referee lifted up both flags, both Pokémon are unable to battle. This is a draw. Misty stared, it's down to their last Pokémon. Brock nodded. Serena looked nervous. Richie gritted his teeth. Molly was praying, Tomo right along with her. Delia, Ida, Silver, and Professor Oak were calm as they waited for the boy Yo call out their last Pokémon. Pat and Ash returned their Gengars before smiling at each other. Last round. Pat looked down. Go, Growly. Growly jumped onto the field. Grow, I won't be holding back. Ash smiled down at Pikachu. Your turn now, buddy. Pikachu nodded as he faced Growly in the arena. Pikachu, I'll make sure I win. Brock had a grim look on his face. I think we all knew it would get down to just Growly and Pikachu. And he was right. Growlithe vs Pikachu, battle. Begin. Growly, use Flame Wheel. Pikachu, use Volt Tackle. Growly jumps into the air and releases a red-orange flame from its mouth while somersaulting and rolling at Pikachu. Pikachu responds in kind as he also runs at Growly. His whole body becomes enveloped in electricity. Both Pokémon slammed into each other, sending the other back, but they were still standing and ready to fight. Use Fire Fang. Dodge, and hit Growly with Iron Tail. Growly's mouth becomes surrounded in red-orange flames as he prepared to bite down Pikachu, only for Pikachu to dodge and smack the fire type upside the head with an Iron Tail attack. Hit Pikachu back with your own Iron Tail attack. Growly slams his tail right in Pikachu's gut, sending the electric type flying back, but he managed to get back upright. Use Agility. You use it too, Pikachu. Both Growly and Pikachu ran towards each other quickly and slammed into each other repeatedly, trying to knock the other one down. Both Pokémon are determined to knock the other one out. Who will be the one to prevail though? With one final hit, the two Pokémon pushed back away from each other, still standing and refusing to fall. Take down. Focus Punch. Growly slams into Pikachu, only to be sent flying back by Pikachu's Focus Punch attack. Double Kick. Break. Growly hits Pikachu with his back legs, but got hit right back with Pikachu's Brick Break. After that, the two Pokémon were panting as they stared each other down. Pat and Ash were doing the same. Both were smiling as their eyes focused on each other, speaking with their eyes instead of their mouths. This will be the last. The very last. In unison, they grinned. Flame Wheel. Wild Charge. Both Pokémon's bodies were lit up in the color orange and yellow in unison as they charged towards each other for what hoped to be the final attack. Both Pokémon collided, creating smoke and an explosion as they slammed into each other. Everyone waited with bated breaths as the smoke cleared. Growly and Pikachu were facing each other, their bodies covered with scars. The stadium was silent as Pikachu swayed a little, and just when it looked like he would faint, Growly fell on his side and didn't try to get back up. There was silence once more before the referee called it. Growlithe is unable to battle. Pikachu wins. The winner is Ash Ketchum. Noise flooded the stadium. Richie jumped up in the air. Yes. Pika, he did it. Sparky cheered. Zack took a picture. Misty and Brock had smiles on their faces, including Serena. Molly and Tomo were hugging. He did it. He won. Ursa, he won. Teddy Ursa cheered. Delia was clapping happily. My boy won. Hell yeah, he did. Ida grinned. Silver barked with laughter, called it. Professor Oak had a proud smile on his face. Remember this day, Ash. For today, you have made Pokémon history. Ash meanwhile looked all around him as everyone stood up and cheered for his victory. He stood there with a surprised look before letting out a smile and walking over to Pikachu, scooping the electric type up in his arms. We did it. We really did it, buddy. Ash whispered in Pikachu's fur as he gave his best friend a hug. Pikachu leaned against him with a tired smile. Pika Pikachu, I feel like I can sleep for a long time after this. Ash let out a chuckle at that. He looked up when he saw Pat walk over to him with a smile. I don't know about you, but I enjoyed our battle very much. Ash stood up, with Pikachu in his arms. So did I. Amazing. Ash Ketchum at just the age of 10 has made Pokémon history by winning the Indigo League at such a young age. I don't know about you folks, but I will never forget this. No one else in Kanto will ever forget either. No one. Who's that Pokémon? It's Pidgeot. Pidgeot. The flame of Moltres practically lit up the night sky as trainers were gathered on stage. Ash went to the Pokémon Center to heal up all of his Pokémon as they all fought a hard battle. Once they were all healed up, he was escorted by security onto the field. Apparently the press wanted to interview him after Leaf's rage-filled outburst about Gary and the people of his hometown. Honestly though, he really didn't want to talk about it or about the people of Pallet Town. Right now, all he wants to do is enjoy this moment. Charles Goodshow walks up to the mic. Let us all give these trainers a round of applause for their spectacular performances. The man smiled as everyone clapped. For those who placed in the top 32, 16, 8, and 4, they will receive an official Indigo League badge. The crowd clapped their hands, congratulating the trainers that made it as far as they could. Richie took his badge with pride and his head held high. There was no need to feel ashamed as he was glad to have made it this far. Next time, he'll do better. And now, let us welcome the trainer who made the top 3. In third place is Asunta. Asunta smiled as she walked up to the third place podium as she was given a bronze trophy, symbolizing her third place ranking in the league. In second place is Pat. Pat walks up to the second place podium, smiling as he was given the second place trophy. And finally, in first place, winning the league at just the age of 10, Ash Ketchum. The cheers increased as Ash took his place upon the first place podium and gratefully accepted the first place trophy. It was a pretty big trophy, all gold and everything. It felt a little weird holding it in his hands for the very first time, but he was still smiling. Near Goodshow he saw all the gym leaders, except Giovanni obviously, standing next to the old man clapping their hands. Goodshow approached him. For winning first place, you also receive more fantastic prizes. 5 different colored Pokeballs, the prize money of course, and healing potions. You will also take a picture with the 6 Pokemon you fought with in the finals. Ash saw the items be placed inside his trophy. The first Pokeball that went in had a galaxy-like design with 4 yellow rings around it. One he recognized as a luxury ball, a heavy ball, a moon ball, and a net ball. The healing potions will come in handy, too, and he could use the prize money for something a little later, best to save it right now. Goodshow went back up to the mic. Thank you trainers who came here and fought your very best. Let us give these trainers another round of applause. As the crowd applauds those who fought their very best in the league, Ash still had things on his mind. Like Leaf, Gary, Pallet Town, and other things. Right now though, he will enjoy his achievement with a smile. The ceremony finally ended, and Ash took a picture with his Pokémon that was hanged up on the wall. How Pokémon were smiling as they were happy they got a chance to show the world just how strong they are, and prove that Ash is a very good trainer, having shown them love, kindness, and determination in having brought them this far. Once the ceremony was over however and Ash met up with the others, he hugged his mother and mumbled in her shirt that he wanted to go home. She understood as did the rest of his friends, who all got rides back to Pallet Town. As they arrived, Ash and Delia got out of the car and went inside the house. Ash didn't say a word as he washed his face, brushed his teeth, and went to bed. It was harder to sleep that night as thoughts of what happened at the Indigo League all hit him at once. Eventually though he passed out, hoping he would have good dreams that night. Morning came to him in the form of a bright light, which he assumed was the sun. Groggily, he sat up and simply stared. Reality soon hit him as his gaze trailed over at the Pokeballs and potions placed out on his table, as well as his trophy. Oh, that's right. He won the Indigo League yesterday. As he moved to sit up from the bed, he finally noticed a small arm wrapped around his middle at his front before feeling 2 people at his back, and someone by his feet. He smiled as the sleeping bodies of his siblings, and Pikachu were laid out all around him. They were so worried about him that they decided to sleep in the same bed as him. A snore then got his attention, making him look down and another smile appeared. There his friends and cousin Richie were, sleeping down at the foot of his bed. What did he ever do to deserve such great friends like them? He moved to get out of bed, alerting Molly and Pikachu, who had both woken up. Big brother, you woke up. Pikapi, Ash. Pikachu smiled. Ash hugged them both. Yeah, I'm awake. Thanks for worrying. Molly hugged him back. Me and Pikachu got here first, then the others came. Pikachu, they were really worried about you. Pikachu told him. I know. Ash mumbled. Amber and Tomo sat up this time. Good morning, brother. Are you feeling better? Tomo asked. I feel great. Ash assured them. Brock, Misty, Richie, and Pat got up next as they heard his voice, but Ash noticed there were 2 people missing. Hey, where's Serena and Zach? Serena slept on the couch downstairs because there wasn't enough room. As for Zach, well, he left. Misty said. He did? Ash said. Brock nodded. He did leave a message for us to give to you though. Thanks for letting me travel with you guys, hope we meet again someday. Ash smiled at the message. Yeah, me too. He still couldn't believe he won the Indigo League. A part of him was determined to and felt happy at his own accomplishment, while the other half was still coming to terms with the fact that he actually won. I did it, Leaf, Yellow. Wait, what about Leaf and Yellow? Ash asks. Richie answers him. Leaf's dad came and got her, and took her back home to Vidian City. Ash's eyes widened. Vidian City. She was close to us the entire time, and I didn't even know it. Ash, Leaf didn't want you to know, not because she hated you but because she didn't want you to feel guilty about her having to move away. Richie tells him. He knows that, but he still. Leaf's dad that he almost hit Professor Oak when he apologized, but Mom and Aunt Delia stopped him. This all happened last night right after you passed out, so we were all there to see it. He doesn't blame you either, Ash. Richie says. Ash looked down, feeling relieved, and Yellow. She's at Vidian City Hospital, where she's been ever since. Ash got out of bed. I want to see her. Richie smiled. I know, and Yellow's parents said you can come and see her today, whoever you're ready. Ash didn't waste any time and went to the bathroom to wash up. Once that was done, he ushered everyone out of the room so he could change. Putting his clothes on, he went downstairs to have breakfast first before heading out. He wasn't going alone however, as the rest of the gang wanted to go, including Serena. Delia had called 2 vehicles for them so they could drive to Vidian City. As they were driving, Delia told him some more news. Officer Jenny came by to ask about Gary's whereabouts. He hasn't come back home. She also questioned some of people in town about what happened to all of you when you were just children. Delia tells the boys. Who cares? Richie plainly says. I don't either. Ash said. If Officer Jenny ends up arresting some of them, then so be it. They deserve it. He couldn't be bothered thinking about them right now, more focused on seeing Yellow. Location, Vidian City Hospital. Yellow's parents Beth and George hugged him as soon as he entered the hospital. They gave him permission to go and see their daughter, for it was long overdue. Richie let him go see her alone, while he and the others waited outside. As Ash spotted her room number, which was room 201, he opened the door, hesitating a little before mustering up the courage to go inside. What he saw made his heart break. Yellow was just lying in that bed, eye closed as though she were slumbering peacefully, only she wasn't. There was now 4 strapped to her arm, her hair had grown longer from when it was once a tomboy style-like haircut. Taking a deep breath as to not break down and cry, he approached the bed and grabbed her still hand. Hey there, Yellow. It's me, Ash. He said softly. No response, though he was hoping she would respond to him though. I won the Indigo League, can you believe it? I know I said I would, but to have it actually happen. It's such a strange feeling, but I'm happy. So are my Pokémon. I've met so many people while out on my journey, saw Richie again and we ended up traveling together. Misty, Brock, Molly, Tomo, Zach, Pat, Amber, and Serena. It was nice to see so many faces. Met some of my old Pokémon friends again, and they agreed to come with me on my journey. It's been so much fun. His shoulders were shaking now, I'm so sorry that I didn't know that what happened to Richie.to leaf.tou. If I had known, he couldn't finish what else he wanted to say as he broke down crying, both his hands grabbing onto hers like a lifeline. Yellow didn't deserve this. Such a sweet girl like her didn't deserve this at all. He wanted to hate Gary, and do to him what he did to his cousin and friends, but there would be no point because if he did, then he would be no better than Gary. He wiped his tears away and gave his sleeping friend a smile. Yellow. I'm going to continue my journey. I don't know what I'll find out there, but the one thing that I do know, is that I'll keep moving forward. When you wake up, I'll tell you so many stories about my journey that you'll grow sick and tired of it. With those final words, he left her hospital room, leaning against the door and taking another deep sigh before removing himself and walking back to the lobby. There he was greeted by everyone who gave him worried looks, but gave them a smile. I'm okay, let's go back. He gives Beth and George a hug before heading out and going back to Pallet Town. Jealousy. Richie said. They were in Professor Oak's backyard at his lab. Misty was the one to question why Gary did what he did, still not understanding how the boy could be so cruel. Jealousy. Richie scratches the top of Sparky's head. Gary was of Ash because he was liked for just being himself, and not because he was related to someone famous. Brock hummed, being related to Professor Oak, and expected to live up to expectations would be very hard on young child psyche. That's still no excuse for everything he did. Misty protested. I'm not saying it is, Misty. Brock calms her. By the way, where's Ash? Serena looked around, wondering where the boy was. He's with Silver, said he wanted to give Ash something. Richie answered. Ash stood before Silver as the man held something out for him to take. He took it. What is this? It was a red ring with something shiny etched in the middle of it. That is what is known as a key stone. It allows a Pokémon who wears a Mega Stone to Mega Evolve. Silver explains. Ash's eyes widen. Mega Evolve. I've never heard of that before. Pika, neither have I. Pikachu was just as shocked. I'd be surprised if you did. See, Mega Evolution started up in Kalos, and is deemed as a normal occurrence. Finding this key stone was easy. The Mega Stones are going to be harder for you to find. Silver tells him. Ash places the ring around his wrist and stares at the stone. How will I know if I found a Mega Stone? Silver smirked. Your key stone will call out to it, that's how you know. Ash gives his mentor a nod. Thanks, Master. For everything. Silver hugs the boy. Silly apprentice, you have nothing to thank me for. By the way, Professor Oak wants to see you. Wonder if you wouldn't mind doing a little errand for him. Ash pulls away. Sure. He runs off to go see Professor Oak, not seeing Silver's knowing smile. I wonder how the Guardians of the Sea and Wisdom will be able to show you just how important you are. Should be interesting. Silver comments. Ash arrives at the lab and walks in. Professor Oak is by his computer, but smiles once he sees Ash. Hello there, Ash. How are you feeling today? Better. Master said you needed to see me for something. Ah, yes. I was wondering if you wouldn't mind heading to Valencia Island in the Orange Archipelago to visit a colleague of mine. Her name is Professor Ivy. There's a mysterious Pokeball I need you to pick up. Professor Oak tells him. Ash smiles at him. Of course I wouldn't mind going for you, Professor. I can leave today. Excellent, and Ash once again congratulations on your victory at the league. Oak smiled. Thanks, Professor. So we're going to Valencia Island to pick up a Pokeball? Richie questions. Yeah, from the sounds of it, the Pokeball sounds like an odd one. Ash said. Sounds like a new adventure for us. Misty smiled. Togi, adventure. Togepi cheered. Ash touches Mewtwo's Pokeball that was around his neck, the psychic type insisting that he take him along. Mew was staying behind of course, as was Pat, who volunteered to stay behind with his mother. Are you sure it's okay for me to come along with you? Serena asks, unsure. Of course it's okay, I haven't seen you in so long. Going to Valencia Island is a good time to catch up. Ash tells her with a smile. Serena blushes and looks away a little, thanks Ash. Misty sees this and grins. I wonder what sort of Pokémon we'll see. Molly wondered. It should be fun. Tomo grinned. Ash makes sure he has everything and looks up at the sky, let's go. Pika, yeah. Pikachu said. And so, as one adventure ends, another begins. The Indigo League is over, now our heroes head onwards towards a new adventure that will sure to lead to meeting new friends and other mysteries that surround Pokémon. Stay tuned. As the journey continues. Thank you for reading this story to the very end. Next story, Adventure to the Orange Islands.